Hello everyone, welcome to What If You Got Teleported to High School of the Dead Movie 1. Before we start, please go support J Martos Z17 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course you are male. The story's plot will be based on the anime High School of the Dead, with the difference being that it will feature a different character and some changes to the storyline. The main difference is the appearance of a new character, which will be me. That is, me in High School of the Dead will focus on the plot of both the anime and the manga. Chapter 1. My name is Sasaki Tatsumi, and today I'm going to tell you my story, the story of how I changed from a normal, ordinary boy to one full of anguish, despair, and complete terror. But like every story, I have to tell it from the beginning. Somewhere in Japan, near the city of Takanasu, a young man of about 17 years old could be seen. He had somewhat long brown hair and emerald green eyes. He had a muscular build, but not excessively so, as he exercised every morning. And at this moment, he was wearing his school's distinctive uniform. Well, that's me. After saying goodbye to my parents and deciding that I would walk to school today, I got off the bus near a residential area and began walking through the neighborhood streets with a specific destination in mind. After walking through a few streets in the city, I could see a girl in the distance with dark brown hair, wearing my school's typical uniform, a white and green shirt and a green skirt. She was also wearing a brown jacket and a dark brown scarf. It was Asada Shino, my friend, Shinasen. I said a little loudly as I approached her. She turned around to look at me. Imagine that under the jacket he is wearing the Fujimi school uniform. Good morning, I smiled. Oh, Tatsumi-kun, good morning. She smiled. I met Shino about a year ago. She's in the same class as me, and since I helped her with some girls who started bullying her, although they still do, taking advantage of her fear of guns, we started getting along better. As we walked to school together, we talked about trivial things. Until we reached a point in our conversation where we were discussing a game in a VR MMO. You weren't bad at all yesterday against the professional players, I commented. Thanks. To be honest, you weren't bad either. Thanks to you we were able to win against them and I was able to familiarize myself with the weapons. It was nothing. I thought that if it was a game you could get used to it by thinking it wasn't real. At first you refused, but the moment you picked up a gun your panic disappeared. Yes, that surprised me, but thanks to GGO I'll be able to overcome my fear. She smiled slightly. I'm glad, I smiled. By the way, your game character is very beautiful, Ice Sniper, I said with a mischievous look. Stop it. She says, giving me a light tap on the shoulder, blushing slightly. Don't call me that, it's embarrassing. Oh, come on, you're the best sniper in GGO and we've only been playing for a week, enjoy it. She stares at me then smiles. Okay, maybe a little, that's the spirit. I see our school ahead of us, we've arrived. Tatsumi, a girl's voice shouts. Shino and I turned around and could see a girl with pink hair and a boy with dark brown hair. They were Takagi Seiya and Kamuro Takashi, my best friends. Good morning, Shino and I said at the same time. How was your night? I asked. I stayed up late. What about you guys? Kamuro says as the four of us enter the school. You too, Shino and I stayed up all night, I said, changing my shoes. We were playing GGO. That game again. Seiya asked, you need to stop playing and focus on your studies. Oh, come on, Seiya, it's only for one day, don't worry. We went upstairs to our class. Wouldn't you like to try it? You know very well that I'm not good at video games. Weren't you a genius? I asked sarcastically, causing Kamuro and Shino to smile. Of course I'm a genius. Fine, I'll play that darn game tonight, she said with her arms crossed as I opened the door. That's what I like to hear. I opened the door and the teacher hadn't arrived yet, so we were still on time. We each went to our seats, and when Kamuro sat down in front of me, he stared at Miyamoto Rei and Hisashi Aigu. Apparently, Kamuro and Rei made a promise in kindergarten that they would get married. Over the years, Rei drifted away from him, eventually starting to date Kamuro's best friend Hisashi. Since then, Kamuro has been quite depressed. Seiya, Shino and I occasionally try to cheer him up, but it always ends the same way. Time passed and classes were quite normal until the last class with Professor Shido, whom I grew to dislike intensely during his teaching. Suddenly, while Shido was teaching, Kamuro abruptly stood up from his desk and left the classroom without a word. I saw Shido sigh in annoyance. I guess he must be thinking things like, who does that brat think he is, doing whatever he wants? Takagi-san, please bring Kamuro-kun back to class. Yes, Seiya said as she stood up. Sensei, I stood up, I'd like to go too. Okay, just don't take too long, he says with a disgusting smile. I opened the door for her to go first, but not before giving Shido a serious look. We arrived where he was and found Kamuro leaning against the railing, distractedly looking at the clouds. Are you an idiot? Seiya asks, Takagi Tatsumi. Every time you have to face reality, you always run away to the same place. You're childish. Sensei says to go back to the classroom. Okay, I understand what Sensei is saying, but sometimes you need a break. He forced a smile. How can you skip a class? I don't like doing that. True, even me. Sometimes, I said, scratching my cheek and looking away. I bet Seiya was looking at me with a serious expression at that moment. I understand what you mean. I don't feel comfortable doing this either, but I needed to clear my mind, he says, leaning back against the railing. Seiya, I placed my hand on her shoulder. How about you go back to the classroom? I'll be there in a little while. I smiled, okay Tatsumi, but don't be long. Of course, Kimuro and I stayed watching the clouds. The reason I told Seiya to go to the living room was to talk to him a little, since this is a topic for men to talk about, I think. Tell me Kimuro, it's because of Ray, right? I figured as much. Listen Kimuro, you and I are friends, right? Of course you're my best friend. Well, I'll tell you man to man, friend to friend, you need to stop thinking about her and find someone else. This isn't good for you. I know how you feel. It would hurt me too if the girl I like ignored me and was with someone else. Isadasan, right? Hahaha, that's why you're my best friend. You know me so well, but what I mean is you can't think about her all the time. I'm sure you'll meet someone you really like and not because of a promise, you understand, right? I suppose you're right. I'm glad to hear that. To celebrate, we'll go party today, hahaha. Hahaha, I'd love to. We both started laughing at the same time until a loud noise interrupted our conversation. We looked toward the school gate and could see a rather pale man repeatedly bumping into it. Who is it? I asked. Could it be a thief? We watched as 3 teachers approached to resolve the problem. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 teachers were heading towards the school entrance to address the issue, as the noise was very loud. As they approached the entrance, they noticed a young, pale-looking man who appeared to be trying to enter the building in a rather unwise manner. What do you want? The sensei asked. Stop doing strange things. All right, Heishi-sensei, I'll handle this, said one of the teachers as he approached the gate and rolled up his sleeves. Then he grabbed the man's shirt collar and yanked hard against the gate. Wait, Tejime-sensei, excessive violence is prohibited. Don't worry, I've got it under control, but he couldn't finish speaking because the pale man quickly bit his arm, tearing off some flesh. Ow. He continued screaming and writhing in pain until he fell dead. He's dead, and no way, Heishi said, just because of those injuries. Then the 3 teachers saw him start to move. Tejime-sensei, are you all right? He opened his eyes, but they were completely disoriented. Tejime-sensei, what a relief. But suddenly Tejima grabbed her by the collar of her jacket and quickly bit her neck, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kimuro and I, who were watching everything from the railing, were completely incredulous at what was happening. We have to leave here now, he ordered. Yes, Kimuro and I quickly ran up the stairs to the second tallest floor and started running through the hallways toward our classroom. But the moment Kimuro crossed an intersection, 2 people fell in front of me. Startled, I fell to the ground and saw one of them eating one of the students. Shit, I said as I pulled away from that thing. Kimuro, run, find another way for it to reach you. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth as he started running. I quickly got up from the ground and ran in the opposite direction where that thing saw me and started chasing me. I went back to the fire escape and hid behind the door, and the moment that thing passed by, I kicked it over the railing. Damn, I approached the railing and saw that thing lying dead on the ground. What's going on? I looked around at the city, which was engulfed in chaos and flames. What the hell is happening? Chapter 2, I went back into the school and everything was quiet, as if nothing had happened. I was thinking about warning the other students, but I knew perfectly well they wouldn't believe a word I said, so I decided to head to my classroom to meet up with Kimuro and the others. I was walking through the hallways when the sound of the school horn stopped me. This announcement is for all students. A violent incident is currently taking place inside the school. All students must evacuate according to the instructions of their respective teachers. I repeat, a violent incident is currently taking place inside the school. All students must evacuate. Help me. Stop. Erg, help. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Help me. I'm going to die. Erg. The school principal was speaking nervously into the intercom, but suddenly he began screaming for help, and then biting, tearing, and terrifying sounds could be heard. Shit. At that moment, a great commotion erupted with all the students rushing out of their classrooms. Quickly dodging the students, I made my way to my classroom where I could see Seiya and Shino running alongside Hirano Koda in the distance. Seiya, Shinasan. I called to them and I saw them immediately turn around and run towards me. Tatsumi-kun, what's happening? Shino asked me, a little nervous. Kimuro came in shouting something about people murdering other people and I got worried. After that, he left with Miyamoto and Hisashi, I don't know where. I also left with Asadasan, and on the way I ran into I forgot his name. Yufufu Point is Hirano Point. Yes, that one. Tatsumi-san, Dice Hirano. Hello, Hirano. I smiled and nodded. Listen, I'll be brief. What Kimuro said is true. People are killing each other, and what you heard over the communicator is also true, so I need you, Shinasan and Seiya, to go somewhere safe. I turned to Hirano. Hirano, I'm going to ask you a very important favor, and I'll be very grateful if you accept and manage to do it. I need you to look after Shinasan and Seiya for me, and take them to the old teacher's lounge that they hardly ever use. You're the only one I can trust with their safety. I said, bowing my head. I can't see the faces of the 3 of them, but I suppose they must be stunned. It's not very common for me to ask for favors. Oh, okay. Thanks, friend, he smiled, then looked at Shino and Seiya. I have some things to take care of and I'll be back as soon as possible. Just wait for me, okay? Are you sure? Shino asked, grabbing my sleeve. But nothing will happen. I placed my hand on her head. I'll be fine and I just want to make sure you two are too, so please go where I told you. She nodded, a little uncertain. I looked at Seiya and she nodded as well. Good. I turned to Hirano. I'm leaving them in your care. He nodded. Okay, now go. Let's go, Asada-san, Takagi-san. Silence, Fatso. Seiya said as she followed Hirano, who was in turn followed by Shino, who before turning the corner looked at me one last time, where I nodded with a smile. Konkei omuaro hisayasayai. Meanwhile, in another hallway, three Pipletwo men and a woman were running toward the school's rooftop. After a few minutes of running, the three finally reached the top of the building. But before they could go up to the rooftop, on their way they met the modern Japanese teacher. It was Wakasaka, but he had already been turned into one of those things. Be careful, this, Kimuro says. The professor clumsily approached Rei, attempting to grab her and bite her. Rei noticed and moved away from him. No, stay away. Stab him, Rei, Hisashi ordered. Don't hesitate, with all your strength. The teacher lunged at Rei, who placed her broomstick, which ended in a point, in front of him to stop him. They began to struggle until Rei had had enough and pushed the teacher away. Don't underestimate, he punched the teacher hard in the chest. The Spear Martial Arts Club. He plunged the improvised spear into the teacher's chest right through his heart. You did it, Kimuro says, but suddenly the professor's body continued moving, beginning to jerk violently, throwing Rei against the wall. She recovered from the impact and grabbed the stick to keep the professor from getting any closer. That can't be. I stabbed him in the heart, so why is he moving? Hisashi quickly appeared behind the professor and, using a karate hold, grabbed him by the neck, allowing Rei to remove the stick from the professor's body. After seeing that Rei had successfully removed the stick, Hisashi shoved the professor and kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into the wall, which twisted completely, causing him to fall dead. Kimuro, let's go, we have to get to the observatory. Kimuro simply nodded and the three of them ran across the rooftop, reaching the school's observatory where Hisashi, with Kimuro's help, set up a barricade to stop the infected from entering their area. It seems we'll be safe here for now, Hisashi said. For now, yes, Kimuro says. Kon tatsu am I. After saying goodbye to Shino, Seiya, and Hirano, I continued running, pushing my way through the crowd of students trying to leave the school. My only weapon was a baseball bat I'd found lying in the hallways. Right now I would be heading to the infirmary to find Nurse Marikawa. She and I are good friends since I would occasionally go to the infirmary to take Shino when he was sick or when I had some injuries. Well, I'm upstairs now and the infirmary is downstairs, so I ran a little further until I reached some stairs. I went down them with difficulty because there were students trying to do the same. In fact, I don't even know how I managed to get down in all that chaos. Damn. People were pushing and shoving each other to get out of the school. I couldn't see anything, so I went out to the courtyard where I could see the situation was even worse than inside. On one side, I saw the gym girls being attacked by them, while others of them were walking around looking for more victims. In the distance through a window, I could see a head of blonde hair. I knew who it was. She was the only one with blonde hair in the school. But to get there, I had to go through all the chaos of the courtyard. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I had to gather my courage and be quick. I opened my eyes again and took off at top speed. As I ran, I also dodged the others of them who were in front of me and wanted to hunt me down. It didn't take me long to reach the other side of the building. I quickly approached the window and checked what was happening inside the infirmary. I saw a boy being bitten by several of them as he tried to protect the doctor. She backed away in fear as she watched the boy being devoured and them getting closer and closer. Oh no, not that. I took a few steps back and quickly threw myself against the window, breaking it at first and falling on top of one of them, where I forcefully crushed his head with the bat. I looked at the other two who had headed toward Marikawa and with a powerful blow, I hurled them both against the wall, killing them. I noticed more coming from the doorway and instinctively did I smile. I don't know, since I didn't think much about it and just lunged at them, killing them all. Before going to Dr. Marikawa, I approached the boy lying on the floor. What's your name? Ishi, he spits blood. Kazu. Kazu, you did a great job protecting Marikawa. I'll remember your bravery. Do you know what happens to people who get bitten? Would you want to show that to your parents and friends? If you don't want that to happen, I'll end your life, even though I've never killed anyone before. I said the last part in a low voice while showing him the bat. Please do it, he said with a smile. I nodded and stood up. Well, Kazu, you will die a great man. I raised the bat above my head and quickly brought it down. The glass was soaked with blood and the sound of something breaking echoed through the room. Kazu's body hit the ground with a thud. He was dead. That was very honorable of you, says a woman's voice behind me. Do you think so? I turned around. Nice to see you, Busujima Siko. The pleasure is all mine, Sasaki Tatsumi. I know Siko because we have a sort of rivalry ever since the National Kendo Championships. We sometimes have duels and they're very close, but she almost always wins with her incredible skill and elegance with the sword. Please just call me Tatsumi. I smiled. Okay, Tatsumi, then you can just call me Siko. Suddenly I felt two arms crossing my chest and a couple of soft, round, very large things on my back, feeling a great softness that I loved. Tatsumi-kun, thank you for saving me, you were very brave. Don't worry, Marikawa-sensei, in fact it's you I came for. For me, she blushes, yes I must protect her and take her with me at all costs. For what purpose? Siko asks, to survive. If you'd like you can come too, I said with a smile. I appreciate your offer and I accept. After all, I know what you're capable of and I don't think I'd be better off anywhere else, she replies with a smile. Okay, we'd better leave here. Okay, so where do we go now? Now our priority is to reach the old teacher's lounge. You're not going to tell me you think they can do anything. No way, they won't be able to do anything. And then, some of those I was able to rescue are there. Really, who are they? This time it was Marikawa who asked. Well, they are Hirano, Seiya, and Shinasan, I know them all. Then march, Siko said until she was interrupted by the sound of a door breaking, from which more of them began to appear. Nurse Marikawa, stay back. The order came and she nodded and a little frightened took a step back. I'll take care of that one on the right, you take care of those three. You're leaving me with three. I know you can handle three. I smiled as I got ready with the bat and I could see Siko smile back. Chapter 3. With SHINO, SAYA and HIRANO. They walked through the school hallways before going to the place I indicated, where Seiya decided to conduct some experiments with them, throwing different objects at them, and so far she could deduce that they reacted mainly to sound. After cautiously walking through the hallways, the three young men decided to enter a room which appeared to be the carpentry room to think about what to do and prepare themselves. What are we doing here, Takagi-san? Hirano asked. That's right. Shouldn't we go to the place Tatsumi-kun told us about? Ashino said, then glanced around. There are things here we can use. You noticed, Seiya said, you fat otaku, lock the door so they can't get in. Pointing at Hirano, he quickly closed the door. Asada-san, help me. Yes, Shino answers, where with Seiya's help they placed all kinds of tools on the table. Will you use them as weapons? Hirano asked. Sure, you're one of those gun freaks, right? Then you must have seen some of this stuff in action movies, right? Seiya asked, pointing at the table. A nail gun, picking up the gun, is it gaspard? Of course not. If I had one of those compressors like in the movies, you wouldn't be able to move it. You're such an idiot. Do you like those kinds of movies? Hirano asks Seiya. Don't be an idiot. I'm a genius, so I know everything, but then a loud bang from the door alerted Shino and Seiya. A spare gas canister, nails, no problem, Hirano said to himself. Why do you sound so carefree? They're coming from the lobby. Shino said desperately, it weighs about 4 kilos, almost as much as the old assault rifles. I can't stabilize my stance this way, so I'll need to use my sights too. Hey you, are you listening to us? Seiya asked, raising her voice. The knocks were getting louder. Hirano. While Hirano was busy with his own business, the banging grew louder until the door gave way. As they all began to enter, Shino and Seiya screamed in fear as they approached, until they saw the nearest one fall to the ground dead. They both saw a nail in his head and their gaze fell on Hirano. I've got you, Hirano. The girls say at the same time. At that moment, Shino stared at the makeshift weapon Hirano had fashioned and panic slowly began to grip her. Her breathing became rapid and her vision blurred. Asada-san, Asada-san, Seiya called out, shaking her shoulders. Shino quickly snapped back to reality. Are you all right? Takes a deep breath. Yes, I'm fine. Okay, we have to go. Yes, it's not real, Shino said the last part to herself in a low voice, her panic subsiding slightly. Okay. Konkei omuaro hisashirei. Rei, Hisashi, and Kamuro had been on the rooftop for some time. Kamuro was standing apart from the other two, thinking about how to get to the teacher's lounge. Hisashi was leaning against the railing, resting. Meanwhile, Rei had gone to check out the small room up there, which apparently belonged to the astronomy club and was equipped with some food, water, a bathroom, and a few other things. Hisashi, what's wrong, King? Maybe we can use this hose to get out, he said, showing the water hose. That's right, Rei, good idea. They began unrolling the hose and Hisashi took it, aiming it at the makeshift barricade they had built. Suddenly, they heard sounds in the air and looked up, only to see 2 helicopters with soldiers on board fly by. Black Hawk, they must be the self-defense force. That means the situation is truly serious. Why didn't they help us? They must have something much more important to do than come and help some high school kids, Kamuro said. It's true. If they're sending in the self-defense force, this must be very serious and they wouldn't risk their mission just to help us, Hisashi remarked. At least we're alive, Hisashi. Okay, Kamuro, help me. Kamuro came over and helped her hold the hose. Good, you can open it now, Rei. The orange-haired girl nodded and turned the tap on fully. The boys almost lost control of the hose, but thanks to their combined strength, they managed to regain control and aim the powerful jet of water at the barricade, knocking it down and in the process a few of them who were behind it. Let's go. Where are we going? To the old teacher's lounge. I bet Tatsumi will be waiting for us. How can you be so sure? Rei asked. Every now and then Tatsumi and I would go inside to skip some classes. There's food and water inside the room. Then let's go, Hisashi said. with SHINO, SAYA, and HIRANO. Hirano, seeing that the nail gun worked perfectly to finish off them, quickly killed the other three who were entering the classroom, put the nails and drill in a bag. "What's wrong with you, Hirano? Are you giving me orders?" Seiya asked, a little agitated, but then Hirano gave her a look that frightened both girls. "Please," he asks with a smile. "Okay," Seiya says. "You fufu, that was unexpected," Shino said, encouraging Seiya before grabbing a bag of tools. "Hey, what are you doing? Take this too," Seiya said, handing a bag to Hirano, then headed to the door and saw that no one was there. "You Takagi-san, Asada-san, may I ask you something?" "What why me?" They both looked at each other, then looked down the hallway. "For no reason, there's no particular reason," Seiya replies. "But if you want a reason, think about it. Tatsumi-kun asked you to protect us," Shino said, turning to look at Hirano and raising a finger. Suddenly, Hirano was overcome with great enthusiasm, stepping to the front and pointing towards the end of the corridor. "What, now you're feeling excited?" Seiya asked. "Did something click?" "I don't know, but I understand." Just then, more people started coming from the end of the corridor. "Hirano," the girls ordered. "Yes," he says enthusiastically before starting to shoot. "Con tatsumi sakoymarikawa." We walked at a moderate pace through some corridors where we encountered one or two of them, but Siko and I simply deflected them with the bokken or the bat. "The teacher's lounge, it's going to be difficult to get there. I figured they keep all the car keys there, that's why I suggested we meet there." Diverting one of them, but I didn't think there would be so many. "Why don't you kill them?" Marikawa asked. "It should be simple for both of you. Hitting their heads and pushing them has the same effect, it only stops them for a moment. This way we won't be surrounded. Besides, the only way is to crush their heads. If we have to kill each one of them, we'd get tired faster and their strength is incredible. If they catch you, it will be very difficult to escape." "Wow, you two are amazing." Siko and I looked at each other and let out a small laugh. "To be honest, Nurse Marikawa, my back is killing me from hitting you all this time, so I'd like to rest," I said with a smile, making both girls laugh. Suddenly, Marikawa tripped on the rug. "Oh, what happened? Damn." "That's because your clothes don't allow you to run," Siko said as she bent down, grabbed her skirt, and began tearing it down to her waist. "This is a brand name. What's more important, your life or your clothes?" "Both," she said with an adorable pout. I couldn't help but smile at the sight. Until the sound of something being shot alerted us. "What? Are you coming from the teacher's lounge?" "Damn it, quick, Siko Marikawa," I said as I ran towards the teacher's lounge, with SHINO, SAYA, and HIRANO. The three had already reached the teacher's lounge, but just then a group of them appeared, bursting through the door that led to the courtyard. Hirano was firing at them with his improvised weapon, but there were too many of them for him. "If this continues, we won't be able to investigate their behavior." Seiya says, "Could you fight too?" Hirano asks, "Why should we do something like that? Our arsenal is about to run out, so what? It should work if you do it faster." "Takagi-san behind you," Shino said while trembling, and at the same time pointing. The moment Seiya turned around, she let out a loud scream that could be heard throughout the area. He slowly approached Seiya until he lunged at her, but Shino quickly pushed him away. But unfortunately, another one of them came out of the teacher's lounge and slowly approached her. She began to back away until she fell to the ground. Seiya started throwing trophies, but he didn't even flinch and continued advancing. "Don't come any closer." Seiya quickly looked around and noticed the drill she carried in her bag, so she quickly turned it on and drove it into her head. It began to spray everywhere. While Seiya was dealing with him, Shino was recovering from the shove, then saw the infected person she had pushed slowly getting up and quickly lunging at her, starting to struggle to prevent him from biting her. "Stay away." Shino did everything she could to keep its mouth away from her neck, but she was slowly losing strength as the infected creature's head drew closer. But just before it could bite her, I appeared beside her, and with a powerful blow to the head sent it flying away from Shino. "You're always getting into trouble, aren't you?" I offered, helping her up. "Are you okay?" "And you're always there to fix things." She gets up. "Thank you, I'm glad you're okay." "Same here," I smiled. I could see Kimuro, Hisashi, and the others arrive at the place, and then I watched as another group of them approached us. "Leave the right side to me," Siko says. "We'll take the center, Rei, Hisashi." Kimuro says, "Then I'll take the left one." I smiled. "Let's go." The five of us quickly charged at the group of them, who numbered about 6, and each of us easily killed them. I went to the door leading to the courtyard and closed it. Tatsumi and I brought Nurse Marikawa. "I'm Busujima Siko from Class 3A. I am Kimuro Takashi from 2B, your Busujime-senpai who won the nationals last year, right? I'm Miyamoto Rei from the Spear Martial Arts Club. I am Hisashi Aigu, also from 2BO. Well, I'm Hirano Koda from 2B. I am Asada Shino. From 2B, I'm also from 2B. I'm Sasaki Tatsumi." "Nice to meet you all," Siko said with a beautiful smile. "Why are you guys being so friendly?" Seiya asked irritably as she stood up. "Why are you calling her senpai? You repeated a year, so you're the same age, Miyamoto." What are you saying, Takagi? Kamuro asked. Don't make fun of me, I'm a genius. She shouts angrily, tears streaming down her face. When I put my mind to something I won't lose to anyone. I am. She started trembling, so I went over to her and placed my hand on her shoulder. Seiya, everything is fine now, that's more than enough. She didn't say anything to me and looked at herself in the mirror next to her. I got really dirty, I have to tell Mom to take my clothes to the dry cleaners. Unable to bear it any longer, Seiya burst into tears and rested her head on my chest. We slowly fell to our knees and she began sobbing against my chest. All I could do was hold her tightly so she would feel safe and calm. Shortly after Seiya had calmed down enough, we all went into the teacher's room where Kamuro and I created a makeshift barricade at the door. I think it will hold up. I hope so, I said, then sat down on the floor. I'm exhausted. Yes, me too, sitting down next to me. Everyone was resting a bit before preparing our escape plan. Meanwhile, I got up again and went to the bathroom where Seiya was cleaning her face. Seiya, how are you feeling? I'm fine, she smiles. I'm glad. It's been a while since I've seen you with glasses, I smiled. So what? I've been wearing my contact lenses for a while now. Do they look bad on me? No, it's just that you look prettier in them. Seiya, upon hearing that, said nothing and simply lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. After that, I went to Shino to make sure that thing hadn't harmed her. Shinasan, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine, thanks to you, she says with a small smile. I'm glad, I said with a smile, to which Shino nodded a little embarrassed. After that, we went together with the others, where they were resting and thinking about what to do. And what happened to your car keys, Nurse Marikawa? I asked as I sat down in one of the chairs. Come on, there's no need to be so formal with me, I think I had them here somewhere, she said, looking in her bag. Shall we all get in your car? Siko asks, now that you mention it, remembering his small car. And the minibus we use for school trips, the keys should be around here somewhere, Shino suggested. Let's see, Hirano said, looking out the window, the bus is right there. Okay, but where will we go? Marikawa asks me, we need to make sure our families are safe. We'll start with the nearest houses and if necessary we'll rescue our families. After that we'll look for somewhere safe. What is that? Ray asked incredulously, staring at the television. Siko quickly grabbed the remote and turned up the volume. What's wrong, Ray? Hisashi asked. The government is implementing emergency measures against the riots occurring throughout the country. However, political parties have expressed their doubts about the operations of the self-defense forces. What do you mean by riots? Kamuro asked, a little flustered. Siko changed the channel and a reporter could be seen in front of a group of police officers where the dead bodies, wrapped in a plastic bag, were being taken away. It's estimated that there are about 10,000 victims in the Saitama area so far. The government has already declared a state of emergency, but at that moment she was interrupted by a gunshot. A gunshot? The police have finally decided to use weapons, but against whom? At that moment the bodies wrapped in plastic bags began to stir. No, get away, help. At that moment a large group of them approached the journalist and began to devour her. Then the one holding the camera also fell to the same fate. The moment the camera hit the ground, the screen turned gray, losing signal, leaving us all in disbelief and completely silent. Chapter 4. After the screen went gray and lost signal, a message appeared that read, "Please wait." A few seconds later, another reporter appeared, this time from the studio. There have been some problems. From now on, we will be broadcasting from the studio. As you can see, the situation outside has worsened. We ask that you please stay home as much as necessary. When it is safer to go outside, we will give you an update on the current situation. Is that all? Kamuro said, slamming his fist on the table. Why aren't you saying anything else? Because they're afraid of causing panic, Seiya says. Even now, Ray asks. Because of what just happened, fear leads to chaos, chaos leads to anarchy. How do they expect the government to deal with the undead in a time of anarchy? Seiya said, putting on her glasses. This unusual phenomenon has spread throughout the Americas and has not yet been brought under control. Government authorities have evacuated the White House and will relocate to a command center aboard an aircraft carrier. There are rumors that this transfer is in preparation for the possible use of war tactics. We have already lost contact with Moscow. Beijing is ablaze. London has maintained order, but in Paris and Rome, there are reports of looting. The government has officially declared, but the reporter couldn't finish speaking as the signal was lost. So they're all over the world, Hisashi says. But how come while browsing the web this morning, it was the same as always, Hirano says. I can't believe the world turned into this in just a couple of hours, Ray said, approaching Hisashi and grabbing his sleeve. But there must be somewhere safe, right? And soon things will go back to normal. Okay. Keep dreaming, Seiya replies. Do you really have to say it like that? Hisashi asked, a little annoyed. This is a pandemic. What should I say? A pandemic, Marikawa asks. It's when an epidemic of a contagious disease spreads. Then the same disease that infected people here is spreading all over the world, I said. Something like the flu. Kamuro asks. This case is similar to the Spanish flu of 1918. Nearly 600 million people were infected and 50 million died. Recently, a new type of influenza has kept people worried. Doesn't it look more like the Black Death of the 1400s? Marikawa asks. The European population declined by a third during that time, Seiya replied. How were those diseases stopped? Hisashi asked. There are many theories, but the reason diseases like those died out was because they killed so many people that there wasn't enough of a population left to continue spreading. But Hirano said, looking out the window at a group of them. In this case, the dead are moving and attacking people. Are you saying this disease won't stop? Shino asks, but it's so hot outside, maybe their flesh will start to decompose and they won't be able to move. Marikawa said excitedly, and how long will that process take? Siko asked. Well, during the summer it takes about 22 days for some body parts to decompose, but during the winter it can take months anyway if we go to our homes. Are we sure their bodies will start to decompose? Seiya asked, convinced. Don't these things defy our medical knowledge, so why should we trust it? It could be infinite, the time it takes them. What matters is finding a place to use after we're reunited with our families. If we act in our own self-interest, we won't achieve anything. We must act as a team, Siko says. Having said all that, we'll have to leave. We must help the survivors while we still can, I said as I got ready with the bat. Yes, they all answer. How will we get out? Shino asks. The main entrance is the closest to the parking lot, Seiya says. Then let's go, I said. After leaving the room, 3 of them appeared in front of us, but Kimuro and I easily killed them. Then we started down the stairs and encountered another group of students surrounded by them. They all went down and started killing those around the group. Normally I would help, but I stayed behind to protect Marikawa, Hirano, Seiya, and Shino. Suddenly one of them came out of the stairs and lunged at Shino, but before he reached her I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and pulled him hard, making him fall down the stairs and hit his head several times. Thank you, says a student. Don't make any noise, were any of you bitten? Siko asked. No, they seem to be okay, Ray says. Do you want to come with us? We're leaving here, I said. Yes. After that conversation we went down in silence to avoid attention, but we had to stop when we reached the stairs that connected to the first floor, noticing that the whole floor would be full of them. There are many down there, Kimuro says. Why are they hiding here? They're only using their ears, not their eyes, Seiya says. Then why don't you prove that to us, Takagi? Anyway, if we stay inside the school like we're doing now, we won't be able to escape if we're attacked, Siko says. We'll have to make our way, Ray suggests. We need someone to verify what Seiya said, I said, looking at them, but none of them dared to step forward. Okay, I'll go. Everyone was surprised. No, Tatsumi-kun, Shino begins, but before she can continue speaking, Siko interrupts her. It would be preferable if I went ahead. You should stay back in case something happens, Siko, I said. But why Tatsumi-kun? Shino asked. Who knows? I said, who knows? Really? I turned to look at Shino, my face showing weariness. Who knows? Shino was about to say something else, but Seiya stopped her, also wearing a worried expression. I slowly went downstairs and finally reached the hallway. I watched them pacing back and forth, sometimes bumping into each other. They seemed very disoriented, their eyes fixed on the sky and their gait somewhat strange. One of them walked right past me but didn't do anything. I was terrified, thinking they might have seen me, but they didn't. I walked slowly through them, careful not to bump into them because if that happened, everything would be ruined. I reached the entrance and opened it slowly. It creaked a little, which caught their attention, but not too much, as they quickly let me in. I saw a pipe on the floor and picked it up. This will come in handy for what I have planned. I started running, and once I was some distance away from the entrance and the vehicles, I started banging the pipe against the ground, making some noise enough to make them come closer to me. Come on, come get me, you bastards. I yelled, banging on the pipe. Quick, get out and go to the buses. I watched as everyone started to leave. Now there would be no difficulties because the path was completely clear and only a few of them were getting in the way, but nothing that Kimura or the other boys couldn't take care of. I have to get out of here now, I said as I jumped over a fence, leaving all them on the other side. Tatsumi. I heard Kimuro shout that he was already on the bus with the others. Apparently they were still waiting for me. I'm glad they didn't leave me behind. I finally caught up with the bus, and just as I was about to say we could leave, I saw a group of students with a well-known teacher running toward us. Ayudenos, Shido Suzer, we're ready to go. Marikawa says, wait a moment. Kimuro says there are also some gathering at the front. I can't drive if there are too many of them together, then go over them. If we do that with the bus, we'll end up tipping over. Seiya says, Kimuro realized this and decided to go help them, but before he could leave through the door, Ray grabbed him tightly. Don't help him. What's your problem, Ray? You don't have to help him, we should just let him die. Tatsumi? He looks at me with a serious face. I stared at Kimuro for a second before looking at Ray, who was glaring at me. I turned my attention to Shido and his students, and before I knew it, I'd noticed that the 2 girls in the group were the same ones who had been bullying Shino. In my mind, I wanted to let them die because of all the suffering they put Shino through, but on the other hand, I couldn't let people die. But I couldn't bear it any longer, so I was going to suggest letting them go, but the moment I opened my mouth, Shino grabbed my hand. Shinasun. I know what you're thinking, smile, don't worry and save them. I sighed. Okay, I smiled a little, let's go Kimuro. Yes, Ray just huffed a little and turned away. I saw Hisashi giving me apologetic looks and I just waved my hand to him that it was okay. Run, I shouted. They started running quickly toward us, weaving through several of them. Some barely made it past while others sadly perished along the way. At that moment I saw a boy with glasses fall near Shido and I immediately had a bad feeling. Tatsumi-kun-san. They all shouted as they saw him get off the bus. Sensei, please help me, he pleaded from the ground, his ankle apparently injured. Shido just looked at him with disdain. Oh really? Then this is the end for you. I was going to kick him in the face but I arrived just in time and stopped the blow with my arm. He looked at me in surprise and I think the people on the bus who were watching me must have been just as surprised. I don't think this is appropriate, Sensei, he can still continue. She abruptly moved her leg away and helped the boy to his feet, looking at Shido with a serious expression. Sasuke-kun, you know better than anyone that in this world, only the strong will continue to live. Ignore Shido and help the boy to the bus. As soon as they arrive, entrust the boy to Kimura. Then the moment Shido boards the bus, give the order to depart immediately. Targets, checked, public safety, checked, ready to go. Hirano said to himself as he pointed out the window. Oh, appracerate y disparals a to-dos, ordina saya. Let's go, Marikawa said as he pressed the accelerator. Marikawa was speeding towards the exit door, occasionally dodging each infected person who got in his way, but as we approached, Marikawa stopped to watch as they were completely overwhelmed by them in front of the gate and began to doubt. Nurse Marikawa, I said as I approached her and placed my hand on her shoulder. They're not human. She looked at me for a moment and realized what I meant. They are not human, they are no longer human. Completely convinced, she pressed the accelerator harder and began to run over all of them. Finally, we reached the gate where Marikawa continued forward without hesitation, smashing through it and then sped away. Well done, Nurse Marikawa, she nodded with a smile. Looks like we did it, I said, looking at Kimuro. Yes, he says, nodding. Thank you for saving us, Shido said as he approached Siko, who was cleaning her bakken. Are you the leader, Busujima-san? We have no leader, our survival depends solely on our teamwork. Well, that's not good, we need a leader to survive, one who can manage everything. Our city, shouts one of the students and we all look out the window. After noticing that we were approaching the city, we all remained silent. Until one of the students, Tsunoda, started complaining about everything. Like I've been saying, it's really dangerous to drive like this. Why do we have to go with you? You already decided where to go without considering us. Wouldn't it have been better to find a safe place to hide, like the dorms or the school? He's right, another student, Kurakami, said, supporting his classmate. All we're doing is putting ourselves in more danger by driving like this. We should stop somewhere. There was a mini-market a few blocks away. At that moment, Marikawa couldn't take it anymore and slammed on the brakes. I, who was in the passenger seat, was thrown against the windshield by the sudden stop. I've had enough. I can't drive with all of you making so much noise. What the hell? Nurse Marikawa, I'll take care of it, I said as I stood up and rubbed my nose where I'd been hit. So what do you want to do? Pointing at Kimuro, I can't stand this guy. Why, what did I do to you? He lunged at Kimuro to punch him. But before that fist touched Kimuro, I positioned myself in front of him where with one hand I simply stopped the blow. Well, we have a troublemaker, I said with a smile. Don't mess with me. He didn't finish speaking because a punch to the chest knocked the air out of his lungs and saliva came out of his mouth. In a swift motion, I knocked the boy's fist down and with speed and force, I punched him in the stomach. Then I spun around and kicked him in the mouth, sending him flying into the back seats. After that fight, someone started clapping, and when I looked at him, I just made a face of disgust. Splendid work, Shido said, stepping over the student. Sasuke-kun, Kamuro-kun, that was excellent teamwork, but the fact that this conflict arose proves what I said earlier. We do need a leader, do you understand? And who could fulfill that task? Shino asked. Well, Asada-san, I'm a teacher and you're all students. That's enough to say who's the most qualified. If I were the leader, I'd avoid any conflict. What do you say? All the students accompanying Shido began to applaud. That's it. I've become the leader by majority vote. We all remained silent, unable to do anything. No, Shino said from her seat, then stood up and approached Shido. No. And I don't intend to accept you as our leader, she said firmly. Many of us were surprised by her attitude. She looked at me and I nodded with a smile. Well said, I said. She nodded with a smile, then looked back at Shido. You'll be, said one of the students, Kawamoto, as she stood up from her seat and approached Shino. What's your problem, Asada-san? Shino became slightly alarmed when she saw Kawamoto approaching. Kawamoto pointed his hand at Shino as if it were a gun. The moment he pointed it at her, Shino began to breathe heavily, a sign that panic was taking hold of her. Her eyes widened and her feet began to tremble. Bang! I mimicked the sound of a gunshot. Shino took several steps back and then leaned back against one of the seats. Hey, Asada-san. You like guns, don't you? She shook her head in panic, then started coughing on the verge of vomiting. Come on, don't throw up. Seeing this before Shino got worse, I stood in front of her and stared with a serious face at the girl who was still pointing, but this time at me. If you still want to keep that hand, you'd better keep it away from Shinasan. Is that clear? She backed away a little because of my threat and sat back down in her place, where I stared at Shido, who was showing a disgusting smile. I simply ignored him and approached Shino, who was still breathing heavily. Come on, sit down, I said as I helped her sit. Relax, take a few deep breaths. Why yes, closing her eyes and breathing deeply, she added, feeling better now, thank you. Good. You were. But that moment was interrupted by the sound of a horn, and I could see in the distance a bus approaching us at high speed. Nurse Marikawa, reverse gear. She reacted to my shout and saw the bus approaching, quickly shifting into reverse and moving it a few meters. The moment Marikawa moved the bus away from the intersection, she could see the other bus overturn, blocking the entrance to a tunnel. Few eyesight, good reflexes, Nurse Marikawa. Thank you. She said with a cheerful smile, and I smiled back at that. Guys, I said, calling my group's attention, let's talk. I said with a serious face as I looked at Shido. Everyone in my group was looking at Shido the same way. Chapter 5. The moment I ordered everyone in my group to gather, we all went to the front of the bus since Shido was guarding the back. Why did you call us here, Tatsumi? Seiya asked. To plan what we'll do next. If you look closely, the group over there is already using Shido's spells. We all looked at Shido, who was giving a speech. It is in moments like these that we members of Fujimi Academy must hold fast to our pride. He said, smiling, we must uphold our pride. To survive, we must stand together. Let's work together and overcome this. You're right, Tatsumi, Siko said. He sounds like a recruiter for some kind of cult. It's not that it sounds like one, it is one. That's why we have to decide whether we should leave or kick them out. That's why I want your opinion. So what will we do? Marikawa asked, putting on the handbrake and getting up from her seat. I'd like to go with you, she said with a smile. Are you sure? I asked. You're going to find your families, right? We all nodded. That's why I want to go with you. My parents aren't here anymore. All my relatives live far away. I know it's rude to say this, but I don't like Shido-sensei. We all chuckled. So what will we do? Shino asked. For now, we'll stay on the bus, although we'll soon have to go out in search of supplies. I glance at Marikawa, so please, Nurse Marikawa, get going. Yes, she says cheerfully, then sits in the driver's seat and we set off again. After a few minutes of travel, I thought it would be a good time to go and get supplies, so I approached Shino, who was sitting in the front seats. Shinasan, yes, we need to step out for a bit to get a few things. Would you like to come with me? She nodded. Good, Kamuro, you come with us too. The rest of you stay here. They nodded seriously. I nodded as well, then approached Marikawa. Nurse Marikawa, stop nearby, if possible somewhere where we won't attract too much attention. Hi Tatsumi-kun. By the way, I approached Hirano. Hirano, I want you to always be prepared with that nail gun just in case I gestured to Shido and the others. Do something bad, please look after everyone. That's how it will be, Tatsumi, don't doubt it. After that, I walked away and continued getting ready. Once the bus stopped with everything ready, I prepared to leave. I looked at Shino and Kamuro and nodded, which they understood, and they quickly got up and came with me. Listen up, everyone, we're going out to do a quick reconnaissance and gather some supplies if possible. We want to assess the city's situation and we need water, food, medicine, and fuel. Wait here, I glanced at Shino and Kamuro. Let's go, I said, getting off the bus with them. First, let's get some food and water. If I remember correctly, there's a supermarket around here, right? Yes, a few blocks from here. That way, Kamuro said, pointing with his bat. The streets were deserted and there was a lot of rubble and some crashed cars in the street, as well as some bodies. Only a few hours had passed, so this was very surprising. In the distance, I could hear the chaos on the highways and bridges. There was undoubtedly a lot of desperation, though it was to be expected. After all, not many people can remain calm in a situation of such magnitude. The world was changing rapidly and that frightened me. We were crossing the street quietly so as not to attract attention because we must remember that the enemies now are not only them, but also people. Then before turning a corner to go to the supermarket, we heard something. No, stop it. A woman shouted, ha 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 ha. A crowd of men laughed. I signaled them to stop and peeked out. I saw a group of armed men subduing a young woman about our age who had nothing to defend herself with. The armed men were wearing ski masks except for one. I assumed he was the leader. Shut up, bitch, slapping the girl. They were dressed in black uniforms like police uniforms, but they weren't, so I assumed they'd escaped from prison. Then the one who seemed to be the leader spoke. He was the only one without a balaclava. We'll have fun with her, I'll be the first, he said, licking his lips. Yes, sir, his men said. Let's go, there's nothing to do, I've had enough, I said. We can't leave her, please, Tatsumi-kun, do something, Shino tells me. I just looked away and gritted my teeth. There was nothing I could do. Attacking them would be like condemning ourselves too, and besides, I didn't have much to attack with. After all, what could I do with a baseball bat against at least 15 guys with heavy weapons? It was suicidal. Please just do what I ask, I begged. But we can't leave her. I shouted. Kamuro, take her away, I said simply, looking at him. He looked at me and I could tell he wanted to help her too, but I also knew perfectly well that it would be impossible. Seriously, you're not going to do anything. You taught me to protect others and stand up for them, to be a good person. Is this your example? You disappoint me. I didn't think you were such a coward. Shino's last words pierced me deeply. They hurt a lot. I just lowered my gaze as it turned somber, hidden by my hair. Wait, Tatsumi-kun, I didn't mean to, please purr. Take her Kimuro and leave. Go to the bridge near the police station. I'll see you there. If I haven't arrived, leave without me. He nodded and left with Shino kicking her feet. I'm not a coward and I'm going to prove it to you, I whispered. I watched the subjects again and noticed they had placed a lookout near me this time. He had his back to me, so without hesitation, I stealthily approached from behind and forcefully grabbed him by the neck. SHH, quiet. I said while I strained until I broke it. Quickly, before his companions realized it, he grabbed his weapons and some ammunition. The subject was carrying an M16 assault rifle. An M16 with a full magazine, I said, looking inside the magazine and noticing a bullet in the chamber. 30 bullets plus 1 in the chamber. And a Heckler & Koch USB pistol, looking at the magazine, 15 bullets plus 1 in the chamber, perfect. I put the pistol in the back of my pants and grabbed the M16, then stealthily made my way to a vehicle. I could also see that there were about 10 of them, so there weren't that many. What a crazy thing to do, I whispered. Father, I hope what you taught me will be useful. Without thinking twice, I leaned out and started shooting at the men, killing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The men quickly moved away and began firing in my direction, so I took cover, and the shots hit the car that was providing me with cover. 5, not bad at all. I glanced at the M16's magazine, 15 rounds. When the girl saw the men were distracted, she quickly got up from the ground and ran toward the car where I was. The men saw her approaching and started shooting at her, but luckily none of the bullets hit her. Hey, what's up? I asked, then fired again. Do you know how to shoot? She shook her head quickly. Good, well, stay here and don't move, I'll take care of it. Okay, be careful, of course, I smiled. I started firing again until I ran out of bullets in the M16, but just then I was able to observe the surroundings and I could see that the men were hiding inside a building. I looked inside the building to see if there was any way to get through, but I could see one of the bodies I'd killed wearing a belt full of grenades. A crazy idea crossed my mind, but it was the only way to finish them off. Stay here. I drew my pistol and as I moved toward another car, I began firing at them, but unfortunately I felt a sharp pain in my right arm. As soon as I reached the car and took cover, I looked down at my shoulder and saw that I had been shot. Damn, this shit really hurts. I took a deep breath. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. While I was distracted by the gunshot, 2 men came out of the building and took the opportunity to approach me and kill me. But just as one of them aimed at me, a shot from behind him hit him in the arm. The man, with a gunshot wound in his arm, turned around and saw the girl pick up one of the pistols from one of the bodies. Without hesitation, he pointed the gun at the girl and fired, hitting her in the stomach. No! I shouted in disbelief and anger. I angrily got up from the ground and shot the man in the head, then in a swift motion shot his companion. At that moment, I felt no pain in my arm. I was only thinking about killing these men, so I slowly made my way to the front of the store and pointed at the belt that contained the grenades. Kill him, their leader ordered. But the moment they got up from their hiding place, they saw me pointing at the grenade belt. No. It's over, I said with a serious face. Then he shot the belt, causing a huge explosion inside the building that engulfed them all. Before going to the girl, I decided to approach the rubble. As I did, I had to cover my nose because the smell of burnt flesh and blood was everywhere. There were pieces of arms and legs and some charred bodies. Then, among the rubble, I saw someone emerging. I recognized him. He was the leader, the only one not wearing a ski mask. He pointed his gun at me and I just stared. I could see blood trickling from his forehead. One eye closed, his breathing ragged as he glared at me with hatred. Damn it. He pulled the trigger but nothing happened. Out of bullets. He turned around. We'll meet again, idiot. He walked away. He started limping to the back of the building, but before he could continue, he was shot in the head. Screw you, I said as I put the gun away, then remembered the girl. The girl, I said as I walked over to her, her hand gripping my arm to stop the bleeding. Girl, I said as I knelt beside her. When she saw me, she coughed up a little blood. Cough, I'm glad you're okay, cough. Don't worry, I'll take you to my friends right now. We have a doctor. No, it doesn't matter. I don't have much time left, thank you for saving me. But you've been shot, I said, my voice breaking on the verge of tears. You're the one who saved me. Fufu cough cough, I'm glad to hear that. Tell me what's your name, she asked as she raised her hand for him to take it. Tatsumi Sasaki Tatsumi, I said, tears already welling in my eyes. I'm Mizuki Aoyama Mizuki. Cough cough, it's a pleasure to meet you, Tatsumi, Mizuki said with a smile, then let her arm fall and I could see a pool of blood forming on the ground. Mizuki. I shook her slightly. Mizuki. I screamed desperately but there was no answer. Mizuki was dead, damn it. I yelled in anger and sorrow, tears streaming down my cheeks. Chapter 6. A few minutes after I calmed down, I stared at Mizuki's body before going over to one of the cars to look for a blanket or something to cover her. After a few seconds, I found a blanket and placed it over Mizuki's body. "Thank you," I said with a sad smile. I got up from the ground and started searching the men's bodies, where I found one M16 cartridge and 2 pistol cartridges. I put them in my pockets and looked around, hoping to find a vehicle until I spotted a motorcycle lying in the street. "I have to go. Those shots will attract several of them." I stood the motorcycle upright and noticed that the keys were still in the ignition. So without thinking, I hopped on and sped off towards the police station where I was meeting the others. With the others minutes before the shooting. Seiya and the others on the bus saw Kamuro approaching with Shino in his arms as she struggled and told him to let her go. Once they reached the bus door, Siko opened it and let them in. "Where is Tatsumi-san?" Hisashi asked. Kamuro had already let go of Shino, who had thrown herself at Seiya to hug her and cry in her arms, seeking comfort. Then Kamuro recounted what had happened a few minutes earlier, what they had seen, the brief argument that had taken place, and how I had stayed behind to confront them. "We must help him," Siko says. "No, Tatsumi told me to go to the bridge near the police station," Kamuro said. Even so, he didn't just. Hirano commented in a low voice, further worrying the others. But at that moment, several shots rang out from the direction where he was standing. Everyone on the bus became alert and started looking in that direction. "We have to help him now," Siko says. "Wait, Busujime-senpai, it's best to do what Tatsumi says." Shino and Seiya's expressions turned serious to Hirano upon hearing this. What I'm trying to say is that Tatsumi knows what he's doing, or at least that's what he's shown so far, so we just have to do what he says so as not to ruin his plans. "That's true, but still." Hisashi and Rei watched with bated breath while Seiya comforted Shino. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard in the distance, startling everyone. Without warning, Shino suddenly ran off. "Asada-san, wait," Seiya shouts. At that same moment, Siko also took off running after her. The others did the same and ran in the same direction, forgetting something very important, Shido and his cult. It took them a while to arrive, but when they did, they only found Shino and Siko with terrified expressions, staring at what had been the battlefield. "There's nobody here," Hirano says. "What could have happened here?" Rei asked. "It's more than obvious there was a confrontation here. Apparently he succeeded," Siko says, not seeing my body. "But where is he?" Hisashi asked. "Don't tell me that." Immediately everyone started thinking while Shino continued to look at the disaster. "Wait a minute," Kamuro said suddenly. "What did you find?" Seiya asked. "There was a motorcycle here. I know because of the marks it went in that direction at full speed. I took the motorcycle and they left here," Shino said. "Asada-san, are you all right now?" Seiya asked. "Yes, it was just a moment of crisis." She smiles falsely. "We have to find him," Hirano said. "He said he'd meet us at the Takanasu Bridge, so he probably went that way," Seiya suggests. "Then we have to go there." "Let's go to the bus," Kamuro orders. Everyone obeyed and started walking towards the bus, but when they arrived they were surprised to find that it was gone, both the bus and everyone else. "What?" Marikawa shouts in surprise. "Shido," Rei whispers. "Damn it," Kamuro says. "I told you Shido couldn't be trusted," Rei said angrily. "Now is not the time for regrets. What we must do now is head to the Takanasu Bridge and find Tatsumi," Seiya ordered, adjusting her glasses. They all agreed and set off towards the Takanasu Bridge. As they passed by the street where the shooting had taken place, Shino stared intently until he saw one of them who looked familiar. "Kamura-san." He turned to look at her. "Doesn't that girl look familiar?" Shino asked, pointing to a girl with black hair, Mizuki. "Now that you mention it, it does ring a bell. It wouldn't be." "Yes, the same girl Tatsumi-kun tried to save." "So he didn't succeed. We'd better find him as soon as possible," Kamuro suggested as he started walking. "Yes," Shino said, looking at Mizuki one last time. "I'm sorry." He added that last bit before following the others, with Tatsumi. Shortly after speeding away from the street where the shooting had occurred, I was heading in a specific direction, the Takanasu Bridge. The journey was relatively quiet. I only encountered a few infected people. I was at the beginning of a street and I could see a group of armed people about to start shooting at the infected. But I knew perfectly well that if I walked past them, they would start shooting at me. Without thinking twice, I started the motorcycle again and wheelied it a few meters to gain speed. The men, as soon as they heard the sound of the motorcycle, saw me speeding forward and began shooting at me. At full speed, he would begin to dodge the infected and also the men who carried a knife, and then finally dodge the one who carried the shotgun, leaving the place without a scratch. They're crazy just like me. I muttered the last part under my breath as I sped up toward the bridge, but the moment I saw it was completely full, I swerved off the road and stopped. Damn, who knows when I'll be able to cross the bridge. I accelerated the motorcycle again and this time headed towards the Onbetsu Bridge, where after a few minutes I noticed that it was blocked by a barricade. Curse. Just as I stopped, I could hear the sound of a gunshot which I easily recognized. That is I quickly accelerated and could hear the gunfire getting closer, so I figured my friends were on the Onbetsu bridge fighting them. At the end of the road, I could see a car trailer which I thought I'd use as a ramp. What a crazy thing, hitting the gas, here we go. At full speed I took the ramp without hesitation and was able to jump without difficulty, thus reaching the top of the bridge where all my friends saw me arrive. Tatsumi/Sen/Kun. The moment I landed, I started skidding toward a group of them where I was able to kill most of them. I quickly accelerated and saw that Hirano was completely unarmed. Hirano. I shouted loudly, then threw the gun at him. He caught it in midair and with a smile formed a double shot, passing millimeters past me where it would kill the infected surrounding him. Double tap. I quickly headed over to where Shino, Seiya, and Marikawa were and pulled the handbrake, swiftly using the rear wheel to launch the infected off the bridge. Then I set my sights on Kamuro, Hisashi, and Rei, who were fighting another group. I flashed a smile and riding a piggyback headed towards the three of them. The moment Kamuro saw me, he threw his baseball bat at me. The instant I caught it, thanks to my speed, I struck them all a powerful blow to the head, killing the group of four. I think this is yours, I said, tossing the bat to Kamuro, who caught it with a smile. Then, as I walked past him, we gave each other a high five. Without wasting any more time, I set my sights on Siko, who was facing three of them. When she heard the sound of the motorcycle approaching, she turned to look at me. Siko. I shouted as I stretched out my left arm. She understood perfectly what I had planned and we both held hands. At that precise moment, I made the motorcycle turn sharply. Siko let go and from midair began to spin before delivering a powerful blow to the three infected. Amazing, Marikawa says. There are no Moors left on the coast, Siko says. Seeing that we were safe for the time being, I looked at everyone who was all smiling. I smiled too, relieved, but my gaze fell on Shino, who wasn't looking at me. These moments are so difficult, I thought with a smile as I got off the motorcycle. How wonderful, Siko said as she approached me and gave me a small hug. It's good to see you too, I said, returning the hug with a smile. Tatsumi, Seiya shouted as she ran towards me, then she threw herself at me and gave me a hug. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm glad you're alright too, Seiya, but please don't squeeze too hard. Ouch, are you hurt? One of the bullets hit me in the shoulder. It came out the other side, but it hurts too much. If you want, I'll heal you right now, Marikawa said with a smile. I'd love to, but first I stare at Shino. She's been very worried. Maybe you should try to fix it, Seiya whispered to me. I will. I smiled as I stepped away from Seiya and looked at the others. Hey guys, I see you're all okay, although things don't seem quite the same as before, I said, and they all smiled, but then their expressions turned serious. We'll talk about what happened later, I said, my face also serious, and turned to Shino, who still hadn't looked up. Hi, she still didn't look at me and I sighed. Hey Shinasan, everything's alright now, I said, gently stroking her cheek and lifting her head slightly so she would look at me. I'm not upset, I said with a slight smile as I gave her a hug. Don't feel bad. Forgive me. I have nothing to forgive you for. I pulled her close to my chest and she clung to me. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I couldn't save Mizuki. Mizuki, the girl, I nodded, my face sad. It's not your fault. I tilted my head so I would look at her. It's not your fault, you did your best, so don't overthink it. Okay, Shino, I said with a slight smile, then hugged her tightly and she returned the hug. Baka, what a moment you chose to use my name without the honorific, but I like it, Tatsumi, she said, embarrassed while clinging to my chest to hide her blush. I didn't say anything and just kept thinking about what he said. I knew Shino was right, but I also couldn't stop thinking that I could have done something better and saved Mizuki. Many thoughts were going through my head, until Hirano's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Tatsumi, what's this? Where did you get it? The bullets. This is the pistol some police officers use, a heckler and cock USB, right? Hirano said to himself in admiration as he looked at the gun. We were all looking at Hirano with a smile and a bead of sweat on our brows because of his attitude. Then I noticed Shino's panic, but I could tell he was okay. Shino, are you okay? She looked at me a little confused, but then she understood what I meant. You mean the gun, don't worry. I covered my ears the moment he fired, and right now with his movements it's almost impossible to see the weapon, she said with a smile as she looked at Hirano. Good, I'm glad, I smiled. Shortly after we reunited and were able to reconcile, Shino and I found ourselves under the Onbetsu bridge where Marikawa was healing me. We got off the bus because we heard an explosion and got worried. So after seeing you go to the Takanasu bridge, we got back on the bus and Siko said, but I continued speaking, knowing what she was going to say. And Shido left, abandoning them all, right? I said while Marikawa was bandaging my shoulder. Everyone nodded at my question. After that, we couldn't find a way to cross the river. I see. The water level is rising, so crossing it is completely out of the question, Seiya said. So what should we do? Rei asked. The best thing would be to find a shelter, Hisashi suggests. I think we should call it a day, Marikawa said after bandaging me. Finish. Hirano asks, well, there's a room we can use, it's very close so we can walk there. Your boyfriend's house. Seiya asks with a mischievous look. And no, it's a friend's house. Marikawa said, blushing and waving her hands. She's always working at the airport, so she left me a key to clean it sometimes. Is it an apartment? Does it have a good view? Hirano asks. Oh yes, it's right next to the river and there's a shop near it. It even has a car there. It looks like a tank. It's that big. She held out both arms. That's right, I'm very tired. I'd like to take a shower while there's still electricity, Seiya said, tossing her hair. Sounds good, Hirano said with a perverted look, earning himself a strong kick from Seiya. You fat pervert. Kamuro here. He handed him the motorcycle key. Go see Marikawa-sensei and have him check it out. I would go myself, but I want to rest my wound for a bit. Understood. XXX. Minutes later, we had all arrived at Marikawa's friend's apartment. We stood there looking around to see if it was safe. But before entering the house, Marikawa wanted to show us her friend's car, which was a Humvee. It's a Humvee, and it's the military type. Hirano says admiringly, do you see it? It looks like a tank, doesn't it? What kind of friend do you have? Hisashi asked. Well, it's a good thing they didn't see my house, I said quietly, where only Seiya and Shino could hear. They giggled, knowing where I lived and what my father did for a living. I don't think they will get this far. We can sleep peacefully, Ray said. Anyway, let's hurry, but I couldn't finish speaking because I saw a group of them appear at the top of the stairs. Will this work, Tatsumi? Seiya asked as she handed me a crowbar. Be careful with your shoulder. Relax, it's perfect. I'll use my left arm. Stay back with Marikawa and Shino. I looked at Shino, who nodded, covering her ears so she wouldn't hear Hirano's gunshots. Good. Don't forget to watch each other's backs, Siko said. Let's go, I yelled as I kicked the door hard. Chapter 7. Shortly after we dealt with all of them who were hanging around Marikawa's friend's house, we headed inside without wasting any more time. The girls decided to take a bath while the boys explored the house. I was currently with Hirano, Kamuro, and Hisashi. The four of us were trying to open a locker. The locker next to the other one contained boxes of ammunition. They seem to be having fun, Kamuro said, hearing the girls' voices as they laughed in the baths. Yes, I'm glad. It's better if they think about something else, I commented as I helped Hirano open the locker. Do you want to go and spy on them like any man would? Hirano asks. I don't want to die yet, I said. I agree, Kamuro says. I'll pass too, Hisashi said with a smile and a drop of sweat falling. We'll be a bit ruined if it turns out to be empty. There's something here. We found the ammunition, so there must be something there, Hirano said. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. We all said at the same time as we pushed hard, opening the locker completely, thus revealing 3 weapons. Hey, Hirano, Kamuro said upon seeing the weapons, quickly getting up. I knew it. Displaying a chilling smile. Shizuke-sensei said her friend lived here, right? Why does her friend have this stored away? Hisashi asked. Hirano didn't pay much attention and picked up the first weapon. Springfield M1A1 Super Match Huh. It's semi-automatic, which is good since the full automatic M14 series are just a waste of bullets. Hey, Hirano, Kamuro, Hisashi, and I said at the same time. The cartridge can hold up to 20 rounds. This is absolutely illegal in Japan. Hey, Hirano, a Knight SR-25 enhanced match rifle. Wait, these aren't sold in Japan, so it must be a modified AR-10. That other one over there is a crossbow. It's a descendant of the one Robin Hood used. A Barnett Wildcat C5. It was made in Great Britain. You could even kill a bear with this. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take the crossbow, Hisashi said. Sure, no problem, but do you know how to use it? I asked. Hirano can teach me, but I'll get the hang of it with time. Good, and you, Kamuro, well, taking the only weapon left in the locker. This is an Ithaca M37 riot shotgun. It's an amazing weapon made by the Americans. It played a significant role in the Vietnam War. Great, Kamuro said as he charged and pointed at Hirano. Even if it's not loaded, don't point it at anyone. The only people you should point it at are them, huh? I hope they're the only ones I'm aiming at. You know perfectly well that's going to be impossible, I said, crossing my arms, knowing what she meant. At some point you'll have to shoot. I know. In a war like this, there will be no surrenders, no negotiations, no garbage like that, Hirano and I said simultaneously with a defiant smile. Yes, you're right. Hirano, did you take a look at the M16 I brought with me? Yes, it's the United States Armed Forces designation for a variant of the AR-15 rifle, and it's automatic. It played a significant role in the Vietnam War. Okay, I smiled, a bead of sweat forming on my brow. I'd better reload the cartridges, I said as I sat down on the floor and began reloading them. Kamuro, give us a hand, will you? You too, Hisashi, Hirano said. Did you do this with air guns? Kamuro asked. No, with real guns, Hirano says with a smile. Me too. I smiled. Hirano and I looked at each other and smiled. Have you used a real one before? When I went to America, I was trained for a whole month by a professional instructor from Blackwater. He used to be a Delta Force captain. You're an expert at this stuff, huh? And you, Tatsumi, my father taught me. He is the Captain General of the Armed Forces. What? Hirano suddenly shouted. I thought your last name sounded familiar. Is your father Sasaki Hidaki? Yes, that's the one, I said simply while I was still reloading the cartridges. Captain General, Hirano whispers admiringly. I wish I could shake your hand. Well, when we go to pick them up, I'll introduce you to him, I said with a smile. Would you really do that for me? Tatsumi, you're my best friend, did you know that? Hirano said as he hugged me and I tried to push him away. I'm glad we're on the same team, Hisashi said with a nervous smile. Hirano and I laughed nervously. By the way, who the heck is Shizuke-sensei's friend? Kimuro asked. These weapons are definitely illegal. Technically speaking, it's not illegal to buy the parts separately, but it becomes illegal when you put them together. She mentioned that her friend belonged to the Special Forces, the SAT, Hirano commented. The SATs, I was with them once along with my father. They're quite an impressive armed force. I might know Nurse Marikawa's friend, I said. Everything's fine if you work for the police, Well, we know that not your average citizen lives here. Unmarried police officers usually live in dormitories. But if she can rent a place like this, either her parents are rich, or her partner is rich, or maybe she's involved in something really serious. The four of us remained silent to think about Marikawa's friend until the girls started making more noise. They're making too much noise, Hirano says. I'll go and warn them, Hisashi said as he stood up. Okay, I said, peering through binoculars at the street. They react to sound, but the sound is coming from I trailed off, staring at the bridge in the distance. ON bridge. Stay away from anyone dangerous, even if they're a family member. I won't let anyone who's been attacked or is infected through here, a police officer announced over the loudspeaker. A barricade has been erected west of Takanu City. However, as this pandemic spreads across the globe, 1 in 10 people doubt the effectiveness of these barricades. Those of us who were left behind due to the lack of transportation to the offshore facility will continue to broadcast the current situation in Takanu City via satellite, a reporter stated in front of the barricade. With Tatsumi and the others. Kimuro, turn on the TV, I said, looking through binoculars at what appeared to be a demonstration. He obeyed and turned it on. This abuse of power by the police is unforgivable. Unforgivable. We believe this deadly pandemic was caused by biological weapons created by our government and other nations. We condemn those responsible for this deadly pandemic. Right now we're broadcasting live the demonstrations of people who oppose the barricades. The purposes of this group are unknown, said the reporter behind the demonstration. Killer pandemic, Hisashi repeats. I suppose they're talking about the living dead, I said. According to these pamphlets distributed by the group, they believe all of this was caused by a biological weapon created by the Japanese and American governments, the reporter said, holding up the pamphlet. Seriously, a biological weapon. Really? Kimuro asked incredulously. It's impossible for science to explain how the dead can move and attack people, I said. Well, that would be normal if we were in a movie or a game, or maybe, Hirano remarks. But it was interrupted by the sound of a gunshot, and the four of us turned our attention to the television. We could see the police beginning to fire at them as they slowly moved closer to the barricade. The despicable police have finally decided to use violence against civilians. Everyone started shouting in response to what the man said until suddenly a police officer approached who appeared to be the leader of the demonstration. The officer initially asked everyone to disperse, but they obviously refused. Everyone started shouting for all the police to leave, until suddenly one of the officers drew his gun and pointed it at the head of the protest leader. He didn't hesitate to fire, killing the man at the very spot where the signal had been lost. How insane, Hisashi says. This is bad, I said as I turned off the television and sat down on the floor next to Kimuro. We'd better move, Kimuro suggests. That's a bad idea. We won't be able to see in the dark, Hirano said. Suddenly, Hirano and Hisashi were startled and arms began to encircle Kimuro and me. We saw Marikawa standing between us, half-naked with only a towel. She pressed herself against us and began to lower her hands to our genitals. Tatsumi-kun Kamuro-kun, she says flirtatiously, then gives me a kiss on the cheek. Kimuro and I quickly became frightened and both pushed her, thus touching the nurse's breasts where she would let out a small moan. We're sorry. We both said at the same time. Nurse Marikawa, are you drunk? I asked. Okay, right, just for a little while. He hugged me from behind, then looked at Hirano. Kotachin. Chan You've been a good boy, so here's your reward. Giving him a kiss on the cheek, he couldn't resist, and a large amount of blood gushed from his nose before he collapsed to the ground. We've lost him, I said, looking at Hirano, who was bleeding from the nose. This woman is crazy when she's drunk, I thought, watching Marikawa lick her lips. We shouldn't make too much noise. Please go back downstairs, Kimuro said. No, I get scared when everything is so calm. I want to stay here forever, falling asleep, Nurse Marikawa, I asked. She looked at me and rested her head on my chest, slowly falling asleep. I want to stay here. I sighed. Kimuro, help me get her down. Hirano and Hisashi stay on guard. Of course, although Hirano won't be able to do much, Hisashi said, seeing Hirano still lying on the ground. We left the guard to the two of them and Kimuro and I picked Marikawa up, me holding her legs and Kimuro her arms. Marikawa was sound asleep and didn't notice anything. Suddenly, just before going down the stairs, we came across Shino, who was wearing an unbuttoned shirt where you could almost see her breasts and panties. The truth is, the sight was spectacular. Ah, there are 3 Tatsumis. Did he say 3 Tatsumis? Kimuro asked, a little surprised. Yeah, I sighed. Shino, are you drunk? She didn't say anything and just stared at me until she suddenly collapsed. Idiot, you know you can't handle alcohol. I smiled and looked at Kamuro. I'll take care of her. What? Okay, I'll take Shizuke-sensei. I placed Marikawa on Kamuro's back and he started down the stairs. Meanwhile, I picked Shino up bridal style and carried her to one of the rooms on the second floor so she could rest. Tatsumi, she said a little sleepily as she sat down on the bed. What am I going to do with you? I sighed. I'll get you something to drink, non-alcoholic. And? I left Shino in that room and I could see Kamuro with Hirano standing guard, so I wasn't too worried and started going down the stairs where I found Hisashi with Rei, who was also drunk. Hisashi gave a nervous smile and I returned it, then continued downstairs finding Marikawa lying on the floor asleep. Seiya was lying on the sofa. I unconsciously stared at her, then my gaze dropped to her chest where I blushed slightly. I quickly grabbed a blanket and covered Seiya so she wouldn't catch a cold, but she immediately threw it off. If you do that, you'll catch a cold. She pulled the blanket back off. Fine, I'm not going to argue about this. I smiled, a bead of sweat forming on my brow. Tatsumi, she whispers. I stared at her and smiled. Rest well, Seiya. I needed a drink and also to take something to Shino, so I headed to the kitchen where Siko was. I didn't pay much attention and opened the refrigerator to see what I could find. Tatsumi, our dinner will be ready soon. It will also be our lunch for tomorrow. Thank you so much, Siko. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. If I could, I would do it myself, but I noticed Siko was only wearing an apron and panties. What's happening? What's happening? Oh, is this why? I couldn't find any suitable clothes for me, so I decided to wear this until we finished the laundry. I guess it reveals too much, sorry, she said, stretching the apron slightly over her chest and letting go, causing it to shift. Oh no, that's fine. It looks great on you, but we don't know when they'll attack, so I said, shaking my head from side to side and putting a hand on my crotch. You, Kamuro-kun and Hirano-kun are looking out for us. Hisashi-kun is keeping an eye on Miyamoto, so I'll put all my trust in the three of you, she said with a smile, which made me smile too. Well, I need to get Shino something to drink, I said as I prepared some coffee. Sometimes girls like to act helpless, Siko said as she prepared the food. Does that apply to you too, Siko? I asked as I picked up the ready coffee. She didn't answer my question, she just smiled. After my conversation with Siko, I went upstairs to the room where I had left Shino to rest. When I opened the door, I couldn't help but be captivated by Shino. She was kneeling on the bed, looking out the window where only the moon's light illuminated the entire room. The moon is beautiful tonight, Shino said, looking out the window. You're right, I can die happy. I smiled. She stopped looking at the moon and fixed her gaze on me. I could see a slight blush on her face. I guess she was still a little drunk, but she looked at me and gave me a beautiful smile. Here, I brought some coffee. Thank you, taking the cup and taking a sip. Better. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, it's just I'm tired. Everything got so crazy in just one day and… I know, we remained silent, and to be honest, we both preferred it that way so we could think about everything that had happened. Suddenly, Shino stood beside me and rested her head on my shoulder, noticing that I was trembling. Tatsumi, you're trembling. With everything that's happened to us since we left school, I haven't had time to be scared, I said, my face showing fear as I watched my hands tremble. Tatsumi, he took one of my hands. It's normal to be scared, But Shino couldn't continue speaking because suddenly the sound of a barking dog echoed through the room. There's a dog barking, Shino said as he looked out the window. A dog right now, that sounds pretty close. I got out of bed and went to the window to look at the street, and I could see a large crowd of them approaching us, or at least the surrounding area. What's wrong? Shino asked, still kneeling on the bed with the bowl in her hand. Trouble, stay here, I'm going to talk to Kamuro and Hirano. Okay, she said with a small smile as she watched me leave the room, where I smiled back before closing the door. The moment Shino was left alone, she put the coffee cup on the table and stood up, then slowly raised her right arm and made a gun gesture with her hand. But the moment she did that, she would begin to tremble, and then she would imagine a man's head with a hole in it, caused by a gunshot. Her panic began to take hold until she stopped making the gesture, where she would begin to have agitated breathing. Little by little, she began to breathe calmly, where said panic began to disappear. Damn it, she says, frustrated, then looks at herself in the mirror. I look terrible, she thought. The moment I left Shino in the room, I could see Hisashi, Hirano, and Kamuro on the terrace of the house where they would be standing guard. I could still hear the dog barking. It seemed like it would never shut up. Come. This is bad, Kamuro interrupted me as he handed me the binoculars. I picked up the binoculars and focused my gaze on the dog that was in front of the Humvee barking at them. The moment we approached the railing, they all pointed us in the direction they were trying to enter. This is getting ugly, I said, seeing a large number of them. Chapter 8. At that moment we stood watching the street where we could see several people being devoured by them until we stared at a boy carrying a shotgun. The boy was keeping the infected at bay, but little by little they began to surround him until, at the moment he fired and had to reload, several of them approached from behind and began to devour him. That's right, the situation is getting worse, Siko said, looking at the boy through binoculars. She had come from the kitchen after hearing the gunshots. Damn it, this makes no sense, Kamuro said in frustration as he headed inside. Kamuro, Hirano calls, what are we going to shoot them? Of course, we'll shoot them. Have you forgotten that they react to sound, Kamuro-kun? Siko said as she walked inside the house and turned off the lights. And the survivors will come here once they notice the lights and our figures. Siko is right, I said, crossing my arms and leaning against the door. Naturally, we won't be able to help those survivors. See for yourself, Siko said, handing the binoculars to Kamuro. You'll have to get used to this. Besides, this world isn't a place where you can survive on mere politeness anymore. I thought you were different, Tatsumi and Busujime-senpai. Don't misunderstand me, Kamuro-kun. Whether you like it or not, we're just telling the truth. She said this last part before starting to descend the stairs. Kamuro, you know very well that you can't always save everyone. I'm telling you from experience. I said as I let him pass. He walked past me. I know, he whispered to me. Don't let anyone see you, Hirano said. Hisashi didn't want to get involved in the conversation, but he knew perfectly well it was true, just like Hirano. The four of us approached the railing and crouched down so no one would see us. Kamuro, lend me the binoculars. He gave them to me and I quickly turned my gaze to a house at the end of the street, where in front of the enclosure I could see a father and his daughter running. When they saw the lights of the house turned on, they both went into the enclosure. With the father and the girl. Dad, where's Mom? We'll meet her later, the father said with a reassuring smile after closing the gate. Come here, okay? The girl simply stared as she watched her father approach the door. Please open the door, he yelled, banging on the door. I can't leave, I have a little girl with me. But there was no answer, so he banged again. Please open up. Go away, go somewhere else. Please, I don't care what happens to me. But the girl, my daughter, those inside the house said nothing and turned off the outside lights. Seeing that they weren't going to help, the father began to get angry. Dad. Open the door, open it or I'll break it down. He said, raising a pipe wrench. Dad, open it or knock it down. W8, I'll open it right now. Removing the bolt and opening the door. Thank you, you saved us. But he was interrupted by the man inside who plunged a knife into his stomach. I'm sorry, the man said as he removed the knife from her stomach where the girl would have been shocked by what had happened. I'm sorry, the man said as he closed the door. The father, because of the wound, began to stagger as he backed up to the wall, causing him to open the gate. Dad. Running towards him and kneeling down. Dad. Cough, I'm fine. He stroked her head once and let his hand fall, but the girl caught it first. Hide where there's no one, hide where, he said one last time as the air left his body. The girl held onto his hand as tears streamed down her face. Dad, no, I want to be with you. I want to be with you forever. The little girl said as she hugged her father tightly and tears streamed down her face. Because of the girl's cries, all of them who were nearby began to hear her. They slowly approached the girl. I couldn't resist, and the moment I saw one of them about to grab her, I quickly asked Hisashi for the crossbow and aimed at the first infected person closest to the girl, hitting him in the head. I'll go get your arrow. He handed the crossbow to Hisashi. Hirano. Understood, rock and roll, shooting at the infected near the girl. I've never used a weapon like this before and I hit him in the head. I'm a genius. Although to be fair, the distance wasn't even 100 meters. Hirano watched as they began to approach the girl, so without thinking he started shooting at them, hitting them in the head. Siko, Rei and Shino, who were awake, began to hear the gunshots. Shino, upon hearing the shot from the room, covered her ears, trying to calm herself. I'll go look for her, I said with a smile as I headed inside the house. Tatsumi, I stopped. What happened to not shooting and abandoning the survivors to save yourself? Kamuro asked with a smile and a sarcastic tone. Damn, I can't help leaving a little girl. What can I say? I said with a smile and a shrug. Hirano, you're in charge of protecting the girl and clearing a path for me. Kamuro and Hisashi, I want you to wake the girls and get things ready so we can leave. Understood, okay, I smiled and started to walk, but Hirano stopped me. Tatsumi, here, throwing me the gun just in case. Of course, I said as I picked it up and placed it behind my pants, then went into the apartment. As I was about to go downstairs, I noticed a grenade in the locker where we kept the weapons, so I picked it up and put it in my pocket. At that moment, Shino came out of the room covering his ears. Tatsumi. I'm going to rescue a little girl, I said with a smile. At that moment, Hirano fired, causing Shino to cover her ears and close her eyes in panic. I went to her and hugged her. Calm down, Hirano will keep shooting, so get inside and hold on. I'll try, that's more like it. I smiled, then started down the stairs. Be careful, I always have it. He gave a thumbs up. As I went downstairs, I saw Seiya and Siko standing in front of the door. What's happening? Seiya asked. I'm going to rescue a little girl, I said as I put on my jacket, then I'll go with you. No, I need you to stay and guard the gate and help Hisashi and Kamuro load the things into the Humvee. I'll be going on the motorcycle and Hirano will cover me. Don't worry. But... So you're going, the man has made his decision, Siko says with a smile. I'm sorry, Siko. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do it. I already knew that. Of course, we'll take care of things here. Don't worry and get out of here. Okay, Seiya, do me a favor and look after Shino. Because of the gunfire, she's trying to control her panic right now. I said as I turned off the light. Understood, don't worry, showing a thumbs up and smiling. After that, the three of us went outside where Siko prepared the gate and Seiya built a ramp at the bottom of the hill. I got on the motorcycle and started it, thus attracting the attention of all them. The moment Siko and Seiya opened the gate, I sped down toward the ramp, leaping over them all. I landed without a hitch and started heading toward the house where the girl was. Thanks to Hirano, I encountered no obstacles along the way as he eliminated them all. That boy is impressive. As I approached the house, I started skidding and hit some of them. Then I went into the house, and when I saw one of them in front of me, I jumped off the motorcycle and let him hit me hard. The moment I saw myself kill the infected, a dog barking alerted me and I saw two of them approaching the girl. I looked toward the gate where I saw more of them entering, so I quickly went there and after kicking one of them, I closed it. Stop, get away, I haven't done anything wrong, Dad, Dad, the girl cried as the dog barked at the infected person. No. The moment it came closer to bite her, I grabbed its neck and snapped it hard. The dog barked with joy and the girl looked at me. I saw another one coming from the right, so I quickly jumped and with a spin kicked the infected one in the head, sending it crashing into the wall and breaking it. Good job holding on, just hang in there a little longer. I saw another one approaching us from the back, so I quickly ran in his direction and with the crowbar I had brought with me, I hit him hard on the head, slamming him against the head. Behind you, Oniachin. I smiled, knowing full well he was behind me, and quickly drew my pistol. Without looking, I placed the muzzle against the infected man's head and fired. Thank you for helping me. I smiled, she shook her head and the dog let out a bark. And you too, pointing at the dog. With the others. While I was protecting the girl from the infected with Hirano's help, he stopped shooting when he saw we were safe, but he stayed behind to keep watch. Hirano, my dice. Takajisen, but the moment he turned around he could see Marikawa completely naked, causing blood to run from his nose and him to grab his member. Shizuke-sensei, hello, she said sleepily as she removed the first aid kit, revealing her entire body. Get ready to run, we can't stay here, we've made too much noise. Are you going to keep shooting? Seiya asked, tying her pigtails, and okay, I'll let Asada-san know, get ready to leave. Yes. While Hirano was in charge of the guard from above, the others would already be taking everything out to the street, where they would now think about how to fit everything into the Humvee and also about how I'm going to get back. Miyamoto, Seiya said as she came down the stairs with Marikawa and Shino. Let's have Busujime-senpai and Kamuro stand guard. You should help us too, Hisashi. See, Dice Hisashi. Good heavens, Shizuke-sensei, put something on, Shino said, her face flushed. Oh, that's why I was so cold. Running off to change, is the car ready? Shino asked, looking at Siko. Now would be a good time to use it, they're being drawn to Tatsumi. What should we do? Seiya asked, looking at the entire horde heading in my direction. They won't be able to get back on the motorcycle, Shino said, so all we can do is go look for him, right? Marikawa asked, sounding a little sleepy as she put on a shirt. Everyone stared at her. Did I say something strange? I have the keys. No, it's a good idea, Kamuro says. Then that's our only option, it's decided. After we pick up Tatsumi, we'll cross to the other side of the river, get ready. Seiya said with a smile, Con Tatsumi. Oniachin, Dad, I look at her and she stares at her father who suddenly starts to move. Dad. No, wait, I stopped the girl and saw that her father was one of them. I know he's your father, but I don't want you to see this. She obeyed and turned away, tears streaming down her face. I drew my pistol and approached the man. You were a good father, I promise we'll take care of her together. I said this last part before shooting him in the head. The moment his body fell, I grabbed a blanket from the clothesline and placed it over him. Now you can see. The girl turned and picked a flower, which I then gave to her. He died protecting you, he was a wonderful father. Yes, she says through tears, then places the flower on top of her father. Dad, she couldn't bear it any longer and burst into tears, clinging to me. Don't make too much noise or those things will come this way. She nodded, can't we go out? There are too many on the street. Can't we leave through another route other than the street? I don't know, but then I realized something I thought the others might. It's possible they'll come after us, but there are too many of them outside. Not even that huge car will be able to run them all over. I have to warn them, but how? I thought as I looked around until I saw their bodies lying there. I have an idea. With the others. Pack up, rescue Tatsumi and the girl and leave, Hirano said, watching the others load everything into the Humvee. Sounds good, but there are too many of them for the Humvee to handle. We need something like a tank to get over them and rescue them. What's that? Hirano asked, glancing in my direction where he saw a message written in blood. Don't come after us, I have an idea. When all them outside the fence are killed by the explosion, come as fast as you can, warning the others quickly. Wait. Hirano shouts from above. What's happening? Seiya asked. Pack everything up quickly, we'll come for them when we hear the explosion. Explosion? Shino asks. Everything's ready, everyone get in the car, Kamuro ordered, and everyone, including Hirano, climbed into the Humvee. When will I start? Marikawa asks. When you hear an explosion, drive at full speed, understood, Con Tats. Okay, here's the plan, I'll throw this. I showed him the grenade. Outwards. As soon as we do, we run and take cover. After the explosion, they'll come after us and we'll get in the car, got it? I see. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. I throw the grenade outside where I quickly grab the girl and the dog and take cover behind a couple of rocks where I hug them to protect them. Boom. The moment the dust settled, I saw that the street was completely clear, so I quickly took the girl's hand and watched as the Humvee approached with Seiko standing on the roof. Good, I smiled when I saw them. Are they your friends? The girl asks. Yes, my dear friends. At that moment, the Humvee stopped in front of us where Seiko gave us a smile. This is the last boat that will cross the river. Will you get on? Of course, I said as I opened the door and put the girl and the dog inside. Then Seiko offered her hand and I climbed onto the roof of the Humvee. The objectives have been secured. Hirano says, Sensei, Seiya orders us to get going. Okay, Marikawa said, accelerating at full speed, and because of the acceleration I fell onto Seiko's chest. I'm sorry, I said quickly as I stepped away with a nosebleed coming from my nose. It's nothing, she says with a smile, and I smile back even with the nosebleed. After a few minutes of travel, I decided to rest a little, so I went inside the Humvee, where upon entering I saw practically everyone sleeping except Marikawa, who was driving, and Shino, who was at the very back looking out the window. When she saw me, she moved aside to make room for me. I smiled at that and sat down next to her. I didn't mind sitting next to her, but the space was so cramped that I felt a little uncomfortable, especially since I was only wearing my unbuttoned shirt and underwear. Marikawa, do you want me to drive? I'll rest a bit. No, I'm fine, you should rest, Tatsumi-kun. Okay, fine, I need it. Rest well, Shino, I said, looking at her with a smile. She smiled back and I rested my head against the window and closed my eyes. When Shino noticed that I had instantly fallen asleep, she leaned on my shoulder until she closed her eyes too and fell asleep next to me. Chapter 9. At this moment at the floating airport, an airplane was preparing to take off where the co-pilot heads to the cockpit where his partner, the pilot, would be sitting. I've finished checking the passengers. None of them are injured or infected, and none of them are dead. Sitting next to the pilot and putting on their helmets. You have family in Tokyo, right? Nobody's answering my calls. Turning on the microphone. Takanasu Tower JX-089. Ready for takeoff. JX-089 Takanasu Tower. Please wait on runway 34. We have a problem. While the plane waited to take off because the runway was occupied by them, elsewhere in the airport, a sniper could be seen aiming at one of them, accompanied by a man. What a strange face, the woman says. He's an actor. He came to Takanasu for a film project. Distance 450. Angle of elevation 6. The wind is negligible. No correction is needed. You have permission to shoot. Upon hearing her partner's order, the woman, without hesitating for a second, pressed the trigger of her sniper rifle, hitting the infected man in the head. After shooting the first one, all of them who were nearby went after both of them because of the noise. But the woman killed each of them one by one, thus clearing the trail. Good work. The targets on the track have been eliminated. Over, what are you doing? The teammate asks, seeing the woman get up and massage her breasts. I've been lying on my breasts all morning. They're numb. I wouldn't mind giving you a massage. If you could shoot better than me, then I wouldn't mind, she said as she took off her vest. Better than you? Who's among the top 5 shooters in the nation? It's impossible. Then give up. Anyway, it's hard to believe that they were able to reach the floating airport. Hasn't entry been restricted? Yes, only important people, airport technicians, and their families are allowed in. Some of them must have been infected. The situation is under control now, but for how long? If we hadn't been assigned here for a counterterrorism mission, who knows what would have happened? Although we don't have an unlimited supply of weapons. Are you thinking of running away? The woman asks with a smile. Of course not, at least not now. I'll go to the city, eventually, she said, unbuttoning her jacket. Do you have a boyfriend there? Just a friend, she said, remembering Marikawa, with Tatsumi and the others. Dawn had already broken in the city of Takanasu and we had not yet reached the river we planned to cross. I was slowly waking up and the first thing I felt was that my body was heavier. Then I saw Shino sleeping on my shoulder. I stared at her for a while. She had such a sweet face. But then I noticed her shirt was still unbuttoned, revealing the shape of her breasts, which made me blush slightly. I kept watching and saw a drop of sweat trickle down her chest, causing me to swallow hard and a drop of blood to fall from my nose. Get a grip, I thought as I shook my head and wiped away the blood. Shino, wake up. Good morning, Tatsumi, rubbing his eyes. Good morning, did you sleep well? I asked with a smile. Yes, she says sleepily, nodding. I'm glad. I'm going outside for some fresh air. You go wake the others up. I went out through the top hatch and sat down to get some fresh air. It felt great, really, but a few minutes later the girl, whose name is Alice, came out and sat on top of me. What's wrong, Alice? I asked. I was bored. Oniachin, what does hex mean? Seiya Wanachin and Shino Wanachin were talking about it. She tilted her head adorably as she looked at me. Huh. I looked at Alice, surprised by her question. How could you talk about such things in front of a child? I thought as I looked at Alice, who was still waiting for an answer. That means thits. I looked around for something to distract Alice, but I didn't see anything until I saw one of them walking with an acoustic guitar in his hands. God, thank you for this gift, it's perfect, I thought. I got Alice off me and hit the car several times to make Marikawa slow down. At that moment, I jumped towards the infected man and kicked him to the ground. I quickly took his guitar and returned to the roof of the car. Okay, Alice, would you like me to play something for you? Yeah. I tuned my guitar while trying to remember a song, and all I could think about was thanking my father for teaching me in my free time. Just then, Marikawa drove into the river, so to pass the time I started playing. When I finished, Seiya and Shino were watching me with amazement, although I didn't notice them, while Alice looked at me with a sparkle in her eyes. You like me? Yes, I loved it, she said with a big smile, then jumped on me and I started tickling her. I turned around and saw Seiya and Shino staring at me with surprised expressions. Is something wrong? It just so happens that you suddenly have a natural musical talent, Seiya says. Oh, that. My father used to teach me to play various instruments when he came home from work and had some free time. I smiled, then glanced at them, and stopped talking about that in front of a child. Oh well, that was Shino tried to explain, but only looked away with a deep blush just like Seiya. Wake up, we're about to cross the river. Marikawa calls from inside. Those who were still asleep began to wake up and Marikawa crossed the river without problems, but upon reaching the end he hit a rock causing Alice and me to be thrown off the roof, so I hugged Alice and took the full impact. Next time I'm driving, I stood up with Alice on my back and went over to the girls. You'd better get changed. They agreed to my proposal, so I handed Alice over to Shino and they all went to the back of the Humvee, where they started putting on clothes Marikawa had brought. The rest of us were waiting in the front. And that girl is, Kamuro asks, Mersato Alice, she's a second-grade student, her father is a newspaper reporter. Well, he was, I said, looking away, and your mother? Her father said they would meet with her later. We all remained silent until suddenly the girls let out a shout of joy. Kamuro, Tatsumi, and Hisashi, it's time to do our thing. Hirano said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. I already told you no. Hisashi says no. I might have said yes before, but right now I don't want to die, I said, a bead of sweat forming on my brow. Just then the dog barked. As hysterical as ever, I said as I picked him up. Hey, don't bark so much, Zeke, Hirano said. Zeke, Hisashi asks, that's his name. Zeke was the nickname the American Navy gave to the Risen during the Pacific War, right? I asked, that's how it is. You really are small and fast. The name suits you perfectly, Kamuro said. Zeke let out a bark and started wagging his tail. Use this, Kamuro, Hirano said, handing him the shotgun. It's a shotgun, so just aim for the head. I already told you I don't know how to use these things. It would be better if I used a bat. It's possible, but Hisashi has the crossbow, Tatsumi the pistol, and I have the rifle. You need some firepower to protect yourself in case the bat doesn't do the trick. Watch. Reloading the shotgun after you load the shells. While Hirano explained to Kamuro how to use the shotgun, I lay down on the grass, closed my eyes, and let the breeze relax me. Then I felt someone approaching. I opened one eye and saw it was Shino in his new clothes. Is something wrong? She says, blushing slightly when she notices me staring at her without saying anything. And no, it's just that you look very pretty, I said with a blushing face as I looked away. We both remained silent out of embarrassment. Oniachin. Alice shouts and we all look at them in surprise. What, is there a problem? Ray asked. No, you look fine, Hisashi said, then pointed the gun. But oh, do you know how to use that thing? Well, Hirano-kun can teach me. While everyone was talking, I could see how Shino, upon seeing the weapons, turned around and began to breathe deeply. Okay, I asked as I placed my hand on her back and moved it to relax her. Yes, I'm fine, don't worry, it's just that I have to get used to this. Don't worry, I know that one day your panic will disappear, and I'll help you achieve it, I said with a smile. Tatsumi, thank you. She smiles. After everyone was ready, Seiya ordered us to drive the Humvee up to the road, so Hisashi, Hirano, Kamuro, and I climbed to the top where we observed that there was no one there. Clear, get in. I shouted. The moment I gave the signal, Marikawa started the Humvee and climbed the slope perfectly. It seems they didn't try to block the river, Seiya said, looking through binoculars. As reported in the news, it has spread all over the world, Siko says. But I'm sure there are still police officers left, Ray said. That's right, Japanese police officers are very dedicated, Seiya said with a smile, trying to cheer Ray up. What will we do now? Marikawa asked. Seiya, don't you live on the 2nd Street of Higashisaka? I asked. Yeah, then Seiya's house is the closest. But Yes, I know I don't have much hope. But she was about to continue, but I interrupted her. That's not what I meant. I was going to say that your father might kill me for bringing his daughter home late after 3 days. I said with a smile, scratching the back of my neck. Seiya understood what I was trying to say and smiled back. Sometimes you're such an idiot, Seiya said, still smiling. I can't help it, that's just how I am, I said, stroking her head. They're alive. Yeah, once everyone was ready and we saw that the coast was clear, we decided to head towards Seiya's house since it was the closest. Right now we'd be driving through the streets where I was sitting on the roof of the Humvee with Shino. What's wrong? Shino asks when she sees me staring at the sky for a long time. We haven't seen any helicopters or planes, even though we saw so many yesterday. Everything will be alright, right? Yes, definitely. Hey Tatsumi, have you noticed? Noticed that. We haven't seen any of them since last night, it's true. Everything was calm as if nothing were happening. You could see the cherry blossoms beginning to fall as it was that time of year. I couldn't help it, and feeling the breeze and the tranquility, I slowly began to close my eyes. It's them. Hirano suddenly shouts. I open my eyes and see a horde of them in front of us. Forward and to the right, distance 300. Turn right, Seiya orders. Okay, turning sharply to the right, but there were more of them at the end of the street. There are some here too, damn it. Turn left, left. Marikawa obeyed and turned left, and with each turn we encountered more and more of them, something we didn't understand. At that point we were driving along a straight stretch of road which was teeming with them, so we decided to run them over. As we were running over the group of them, I hugged Shino to protect her, but then I realized something. Stop, there's a cable. The moment Marikawa saw the cable, he made a sharp turn where we would hit the cable on the right side of the Humvee, but because of the blood the car did not stop. Why doesn't he stop? The tires are locked. Release the brake and accelerate a little. Marikawa obeyed and suddenly accelerated, heading straight for the wall, but she braked abruptly, sending Shino flying. I quickly jumped towards her and hugged her in midair, then took the impact myself. Shit again, that hurt. Tatsumi, are you okay? Yes, bud. Just then I could see the horde of them slowly advancing towards us, so I quickly grabbed Shino and put her under me, then looked at Hirano who came out of the Humvee's hatch. Hirano, the M16 here, throwing me the gun, good, catching the weapon in midair and reloading it, cover your ears and eyes, why yes. Without a second thought, I started shooting at all the infected that approached, hitting them all in the head. Hirano from the hatch also started firing, and Siko, Kamuro, Rei, and Hisashi got out of the Humvee and began killing everyone around us. Out of ammo, I yelled, there are no more left for the M16. Shit. I quickly put the M16 on my back and got up from the ground next to Shino, who was covering her ears to try not to hear the gunshots. We headed to the Humvee and I left the M16 with Shino inside. Stay here, I said, holding the door. She nodded, a little frightened. Before closing it, I noticed 2 baseball bats, so I grabbed one, closed the door, and saw that Hisashi was out of arrows. Siko, cover Hisashi while he gathers his arrows. Understood, she says before hitting one of them hard. Hirano, you take care of protecting us from up there. Understood. Kamuro, Rei, the 3 of us have to do everything we can to keep them away from the Humvee. Okay, here we go. Without a second thought, we all launched into the attack, slowly but surely starting to kill them. But every time we killed one, another appeared as if there were no end in sight. What the hell? The engine stopped and I can't start it. Marikawa said desperately as she tried to start the Humvee. What are you doing, Takagi-san? I'm going to pick up the weapon. Kamuro dropped and use it. W8. It's dangerous, Shino says, but is interrupted by Hirano who fires a shot with his weapon, causing Shino to panic, cover his ears, and close his eyes. Yes, I know, Seiya said as she got out of the Humvee and looked at the entire horde, then picked up the shotgun. Do you know how to use it? I asked as I punched one of them. I'm a genius, she said while looking at me, but suddenly one of them appeared in front of her. Before the infected could get any closer to Seiya, I quickly appeared beside it and aimed my gun at the left side of its head. Without hesitation, I fired, causing a liquid to spill onto Seiya. No, I'm not a coward, I'm not a coward, she yelled, firing at them. I'm not going to die, none of us will die here, my house is just around the corner. Seiya shouted as she fired at them. It was already getting dark and we were all losing strength, ammunition was slowly running low. Many of us started using our weapons as if we were in hand-to-hand combat. At that moment I was completely exhausted and leaned against the Humvee door where I noticed Shino on the other side. I placed my hand on the glass and she did the same and we both smiled. But just then a bark snapped us out of our trance, and then we saw Zeke come out of the Humvee compartment and head towards one of them where he would bite his leg. I was surprised by what the dog had just done, but I also understood what he was trying to do. I looked at Shino one last time and smiled, but my eyes were worried, something Shino understood perfectly. Wait, Tatsumi, don't do it, Shino shouted from inside the car, but I ignored her. Damn it, Tatsumi, this is all my fault. If I weren't panicking now, she said, frustrated and tearful. But at that moment she would touch the spare baseball bat where she would stare at it for a while until an idea occurred to her. Meanwhile, knowing what I had to do, I approached Seiya from behind where she was about to hit several of them with the shotgun. But before she could do anything, I stopped her by grabbing the shotgun. Tatsumi, come on, let a man do his thing, taking a few steps forward. What are you going to do? She asks in a worried tone. Same as Zeke, I said with a smile, looking at her before turning to them. I gripped the baseball bat tightly and let out a loud yell to get their attention. H. Without thinking twice, I launched myself against them where I started hitting them to make my way to the other side. I'm behind you, Tatsumi, Siko shouts. Me too, Kamuro says. I could see Kamuro and Siko join me, hitting every infected person we came across, and the 3 of us gradually made it to the other side of the horde. A Sadasen. The moment I heard Seiya scream calling Shino's name, I looked back and could see her running towards me while hitting them as best she could. You idiot. What are you doing? The same as you. Just then one of them appeared behind Shino, about to bite her neck, but before it could get close I positioned the bat so it would bite it. Then it started pulling upwards, splitting its head in two, starting at the jaw. You're crazy, did you know that? I said with a smile. She didn't say anything and just smiled back. Here, this way. She shouted loudly to get the Horde's attention. Come here, let's go here. Siko, Kamuro, go up those stairs. Pointing to a set of stairs on the left side of the road. We'll go this way. Pointing to the right to get their attention. Understood. The four of us quickly split up and Siko and Kamuro went up the stairs I'd told them to take, while Shino and I went up the other ones. As soon as we got to the top, we started banging on the railing to get their attention, but they ignored us. Are they still? Damn it, I said come this way. I yelled angrily, slamming the bat against the railing until it cracked. But they ignored us and continued walking towards the others. The four of us could see Hirano taking Alice out of the Humvee compartment. Come here, Kotachin. You and Zeke must jump to the other side of the cable. And the others will be there soon. Liar, you have the same look my dad had when he died. He died even though he said he was fine. No, I don't want to be alone. I want to be with you and Oniachin and the girls forever. Forever and ever, don't leave me alone. Please, please. Alice screamed at the top of her lungs, tears streaming down her face. We were all silent as we listened to Alice's pleas, but Hirano couldn't let her die, so he prepared to throw her off. But just then a scream from someone on the other end of the cable stopped Hirano. Duck down. Suddenly a crowd of people appeared out of nowhere and began spraying pressurized water on the group of them while helping our friends. They're saved, Shino says. Who are they? I don't think they're from the fire department, I said. The four of us who were standing apart from the others focused our attention on our friends, where one of the people who was wearing a fireman's uniform would take off his helmet, revealing a very beautiful woman. She's Seiya's mother, I'm glad, I said with a smile. I could see how Seiya, the moment she saw her mother, rushed towards her, giving her a strong hug where she would shed tears of happiness. They're saved. On the other hand, our situation doesn't look very good. I don't think they're coming to help us, Shino said. Let's take a shortcut. I know this area well. I glanced at Siko and Kamuro. We'll take a shortcut. We'll meet at Seiya's mansion. Okay, be careful. Kamuro shouts to me from the other side, and then we both run away from the place. We have to go. I glanced one last time at the others where Seiya was looking at us. I'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for you at my house. Seiya shouted at the top of her lungs and I smiled. Then Shino and I ran out of there. Chapter 10. Having escaped the horde that was chasing us, Shino and I began to wander the streets hoping to reach Seiya's mansion. But every time we turned a corner or intersection, a group of them appeared. Damn, here too. It looks like we won't be able to get to the second street from here, Shino said. Let's head back for now. None of them appeared on the way here. Without thinking twice, we retraced our steps to see if we could find another clear street. We could both see Seiya's mansion in the distance, but despite walking through several streets, we never got close. Even though Seiya's house is right there, so close and yet so far. There has to be a clear street we can pass through. I hope Kamuro-kun and Busujime-senpai are doing better. Yes, I hope so. We started climbing a slope hoping it would be clear, and I remembered that we had passed a motorcycle shop earlier. Shino, I have an idea. We quickly headed to the street where we had driven the Humvee and went into the motorcycle shop where it would be clear of them. I'll find a motorcycle. Get everything we might need, Shino. A motorcycle would be nice, but it could be dangerous, don't you think? Anyway, we're not on a date, she said sarcastically while looking at a poster. I looked at it and smiled. If it were a date, I'd at least like it to be in the old world. Yes, me too. She walks to the back of the store. How about this? She asks, turning on the light to reveal a buggy. It's perfect. You can also cross the water, I said, looking at the brochure. So is this better than motorcycles? That's debatable, I said with a smile, then loaded our things and sat in the driver's seat. This will help us get there faster. Get in, it's time to go. Shino sat in the back and I started the car. We sped out of the store and now we're driving down a hill watching the sunset. This has gotten interesting. Yes, that's right, I said as I evaded the infected. So what's our next stop? She asked, holding her hair back from the wind. You have a plan, right? Yes, but it could get too interesting. Oh heavens, I never get bored when I'm with you. Subjectate, I increased my speed as I descended the slope and headed towards some stairs. The moment we hit the bottom of the stairs, we could see all of them chasing us start tumbling down. So they don't know how to go down the stairs or use the handrails, huh? It seems so, but we could see how all the infected who had fallen to the ground began to get up without a scratch. I don't think it's that different. If that were the case, it would be much easier. In that case, accelerating at full speed towards the river. What do you plan to do, Tatsumi? I'll take advantage of this thing's amphibious capabilities. Amphibian. I suddenly turned towards the river where I used a rock as a ramp, falling into the water and splashing us both. I couldn't help but laugh with excitement, then turned to Shino. Sorry, that was fun. I turned to look at Shino. Shino, are you alright, huh? I noticed how her entire top was soaked, revealing her bra. I swallowed hard, staring at her breasts. She noticed and quickly covered herself, her face flushed. I'm a girl, you know, why yes, I'm sorry. Pervert, she whispers as she looks at me with a frown. I got a little nervous because of their stares and started driving a little way toward the middle of the river, letting the current carry us along while we watched as they couldn't cross. A few seconds later, I saw them turn around and leave. Sigh, they're gone. A man whose size isn't attractive, Shino whispers in my ear. Why yes, but Shino, you're too close. And she realized her clothes were still soaked and quickly covered her breasts. I didn't say anything, I just blushed and quickly started driving toward a sandbank. Once there, I parked the car and sat on the sand with my back to Shino. Using the sandbank was a good idea, Shino said. I remember when I was a child, Kamuro and I were told time and time again not to come and play here because of the depth of the water and the strong current. Well, whether this plan works or not, we need to rest now. You're right, if you want I'll stay on guard, you should rest, but he was interrupted by Shino, who let out a small sneeze. I'm sorry, I think my body is getting cold. Oh, about earlier, I reached for my backpack and pulled out one of my white t-shirts. You can use this for now. Thank you, she said with a smile. I turned away slightly so I wouldn't have to look, and Shino proceeded to put on her shirt. You can look now. I turned around and couldn't help but be surprised by how beautiful she looked. Do I look strange? And no, actually it's the opposite. White looks great on you, it makes your eyes stand out. Thank you, she said, blushing as she played with her hair. You always saw me as a girl, even knowing my panic. Well okay, I'm a girl. We remained silent for a few seconds until a question popped into my head. Shino, do you like anyone? This is something sudden. No, what am I saying? Forget it. I said nervously as I turned around to look at the scenery. There is a man I like, Shino said as I gazed at the scenery. The moment I heard that, I couldn't help but look away. Why don't we go? There aren't many left. Yes, you're right. Night was slowly falling as Shino and I returned to the city, driving through a neighborhood on our way to Seiya's mansion. The problem was that the road was full of them, making the journey difficult. There are too many of them again. It'll be just like the sandbank if we continue like this. We'll know after the next corner. He turned sharply to the right where a park could be seen in the distance. A park, we're not going there to play. I increased my speed and drove towards the fountain in the center of the park, causing the car to enter the pond, and we got wet again from the fall. Do you enjoy getting women wet that much? She asks, a little annoyed. Please take the tape out of the backpack. She handed it to me, and I started twisting the strap around the accelerator, then hooked it onto one of the bars so it would spin in only one direction. Because of that, the buggy started spinning around the fountain, attracting all them. I see, you're using noise to attract them, and then if we take the east exit, we'll be behind Seiya's house. And I'd rather not use the gun because of the echo, so yes, you'd better use this, handing me the baseball bat. Okay, stay behind me. I jumped out of the buggy and charged straight at one of them, hitting him hard on the head. At that moment, another one of them approached me from my right, but in a swift motion, I pointed the bat at him. You stink, there's a lady with us, at least wash your hair. Giving him a hard blow to the head, sending him flying towards the fountain. Incredible, Shino whispers. Now I won't hold back. While I was clearing the path, Shino followed behind me until she started to pull ahead when she saw there weren't any of them. But the moment she approached the dark part of the path, she saw some children transformed into them, causing her to freeze in place. What are you doing? Shino, get out of the way. But she wouldn't listen to me and would remain motionless, staring at the children with a bewildered face. What's wrong with you? Shino. Quickly, before the boy could reach Shino, I pulled her close and covered her ears. Then I drew my pistol and pointed it at the boy, firing without hesitation. We have to get out of here. If I remember correctly, your apartment is nearby. Let's go. He grabbed Shino's hand and ran out of the place. Hurry. After running out of the park on the west side, we started walking through the neighborhood, still holding Shino's hand. She remained silent the entire way until we finally arrived at Shino's apartments. We quickly went upstairs and headed to the second door from the left, where Shino typed in a code and the door opened. We both went inside and I blocked the door with a piece of furniture while Shino sat on the bed with a worried expression. What happened earlier, Shino? I asked, looking at her, but she didn't look up and didn't say anything. It'll be risky to go out tonight. Let's wait here until morning. I went to the back window and drew the blind and curtain so no survivors would know we were inside because of the light. Then I took Shino's dry clothes out of my backpack and placed them on the small table. Your clothes are dry now. She looked at me and I went to the kitchen, closing the door behind me to give her privacy. I started checking if I had everything in my backpack. Then I heard Shino changing. Through the translucent fabric of the door, I could see Shino's silhouette as she undressed. Okay, she said from the other side. I waited a few seconds and opened the door where she was sitting on the edge of the bed. Ah, what a relief, I said as I sat down on the floor. I found one, Shino. What did you find? Do you want to know? I said, taking it out of my backpack. Apparently Marikawa's friend bought it earlier and I specifically grabbed the backpack it was in. This. I handed her a can, she took it not knowing what it was, so I leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "It's a can of spaghetti with tomato sauce just for you, Shinosama." She was a little surprised, then started to laugh. "Oh, you. Don't laugh, they're very hard to find," I said, playing along. "Yes, I know," I smiled. I'm really glad," she said, smiling but still a little worried. After that, Shino remained seated, putting on a worried face again while I lay down on the floor. "You never ask anything, do you?" she says, looking away from me. "If you say that, then this must be very serious," I said as I sat down and leaned against the wall. "Perhaps this means nothing to you," she looked at me, "but would you listen to me for a moment?" I remained silent as I looked at her. Right at that moment, panic returned. "Was it because you saw those children? Although it was problematic, that wasn't the reason. When we were on the sandbank, you asked me if I liked anyone. WLTH, that was. Okay, I'm a girl, I like men, but I never told him how I felt. I never thought I was good enough to tell him, but I'm sure you could get whoever you wanted, Shino. Tell me, could you hold the hands of a murderer?" She asked suddenly, something that surprised me, but then I put on a serious face. "You know, I killed someone. 5 years ago, my mother and I went to a post office in Tohoku." Everything was quiet until a strange man entered the place. The media said the assailant died because his gun jammed. But in reality, I shot him dead. 5 years ago, I was 11 years old. Ever since then, I vomit or faint when I see a firearm. That's the cause of my panic attacks. When I see a gun, I can see the face of the man I killed. And I feel fear, a lot of fear. But yes, in GGO, when you invited me to play it, I didn't have any problems at the time. That's why I thought that if I managed to become the strongest in that world, I'd be even stronger in the real world. That I could forget those memories, but with all this, do you think a girl like me can have normal feelings like love?" she asked, looking at me, waiting for an answer, but I remained silent. "I have killed someone too," I said, my head bowed, while Shino looked at me in surprise. "It was 3 years ago. A boy forced a girl into an alley where he threatened her and tried to grape her." I clenched my fist tightly and took a breath. "I happened to be passing by and saw everything without thinking twice. I grabbed a pipe wrench from the ground and hit him over the head. At the time, I thought that if I left him alive, he'd do it to another girl, so anger took hold of me, and I hit him again and again until he couldn't move anymore. I forced myself to forget what I had done. And the girl, she ran away the moment I killed the man. I could see the complete terror on her face, not because of the boy who was about to grape her, but because of me, because of a murderer. Tatsumi. He approached me and placed his hands on my shoulders. Tell me one thing, how did you overcome those memories? How did you stop them from controlling your life? How can you be so strong now? I haven't gotten over it. Every night I have a dream where I see the boy I killed over and over again. I can barely sleep. His face all disfigured, his voice, his words, I'll never be able to forget him. And no, it can't be so. What can I do? She said haltingly, starting to tremble. I placed one of my hands on top of one of hers. But Shino, I think it's necessary. I needed to accept what killing him meant, to carry that burden and keep thinking about it. That's the least I can do to atone for my sin. Accept it, keep thinking about it, yes. Thinking about the people you've saved in exchange for having killed that person. I always think that thanks to me that girl survived and possibly has a family. Thinking about that, I can atone for my sin. Shino stared at me for a while I looked away, until suddenly she took my hand and gently touched my cheek, making me look at her, and then she gave me a beautiful smile. Do you want to sleep with me? Yes, I said with a small smile. After a few hours, Shino and I were lying in the only bed available. She was peacefully asleep while I stayed awake to keep watch. I sighed, then looked at Shino. She's so cute when she sleeps, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Shino, thank you. XXX. The next day, early in the morning as the sun slowly rose, Shino and I were already up and ready to leave. I slowly opened the door and saw that the place was completely empty. Let's go back to the street we were on before. Seiya's house is a 30-minute walk from here, I said as I left the apartment, followed by Shino, who closed the door behind her. Okay, I'll follow you. But just as I passed the door of the adjacent apartment, one of them lunged at me abruptly. This caused me to drop the bat, which fell over the railing, and also the pistol, which landed near Shino. You bastard, I said through gritted teeth as I struggled with the infected man. Tatsumi. Shino quickly tried to do everything she could to get the infected person off me, but with a swift movement, it pushed her to the ground near the gun. Seeing the gun, she grabbed it without hesitation and pointed it at the infected person from the ground. The moment she did that, she began to tremble and her heartbeat quickened, causing panic to grip her. As she tried to control the panic, she pictured the head of the man she had killed. No, not again. She shook her head to erase the image of the man. I needed to accept what killing him meant, to carry that weight and keep thinking about it. That's the least I can do to atone for my sin. Remembering her words from last night, she continued to accept it. To think of the people I saved, my mom and everyone at the post office. Gradually, the panic that was in Shino began to disappear, and then she got up from the ground while taking off her glasses, which she then pointed at the infected person. I was slowly losing strength and the infected was about to bite my neck. But just millimeters away, a gunshot echoed through the area and then I saw the infected fall to the ground dead. I looked at the dead body and then turned my gaze to Shino, who was breathing heavily but had a smile on her face. When I saw that she had overcome her panic and was okay, I smiled back. Here, handing me the gun, the moment I picked it up she fell to her knees and began to breathe deeply. "Are you okay?" I asked as I crouched down. She looked up at me. "Yes, this is my first step. Yes, and you did very well helping her up. We have to go. That gunshot must have attracted more people." Yes, we quickly went down the stairs of the apartments where I picked up the baseball bat and we both started running through the streets towards Seiya's house. "Tatsumi," Shino said suddenly. I stopped and she took my hand. "You'll take responsibility for this, right?" she asked with a beautiful smile, tightening her grip. "Exactly what I had in mind," I said with a smile. After that, we both started walking towards Seiya's house, and as we crossed an intersection, we ran into Siko and Kamuro. Once the four of us were together, we were almost at the mansion. The first to greet us was Alice along with Zeke, where she rushed towards Siko and Kamuro, giving them a hug, and then went to me and Shino. "Oniachan, Wanachan. I'm glad you're okay, Alice," I said as I returned the hug. Little by little, all our friends started to come to welcome us until finally Seiya's mother, Takagi Yuriko, came and greeted me with a hug. "I'm glad you're okay, Tatsumi-kun." "I'm glad to see you too, Yuriko Akasan," I said with a smile as I returned the hug. I called Seiya's mother Akasan because my family and Seiya's were very close. Many times while my parents were at work, I would stay at Seiya's house where her mother would look after us. I was so happy that she was safe, but at one point Seiya's mother said something I didn't quite understand. It was "I'm sorry" while she continued hugging me. I was very confused by it, so I pulled away from her and I could see in her eyes a slight touch of pity and sadness and at the same time gratitude. I don't understand why she was looking at me like that. Although I understand that the gratitude was for bringing Seiya back safely, I still don't understand the rest. I was going to ask what was happening, but Yuriko quickly hugged me again, this time tightly while crying uncontrollably. It seemed like she had been holding back her tears. I don't know if it was from joy at seeing me or something else. "I'm sorry," he murmured to me. Why does she feel that way?" I asked anxiously and desperately. She started to cry and clung to me again. Everyone else was confused, even Seiya, who probably didn't know she had her mother either. I'm sorry," she keeps repeating to me. My eyes start to fill with tears. I don't know why, but it's like I've lost something precious to me. "Tatsumi-kun, why your parents have died?" "What?" I asked incredulously as tears began to fall down my cheeks. Chapter 11. 3 days had passed, and I found myself locked in one of the rooms Yuriko had given me to rest in after learning of my parents' tragic death. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I was completely depressed and had no strength left to do anything. Shino called me every hour to come out, but I just stayed silent. In the middle of the night, I finally decided to leave the room. As I stepped outside, I sighed with a smile when I saw Shino sleeping beside me. I crouched down next to her and gently stroked her cheek to wake her. "You'll catch a cold," I murmured in her ear. She only moved slightly. She was still asleep, so I picked her up and gently placed her on my bed to make her more comfortable. I felt thirsty after putting her down, so I went to the kitchen to get a drink from the fridge and then headed out to the terrace off my room. Without making any noise so as not to wake Shino, I reached the terrace where I settled on the railing to see the camp that Seiya's father had set up and also to see the city in complete disarray. This is shit. Just then, hands encircled my chest. I knew exactly who it was. After all, not just anyone gets a hug like that. It was Shino hugging me from behind. I'm honestly surprised she's not crazy after being locked up for 3 days. "Sorry if I woke you up," I said, without taking my eyes off the city and taking a sip of my drink. "It doesn't matter. What's important is how you are." "Would you believe me if I told you I'm okay?" "Depends." "Well, I'm fine, not great, but I'm betters." "I believe you. It's normal to feel this way. Take all the time you need." "Thank you, and I'm sorry if I worried you and the others." Placing one of my hands on top of one of hers and caressing it. "You don't have to apologize. I'll stay by your side no matter what." "Shino," I turned to face her. "I have messed up so many times that I can't bear to see another death. I don't want anyone to die, especially you. If I were to lose you, I lowered my head and looked away. She cupped my face so I would look at her. "You've helped me overcome my panic in this horrible world. You stayed by my side even knowing my fear, even knowing you'd be insulted by others. You're wonderful, Tatsumi." She cupped my head on both sides, focusing my gaze on Shino. "So if you fight, I'll fight. If you fall, I'll fall with you. If you die, I'll die with you. No matter what happens, I'll be by your side because I love you." She suddenly brought her face closer to mine and we both came together in a deep kiss, something that surprised me, but at the same time I felt like I was in paradise. Little by little I began to reciprocate. When I kissed her and felt her lips, it was as if all the pain I had been holding inside vanished, no matter what. I could feel how soft and sweet Shino's lips were while she felt mine, soft and full. Although the kiss was somewhat awkward, it was our first kiss. Now I felt like a beginner and let myself go. The kiss grew more and more passionate, and I took her by the waist as she wrapped her slender arms around my neck. We broke apart for air, a thin strand of saliva connecting us. She was blushing deeply, and so was I. Shino, I love you and I will protect you with my life if necessary. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. I promise, Baka, I'll stay by your side forever too, I promise. He smiles. I kissed her again and we stayed like that for the next few minutes, both of us lost in our own world where nothing else mattered, just her and me kissing. After a few minutes, we separated and pressed our foreheads together, gazing into each other's eyes. You need to take a good shower, she says, then lets out a little laugh. Yes, you're absolutely right, I laugh. I hugged her and we stayed like that for a few minutes. Then Shino stayed in my bed waiting for me to get out of the shower. It really felt wonderful. After getting out of the shower and putting on my boxers, I got into bed where Shino laid her head on my chest to sleep more comfortably. Tomorrow we'll have to talk to the others about whether to stay or not, I said, putting my right arm behind my head and petting Shino with the other. You're right, plus we need to talk to the people at the camp. Do you think they are still people? That's right, how do you know? I knew it when Seiya's father killed her best friend in front of everyone, although I know it's a waste of time. Yes, but at least we have to try. Yes, I'll go with Kamuro and Seiya. Hirano might join us, let's see if we can convince them. And the others, how are they? They're fine, just worried about you. Even though the adults don't know what to do, they treat us like children and they don't even know what we're going through. Well, about that, I saw it coming. Being in a shelter from the beginning, they don't know what it's like to be outside and anything else. Well, I think Busujime-senpai and Kamuro-kun are having something going on. Yufufu, I actually saw that coming, and the fact that they look very similar, well, maybe I can help you with that, I'm an expert. I said confidently, you an expert, it took you so long to tell me you loved me. Well, that's because of the circumstances, things change, I said, scratching my cheek. Although it was hard for you too, I added with a mischievous look. Shut up, Baka, she says, blushing and looking away. Good evening, Ice Sniper. I said the last part with a mocking tone. Good night, Baka, settling down on my chest where we both fell asleep. XXX. The next morning, I slowly woke up and noticed that Shino wasn't beside me. I assumed she had already gone downstairs for breakfast and left me to sleep a little longer, so I got dressed and started downstairs where I ran into Kamuro coming down as well. Good morning, Kamuro, I said as I stood beside him. Tatsumi, he says with a smile, and we bump fists in greeting. How are you feeling? Better yet, please forgive us for worrying you. The important thing is that you're okay, nothing else matters, he said with a smile, and I smiled back until the sound of something falling caught our attention. We looked up to see two men carrying a box. Idiot, you're going too fast, lifting the box. Here we go. Let us help you, I said as I approached with Kamuro. Okay. This job is for adults. Adults, Kamuro asks, you children should rest, what's happening to them? They don't want us to worry, but I said as I watched the men walk away until two people approached us. Don't let it affect you, Siko said. Kamuro and I turned around and saw that Siko and Shino were wearing kimonos. Is something wrong? Siko asked since we were both speechless when we saw them. Tatsumi, are you okay? Shino asked while licking a caramel apple. Why yes, it's just that you look so beautiful, Shino couldn't help but blush at that. Besides, where did you get that caramel apple? The cooks at the mansion asked us if we wanted anything and I couldn't resist ordering one. Want some? Say ah, offering to lick a little. This is delicious, I said after taking a bite, then looked at Siko and Kamuro. Look at this, I whispered to Shino. Kamuro, don't you think Siko looks really cute? Well, it actually looks really good on her. Kamuro said, scratching his cheek and looking away, causing Siko to blush. No, I didn't mean to say anything weird. Oh no, I didn't think that. Shino and I, who were watching this, couldn't help but burst out laughing, and then Kamuro and Siko joined in. After a few seconds, Alice came running towards us, but she seemed worried. Oniachan, Alice shouted, gasping for breath. Quick, come with me. What's wrong, Alice? I asked as I crouched down. Kotachan is in trouble. The four of us quickly followed Alice and could see Hirano grabbing the weapons while he was surrounded by several guards from Seiya's mansion. We could also see Seiya and the others at the scene. But the one who caught my attention was the man standing in front of the guards, the man in charge of all this. Seiya's father, Takagi Suikaru, who was accompanied by Yuriko. You must have suffered quite a bit on your way here, so you won't hand over those weapons no matter what. Suikaru asked, looking at Hirano seriously. All my friends didn't join their conversation because of his intimidating presence. No, I don't want to do it. Without a gun, I'd go back to how I was before. I'll be the person I used to be. I've finally found something I'm good at. And what are you good at? Answer me in it. Well, Seiya was about to answer at that moment, but she would be interrupted by me who appeared behind everyone. To protect your daughter, I shouted as I approached. Upon hearing my voice, they turned around and smiled when they saw that I was all right. I, on the other hand, did not take my eyes off Suikaru and walked between them, then stood in front of him. Tatsumi, Hirano said. I looked back and showed a smile. I apologize for being absent these past few days. I'm glad everyone is well. Tatsumika-kun, Suikaru said, looking at me with a serious expression. I'm glad to see you and I'm so sorry about what happened with your parents. They were my best friends. I'm truly sorry, but please explain. Yes. Since this hell began, Seiya has been under my protection and Hirano's protection the whole time. Kotachin. Alice shouted as she approached him to hug him and then looked at Suikaru. I have seen your bravery with my own eyes, Commander Takagi, Siko said. Me too, Dad. Maybe I'm a crazy military geek. But if it weren't for him, I'd be one of those zombies right now, Dad. That's right. He and Tatsumi have been protecting me. Unlike you, who are my father, Seiya says. Takagi-san, Hirano says with tears in his eyes. You can see it now, Suikaru-sama. We have no intention of surrendering our weapons. What do you plan to do? I asked, looking at him with a defiant smile. Suikaru said nothing and stared at me with a serious face, then placed his hand on my shoulder. You're just like your father. If he could see you now, I'm sure he'd be very proud of you, Suikaru said with his characteristic serious expression, but I could detect a hint of sadness in his voice. When I heard him say that, I was initially surprised, then I lowered my head and was on the verge of tears. Suikaru patted my head and left with his men and Yuriko. At that moment, I bowed in respect. XXX. After that encounter with Suikaru and his men, Seiya suggested we meet. We're all here now in my room since it's the most secluded of all the rooms. So what do you want to talk about? Marikawa asked while peeling a banana. I want to ask if we should continue being colleagues. We all remained silent. Colleagues, Ray asks. Of course, we just experienced it. Now we're a bigger and stronger group. In other words, Siko begins but immediately stops to let Seiya continue. That's right, we only have two options, we join them. Or we separate from them, I said, and Seiya looked at me and nodded. But is there a purpose to separating us from them? Kamuro asked. Things are getting worse and worse in the city, and your father is good at what he does. He has a good, well-organized system, and your mother is amazing too, he said as he approached Seiya. That's right, she is, Seiya said, her gaze fixed on the window. I could tell her voice was trembling. I've always been proud of her, even now she still is. In just 3 days they've accomplished so much, but if she can do that then, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Takagi. Call me by my names. You shouldn't be so hard on your parents. Considering how things are now, it must be hard for everyone. You sound just like my mom. I know my parents are the best. As soon as something unexpected happens, they act fast and protect the house, their subordinates, and all their relatives. It's amazing. They're truly, truly amazing. Of course, it's not like they forgot about their daughter. She was the first person they worried about. That's enough, that's right, they're truly amazing. I expected nothing less from my mom and dad. They forgot about me because they thought there was no chance I'd survive. Stop, Seiya. Kamuro shouted angrily as he lifted Seiya up by her clothes, something that shocked us. What? This is so sudden, but it was about time, Kamuro. It's not just you. We feel the same way. She shook Seiya a little. At least you know your parents are safe, so you're better off. You should be happy. Kamuro, I said, placing my hand on his shoulder where he looked at me with a serious expression. Let her go. I'm sorry, he said as he slowly lowered Seiya to the ground. She lowered her head and began to cry, so I approached her and hugged her. Listen, Seiya, I know it hurts that your parents ignored you, but that's not really the case. They were worried about you, but leaving the mansion meant risking their only chance to see their daughter again. For them, this house was their hope of reuniting with you because they knew that one way or another you would come. What? Seiya hugged me tightly while crying, releasing all the pain, frustration, and fear she had been holding in, but after a few minutes she stopped. Better. Yes, thank you, she said as she picked up her glasses from the floor and put them on. Okay, now getting back to the topic. Kamuro, it's fine that we're comfortable here, but if we stay, we'll most likely die, because you said so. Compare the school to the mansion, there's not much difference. If they manage to break through the barriers in any way, the virus will spread too quickly, preventing us from even leaving the house. You're right, besides, I checked the weapons here and there aren't enough to withstand a wave of them, Hirano said. Seiya, do you have a map of the whole city? Yes, give me a moment, she said as she left the room, returning a few seconds later with a piece of paper in her hands. Here. Okay, we're here at the Takagi mansion. I pointed out on the map. I was thinking we could go to this shopping center first. I circle it. Why a shopping mall? Shino asks. When we arrived here, they practically took away our resources, so it would be good to get food and clothes. And after the center, Siko asks, I haven't thought about it yet, but it would be good to find a place where we could stay for a while so we can look for your families calmly. I think it's a good plan, Shino says. Yes, I think so too, Seiya says. Well, it's decided, Hirano, tell me. Be careful with those weapons. You've seen before that they treat us like children, so they won't hesitate to take them from you when they have the chance. The only option is for us to keep them in Seiya's room. Why in my room? Because no one would think of looking in the princess's room, I said mockingly. Baka, she said, blushing slightly as she punched me in the shoulder. So Hirano then. But I couldn't finish speaking because I saw something through the window that made me look shocked and angry at the same time, so I ran out to the place leaving the others with worried faces, until Rei saw the same thing and grabbed her weapon to then follow me. Tatsumi, Rei, what's wrong? Kamuro asked, looking out the window. That's. Chapter 12. Outside the house. I never thought we'd end up saving Senator Shido's family, though this isn't the time to worry about the elections, one of the guards said as he escorted Shino to the mansion. No problem, at this moment I'm just a teacher. You're amazing, I heard you escaped from the school with the surviving students. It's nothing out of the ordinary, I'm just doing my job. Can you at least save the students? I'll manage on my own. Well, what do we have here? Shido-sensei is truly admirable. I said as I stood in front of Shido and pointed my gun at him. Sasuke-kun, I see you're safe, he said nervously. What's wrong? Did a bad memory come back to you? Shido-sensei, I'm glad you're okay. The feeling isn't mutual, I said as I placed the gun against his forehead where he began to tremble. Are you going to kill me? Will you let your parents see what you've become, a criminal? They're dead and you have no right to speak. I couldn't stand it anymore and I kicked him in the leg where he knelt down. Then I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and started dragging him to the bus where I could see the other students. I didn't pay much attention to them and focused on Shido, who was kneeling in front of me. Just then, all my friends, including Suikaru and Yuriko, arrived. Then kill him, Suikaru said as he approached me and stood beside me looking at Shido. I'm friends with his father, but that doesn't matter anymore. He glanced at me sideways. If that's what you want, then kill him. I have to. Kamuro was about to interrupt, but Siko stopped him. Sikasen. Tatsumi must solve this on his own. Fine, kill me and suffer for the rest of your life for doing it. Let your parents see from the afterlife what their son has become. This is the highest level of education I can give them as their teacher. Shido said, extending both arms and displaying a smile. Shut up. I said angrily as I looked at him, my finger slowly moving to the trigger. I knew your father, Sasaki Hidaki. He was an idiot, a pig, a shameless fool. Don't say anything bad about my father. I was getting so angry that I was clenching my left hand so tightly that it started to bleed. Shido just smiled and closed his eyes, waiting for his end. When I was about to pull the trigger, Shino suddenly hugged me from behind. It's not worth wasting a bullet on that man. Your father was a good man, I know it, Shino whispers in my ear. I glanced at Shino for a moment and he smiled at me. I hesitated for a bit, then smiled and nodded in return. Next, I looked at Shido, moved the gun slightly and fired. The bullet grazed his cheek and then I kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying back onto the bus. So that's what you've decided? Suikaru asked. It's not even worth killing him. The graze on the cheek and the kick were just to vent my frustration, I said as I headed off with my friends, accompanied by Shino, where Marikawa bandaged my hand. Go away, I've had enough of your idiocy, and take your students with you. Shido glared at me with resentment and anger at the humiliation I had inflicted upon him before he and the students accompanying him left Seiya's mansion. Suddenly, one of Suikaru's guards approached him and whispered something in his ear, then turned to Seiya. Why should I do something like that? Seiya suddenly asked, and all of us turned to look at her. If you talk to them, my daughter, I'll know you're not a fool, Suikaru said with a serious face, surprising Seiya with the insult. Seiya, your mother is asking you to do this too. Those people would be very careful in their response if it were your father or me, Yuriko said. I'm going with her, Hirano said. Me too, Kamuro said as he slung his shotgun over his shoulder. Me too, I'm in. I said with a smile as I looked at Seiya, who started thinking about it until she finally decided to do it. Okay, I'll do it, she says, a little unsure. A few minutes later, Seiya, Kamuro, Hirano, and I were in one of the tents at the camp, where we would be trying to convince the families that they are no longer human. How many times do I have to repeat this for you to understand? The concept of a killer epidemic is pure garbage. It's just an excuse from the government because they don't realize the dead are attacking us. That's how they expect to manage the panic. That's the classic Japanese way of showing concern. So you're saying the dead are really walking around? That's stupid. It's clearly a new kind of infection, a man says. That's right. This wouldn't have happened without a reason. Shouts a woman supporting the man. If that were all it was, then everything would be fine. Ordinary people would never solve it. Without researchers who have the time and resources to analyze this, we'll never know. It's impossible for us. Or are you going to tell me you can do it? That is. You can't, can you? Then we just have to survive and not get bitten. Nothing else matters. My dad should have told you what to do. Now I understand, the woman said with a smile. So that was your purpose. That's why the students are carrying weapons. Huh, we all said at the same time. That's what you wanted to tell us. Your talk of protection was a farce. These people are using threats and violence to control us. That's why the world is the way it is, causing so many problems for us Asians. Why is he talking about Asians? Seiya asks, listen up everyone, they want us to become murderers. No, the person who's intimidating us is the daughter of the man who enjoys killing. Hey, what are you talking about? I asked as I took a few steps. Children shouldn't get involved in this. That's nonsense. From now on, adults will make the decisions, not pigs or students who are excited about violence, but us, the peaceful adults. Children, I whispered, head bowed. Children, that I'm fed up. Do you know what we've been through? Do you know the choices we made to stay safe? Do you know? Of course not. After all, thanks to Seiya's father rescuing you, you didn't have to make those choices. I said as I approached the woman and pointed at her face, causing her to tremble. What decisions? The choice between remaining a person or becoming one of them, I said, pointing to the sky and the street overrun with them. Well. She hesitated for a moment before her smile returned. You've seen it, threats to make us like them, but we refuse violence. We refuse, they all shout. As I listened to all these people screaming, I took a big breath and relaxed my hand as I was about to hit the woman. It's useless, I thought as I stared at the ground. Just then Seiya came up to me and took my hand. Seiya, I'm sorry, this is useless. Don't worry, you did very well, let's go, she said with a smile, and I nodded. Then the four of us returned to the mansion. Takagi-san, you did a good job, Hirano said. It was stupid. I only spoke to them because they were talking badly about my dad, but it was useless. Well, don't these people see what's happening outside? Kimuro asked. It's possible they just ignored that, I said, crossing my arms. Although I think I understand how they feel, Hirano said, looking at the camp from afar. You want to start a fight with me, Fatso, Seiya said as she lunged at Hirano to hit him, but Kimuro stopped her. And no, that's not what I meant. Humans don't see what they don't want to see. They don't want to admit they're in trouble. That's why, even if people know something is happening, most won't do anything. But right now, you can't help but see how things have changed. But in moments like these, the first thing people think is, I'll make sure everything goes back to normal no matter what. Sometimes, even if they know it won't work, it's probably because he was about to say something but Seiya interrupted him. If they can't accept the changes, it's because they don't admit their own idiocy. Why yes, I realized that after everything that happened at school, approaching Hirano's face with a smile causing him to blush. Now I'll start to see you in a different way. I see, Kimuro said. What's wrong? I asked. I've learned something. We all fell silent at that moment, looking at him with a smile. What? I suppose that's what matters, Seiya says. What are you talking about? It's embarrassing, but I'm admitting it honestly. See. Don't you think the same? Seiya asks me. Yes, you're right, Hirano, that's how it is. Like I said, what are you talking about? Have you already forgot? That's why you're capable of being our leader. What? Wait, I can't be a leader. Why can't someone else be? Like you, Tatsumi, you know how to fight, you know how to plan things, and you don't get scared easily. If it had to be a vote, I'd vote for you. With all due respect, I don't think I'm the right person to be a leader. After all, I get angry too easily. I almost hit the camp woman, and let's not forget I nearly killed Shido, so it's better if you take that position. If you want, I can be your right-hand man, I said with a smile. After that chat with Kimuro, leaving him with an uncertain expression, we returned to the others in the back garden. As soon as we arrived, we could see Marikawa jumping for joy. Yes, I remembered. Yes, I'm sure, there's no doubt. What's wrong with her? I asked Shino as I watched Marikawa jump, her breasts bouncing up and down. Apparently he just remembered something, but we don't know what. I just remembered my friend's phone number. Are you referring to your friend, the one with the weapons and the Humvee? Hisashi asked. That's right, she's a member of the Special Assault Team or SAT. I'm sure she's still alive. She said as she hugged Alice and then placed her beneath her breasts. Okay, someone lend me a cell phone. Here, giving him my phone. Let's see. Here's one. Here's two, here's three. Do you want me to do it for you? Hirano asks. Don't interrupt me or I'll make a mistake. After a few seconds, Marikawa dialed the number and the phone started ringing until finally her friend answered it. Hello, Rika, what a joy you're alive. I'm happy for you, Sensei, Alice said. I was so worried about you. You know, I've been walking a lot. More importantly, where are you? At my house. That place isn't safe anymore. Oh, we borrowed some of your weapons and stuff. Okay. Where are you? But right at that moment, the call was cut off because of something shining in the sky that was illuminating the whole place. Hello, Rika. What the hell is going on? Kimuro asked. This light, Seiya. This is, I said as I looked at the sky. Yes, an EMP attack. Because of that brightness, many electronic devices, cell phones, and even vehicles stopped working. At that very moment, Shido and his students were descending a slope heading towards the barricade. Why does the engine have to stall right now? Shido asked desperately, pressing the brake. This is garbage. Sensei, look ahead. At that moment I looked ahead and could see two men putting up the barricade, but because the bus's engine stalled and the brakes failed, they crashed sharply into the barricade. What the hell happened? Shido asked incredulously until he saw a horde of them approaching. While we were all focused on the sky because of that blinding brightness, what we didn't know was that the worst was yet to come, with a huge horde of them slowly approaching the mansion without us even noticing. Chapter 13. With Rika. Just hours before Marikawa's call and the blinding flash in the sky, Rika and her partner Tajima were in the middle of a mission standing on a catwalk. Dahlia, this is Sakura, status report, over. Said a voice over Rika's partner's radio. Sakura, this is Dahlia. Instead of shooting at them, you should bomb them, Rika suggests. Things couldn't be worse, over. Understood. Dahlia, abandon your position and rejoin Sakura. Over and out. Having received new orders, Rika and Tajima began walking along the catwalk towards Sakura's post. As they were running, a message from the airport echoed throughout the area. Attention all at Takanasu International Airport. This is a message from airport security. Currently, a large number of victims of the deadly disease are roaming the airport, making it extremely difficult to maintain security. The only place where we can ensure your safety is in the vicinity of the terminal building. We repeat, due to the large number of victims of the deadly disease, it is very difficult for police officers to attend to everyone. Until the situation improves, everyone should take refuge in places where doors and windows can be blocked. If you have access to any means of communication after this announcement, please notify us of your current location, number of people, and so on. Those who can escape can be accommodated in the terminal, but we will not accommodate those who have been bitten by victims of the deadly disease. We repeat, we will not accommodate those who have been bitten by victims of the deadly disease. Anyone who chooses not to follow these instructions will be shot. While Rika and Tajima were listening to the announcement, they had both entered the terminal, which was teeming with exhausted and frightened people. Is this everyone? A police officer asks Rika and Tajima. No matter how many times we put up the ad, we only pick up a few people here and there. There aren't even 1,000 people in the building and hardly anyone has contacted us. This is unbelievable. This airport should have at least 20,000 people, and that's just counting the staff. If we include the passengers and the workers, that would be another 10,000, right? And that all gives us 30,000 people, but there are only about 1,000 here, Rika said as she took out her pack of cigarettes and lit one. Hey, wait a minute, smoking is prohibited here, shouts the police officer. Do you think it's time to worry about something like this? Tajima asked, laughing. Are you telling me not to smoke now? The whole world is in chaos. I'll quit when I run out, Rika said with a smile. After that, Rika and Tajima headed to a meeting room where the squad leader was to inform him of the mission, also adding that the room was full of weapons. Surprising, isn't it, leader of Squadron F? Tajima asked. Airport security was stocked with spare equipment and emergency ammunition, the leader said. The only problem is the lack of people who can use them right. Rika continued, observing one of the weapons. Exactly, Minami. The other members of the SAT, airport security, and the terminal's mechanized units are equipped with small arms. At the Naval Police Station, there are special patrol squads, SSD members, customs and narcotics agents, and given the circumstances, we also enlist passengers with shooting experience. How many of those people are still alive? Rika asked as she loaded her weapon, XXX. After Rika and Tajima spoke with the squad leader, they were tasked with retrieving a truckload of fuel. They were currently on the airport tarmac, heading towards a pickup truck. Here, Tajima says, like a rainy day, Rika said as she watched them. Don't shoot, they're sensitive to sound. If they surround us, we're screwed. God, he said as he climbed into the driver's seat of the truck while Rika got in the passenger seat. You said something completely unnecessary, now we have to do this, Rika said as Tajima started the car and drove off, running over everyone who crossed his path. I was just trying to let you know how things were. Look at all the blood pooling on the windshield. What is this, some sick comedy, where cops running people over in a van? They're not people anymore, just a little further and we're 1,000 meters from the garage. As soon as they reached the garage, Rika and Tajima looked at each other, rock, paper, and scissors. They both said, having lost, Rika went to the driver's seat and started connecting the wires to start the truck while Tajima provided cover. Once it was running, Rika drove off and Tajima went to the back of the truck and started shooting at all of them who approached. At that moment, Tajima quickly went to the valve and began pouring gasoline all over the road in order to burn all of them. How's everything going? Rika asks through the earpiece. Excellent, that should be enough, close the valve. But just then, a strange noise crackled through the earpiece. Rika glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed that Tajima still hadn't closed the valve. Worried, she quickly went to the back of the truck, finding Tajima sitting on the floor with a bite mark on his leg. I'm still human, aren't I? Do you have any last wishes? There doesn't seem to be any room for hex here, and I don't even have the strength to touch your breasts, but at least I can use this. He held up a grenade. It would be a shame to let it burn, so take my weapon. So you're basically telling me to get back to the terminal quickly? Rika asked with a smile. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one who has to be a hero. Just go, partner. Suddenly, Rika dropped her glasses and gave a salute. You're the best partner I could have ever asked for, Rika said with a serious face, but a hint of sadness was noticeable in her voice. I really would have liked to touch your breasts, he says with a smile. Rika quickly jumped from the truck, and Tajima, without wasting any more time, detonated the grenade, causing a huge explosion that engulfed them all. But after a few seconds, they could be seen starting to move forward, still burning. Dahlia to Sakura, it's no use. Even burning, they're still moving, it doesn't seem to affect them. It's going to be difficult for me to get back. Get some snipers and firefighters ready immediately. He watches as a group of them approaches. 1 kilometer to the terminal. This is going to be fun. Thanks to snipers and some people carrying weapons, Rika arrived safely at the terminal where firefighters set about extinguishing the fire. It's a shame Tajima couldn't achieve it, the squad leader said. If things ever go back to the way they were, recommend a second-class promotion for him. Now what? For now, all entrances and exits have been blocked. We've also installed a surveillance system. Apparently, things are worse off the island, so we can't just leave. So we're going to stay hidden here. Fortunately, we have plenty of food and water here. Even if the power goes out, we have our own generator. We should be able to keep everyone calm until we come up with a plan. Do the phones still work? She asked as she walked to a secluded spot and stared at her phone. I can't get through to the police. No matter how many times I call, they don't answer. I must be going crazy, but I can't help it. Suddenly, her phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Hello. Ulrika. What a joy you're alive. I was so worried about you. You know, I've been walking a lot, Marikawa said cheerfully. More importantly, where are you? At my house. That place isn't safe anymore. Oh, we borrowed some of your weapons and stuff. Okay, where are you? But just then the phone emitted a loud sound, causing Rika to turn her ear away. Suddenly, a white light erupted behind Rika, and all electronic devices, including the firefighters' hoses, stopped working. No one knew what was happening except Rika, who looked surprised and frowned when she saw them use an EMP. Everyone started to worry when they saw that the electronic devices stopped working, and little by little panic began to take over the place. Hey, what the hell happened? What was that light earlier? You're a cop, right? A man asked as he approached Rika. Explain that. It's simple, throwing his phone to the ground. From now on, the nights will be completely dark. With Tatsumi and the others' current events. Miyamoto, take a look with your weapon's laser sight, Seiya requested. Why just do it? Your gun should have an integrated circuit. She obeyed and aimed her gun, but no red dot appeared. Well, can you see the laser? I can't, just as I thought. An EMP, I said. What's going on? What's this EMP thing? Kamuro asked. They are electromagnetic pulses. An EMP attack, also known as a high-altitude nuclear explosion. If a nuclear explosive detonates in the atmosphere, gamma rays discharge electrons into the atmosphere, creating the so-called Compton effect. The electrons are scattered at high speed around the Earth's magnetic field. Then an electromagnetic pulse is generated that covers a large range. That's fatal for electronic systems. The electromagnetic pulse passes through antennas and disrupts internal circuitry. So that means that now Shino says, that's right, we can no longer use electronic devices. So we can't use cell phones anymore? Ray asks. It's not just cell phones nor computers. Vehicles that run on electricity won't move either, Seiya said as we all headed toward the front of the mansion. Power plants are probably affected too, unless they're EMP-proof, but only the self-defense forces and some government agencies have that capability. Suddenly we saw the mansion guards begin to place candles all along the path, where seconds later Suikaru and Yuriko approached us from the mansion. Is there any way to fix that? Suikaru asked. Dad, Seiya exclaimed in surprise, then quickly regained her composure. Some cars might work if we swap out a few parts. Maybe we'll find a car that hasn't been affected by the EMP. The ones that don't use computer chips should be able to move. Find that out immediately, Suikaru ordered one of his men, who quickly ran off. Seiya. What? You're able to stay calm despite the chaos. I admire you. She was surprised by what was said. Seiya was about to say something but was interrupted by a gunshot coming from the gate. The barricade. We all turned our gaze to the gate and watched as a man ran toward it. Get back, go. He fired twice and started running again but was caught by one of them and they began to devour him. Close the door, quickly, don't let the dead in. Suikaru ordered. Sir, if we do that, we will abandon our comrades who are outside. If we don't close now, we'll lose everything. Do it. Quickly, all the men near the gate began to close it, preventing the horde from entering. But just then, unfortunately, one of them got through. One managed to get through. Hirano, I said, of course, pointing at the infected person. I have one hitting him right on the head, in my pocket. Sir, madam, I've brought your weapons, a man said, carrying a box. Suddenly, Yuriko throws away the scarf she was wearing, then tears her dress down to her waist, where she then takes her weapons and equips them, thus showing a complete beauty that all the men would be observing with a blushing face. Mommy, I said with a flushed face until a drop of blood fell from my nose. What are you looking at? Shino asked with a pout and a frown, making her even more adorable as she stretched my cheeks. And nothing, I'm sorry, Shinosama, I said in pain as Shino stretched my cheeks. Use this, Seiyachin, Yuriko said as she handed her a gun. A Holland model Luger P08. Oh, it even has the crest from when they were captured by Imperial forces. Hirano exclaimed excitedly. I don't know how to use it. Besides, why do you have weapons, Mom? When you work on Wall Street, take an executive self-defense course. You might be a better shot than your father. You'll teach him how to use it, right, Tatsumi-kun? Yes, of course, I said with a smile while rubbing my cheeks. Suddenly, a loud noise from the gate interrupted our conversation, and we could see how they were gradually putting more force into trying to get through. If we want more time, we'll need something bigger to block the door, I said, looking around and noticing some cars. I have an idea. Kimuro, come with me. Yeah, we quickly went to the cars and called for more men. Together, we started moving the vehicles, positioning them in front of the gate. We saw that the plan had worked, and now we had a few more minutes. How long do you think he can hold out? One of the men asked. I reckon an hour at most, or more if it doesn't get. I was about to say something, but I was interrupted by the sound of the door giving way. You have to move away from the door. You all go, we'll stay and hold the door. We both nodded and went back to the others, where we watched as many stayed behind to hold the door. But because there were too many of them, the door began to give way little by little until it finally fell, letting all them through. Sir, run, quickly. One of the men shouted as he was devoured by them. This can't be happening, I said incredulously as I saw the large number of them entering. Chapter 14. We were all incredulous at the sheer number of them approaching us. Shino and the others were safe, while Kimuro and I were stuck in the middle of the road. We have to retreat, I said. Yes, we quickly both returned to the others and began shooting at all of them while the families who could be saved went into the mansion. Ammunition. I shouted loudly so Alice could hear me. Oniichan handing me 2 pistol cartridges. Okay, changing the cartridge and starting to fire until I heard Shino run out of bullets. Heaven. I yelled where she was. She looked at me and I threw her the cartridge. Thank you, she said as she changed the cartridge and then shot one in the head. They never end, Kimuro tells me as he stands next to me. Exact. It's getting worse and worse. Ray says, we're running out of cartridges. Hirano said as he fired. By the time the stairs leading to the mansion were completely safe, we were all staring at the courtyard, which had been overrun by them and was ablaze. Suddenly, as I looked around the courtyard, I noticed one of them with a rather different appearance. He had pale skin like the others, but his hands and feet were larger than normal and his nails ended in points, giving him enormous claws. What is that? I asked, a little unsure because we were so far away. What's wrong? Kimuro asked as he approached me. Look at that infected person, isn't he different from the others? I said, pointing at him. Now that you mention it, yes, it is somewhat different. Hirano, can you finish that guy over there? Leave it to me. Hirano pointed at the infected person I indicated and without hesitation shot him in the head. But just before the bullet hit, the infected person quickly dodged it by getting down on all fours. I dodged it. Hirano said incredulously. That's not a normal infected person, I said. We decided to retreat and regroup with Suikairu until suddenly that infected creature started running on all fours at high speed. Its target was me. At that moment, I realized something was coming for me, and when I turned around, the infected creature lunged at me. You son of a bitch, I said as we struggled. Tatsumi. They all shout. The infected man and I began to struggle, and his mouth slowly moved closer to my neck. But thanks to a shot from Hirano that hit him in the back, pulling his mouth away from my neck, I tripped on the stairs and we both fell. Sikasen, get away from here and help the survivors. Take Takagi, Shizuke-sensei, Shinasen, and Alice to safety as well, Kimuro said. Ray, you too, Hisashi said. Absolutely not, I'm not leaving Tatsumi with that thing, Shino said. No, the 3 of us will help him. I need you to help by getting people to safety. Now, okay, let's go, Miyamoto Asada. Siko says. Shino remained silent for a few seconds before looking at me as I was getting up from the fall. She finally agreed, and all the girls went to a safe place while helping the others. Once the girls left, Kimuro started firing at the infected with his shotgun, but it dodged every shot with incredible agility. The moment I recovered from the fall, I quickly drew my pistol and began firing, but it moved at great speed and struck my hand, causing me to drop the gun. Then the infected, seeing that I was unprotected, tried to sink its claws into my chest, but I quickly turned to the right on the ground and then got up from the ground. Is this thing intelligent? I asked, dodging the infected creature's attacks. Hirano aimed for its head. Yes, he quickly prepared to shoot, and the moment he pulled the trigger, the infected stopped trying to sink its claws into him and then swiftly dodged the shot. Once Hirano saw he had missed, he quickly reloaded his weapon and began firing, hoping to land a bullet. But the infected man, moving at high speed, evades all the shots, then runs towards Hirano and Hisashi. Hisashi easily avoids the infected man, but Hirano unfortunately cannot and is struck by the attack, which sends him crashing into the back wall, leaving him unconscious. Hirano, we all shouted. Kimuro and Hisashi began firing, but the infected creature dodged every shot as it approached them at high speed. Kimuro ran out of ammo and Hisashi ran out of arrows, and they froze, seeing the infected creature right in front of them. But when the infected was about to sink its claws into the 2 of them, I quickly came from the right side and forcefully rammed the infected, sending it crashing into the wall. Thank you, they both say at the same time. Take Hirano with the others, he'll be safe from the infected and that thing. And you? Kimuro asks. I'll distract him. You take Hirano away now. They somewhat hesitantly agreed and began carrying Hirano. Meanwhile, I started running towards the mansion's courtyard where I began to scream, thus attracting the infected person's attention. Come on, come at me. The infected one stares at me. Come on, let's see what you can do. I said with a defiant smile as I watched the infected one run in my direction. That's more like it. I drew my pistol and checked that I still had 10 bullets left, so I loaded one into the chamber and started running toward the infected. Just as we were about to collide, I quickly jumped and kicked him in midair, hitting him in the head. Good. Without wasting any more time while the infected was stunned, I started shooting at him, aiming for his body. But even with 4 holes in his body, the infected remained standing as if the bullets had no effect on him. It's harder than I thought. I ran toward the infected again, but this time I dove to the ground and crawled underneath him where I shot him once. I quickly got to my feet, and the moment the infected turned around, I ducked and kicked him in the legs, causing him to fall to the ground. But the moment it fell, it recovered, getting onto all fours and increasing its speed. This caused it to position itself behind me and try to sink its claws into me, but I would notice and quickly turn around, placing the gun in front of me as if it were a shield. I was losing strength until the infected man gave me a strong shove that threw me several meters away. I started rolling all over the ground, taking a few blows until I recovered. Hey, I really like these clothes, I said as I watched that shove rip the top part of my outfit. This is going to take a lot longer than I thought, I said, tearing off what little clothing I had left and looking at the infected person. Was he smiling? He's smiling. Don't make fun of me, I'm going to kill you. Meanwhile, with the others. While I was dealing with the infected person, everyone who survived the attack was gathered inside the mansion. Meanwhile, Suikaru was outside observing all the chaos. Sir, we've confirmed it from the 2nd floor. The people in the neighboring houses haven't been attacked. It's possible to reinforce the entrance. We will cross enemy territory from here and head towards the neighboring houses. Men and those willing to fight are welcome. Those who wish to survive, women and children, stay behind. Darling. Dad, why don't you go inside the house? And Seiya was about to say something, but Suikaru interrupted her. Is there any reason to protect the house? Those things managed to get through the steel door. Even if we hide inside, they'll just come in and eat us all. At that moment, Kamuro and Hisashi arrived at the scene, carrying Hirano, where the others became worried upon seeing him unconscious. Listen, we have a problem. Who am I? The infected creature moved at high speed toward me, so I aimed my gun and started firing all the bullets I had left. It began dodging all the shots until I anticipated its movements and the last bullet hit it in the shoulder. Heh. I smiled when I saw that I had hit him. The infected man became enraged and let out a great roar. Once the infected creature approached me, it tried again to sink its claw into me, but I easily dodged its attack and then kicked it in the side. I smiled when I saw I had hit it, but surprisingly the infected creature grabbed my leg and used its strength to slam me against a wall. I slammed into the wall, creating a small crater and some cracks before falling to the ground. Suddenly, the infected person turned around and ran off. I was very confused by this until I saw Shino, Kamuro, and Siko running towards me in the distance. No, I said very weakly, my vision a little blurry. Tatsumi. Shino shouts when he sees me lying on the ground. Go get Nurse Marikawa, Shino says, looking at Kamuro, who nods and runs off. You'll pay for this, Shino says angrily. Wait, Shino. Siko tried to stop her, but it was useless. Without wasting any time, Shino drew his pistol and began shooting at the infected man, who started dodging all the bullets. Not yet. Changing cartridges and starting to fire again. Not yet. Shino continued firing until the infected reached her, preparing to sink its claws into her, but Shino in a swift movement slipped beneath it and continued firing, hitting it in the body. That's what I'm feeling, Shino said, hearing the infected man's groans. But not yet. Shino began firing at the infected man without blinking, hitting him with every bullet until he fell to the ground. Shino approached to check if he was dead, but being very cautious, she aimed for his head. But just before he pulled the trigger, the infected man quickly got up from the ground and grabbed Shino by the neck, then stood up and lifted Shino off the ground, beginning to strangle her. Shino, I said with effort as I stood up. Cough. Shino cough. She would do her best to aim at him, but she was running out of air, causing her to drop the gun, and then she was thrown against a wall and lost consciousness. Shino, I said, placing my hand on my right shoulder where my wound from the other day had reopened and walking towards her. Sheen. At that moment, Siko went to Shino to try to wake her up, but it was impossible. Then she saw the infected person approaching them rapidly. Siko prepared to attack, but just before the infected person could do anything, he was hit on the head with a rock. Siko and the infected person watched me, noticing that my arm was extended forward and I was breathing through my mouth. I kept my head down, breathing heavily from exhaustion, and noticed a chain to my left. I picked it up and wrapped it around my right arm. You must know something. I take a deep breath and glare angrily at the infected man. Nobody touches my Shino. The moment I screamed, Shino would slowly wake up, and with her vision a little blurry, she would see me standing with the chain wrapped around my right arm. Tatsumi, she said as she extended her arm in my direction. The moment the infected man and I stared at each other, the sky changed completely, unleashing a torrential downpour. The instant the first drop hit the ground, the infected man charged at me with incredible speed. I drew back the chain and began whipping him around. But the infected dodged all my attacks and quickly lunged at my face to sink its claws in. With incredible speed, I positioned the chain in front of me, stopping its attack, and we began to struggle. As the infected was on top of me, saliva and blood started dripping onto my face. How disgusting. I quickly gave him a strong elbow to the face and wrapped the chain around his right arm where I started pulling until I broke it. Then as he took a few steps back, I punched him in the stomach. I sent the infected man flying away from me, and the moment he raised his head to look at me, I vanished from his sight. Then I quickly reappeared behind him and placed the chain around his neck where he began to pull upwards. I started pulling with all my might on the infected's head while screaming until I finally felt it begin to separate from its body. The infected was doing everything it could to throw me off, but it was useless. I pulled with all the strength I had left until I finally severed its head from its body. Once the infected person was decapitated, his body fell to the floor where blood and water splashed on me. I stared at his body and then stretched out the arm where I was holding his head. "It's over," I said with my eyes closed as I looked up, where the heavy rain was hitting my whole body. "Tatsumi," Shino shouted. I looked up and saw her running towards me, then she jumped on me and hugged me tightly. "You did it." "Yes, but I'm tired," I said as I returned the hug. Suddenly Shino would take my face in both hands and give me a kiss. "I'll have to get used to this," I said with a smile after the kiss. Bakashi smiles, then we both hug again. At that moment, Kamuro and Marikawa arrived, and their astonishment was palpable as they took in the devastation. After that, with Shino's help, the 5 of us headed off to join the others and all the survivors. "So, did you manage it?" Suikaru asked. I looked at Shino and she nodded, understanding what I meant. She then left me to walk alone. Once I started walking, I approached Suikaru and placed the infected man's head on the table in front of everyone. "Splendid work, Tatsumi-kun. You protected your friends all this time at school, on the street, and even with your body badly injured, you managed to rise and defeat him. As your teacher, I have nothing more to teach you." He placed his hand on my shoulder. "I'm very proud of you." "Gracias, Suikaru-sensei." "Sensei," shout all my friends except Seiya. "Ara, did you tell us?" I asked, a little curious. Everyone shook their heads except Seiya. "Sorry, I forgot. Seiya's father is the master of the Tendo Sagan style, so the moment I found out, I couldn't help but ask him to teach me," I said with a smile, scratching the back of my neck. "I thought that style looked very familiar," Siko said with a smile. "Young man," Suikaru said, looking at Kamuro, "I couldn't help but overhear that you're the leader of the group, right?" "That's right, sir, although I'm still getting used to it. I see. Look at my whole group. I propose that Kamuro-kun step down as leader and hand it over to someone else." "To whom, Dad?" Seiya asks, him pointing at me. "Sasaki Tatsumi." I didn't know what to say at that moment, so I looked at Kamuro, who smiled and started clapping. Then I looked at the others, who began to clap one by one, first Shino, then Siko, then Seiya, then Marikawa, and so on. I could see Suikaru and Yuriko start to applaud, and then I saw all the survivors, including Suikaru's men, start applauding me. "So you accept?" Suikaru asked as he extended his hand. I looked at him for a few seconds before deciding to shake it, at which point everyone applauded even more intensely. Chapter 15. While everyone was applauding me for having assumed the leadership, suddenly the sound of lightning interrupted us and we all turned our gaze to the approaching horde. "Do Tatsumi-kun and Kamuro-kun have their own affairs? Don't hesitate and go your separate ways." "Yes, sir," we both said at the same time. "Tatsumi-kun, I'm leaving my daughter in your care." "Dad, what do you mean by—" But Seiya was interrupted by Yuriko, who grabbed her arm and slapped her. "Mom. Suikaru and I have a duty to fulfill, Seiya. Leaving you in Tatsumi and Hirano's care is the best thing we can do for you. Besides, remember that it pains us to do this too. Please don't make us suffer anymore." "Mother," Obechin Alice said as she approached Yuriko. "Good girl, my daughter is a good girl too," hugging Alice. "Listen to your older brothers and sisters, okay?" "Yeah." Now he pulled away from Alice and approached Suikaru. "Go away." "Dad, Mom, I love you," Seiya said with tears in her eyes as she started running, followed by everyone else. "Tatsumi-kun," Suikaru said, drawing his sword. I stopped and looked at him. "You know what you have to do." He looked at me and smiled. "I'm glad I was your teacher." At that moment, I wanted to say so many things to her, but I knew there wasn't much time, so I kept it all inside and just bowed. Then I ran out where I could see the others taking charge of protecting the garage. "Matson," Seiya called as she entered the garage, but no one was there. "Isn't he here?" Miss Matt says, emerging from under the car. "Watch where you're going." "You're very lucky, miss. This was forged with an anti-imp metal. It even has a triple layer of copper. It's like the owner was a crazy military man. So this car can actually run." Marikawa asked. It did suffer some damage, so it will take me a little while to fix it, and that means we'll have to protect this place, I said as I watched the horde approach. Split into pairs, Marikawa, Alice, and Seiya stay behind Hirano, he'll cover you. Understood, they all shout. Without further ado, we all began firing at all of them who approached, and as ordered, we split into two groups, Rei and Hisashi, Siko and Kamuro, and Shino and Aishino, and I then began killing most of them with perfect coordination. Those two are incredible, Marikawa said. Suddenly one of them appeared behind her, about to grab her. Sensei, Alice shouted as she threw a wheel, hitting the infected person. Good job. Seiya said as she approached the infected person and shot him in the head, splattering bullets. You're so great too. Stop dreaming, that's just how I am. Just get in the car, yes, running to the driver's seat. I wish I had a little more time to check it, Matt said as he closed the hood of the Humvee. Everything's fine. He gave Marikawa a thumbs up. Please turn it on, successfully starting the car. It turned on. Alice exclaimed excitedly as Zeke let out a happy bark as well. Guys, come back. Everyone quickly started running towards the Humvee while I stood watching the horde approaching us, which was too much even for the Humvee. What's wrong? Shino asks me when she sees my uncertain face. It's okay, I said with a fake smile. Okay, let's go. Yes, I said as I followed Shino to the Humvee. Get in, Matson. Kamuro says from inside the Humvee compartment. The woman I love is here with everyone else, he says with a smile. Miss Seiya, take care. He bows his head. Shino and I reached the Humvee and I let her go first, then I stood back looking at the horde again. Everyone stared at me confused when I didn't get into the Humvee. Tatsumi, what's wrong? Kamuro asked. We have to go now. Tatsumi, Shino asked, a little confused. I smiled at her and stroked her cheek, then we both came together in a deep kiss. I love you, I said with a smile, then looked at Kamuro. Kamuro, I'll leave the rest to you. Then I looked at Seiya. Seiya, take care. She looked at me worried and sad, and without another word I slammed the door shut, holding the handle in my hand to prevent Shino from opening it. Tatsumi, what are you doing, trying to open the door? Protect my family. I placed my hand on the glass where Shino did the same. I'll find you. Without another word, I got out of the vehicle and ran out of the garage where I started shouting, thus attracting the attention of the horde that was in front of it. Kamuro, seeing that he had a clear path, ordered Marikawa to accelerate. I could see among the infected as the Humvee sped away, where I also saw Hirano holding Shino back from getting out of the Humvee. Shino, I whispered with a smile, glancing at my pistol before turning to the horde. I'm not going to die here. My girl's waiting for me. With the others. The moment they left me behind, Marikawa at full speed began to ram into all of them, and at that moment they passed by Suikaru, who was fighting with his sword. Hirano, let me go, we have to go after Tatsumi. Shino shouted, trying to break free. We can't let him die. Can't go back, Kamuro shouted. We can't go back, he repeated, his face sad. Everyone remained silent as Marikawa sped towards the small gap in the barricade. It's very narrow, Rei says. Suddenly Marikawa drove over a curb where he began to put the car on two wheels, then headed toward the gap in the barricade, which they squeezed through just in time. After that, the rest of the road was completely silent, but the atmosphere was noticeably somber. Where are we going? Marikawa asks. Head to the shopping center, the same one Tatsumi pointed out. Yes, although it seems the engine is making a strange noise, it may not last long. While Marikawa was driving, Seiya sat in the passenger seat, her face buried in her knees, unwilling to speak to anyone. Shino, on the other hand, had already calmed down and stared blankly, muttering something unintelligible. Tatsumi, she whispered. Stop the car, she said, a little too loudly so everyone could hear her perfectly. Stop the car. The moment he screamed, Marikawa stopped the car and Shino got out, leaving his gun behind. He then realized he was next to a beach, so without saying anything to the others, he started walking along the sand. Until she sat down and stared at the sunset while hugging her knees, you could see in her eyes how the brightness completely disappeared. Imagine it's Shino. Tatsumi. She couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into tears, hiding her face with her legs, her sobs the only sound. Everyone else watching couldn't help but feel sad, and Alice, unable to contain herself, also began to cry over Marikawa. Shizuke-sensei, Kamuro said as he approached Marikawa, who was comforting Alice, and whispered in her ear, what can you tell me about Shinasen? Shizuke-sensei, do you think she'll be alright? Do you think she'll ever be the same again? Well, we didn't cover this topic in the psychology classes I took, but I think she must be going through overwhelming stress. She's already showing the symptoms. Could you be more specific? Siko asks, how would you feel if you were the star student in high school, but when you took your college entrance exam you failed every time? Well, it feels 1,000 times worse. From what I understand, the victim's mind is crushed by the shock. And Takagi, she's the same. Right now we can't depend much on the two of them. So if I'm right, we can't risk going like this. We'll surely make it if we try hard, but sooner or later Shinasen and Takagi will most likely die along the way. Yes, for now the only thing we can do is leave them alone, Marikawa suggests. Okay, Hirano, you take the first watch, we'll take turns, Kimura ordered. Yes, he said while giving a military salute before climbing onto the roof of the Humvee. About an hour later, Seiya was already calmer as she was no longer hugging her knees but looking out the window, although she was lost in her thoughts. Dad, Mom, Tatsumi. Takagi-san, Hirano suddenly called from the Humvee compartment, startling Seiya, that, please get well. Hirano, Ray was about to reply but Seiya interrupted her. Okay, Hirano is exceptional, Seiya says with a sad face, but Shinasan. A few minutes later, Shino got up from the sand and went to join the others where they saw a completely lost face without emotion, a face they had never seen on a person before. Shinasan, are you all right? Kimura asks and Shino looks at him. I'm fine, we have to go to the mall, she says with a fake smile and dull eyes. Shinasan, here, Hirano said, handing her the gun. You have to protect yourself. But the moment Shino saw the weapon, panic gripped her again, completely overwhelming her. Her eyes widened and her legs trembled. She began to breathe rapidly, trying to control her panic, but it was useless. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, Hirano said as he put the gun away. Shino shook his head as if nothing was wrong and then, having calmed down, got into the Humvee where they would sit in the back without saying anything. Everyone remained silent, exchanging worried glances before heading towards the mall. Just a few meters from the entrance, they were forced to abandon their car due to engine failure. It seems he can't go on any longer, Marikawa said. It's okay. We're close, let's continue on foot, Kimura suggests. No one objected to Kimura's order and they all headed to the shopping center, where several minutes later they finally reached their destination. Chapter 16. Con Tatsumi. Darkness was all I could see. Everything was completely dark, there was nothing and no one. Suddenly a small light began to illuminate the entire place, and shortly after I began to hear my name. Tatsumi. That voice sounded familiar, it was Shino calling me. Instinctively, I opened my eyes and because of the sunlight my vision blurred, but I could clearly see a silhouette above me. I blinked several more times and my vision cleared, revealing Shino with a smile. Shino, I whispered with a smile as I closed my eyes. Shino. But the moment I opened my eyes again and stood up, I could see that Shino was not around me, and I noticed that I was sitting in the courtyard of Seiya's mansion. God, how long have I been asleep? I got up from the ground and observed a large number of dead bodies around me, then headed to the front yard of the mansion. There I could see a large number of dead bodies and also some of them. I don't know how I'm still alive. Suddenly, from among the dead bodies, I spotted a familiar figure, so without further ado, I headed towards it. Upon arriving, I moved several bodies aside and realized it was Suikaru. Suikaru-sensei, I said as I crouched down and shook him slightly. Wake up. Cough, weakly opening his eyes. Tatsumi-kun, what are you doing here? Cough. I stayed behind to distract the horde so the others could escape. I don't know how long I've been asleep. I see, cough, just like your father, cough, always protecting others before protecting himself, cough. I have to take him to the mansion and heal him, I said as I took his arm and put it around my neck, then lifted him up. Come on. Let's go. No, leave me alone. Can't, yes, you can leave me in that tree, please. Okay, I said as I carried him to the tree and gently sat him down. You have a high fever. Without saying a word, he pulled back the collar of his jacket and showed me a bite mark. When I saw that, I couldn't help but make a sad face. Don't make that face, I've been much worse. Yes, sir, I said, still with a sad face but with a small smile. Tell me, cough, what do you plan to do now? Well, I'll try to find the others. I know you can, no one can survive alone. I know he's never been able to. I'm very proud of you. I remember the first day I started training you, a boy who took hits but never gave up, it was admirable. He showed me a gun. This is my last lesson as your teacher and also as your father, he said, his face weak but with a smile. I don't have much time left, that's why I want you to be. The moment Suikaru showed me the gun, I couldn't stop myself and tears began to well up in my eyes. Trembling, I grabbed the gun and pointed it at Suikaru's head where he was probably smiling at me. Thank you, he said with a smile as he closed his eyes. No, thanks to you, I said, pointing at him as tears streamed down my cheek. Suikaru-san. Without another word, I pulled the trigger. The sound of a gunshot echoed throughout the room and Suikaru's body fell to the ground with a thud. He was dead. At that moment, I dropped to my knees and began to cry more freely. A few minutes later, I also found Yuriko, who had become one of them. Without thinking, I shot her in the head. Then I took her and Suikaru to the backyard. After burying them both, I stood looking at their graves where I began to think about everything that had happened while the gentle breeze touched me. I lost something important, now all I can do is wait until time decides that I should join them. I stood up from the ground and stared at the sky. Thank you for everything. Without another word, I ran out of the mansion and headed to the mall, assuming they would have gone there as planned. The walk was uneventful. I occasionally ran into some of them, but I easily killed them with a crowbar I'd taken from the mansion. After a few hours, I had reached a main road where I could see the whole city full of ruins and fires, where I could also see a large number of them. I sighed. And here I thought it was going to be easy. I rested the lever on my shoulder and watched as they began to approach me. I simply smiled and started running towards them, where I began hitting them to clear a path. As soon as I walked down the entire street, I spotted a vehicle at the end that looked very familiar. When I reached it, I realized it was the Humvee they had used to escape. I initially thought it might be someone else's Humvee, but I knew perfectly well it belonged to my friends because after walking a few blocks, I had finally arrived at the mall. With the others. Seconds before arriving at the mall's parking lot, Hirano, Rei, and Seiya were on the roof, scanning the surroundings with binoculars, hoping he would appear. How long do we have to keep watching? Rei asks, exhausted. All the time we need. Seiya said as she looked at the parking lot, but are we sure that? Takagi-san. Hirano said, looking through binoculars at a certain area, interrupting Rei. It's him. Are you sure? I said, taking the binoculars from him and watching me approach. Yes, it's him, I said, handing the binoculars back to Hirano. It seems to be okay. I'm going to warn Shinasan. Seiya said as she headed inside the mall. She quickly went down the fire escape and headed to join the others who were resting in a small bar. Listen to me. Everyone looked at her. It's Tatsumi, he's back. The moment they heard that, they froze in shock, then quickly headed for the back door. As they made their way there, Seiya noticed that Shino wasn't with them. Where are you, Shinasan? Shinasan. Seiya searched the entire second floor of the mall for Shino until she found her sitting on a sofa. During their time in the mall, Shino remained blanketed and emotionless, which worried everyone as she showed no signs of improvement. Shinasan, he gasped for breath after running all over the center. I was looking for you. What's wrong? She asked without emotion. It's Tatsumi, he's back. The moment Shino heard those words, his face slowly changed to one of surprise and then the light reappeared in his eyes. What? She asks incredulously. Tatsumi. Yes, come on, let's go, taking Shino's hand and pulling her along. They both started running through the mall until as they turned a corner they could see me in the distance where I was greeting the others. I'm so glad you're alive, Oniichan, Alice said as she gave me a small hug. I'm glad to see you too, I said, returning the hug before looking at Kamuro. Did you have a difficult journey? Kamuro asked, extending his fist. Not really, I said with a smile as we bumped fists. After all, a certain woman ran over all them, so I had a pretty clear path, I added teasingly, glancing sideways at Marikawa, who blushed. Tatsumi-kun, don't look at me like that, it's embarrassing. Yufufu Shizuke-sensei, I'll need you to heal my shoulder wound later. It reopened again. Sure, leave it to me, she says with a smile. Tatsumi. Seiya suddenly shouted, running towards me and throwing her arms around me. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're okay, Seiya. She clung tighter to my chest and began to sob with joy, and I hugged her tightly. Everything's all right now, she nodded, still clinging to my chest and tightening the hug. Tatsumi. Shino asked from behind everyone, where as they moved aside she could be seen with an incredulous face upon seeing me. I looked at her and smiled, and she started to cry as she approached me, so I stepped away from Seiya and waited for her. We were face to face and she stared at me with tears in her eyes. Then she put her head on my chest and started gently punching me. Don't do it again, understand? Don't think about I won't be able to. Unable to bear it any longer, Shino began to cry like a little girl, so I stroked her head and hugged her tightly where she clung to my chest. I love you, Shino, I said with a smile as I tightened the hug. Sniff, repeat it, sniff, she said while trying to wipe away her tears, but it was useless. Every time she passed her hand over them, more tears of happiness came out. Shino, I love you, again. I love you, others. I love you, sniff, Tatsumi, sniff. She pulls away from me and looks me in the eyes. Tatsumi, I love you too, she said with a beautiful smile as she wiped her eyes. I hugged Shino again and we stayed like that for a few seconds. Everyone else who was witnessing this scene couldn't help but smile, until suddenly a woman's voice broke the silence. Hello, asks a woman with brown hair dressed in a police officer's uniform. Are you new? You're the police officer who let us in, Seiya says, arms crossed. That's right, Takanasu Higashi Police Station Traffic Department, Officer Nakyaka Asami at your service. She said with a smile as she bowed. It's a pleasure. He extended his hand, which she returned with a handshake. I'm Sasaki Tatsumi. He's our leader, Kamuro said with a smile, and everyone else smiled too. Yes, that's me, the leader of this group, I smiled. After my introduction to Asami, she proceeded to explain the rules of the center, where I also discovered there were other survivors. Hours later, everyone in my group was asleep, a little apart from the other survivors. I was awake while Shino slept beside me. I couldn't fall back asleep. After all, I think I'd slept for a whole day. So very carefully, I turned my head to my right and watched her sleep. Shortly before preparing dinner, Kamuro told me everything that had happened up until they arrived at the mall, where he described Shino's condition. She was emotionless and her eyes were dulled. He also told me that her panic had returned, preventing her from seeing any firearms or knives. I'm sorry, I whispered as I gently stroked her cheek. I promise I'll never leave you again. Gently, I took Shino's head and pressed it to my chest, where I held her tightly, falling asleep in that position. The moment Shino felt me hugging her, a smile formed on her face as she slept. Chapter 17. The next morning, Shino and I were strolling around the mall with Alice and Zeke while Seiya and Hirano were getting lunch and checking on each other's condition. This isn't broken yet, right, Takagi-san? The power outage happened 2 days ago. Check the expiration date. You should also check the smell. Hey, hold it right there. We need to dry the meat and fish. We've already decided we're going to smoke it. And are you going to eat that yourselves? A man from the group of survivors asks. You know how things are, so follow the rules. Wait a minute, Shimada-san, Asami said as she approached. Oh, it's you. Those kids arrived here 2 days ago. They don't know anything about the rules made by by the police officers. Besides, we all need to gather the food quickly. It'll be much easier without the lights. She clicked his tongue and left without saying anything. Thank you, Anakya-san, Hirano says. So with everything that happened 2 days ago, I've forgotten what you explained to us, but were you the one who organized everyone? Seiya asked. No, it wasn't Asami, it wasn't this officer, it was Matsushima-senpai who guided everyone here, and where is that person now? Good, we're safe here, so senpai went back to headquarters to get backup. That was 2 days ago in the afternoon. Hirano and Seiya exchanged glances upon hearing this. Adi, don't worry. Matsushima-senpai isn't like a Roman too mean, the agent you have before you, she's still in training. But senpai has tons of honors and is a true veteran. She'll definitely be back with plenty of reinforcements. Hey, policewoman, let's begin today's meeting, says another man from the survivors. Oh, okay, I'm coming. He leaves the place, leaving Hirano and Seiya alone. At the same moment that Asami left, I appeared along with Shino, Alice, and Zeke where we approached Seiya and Hirano. You must be finished, Seiya says when she sees me. The entrance has been properly blocked, I said. With a veteran officer rolling through here before, it makes sense they'd have a good barricade, Shino says. For the time being, we will keep the weapons hidden. The people here are not as organized as my father's subordinates. We don't want to risk having our weapons stolen. Good. Everyone would want to use them if that happens. I'm not sure we'd have enough ammunition. Do you want to change your clothes? Hirano asks Alice. Yes, I've been sitting in the car for a long time, so I'm dirty and I haven't even showered. In any case, this place won't last long. However, they have food and water, I said. But the foundations that hold the group together are crumbling. This healthy environment they have will quickly deteriorate. Their fresh food is already starting to spoil. If we move the toilets to the roof and use the bathroom like we're camping, we could use vinyl sheets or something to collect rainwater, Seiya suggests. But there are a lot of people here, aren't there? I know from experience that if the water doesn't flow, we won't be able to bathe and we'll be dirty and get sick, Alice said, crossing her arms and joining our conversation while the four of us stared at her. Why is this girl interfering? Seiya asked, annoyed. But Seiya-chan, you speak so loudly that I can hear you anyway. Don't call me Seiya-chan, to you I'm Seiya Wanasama, Seiya said while stretching her cheeks. In any case, we'll talk about it when we're all here. I glanced at Shino. Why don't you go with Seiya and Alice to look for clothes? I'll stay with Hirano. Okay, I'll see you later. She gave me a kiss on the cheek and walked away with Alice and Seiya. Come on, Hirano, we have to find something we can use. We'll only take what's necessary because we don't want to upset the people in that group. Understood. While we were walking all over the mall looking for something we could use, Hirano and I were having a chat. Should we try talking to that officer? She doesn't seem trustworthy, but she knows everything about this place, Hirano said. Hiding the weapons was a good idea, Tatsumi. It's just that I don't think it would be a good idea to have weapons with an officer around here. There are certainly limits to what we can do. I know what you mean, I said with a smile, which he met with a sadistic grin. I was just asking if we should use them or not. You understand what I mean, right, Tatsumi? Yes, perfectly. It's best to always be on our guard. Although, are you sure about using them against the police officer? She was quite pretty. He gave her a sly look which made Hirano blush. Well, that's it. I couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. At the ASAMI meeting. How much longer are we going to sit here? A man asks, clearly annoyed. You said we'd get help soon, but those sons of bitches keep coming. The worst part is the electricity, the phones, all that shit is out. I'm fine with whatever, but my wife needs her weekly blood transfusion, so can we go to the hospital soon? An elderly man asks, standing next to his wife. You know, even if it's just for a few seconds, I need to contact my office. Another man said as he stood up from his seat, but Senpai Officer Matsushima said to wait here until she returns with help. So this officer will do everything she can too. You have no right to detain us like this. Your duty is to protect us. At that moment, Hirano and I were passing by the meeting that Asami was having, and because of the shouting they were doing, we decided to approach where we would be a little apart. They all seem to be causing a lot of trouble. The group is falling apart. They've realized the police aren't the saviors they thought they were. I said as Hirano and I watched Asami being pressured to the point of tears. That's why they're blaming the officer. I know we don't have time to rescue everyone we find in distress. Yeah. So what's the plan? He smiled. I have an idea, showing a smile. What are you saying you're going to do? The man asked, banging his fist on the table. If you were a responsible officer, you'd do something about those monsters outside. A desperate woman shouts. But this office Asami didn't get very good grades at the police academy and she's just a little girl, she said, tears welling in her eyes. Do you have a minute? Hirano says, suddenly appearing. Can't you see we're in the middle of an important conversation? Well, I found something the officer dropped and I wanted to return it to her. Did I drop something? She said, wiping away her tears. Yes, isn't this a police officer's gun, showing a revolver? Yes, it is, he exclaimed, picking up the revolver. It's a Smith & Wesson Airwight Model 37. The police prefecture uses this pistol to enforce the law. Whoa, hell yeah, with that thing you can take down those sons of bitches out there. But if the weapon is used, they will come to the source of the sound, right? That would put us all in danger. Besides, there are only as many bullets as there are people here, Hirano said with a macabre smile. But in any case, the officer should be the only one with a police gun. Well then, I trust she'll use it wisely, Hirano said, giving Asami a nod. Yes, thank you for your cooperation, returning the greeting. I think that should work, Hirano said as he approached me while I stood apart observing everything. You'll have more responsibilities, but you did the right thing, believe me. Just imagine that officer's position now that she has a gun. That's better, I know. At that moment, Hirano and I felt the presence of someone behind us, and when we turned around we saw that it was Zeke, Alice, and Seiya, and the latter two mentioned that they would have changed their clothes. Oni-chan, how do I look? You look beautiful, I said, stroking Alice's head, then glancing at Seiya. You look beautiful too, Seiya. I thank you, she said, lowering her head to hide her face as she was blushing. And Shino. Here, Shino said from behind me. I turned around and couldn't help but be surprised by how beautiful she looked. Is something wrong? Does it look bad on me? She asked, blushing since she had been staring at me for quite a while. And no, on the contrary, you look incredible, I said with a smile as I wrapped my arms around her waist. Oh, you're a heartthrob, placing his hands on my chest. Seiya coughs to get our attention. Shino and I regain our composure and look at Seiya. Fatso. What makes you think she knows how to use that weapon? She's a police officer, she's received some kind of training. So the fact that she doesn't know isn't the issue. That whole group was. What if they think she won't shoot? Well, it's just a possibility. I mean, we can't save everyone we come across. Hey Seiya-chan, Alice said with a worried expression. It's Seiya Wanasama, she exclaimed, stretching her cheeks. Understood. Where is Shizuke-sensei? The moment Alice asked us that question, we realized we hadn't seen her all morning, so we became alert and the four of us started looking for her around the mall. Meanwhile with Marikawa. At that very moment, Marikawa was in the bed and mattress store, accompanied by one of the mall's survivors, Shimada. But as soon as they reached one of the beds, Shimada pushed Marikawa aside and began to remove his clothes. Wait, this isn't. Come on, just once, you were the one who said you wanted to come here, right? Shimada asks. No, I meant that I wanted a bed because I was very tired. I don't give a shit. He approached Marikawa, licking his lips. Let me do it, okay? With all those monsters, I'm not going to find a girl like you with such a beautiful body. If I'm not clear enough, he pulled out a knife. Upon seeing the knife, Marikawa moved as far away from him as possible until Shimada pulled her legs down so she lay down, then positioned himself on top of her. With the knife, he tore off her blouse and then lowered his hand to her intimate area. Come on, you're going to enjoy it. No, please. But just before the man could lower his hand any further, I grabbed him tightly by the neck and slammed him to the ground. After that, I got on top of him and started punching him repeatedly in the face, over and over again. Until finally Shino and the others in my group along with Asami arrived where they saw how he was beating Shimada to the point that his face was unrecognizable. Tatsumi, stop, you're going to kill him. Shino said while hugging Marikawa. I punched him again in the face, which was completely bloody just like my hand, and then grabbed him by the collar of his shirt. If you touch any girl in my group or yours, I won't stop. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? I won't stop. I said angrily, then punched him again. The moment I got up from Shimada, I stared at the others, their faces etched with worry and terror. I didn't know why they were looking at me like that, but then I looked at my hands, which were covered in blood. I couldn't tell whose it was, mine or Shimada's. I looked one last time at the others whose faces hadn't changed, then turned around and walked away to clear my mind until I reached the rooftop where I sat on the edge to watch the supposed landscape full of chaos. An hour later I was still sitting on the rooftop staring ahead, not knowing what to do, just thinking about what had happened, how I lost my mind at that moment until suddenly some thin arms which I knew perfectly wrapped around my neck. Hello, what's wrong? Shino asked as he hugged me from behind. Nothing, I was just thinking. You don't have to think about anything, you saved Shizuke-sensei from a jerk. He sits next to me and rests his head on my shoulder. Yes, but I also almost killed a man. I don't know why I lost control. We remained silent for a few seconds until Shino decided to speak. Do you know what the group said? We admit we were scared to see you like that for the first time, but it was also amazing of you to help Shizuke-sensei. And it's normal that you reacted that way. I suppose you're right, but from now on, keep an eye on me, okay? Hi, she says with a smile as she looks at me. Seeing her smile, I can't help but smile back, and then we hug her and both of us stand looking at the scenery. I love you, Shino. Thank you for being with this idiot. And I love you too, Baka, she says with a smile without taking her eyes off the landscape. I look at her with a smile and then look ahead. Chapter 18. The next day we were all in a bar, which luckily hadn't been looted yet by the survivors there, so we could plan what to do. So how long are we going to stay? Ray asks from behind the bar, where she looks at me with a bit of annoyance. Everyone's tired, so I said, arms crossed, thinking of something, but I was interrupted by Ray. How much longer are we going to stay here? How can we relax in a place where there's a guy who has no problem raping a woman in front of everyone? I'm a woman too. She slammed her fist on the bar with both hands and came closer to me. Did you see I almost killed HIM? I yelled, jumping up from my seat. I know we can't relax, but look at you, you're exhausted. At least let us relax a little. Tatsumi, calm down, Shino said, grabbing my hand. Yes, I'm sorry, I said as I sat back down. Miyamoto, can I tell you something? Seiya asked, what do you want? Can you stop bothering Tatsumi for a second? If you want to achieve your goals, you need a plan, and putting together a plan takes time. I agree, first you need to know how to get there. Once you've done that, you can make progress. Do you know how much water and food you have? Will you be able to maintain contact? After you know all that, you should try to find the best route to your destination and... My house is a 20-minute walk from here. Ray suddenly shouts, interrupting Siko, who is surprised and then puts on a serious face. A 20-minute journey could take almost as long as an entire night. You should know that, Miyamoto, Ray Hisashi said, placing his hand on her shoulder. Calm down, okay? Nobody said we weren't going to look for your parents, so just relax, he hugged her. But every minute that passes, it's possible that she began to cry on Hisashi's chest, where he looked at us with a nervous smile. Takagi-san, why yes. What's up, Hirano? I don't know much about EMP and that sort of thing, but is it really possible that an EMP could reach and destroy every single piece of electronic equipment? Aren't there any devices designed to withstand lightning? What if there's a protected location? I think those devices should work. Lightning protection wouldn't do any good. The limit of what anything could withstand would be quickly reached, so everything's dead. Except for the Humvee, which was modified to withstand it. Even then, the protection wouldn't work. Buildings are designed so that electronic equipment can pick up signals with their antennas, of course. There might be buildings that protect against EMPs, but they're very rare. And what about the things inside a safe? Komuro asks, there's a chance they're okay. Let's deal with it after today's meeting. Maybe we'll find a laptop or something. There's a bank here, so I'm sure they have a big safe. Marikawa said excitedly. Yes, you're right, Shizuka-san, let's look into that right now. Komuro said, that would be nice, but what if the other group wants the same things too? Seiya asked as she put on her glasses. At that moment, we all remained silent for a few moments, unsure what to say, but one thing is clear, it's going to be very difficult to trust people. I have no problem sharing, but only if we find two of the same thing, I said. What do we do in the end? Shino asks. Let's split into several groups. For now, we should leave the weapons hidden. The girls go to the bank, then go to the bike shop on the first floor and pick up some bikes we can use. Siko. Yes, I'll put you in charge of the situation if there's an emergency. Understood, Tatsumi. Hirano, go up to the roof and check out the situation outside, and if you can, take a map and mark the escape routes. Yes, sir. Hisashi, Komuro, and I will go check the offices, looking for electronic equipment that has not been affected by the EMP. Well then, we have our leader's orders, so let's go, Seiya said as she stood up, with HIRANO. At this moment, Hirano would be on the rooftop of the shopping center, surveying the view and assessing the situation outside. On a sheet of paper containing a map of the area, Hirano would mark the only escape route. That way either, he said, looking through binoculars and taking notes on the paper. It seems there's only one way out and it leads to the port. Koda-san, a voice said from behind him. Turning around, he saw it was Asami. What are you doing? Well, I'm doing a reconnaissance of the area to see how everything is. Wow, that's incredible, and you're just a student. You're much smarter than a Sam than Honkin. But Nakyakasen, you yourself proved that you are an amazing police officer. No, not at all. Asami doesn't know what would have happened if you hadn't been there, Koda-san. So. Oh yes, thank you so much, she says with a beautiful smile. No, it really was nothing. What are you saying, Honk? Asami was really in trouble. That's why he hugged Hirano, resting his head on her chest. Thank you so much, Koda-san. You saved Asami. She's a police officer, but she's completely useless. A few seconds later, Hirano and Asami were sitting on the rooftop talking about trivial things while looking at the scenery. Isn't it funny? So Asami promised her boyfriend that she would be a great police officer. Ah, that's great. No, it isn't. Asami didn't do well at the academy. Then her boyfriend dumped her and now she's single. That's not good. Ah, so you think so, isn't that right? Asami is the type of person who overexposes herself too much. She said with a smile as she approached Hirano, making him even more nervous. That's not good either. Yes, right. Well, a little while ago, when you helped Asami, suddenly she approached Hirano and kissed him on the cheek, causing him to blush, then looked at him with a smile. "Oh, officer," shouted one of the survivors as he ran towards the two of them. "What's happening?" "Grandma is very ill. The Hexy doctor examined her, but she needs a blood transfusion." With Tatsumi and the others. At that very moment, we were in the bed and mattress store, standing in front of one of the beds, the same one the elderly woman was lying on. She appeared to be very ill, and after Marikawa examined her, it was determined that she needed a blood transfusion. Does a bone marrow disease mean you need regular blood transfusions? It could be AR. I don't know what it means, the old man said. It's an abbreviation. It's a common complication, an interruption in normal blood production known as rheumatoid arthritis. Yes, that's it. I'm so sorry to be a bother. If I rest a bit, I should feel a little better. You don't have to worry about anything, Marikawa said with a beautiful smile which made everyone in my group, including me, blush. Shizuke-sensei, Alysa-chan. I know it's wrong to take things without paying for them, she said while carrying several boxes of medicine. But. Thank you, she says with a smile to reassure Alice, then looks at the old man. Were they platelet or plasma transfusions? What's your blood type? I don't know that his blood type is O. Do you remember the color of the bags that were used during transfusions? Was it red or yellow? Yellow, it was definitely yellow. If it's raw and a yellow bag, it's probably a plasma transfusion. There's no energy left and it's been several whole days. But the clinic is near. If the only thing that matters is blood type, then mine should work. All the blood must be doing a transfusion like that is dangerous. Besides, your blood type is O, so the blood type doesn't matter. But what about the transfusion? The blood type she needs has to be O like hers. That's for red blood cells, Kamuro, but Shizuke-sensei is talking about plasma, and with plasma it's the other way around, I said, crossing my arms. Wow, I didn't know that, but how do you know about that? Seiya told me now, I said simply, pointing behind me where Seiya blushed. So what are we going to do now? Seiya asks after regaining her composure. The clinic nearby was receiving blood donations, so we're going to go and get some. One question, sensei, what, why us? She realized what he meant and lowered her head. We have to help everyone we can. I hate to say this, but what will she do after the transfusion? She needs transfusions regularly, doesn't she? And what will she do when she needs the next one? The rules of the world have changed, Siko says. It's horrible, but it's true, Rei said, clinging to Hisashi, who agreed. Why not? She approaches me. Onia-chan, you're going to help Grandma, right? After all, they went to the trouble of saving me. What, am I not part of the group too? She asks, her eyes welling with tears. Of course you're part of the group. She stroked his head with a smile. I'll go. Tell me, where is that clinic? Tatsumi, Shino said as he took my hand and put on a worried face. Don't worry, she said, stroking his head. I'll be back. Honkan, he's with him. Asami said as she approached us with Hirano and another man. Just tell us what we're supposed to be looking for. But it's very risky, Nakyakasen, Hirano said. Ignoring personal danger for the sake of the public and helping people is the duty of a police officer. Okay, I looked at Hirano. Are you with me? Until the end, he said while waving. Me too, Kamuro said as he took a step. Anyone else? I asked, looking at Asami's group. I'm going. I want to kill those sons of bitches out there, said the man who had gone to find Asami Hirano. My name is Tamaru Hino, he said, extending his fist. It's a pleasure. Returning the fist bump, he said, my name is Tatsumi. He glanced at the others. There are 5 of us, I suppose that's a good number. Kamuro, Hirano, go get weapons, we'll need them. Understood, they both said at the same time as they ran out to the hiding place where we had our weapons. Asami-san and Tamaru-san, be ready, we're leaving in 5 minutes. Yes, hey, do you have a second? Shino asks from an area away from the others where she would be sitting on a sofa. Is something wrong? I asked as I sat down next to her. Look, I don't know how you're going to take what I'm about to say, but I think we need to focus on our own survival and ignore the people we meet along the way. We won't be able to help everyone we come across. I know, part of me doesn't want to do it and I want to stay here with you, but part of me knows I'll regret it later if I don't help that old woman. I know I'm putting Hirano and Kamuro at risk, but with you safe here, I'll feel more at ease. But I won't be at ease, Kamuro-kun, Hirano-kun, and you are going out, and you're putting yourselves at risk. Besides, your shoulder injury isn't fully healed. I'm aware of that, but we have no choice. Besides, we have to help them anyway since they let us in here, so I owe it to the policewoman. Okay, she says after a sigh, but promise me that if the situation becomes dangerous, you'll turn around and come back here. I can't afford to lose you. I promise you it will be like that, I said as we pressed our foreheads together. This time I won't do anything stupid and I'll come back. I got up from the sofa and started walking towards where the weapons were hidden to meet Hirano and Kamuro, but at that moment when Shino saw me walking away from her, she said to me in a worried tone, "Take care of yourself." I couldn't help but stop, then turn and look at Shino, who was smiling, but I could see in her eyes that she was worried. After a few seconds, I approached her and without warning gently cupped her cheeks and kissed her. "We'll be okay," I said, stroking her cheek. "Take care of the others for me, okay?" "I promise you," she says with a smile. I separated from Shino and ran out of the store, not wanting to waste any more time. The moment Shino was alone, she sat back down on the sofa and stared at the spot where I'd gone, instantly becoming worried, though she didn't show it outwardly. Please be careful. Chapter 19. Hours after leaving the mall, we found ourselves hiding in an alley where we could see the clinic at the end of the street. It was a small, four-story building, and I noticed that the street was completely free of them. "There it is. When I was little I used to come here for medical checkups," Kamuro says. "You too?" Tamaru asks. "Did you come here too?" "I loved reading their manga. Their waiting room was better than going to a manga cafe," Tamaru said with a smile. Sorry to interrupt, but Honkin thinks we should stay focused." Okay. "Sorry." While they were talking, I left the alley and approached the clinic door where I checked that the street was completely clear. Seeing that it was clear, I gave them a signal and they approached me very stealthily. "How is it?" Tamaru asked me while looking inside. "That's hard to say. Can I ask you something?" I asked. "Make it quick. Why did you come?" "I don't know," he says with a smile, which makes us smile too. After that moment, we all slowly began to enter and advance stealthily while pointing in both directions. "Where's the refrigerator?" Kamuro whispered. "They must be upstairs," Tamaru whispered. Suddenly, we could see and hear a door slowly opening and we all stopped. But the moment it opened completely, we saw that it was empty and we let out a long sigh. But suddenly, a group of them emerged from the room and Kamuro and I instinctively opened fire. Because of the noise we made, more of them appeared from the front door where I positioned myself in front of the group and began firing. "I'll stop them. Get the plasma quickly," I ordered as I began firing at the group of them coming from the door. The four quickly entered the room to search for the blood, but suddenly a nurse transformed into one of them, lunged at Hirano, slamming him to the ground and trying to bite him. "Kotasan, watch out," Asami said as she stabbed him in the eye with her police baton. "Are you okay?" And "Guys," Kamuro shouted, peering into a cooler. "Here it is, it says FFP on the label," he exclaimed, grabbing one of the bags. "I grabbed everything I could," Tamaru said, showing off her backpack. "Okay then." Hirano was about to open the door, but just then I walked in. "The entrance is full of them. There are too many," I said, blocking the door with my body. "We can go out into the garden through the window." I quickly pushed a locker in front of the door, then headed for the window. But suddenly, a group of them appeared out of nowhere, smashing the window. "Shit. Goddammit, what do we do now? Isn't there any way out of here?" "The roof," Asami exclaimed, pointing upwards. "We can reach the second floor through the roof." Kamuro and I quickly aimed at the ceiling and started shooting, creating a hole large enough for us to pass through. "Ready? Let's go, Hirano." He would push a desk under the hole, then climb on top to check if it was safe up there. "It's safe up here. It's a medicine storage room. Nakyakasen, go up first," he said as he helped her up. "Careful." The moment she reached the top, Asami rushed to Hirano and hugged him. "From now on, call Asami by her name," she said, her face flushed, making Hirano nervous. "Kamuro, it's your turn." He nodded and began to climb up the desk, while Tamaru and I would be holding off the infected trying to get in. "Your friend already went up. You go up." I nodded and quickly headed towards the desk, but the moment I put my foot on the table, it was destroyed. Shit. I stepped back a little and jumped, managing to grab hold of the edge with one hand. While I was hanging, I used my other hand to grab on and pulled myself up without any trouble. "Come on, get up," I said from above as I reached down. Tamaru shot at the infected once more and finally ran towards my hand, but the moment he jumped to grab my hand, the infected started coming in from the window and the door. "Hess, no problem," Tamaru said as she climbed up, half her body hanging down where the unexpected happened. The moment the infected grabbed his feet, he made a scared face and then they started eating his feet, causing Tamaru to scream in pain and spit blood. "Please, I'm already dead. Do it. Kill me." I got up from the ground and without thinking twice I drew my pistol, then pointed it at Tamaru's head where he was smiling. "Thanks for everything." Without another word, I pulled the trigger, killing Tamaru. The moment he died, his body fell through the hole and we all watched as it was devoured. "Let's go," I said as I picked up Tamaru's backpack. We all remained silent and left the room where we could see the group of them begin to go up the stairs, upstairs. We quickly started climbing the stairs until we reached the rooftop. Kamuro and I quickly closed the door, then grabbed a crowbar and locked it. "It'll hold for now," I said as I caught my breath. "Yes, so what now?" "That way," Hirano said, pointing to the building next door. "We can jump without any problems. It's not far. They don't know how to jump." I said nothing and went to the curb to check that it wasn't too far to jump. then looked at the building opposite which was clear of them. Yes, it can work. The four of us drew our weapons and shot at the glass in front, then all four of us ran towards the building and jumped, reaching the floor without any problem. Which way now? Asami asks. I climbed up through a collapse and pulled on a past object that was blocking a door where I started to hold on. This way we'll go through the building. After the three of them had passed through, Kimuro began to hold the door shut, preventing me from entering. But as soon as he let me through, he released the door, causing a noise that could be heard throughout the neighborhood. Surely no one heard it, don't worry, we heard noises. Damn our luck. We all went to the windows and could see how the horde of them who were in the clinic would begin to go up the building, while others would already be on the other side of the door. Shit, run, I yelled. We started running quickly through the rooms and up the stairs until we had to enter a room where as soon as we crossed the door I closed it, preventing them from entering. We have to get out of here now, Kimuro said. There's a bridge connecting this building to the one across the street, Hirano said, looking up out the window. We can cross it and block the way. Great, let's go, I can't stand the door any longer. Start going upstairs, I'll catch up. But Asami was about to say something, but I interrupted her. Quick. The three of them nodded and started climbing the stairs. After a few seconds, the door was about to break, so I separated from them and started climbing the stairs. Finally, we reached that supposed bridge where I would close the door as soon as I crossed. Tatsumi, are you okay? Kimuro asked. Yes, but that door won't hold up. After that, we could see how the door was about to break because of them, so Kimuro and I quickly stood in front of it and started holding the door up. Quickly. We both said at the same time. Hirano and Asami nodded and quickly crossed the bridge without problems, where as soon as they reached the other side they both got behind something and then pointed towards the door. Kimuro, you go first. He nodded and started running across the bridge, but suddenly he stepped on a loose piece that caused part of the bridge to collapse. I moved away from the gate and approached the area, observing a large drop and a great distance on the other side. Damn it, Hirano, find something so I can get through, there's nothing. Shit, I'll have to jump, I said. What did he say, jump? Kimuro asked, quite incredulous at my answer. I broke away and made my way back to the door where I began to breathe deeply. At that moment, the door started to crack, which I took as a sign, so I began to run at top speed, pursued by a horde of them. Finally, I reached the edge and with all my strength, I jumped. I'm going to make it. But he could see he was descending to within inches of the curb. I'm not going to make it. At that moment, Kimuro, Hirano, and Asami, seeing that I wasn't going to arrive, quickly approached the curb and the three of them grabbed my arm. 1, 2, and 3, they all said at the same time as they pulled upwards, ending up on the ground where we were catching our breath. Don't tell Shino anything about this, okay? I said, lying on the ground as I caught my breath. Deal, they all say at the same time. Okay. I get up from the ground and walk to the curb where I look down. We'd better hurry, we're going through this building. XXX. A few hours later, the four of us had arrived at the shopping center, where we were now climbing the emergency stairs to reach the rooftop. As soon as we entered the building, we were greeted by the others. I'm glad you're okay, Shino said, giving me a hug, then tilting her head back slightly to look at me. Everything all right? I said nothing and looked away. Shino glanced behind me and noticed someone was missing. She understood perfectly how I felt and gently stroked my cheek. I looked at Asami's group and they too noticed Tamaru was missing, their faces etched with sadness. After that, Marikawa and Asami's group headed to the bed and mattress store for the blood transfusion. Meanwhile, Kimuro, Hirano, Asami, and I went to another cafe on the second floor, overlooking the parking lot across the street, to rest and talk with the others. While Marikawa was performing the transfusion, Shino, Seiya, Siko, Rei, Hisashi, and Alice were at the entrance of the shopping center in front of the barricade, where backpacks and bicycles could be seen. At this moment, the girls were looking at Alice, who was riding one of the bicycles. Are you going to be able to? Are you sure? Aren't your legs very short? Rei asked worriedly. I'll be fine, silly, Alice says. Remember to respect your elders, Siko said as she petted Zeke. Sorry, she said, sticking her tongue out. Are you sure you don't want to ride Tatsumi's or Hiranokun's bike? Shino asked. I'm fine, well here I go. Alice rode her bicycle faster and faster while the girls and Hisashi watched her disappear into the distance. They gradually noticed that Alice was getting closer to a piece of furniture that she might crash into. Watch out, Hisashi says. Upon seeing the piece of furniture, Alice would smile, then tightly grip her bicycle and perform a perfect maneuver, surprising everyone. You're doing great, Shino says. Oh my god, wait a minute, since when did I start acting like I was his mother? I wonder if she's going to let me go with her, Seiya said, arms crossed and surprised. With TATSUMI, HIRANO, KOMURO, and ASAMI. We need to talk, Hirano said, standing up. It's not like we have anything to talk about, Kimuro says. Asami is very tired, she says, leaning back on the table. No, we have to think about what happened. Why? Kimuro asked, sounding a little annoyed. What we need to do is move on and figure out where we messed up. Are we clear on that? We let a talented person go to waste. Why? There was nothing we could do. No, it was a mistake and you made it especially, Hirano said, looking at me. We shouldn't have let you guard the entrance alone. Tatsumi, up until now we'd been doing everything you said and there hadn't been any problems, but mistakes were made at the clinic. We didn't need 4 people running around the clinic looking for what we needed. 2 would have been enough. So just 2 people, I said with a serious expression. You mean if only Tamaru and I had gone, he wouldn't have died? That's enough, Asami cried, tears streaming down her face, interrupting me. Nobody wants to talk about it right now. Tatsumi shot him while he was still alive. I don't want to remember that anymore. That's why we need to talk about it. We need to understand how that happened. While the 4 of us were discussing, outside the cafeteria were Shino, Seiya, Siko, and Rei, who were listening to our entire conversation. I suppose even Hirano has a serious side, Siko says. Personally, I have nothing to do with that, Seiya says, arms crossed. What are you talking about? Hirano and that officer are getting very close. You need to take things more seriously, or he. Do you have any idea what happens to people when they're scared? Seiya asked, interrupting Rei. Hirano is starting to see just how savage people have become. But Tatsumi already knows what it's like to kill someone, and yet he seems calm, Shino said, looking at me as he sat calmly across from Hirano. But with him it's different because he has a specialty. Tatsumi is willing to kill to stay alive and protect us. But we didn't kill anyone, Rei says. That's because they aren't human, or at least we decided that's the case. We have to protect our sanity after all. I don't know who it was, but I should thank the person who decided to call them they. I think whoever it was, they realized we had to keep fighting against those things that look human. I agree with you, but is that all? Siko asks. Of course not. When I was with my parents and when I'm with Tatsumi, I finally accepted the change in things. I'm sure you all have something or someone who makes all this pain more manageable. For Hirano, that's what Tatsumi, Kamuro, and that officer are doing. It's for her own good. But what about Shizuke-sensei, Hisashi-kun, and Elisa-chan? Shino asked. Hisashi won't have any problems, don't worry, Rei said with a smile. Marikawa has many responsibilities. She's our driver doctor and the adult. These responsibilities are her escape, Siko says. And as for the dwarf, Seiya says, until she is interrupted by Alice, who comes running along with Marikawa and Hisashi. What, Seiya-chan, who's the dwarf? Well, that would be stretching her cheeks. You obviously. Just as everyone was outside the cafeteria, Asami suddenly arrived because of all the commotion. Oh, was everyone here? Come in. Making way for everyone, they approached us. Even so, I'm worried, Shino said as she approached Seiya. I understand. Kamuro and Hirano, they themselves could become dangerous if this continues. They might not be able to withstand it and could go crazy. But Tatsumi will be able to control them, right? I think so. Tatsumi won't let any of us get corrupted, but we also have to keep an eye on him. If he goes crazy, he'd be much more trouble than Kamuro and Hirano, Seiya said, and both of them pictured me with a sadistic smile. Why, Hisashi-kun? Look at Rei and Hisashi together. It won't be a problem. I see, so what can we do? That's easy, Siko said, approaching Seiya and Shino. We have to do everything we can like their teammates. She smiled, then turned to Kamuro. What I mean is, I'm not going to forget that I'm female. You're right, Shino said with a smile, then looked at Seiya. What do you say, Seiya-san? Do you think you can do it? She asked with a smile. Oh, of course, it's going to be very easy, Seiya said confidently but with a noticeable blush. Asami will also do everything she can, at least until Matsushima-senpai returns from headquarters with help. Asami will stay and do her best to help others, she said with a smile which made us all smile. You look tired. You should rest for the rest of the day, Shino said as he snuggled up to me and rested his head on my shoulder. I would love that, I said with a smile. Here, take something nutritious, Seiya said as she placed a bottle on the table. Thank you. I look at the label. Seiya, this is a Highschool stimulant. No, that's not what I meant, she said, blushing as she tried to come up with an excuse. You know what, bring it here. She took the bottle from me and sat back down where Shino and I smiled, a bead of sweat forming on our faces. Kodasan, Asami is feeling much better now. Oh, that's good. Asami remembers that at the police academy they used to tell everyone to speak to a superior officer as soon as they returned from a disturbing crime scene. Otherwise, it would be very painful. But Kodasan, you're just a student, yet it seems you already know that. Asami is an officer, but she's completely useless. And no, I just happen to know. Nakyaka, I mean Asami-san, you're truly amazing. Kodasan, Asami said with a charming smile. At that moment, Alice turns to look at Asami and Hirano and observes that they are very close, where she quickly looks at Seiya. Hey Seiya. One Asama interrupting Alice. It seems that officer really likes Kodasan. Yes, isn't that strange? Piro Kodasan why Seiyacha. One Asama interrupting Alice again. Don't worry about that, shorty. After all, I'm not interested in Hirano. If only she looked at me and Shino together. Do you like Oniachan? Let me teach you something, Seiya said, changing the subject. I've always liked being the best, but I can't be the best at everything all the time, otherwise I'd have nothing. Do you understand? Seiya said, her face both sad and serious. But I like it when you're the best, Seiya-chan. Upon hearing that, Seiya grabbed her by the neck and started teasing her. Are you leaving? Asami suddenly asks Hirano. We need to find the families of Kimuro and Miyamoto. But Kotesan, couldn't you stay? Bringing his face closer to Hirano's, who would become a little nervous. If you're worried about what Asami might do, she'd do anything for you, Asami said, taking his hand. Letting go of Asami's hand. I already have a group of classmates. Asami was initially surprised by this, but then her face slowly changed to one of sadness. We all remained silent upon seeing that expression until suddenly she lifted her head and displayed a beautiful smile. Okay, Asami had a feeling you'd say something like that. Suddenly, the silence was broken by Zeke, who started barking as he went to the window overlooking the front parking lot. We all went closer and saw one of them in police clothing, whom Asami recognized immediately. Don't tell me I was about to say the girl's name, but Asami interrupted me. No, this can't be happening. Matsushime-senpai, why? He pounds on the glass. She couldn't make it to headquarters, and she was killed on her way out. No one is going to. No one is coming to help us. He screams so loudly that his voice can be heard throughout the mall. Chapter 20. Asami continued screaming with great sadness as she watched her commanding officer transformed into them. As we looked at her, we could see in Asami's eyes how she had lost all hope. No, it was all in vain. Asami can't. Asami-san, Hirano called to her, trying to get her to react. Kodasan, Asami, no, I mean Asami. Unable to bear it any longer, Asami would run away screaming, at which point Seiya would realize that some of Asami's group had overheard our conversation. Asami-san, where are you going? Don't try to act like a good person, fatty four eyes. Asami said angrily as she glared at him. Asami just needs Asami, therefore Asami. She said nothing more and started running towards the rooftop. The moment Asami ran off, Hirano came back to us, completely devastated. That's when I decided we're leaving the mall tomorrow. Hirano, the plan is for tomorrow we're leaving, I said. Isn't that a bit sudden? If you disagree, say so. Seiya said as she walked past them. And by the way, the other group heard everything that policewoman said. Do you understand? They already know that no one is coming to help them. They know the police are useless. ASAMI group. On the other hand, Asami's group had already realized that Officer Matsushima had died and therefore that the help they were expecting would not be coming. The police should protect us. I wouldn't count on it. The police these days are a bunch of lazy bastards. A bald man said while smoking. So what do we do now? The woman asks. We should find a safe place. And where would that be? It should be a police station or something like that. And how are we going to get there? Another man asks. Cars are no good anymore. And if we walk, that old woman is sure to die like that policewoman. Those boys, let's go with them until we find the police. The woman suggests. I don't think it's a good idea, Shimada said, his face covered in bandages. Those lunatics only care about themselves. Think about it, we all know we can still get things back to normal, but they're already armed and will do whatever they want. They even have bikes waiting by the back exit ready to leave. They can't be trusted, especially their leader, the one who hit me. Although they stopped you from raping that woman, the woman says with a smile. Say it again, you bore. Who are you calling a bore, you bore? Enough, the point is we can't trust those guys. Says a man with glasses. Kids these days are lazy bastards. What should we talk about now, old man? Anyway, we have to get out of here and find a safe place. Really, we have plenty of food and water here, and as long as we keep the entrances closed, those monsters won't be able to get in. Shimada says, how about we stay until all the food and water runs out? The only thing we don't have enough of is women for you to grape, the woman said, teasing Shimada. Shut your mouth. They're going to die, said a boy with long hair who had been sitting on the floor the whole time. Hey, why do you say that? Everyone's going to die. No one's going to save us. There's no safe place. They're all going to die, and they're all going to turn into monsters. The boy said as he got up from the ground and brandished a knife. Hey, stop messing with us all like that. I'm a huge zombie movie fan. Those kids are going to die. It doesn't matter if they have guns. It makes no difference. There's nothing we can do. Humanity is doomed. Movies aren't real. Your parents must be ashamed. The cigar-smoking man said angrily. To avoid listening to the argument taking place at the meeting, the elderly decided to leave and head towards the rooftop. Where are they going? Shimada asked. Well, I was thinking it would be a good idea to get some fresh air on the roof, the old man said with a smile. How can you be so calm at a time like this? With Tatsumi and the others. Meanwhile, we all headed to the store where Kimuro, Hirano, and I had hidden the weapons, which was a women's underwear store where we would be taking the weapons out from the side with the large bras. Did they hide the weapons here? Ray asked. That's right, I said as I loaded a pistol with ammunition and handed it to Shino. I know it's not a good place. Pervert, Shino said with a frown as he put the gun behind his pants. I smiled nervously. Whose idea was this? Seiya asked, who was with Siko and Marikawa as they watched us take out our weapons. It was the least suspicious hiding place I could find besides only someone with. I glanced at Marikawa. Only someone with enormous breasts would have a reason to look here. She looked at me confused. How many bullets do we have left? Seiya asks. Hirano and I counted them beforehand. We have 30 shotgun cartridges. Rei and Hirano's rifle won't even have enough for 150 rounds, so if they start shooting they'll run out very quickly. But I use my rifle as a spear so I won't have any problem not firing. You have an advantage when it comes to pistols. There are only 2 pistols with 12 bullets each. I have one and Shino has the other. And arrows. I only have 7 arrows left, Hisashi says. I always try to pick them up again after shooting, but many break as soon as they come into contact with them. We'll have to find more ammunition. I don't think the police or the SDF will give us any. We'll have to look in an armory. Kamuro asks. I think there's one south of the castle. But it's probably been looted by now, so I wouldn't expect too much. I can't think of any other place where there might be ammunition that hasn't been looted. Well, we'll figure it out as we go. The important thing now is that we get out of here safely, I said. Speaking of that, Kamuro said, standing next to Rei and Hisashi. The 3 of us were talking about something. This already sounds difficult. I feel bad making everyone come with us. Rei's right, Kamuro told you before, from here on out this is just between the 3 of us, Hisashi said. You boys have no reason to stay with us. While listening to Kamuro, Hisashi and Rei, we remained silent until we showed a smile where we disagreed with them. That's not going to work for them, I said with a smile as I approached Kamuro and gave him a light tap on the shoulder. We're not just a group of survivors anymore, we're a family that will stay together no matter what, and family is the most important thing. I guess they're right, Rei said, wiping away her tears. Yes, Kamuro said with a smile as he looked at the ground. Thank you, he said, lifting his head where we were all looking at him with a smile. After that family moment, we all went our separate ways to rest and get ready to leave. Kamuro, Hirano, Alice, and I were chatting together. Kamuro, I upgraded your shotgun. I attached some kind of knife to it. Just made from some clamps and brake pads that are supposed to be used with bicycles and kebab skewers, so it'll probably break after a few uses, Hirano said as he handed it to Kamuro. No, this is fine. It gives me another option. Another alternative. It almost sounds like you enjoy just thinking about it, I said with a mocking tone. I have a good teacher after all, he says with a smile. Oniachan, tell me, and where's mine? Will I have a gun? Alisa-chan, you don't need a weapon. Oh yeah, I'm your weapon. Me, Kamuro, Tatsumi, and Zeke are too. For now, you don't need to bring anything, understood? I said as I bent down and stroked her head. Okay, she says with a smile, then runs off to bother Seiya. For now, Hirano asks. She'll have to use a gun sooner or later, but not yet. When we're more confident, I'll teach her how to shoot, I said as I stood up and looked at Alice, then at Hirano. By the way, is this a Samison? You should try talking to her. She called me Fat Four Eyes. Everyone has something that can make them explode like that. I don't want you to have any regrets about her, so ask her to come with us. I said with a smile, and he smiled back. Is that okay? Of course, you're right, and without another word he started running at full speed towards Asami while we all watched him with smiles as he disappeared. Meanwhile, Asami was on the rooftop, lost in thought and crying until she realized she wasn't alone, seeing the 2 old men gazing at the view. What's the problem? It's dangerous to be there. Oh well, how are you, officer? Are you all right? The old man asked. Asami is just a little tired. Thank you for everything. You helped me live a little longer, the old woman said as she bowed, just like her husband. No, Asam, I mean this officer didn't do anything special. It's Kotasen you should be thanking. No, it's you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know what to do. No, even if Asami hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been any. Asami-san, Hirano shouts, appearing in the scene and interrupting Asami. What, Kota-san? Asami-san, come with me. Hirano shouts at the top of his lungs. By going with you, you mean I'm so happy to No, I mean, but Asami can't really be called a real police officer. So you just, Kotasen, you Kotasen, she repeated, lowering her head and tears streaming down her face before looking back at Hirano, who was smiling. Kota. Take Asami with you, let Asami go with you. Asami wants to be with you, Kotasen, she said as she lunged at Hirano to give him a tight hug, the rear door. While we were all getting ready to leave, one of the guys from Asami's group went to the back door where our things were. Do you think you're going to win on your own? The boy said, picking up one of the backpacks. Don't treat me like an idiot, you'll get what you deserve, it's like you set this all up for me. He headed for the door. I can do it, I won't lose. I can defeat those monsters or whatever they are. He opened the door abruptly. I can do it. Chapter 21. Meanwhile, we were all at a cafe preparing our weapons and equipment. Then we saw Hirano and Asami together as they approached us. I see that everything is fine, I said with a smile. Yes, Hirano said, scratching the back of his neck. Asami-san will come with us. Okay, well, welcome to the group, Asami-san. Thank you, Asami will do her best, she said, waving, and we all smiled. No, they're inside. A boy shouted at the top of his lungs where we could hear him perfectly. The moment we heard the scream, we quickly grabbed our weapons and headed towards the other survivors. They were on the same floor as us on the second floor where they were moving furniture to block the stairs. Damn it, I have to stay consent, but he was interrupted the moment he turned around and crashed into Marikawa's breasts. Hey, huh, the boy looked at us where we were looking at him with serious faces. And nothing well the boy he then they came in. Panic won't help anyone. I glanced at the boy then looked at the first floor. There's nothing we can do about the first floor, grab some furniture and block the stairs, that'll buy us some time. Several survivors obeyed me without question and began moving furniture, placing it in front of the stairs. I watched Seiya, who was looking at the first floor while trying to think of a way to fix it until she realized it was useless. Actually, that doesn't matter anymore, there's no time, we have to get out of here. Let's use the fire escape on the second floor, Seiya suggests. We could also try the emergency stairs, Shino suggests. I don't like heights, Marikawa said while hugging herself. I'll go ahead with Kamuro, Hirano, and Hisashi. You two watch our backs. Siko and Shino, you two watch the sides. Understood, then let's go. Hey, wait, what about us? That's your decision and no one else's. Everything changes, you have to deal with it like we all do. So Asami made her decision. She decided she's not going to be a police officer anymore. She says with a smile, and we smiled too at her decision. Without saying anything else, we started running through almost the entire mall where we would be heading to meet up with the other survivors who were separated. Come on, this way, I said as the others followed me. Ray and Siko, we'll need you two to cover us, you're the ones with the sharp weapons. I'm asking you to hold them off while we look for an escape route. Understood, they both say at the same time. We slowly began to approach the survivors until we saw the barricade Shimada had formed begin to crumble. A group of them then began to break through it. The game is over. Kamuro quickly appears behind him with his shotgun, which was holding the knife, ready to stab the first infected person. But the moment he kills it, the body falls on top of him and both of them collapse to the ground. No. Asami shouts as she sees an infected person lunging at Kamuro. Wait, Asami-san, ignoring Hirano, Asami pulls out his police baton and with all his might hits the infected man's head, killing him instantly. Asami stared at the dead infected man, then looked at Kamuro, Shimada, and Hirano, who were very surprised by what she had done. Hehe, Shimada laughs nervously. Hee. Asami laughs happily, but just as Asami was laughing, two of them appeared behind her. Ray and Siko quickly appeared beside Asami and finished them off. I hope I never get used to killing this way, Ray said as she plunged the knife into his head. Look on the bright side, Siko said as she decapitated the infected man. At least you're better off than me. Can I ask you something? Shimada asks me. Sure, I think so, I said. What the hell are you? Well. I remained silent and watched as my entire group effortlessly killed them. I have no idea, I said after sighing. They're coming from over there too. Seiya said looking at me. I'm going to shoot. Wait, Seiya. I placed my hand on her shoulder where she stopped and looked at me. You're over 50 meters away and you're not used to that weapon, so conserve your ammo. I'm sorry, I just wanted to help, she says, lowering her head. Don't apologize. She stroked her head. You made a good observation, I should have seen them before. Well done. She remained silent, her blush noticeable. Okay, what do we do about those over there? They'll catch up with us soon. Oh, all right, I sighed. Hirano and Asami-san go secure the emergency exit. Ray, Hisashi, and Shino cover Seiya, Shizuke-sensei, and Alice. Siko, Kamuro, and I will take the rear. Oniya-chan, yeah, can I take the bike? He asks me sweetly and I give him a thumbs up with a smile. And what about us, what do we do? The woman asks me agitated. How am I supposed to know? I asked with a serious face, what does that mean? Are you just going to abandon us? You can try to escape with us or you can hide on the terrace. It's up to you, but you'd better decide quickly. I've never seen such irresponsible young people. Their parents should be ashamed. The older man shouts at me. They might be, but I'll never know since they're dead. But don't expect too much from us, we're just high school students. I'm leaving. There's no reason to stay anymore, Shimada said. What, are you going to escape too? I don't want to rush you, but we have to go, here they come, Siko tells me. Meanwhile, Hirano and Asami had already reached the other side of the second floor, where they both quickly headed for the emergency stairs to see if it was safe to exit that way. As they made their way to the stairs, Asami started a conversation with Hirano. Kodasan, what's happening? Asami understands, everything is very clear to her. She said as she opened the door, what are you taking about? I've decided that I'm going to protect you until the very end. I don't care if I die as long as you're alive. That's not going to happen because I won't let anything happen to you, Hirano said as he approached the railing to check the state of the parking lot. This is awful, we won't be able to escape on the bikes if it stays like this. We have to do something to lure them away. Maybe if I shoot them from here. Asami, come right back, she said as she ran inside the mall, an idea forming in her head. Okay. Asami quickly rejoined us and together with Ray and Hisashi they went to a shop that sold fireworks. After searching for balloons, a type of firework that explodes as soon as it's thrown, they came to join us. Do you have a lighter? Asami asks me. I'm in high school, I said, then watched the older man pull out a lighter. Dude, I need that. I snatched the lighter from him and handed it to Asami. What the hell are you doing? I'm sorry, but in public spaces it's lighting the firecracker, then throwing it at one of them. No smoking. The moment the firecracker fell on the infected person's head, it would begin to explode, thus attracting the attention of all of them and leaving us with a clear path. Very good. Of course, why didn't I think of that? Seiya says, lamenting and getting angry with herself. Why are you so angry, Seiya-chan? Alice asked. Because I am me. Elisa-chan here. Asami said as she handed her a bag. What is that for? Just shut up and I'll explain, Seiya said. With everything ready, we all quickly headed to the emergency exit where Hirano was. Unfortunately, many of Asami's group didn't follow us, and a group of them started eating them. Hey, kid, a boy said to me as we were running. Yeah, if you happen to find someone you could. Yes, don't worry, I'll tell him, but first we have to get out of here alive. I said with a smile until we reached the fire escape stairs where the boy and the woman started climbing. We should stick together, I suggested. Adventures and risks aren't my thing, the man says with a smile. Then good luck. They said nothing more and started up the stairs. Seiya. Understood, listen up, we should be able to escape. Shizuke-sensei, the little one, and I will go in the middle, while Shinasan, Kamuro, and Tatsumi take the lead. Hirano, Hisashi, and the policewoman will be in charge of the... Miyamoto and Busujime-senpai will handle the left and right flanks. This formation should be an improvement over the one we're currently using. It's the same basic strategy used by the American Army in Iraq to protect transport vehicles. Any questions? Yes, I have one, Shimada said, raising her hand. Bigmouth, what do we do if they crowd around and surround us? We're going to use the balloons and the machine guns to keep them away. Now that we have the plan ready, Hirano, what's the best escape route? I asked, well, taking out the map and pointing at it. This street leads to the port. The port okay, we're ready. We quickly went down the stairs, and the moment we touched the ground, Alice took off at full speed on her bicycle and then threw the balls. The moment they exploded, all them who were around began to approach the noise. God. We could really use any kind of help, Shino said. Help me. A boy shouts from the top of a truck where he was surrounded by them. Help me, please help me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And who is that? Kamuro asked. He must be the one who opened the door. I don't think anyone else could have done it, I said. I guess it depends on me, Shimada said after sighing and preparing his bat. I'll do what I can to help him. We looked at him in surprise. Why the looks? You didn't seem like that kind of person, I said, still surprised. He smiled at me. Besides the fact that I got carried away with that hexy nurse, did I do anything to make you think I was a bad guy? Shimada-san, I called to him. He turned around to see my outstretched hand. I'm so sorry I hit you. I deserved it after all. Returning the handshake, he added, protect the group. Seeing you, I know you'll survive a long time. Don't do it, sir, Alice says. Being called sir makes me feel old, he said, then ran off in the direction of the boy. I don't need to be called sir. Tatsumi, what do we do? Siko asks me. There are about 200 or more approaching 5 o'clock. Can I use the rest of the fireworks? Alice asked. I remained silent the whole time while trying to think of something until suddenly Asami started running towards Shimada and the boy. Asami is going to help him. Asami-san, no, Hirano shouts. I mean, Honkin has a duty as a police officer. I can't just give up like that. She said with a smile as she performed the salute before running off again. Tatsumi, Tatsumi. While Hirano was shouting my name to make me do something, I just stared at Asami and Shimada where they had both already arrived with the boy. Help me, help me. Stop crying, you faggot, fight. Shimada said as he punched one of them, then saw them getting closer. Ah, shit. There it goes, Asami shouted as she threw the firecrackers. Thank you, policewoman, Shimada says. Calling me a policewoman would be more politically correct. Oh, okay. Hey, you up there, come down, hurry up. Asami orders. The boy, very afraid, got out of the truck until suddenly he fell to the ground, attracting their attention. Hey, use some more of those fireworks. I've already used them all. Perfect. While Shimada was distracted protecting the boy and taking out some of them, one of them appeared behind him where without him seeing it, he would bite him on the shoulder. Ah, no, no. Asami screamed as she drew her revolver and finished off the infected creature that had bitten Shimada. Now's your chance to escape from here. Now you're on your own. Shimada said as he pushed the infected away from the boy. But what are we supposed to? Just run away from here, you piece of shit. The boy, terrified, ran off in the opposite direction, leaving Asami alone. She watched in disbelief as they devoured Shimada. She began to back away in fear, finding herself between 2 cars with several of them approaching her from both sides. Ah! She screamed as she saw them approaching, and she began firing until she ran out of bullets. At that moment, she looked at us from afar and tears began to stream down her face. Koda-san. We can't just let Asami-san die. Do something, Tatsumi. Hirano shouted, grabbing me by the collar of my jacket. She can't die. Koda-san, Asami shouts, drawing everyone's attention. I hate you, I can't stand you, I never liked you, never, I hate your ugly fat ass. Asami-san, you already fired your weapon, yelling like that will only make things worse. She already knows, she's doing it on purpose, I said. I mean it please, just one thing. Don't let Asami become one of those monsters. Asami screamed with all her might and Hirano obeyed, pointing his gun at her. You always understood me, Kotesan, I love you. But just as Hirano was about to pull the trigger, a gunshot echoed throughout the place where Asami saw one of them, who was in front of her, fall to the ground dead. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to me where I had my arm outstretched, pointing in Asami's direction. Hirano, seeing that I didn't want Asami to die, smiled. Ray, I'll give your rifle to Shino. She didn't say anything and handed it over. Shino, I want you to get on the roof of that car and cover me and Asami. I'll go find her. What? Yes, she said as she climbed onto the roof of the car and lay down, where she would begin shooting at the infected people who were around Asami. The rest of you, I want you to use the firecrackers Alice has left and distract most of them. Hirano and Siko, you cover them. Understood, understood. I sighed after watching them walk away. I have an idea. Well, that's just how you are after all, Shino said as he fired his weapon. There are still a few of them near Asami, but she's safe now. Okay, cover me, I said as I ran towards Asami. I quickly headed towards Asami while dealing with the infected that appeared in front of me, breaking their necks or crushing their heads to save ammunition. They would gradually bring me closer to Asami, who was being protected by Shino, who was taking down all the infected around her, until unfortunately she ran out of bullets. I'm out of bullets, Shino shouts at me. Because Shino ran out of bullets, a group of them would approach Asami where she would look at them with fear. No, he closes his eyes. Kotasen. But just as one of them was about to lunge at her, I quickly drew my pistol and shot him in the head, then I aimed at the other four and finished them off. Quick, get up, I said as I helped her to her feet. You saved me. Let's just say Hirano is a little too persuasive. We need to run, ready? She nods. I quickly shot the infected man blocking the path and we both started running, me firing at all the others that appeared in front of us. Just then an infected man appeared behind Asami and was about to grab her, but a shot from Hirano stopped him. That boy, he really loves you, you know that, right? I said with a smile as I looked at Hirano. Yes, I know, Asami loves him too, she said, wiping away tears of happiness. I didn't say anything else and we both reached the others where Asami immediately pounced on Hirano. Kota, I'm glad you're okay, Asami, he looks at me. Tatsumi, thank you so much, he says with tears in his eyes as he hugs Asami. You're welcome. I smiled, then looked at the horde of them. We have to go, Hirano, show us the way. Yes, sir, he said as he stood up quickly and with tears in his eyes greeted me. We quickly left the parking lot and began following Hirano, who led us through the neighborhood streets until we reached the port. Now Tatsumi, Kamuro asks me. We'll cross the port and go. But I didn't finish speaking because we could clearly hear a group of them approaching from behind us. We were about to run to get through the port as quickly as possible, but we had to stop when we saw another group ahead of us. And now, Ray asks, I didn't know what to do at that moment. We were completely surrounded by a large number of them and we didn't have enough bullets to hold them off. I looked around for a place to retreat to until I saw an island in the sea. There. She said, pointing to the island, let's take a boat and go there. Are you sure? Shino asked. Don't worry, I know that island. I used to go there on vacation with my parents. There's a small town, so it's possible there aren't that many of them, and it hasn't been completely looted. It seems safe, Seiya said, standing next to me with her arms crossed. For my sake. And me too, Shino says. Okay, then get ready, we'll take a boat and go to that island. Yeah, chapter 22. We left the city without any problems thanks to finding a boat at the port which took us to the island I mentioned. We were now on a beach which we could see was completely free of infected people. Don't you think this place is beautiful? Ray asked with a smile as she looked at the beach. You're right, Ray, Hisashi said, putting his arm around her. It's very beautiful. Besides, they won't be able to reach us across the sea, Siko says. We've finally found a place where we can live in peace, right? Marikawa said cheerfully. What are you saying? There are no supplies here. We have nowhere to take shelter from the sun. How can we live here? Seiya says, Oniachan. Alice shouts from a hill and we all look up. Come on, quick. We exchange a few confused glances and climb the hill. Look over there, a house. She says, pointing. Why is there a beach house there? Seiya asked incredulously. It's a beach house. Asami wants to go. Isn't it great? Let's go, Alice said excitedly, but before she could start walking, I stopped her. What's wrong, Oniachan? We don't know if it's safe. Kamuro, Siko, and Hisashi with me. Slowly and quietly, I entered first, pointing my pistol to both sides next to Kamuro, then Siko entered with her katana and Hisashi with his crossbow. It looks clear. Kamuro, go upstairs. Yes. He went up the stairs very carefully, until after a few seconds he went back down and shook his head from side to side to indicate that there was no one there. Okay, it's Seg. I was about to say something until the sound of a bang from the closet interrupted me. We all became alert and slowly approached the closet. I signaled Kamuro to open it while we waited, but the moment he opened the door, we saw it was a raccoon which Hisashi shot and killed. Well, we've got dinner, I said with a mocking tone. What does a roasted raccoon taste like? Kamuro asks. But before eating it, it's best to wash it. Sure, I'll take care of it, Hisashi said. Once the entire house was cleared, I alerted the others, who then began bringing in their belongings. After a while, all the men were sitting on the porch steps waiting for the women to come out. We found several swimsuits inside the house, as it seemed it had previously been a shelter that sold swimwear. This will do for now, Kamuro says. Yes, we couldn't find much food, but at least we found this place and we can use it as a shelter. Plus, it has water and beer in case of emergency, but most importantly this store sells swimsuits, Hirano said, looking at the door where the girls were. But men's swimsuits aren't very good, Hisashi said, referring to his swimsuit which was a thong just like Kamuro's. You're right. Stop complaining so much, be thankful we're in a safe place, I said, hands on my hips. What? I asked the three of them since they were staring at me. Why are you looking at me? Where did you get that swimsuit? Kamuro asked, pointing since he was wearing a normal blue one. Oh, this, I found it by chance in a drawer, this was the only one left, damn your luck. But guys, there's nothing wrong with it, look at me. It seems you really liked it, Kamuro said. Wow, don't you look stunning, a total creepy nerd, do you even know how to pull that off? Seiya asked, wearing a pink swimsuit. Ta-ta, Takagi-san, Hirano says nervously and excitedly upon seeing her. You look very pretty, Seiya, it really makes your hair stand out, I said with a smile. Thank you, why you're not so bad, she says with a noticeable blush. I'm glad we were able to change out of those sweaty clothes, Siko said as she approached us wearing a white swimsuit. Siko-san, Kamuro said while trying to cover his nose because of the bleeding. But there's nothing to eat, said Rei, who was wearing a green swimsuit. Our Rei, Hisashi says, blushing. I'm hungry, Marikawa said, touching her stomach where she was wearing a very revealing blue swimsuit. Koda. Asami shouted excitedly as she approached Hirano wearing a red swimsuit. How do I look? Does Asami look cute? Oh yes. Why you look very pretty, Asami, Hirano said while trying to cover his bleeding and hide his member. Onia-chan, how do I look? You look very pretty, I said with a smile, then looked at Zeke. You too, Zeke, this thief, that's right, and Shino. She's still choosing a swimsuit, Seiya says, I see. Did you know they shrink if you don't eat well? Marikawa said, twirling her breasts. Did she say they'll get smaller? I asked, a little surprised. Yes, completely, says Kamuro. What a view, don't you think? Hirano asks, where all of us still can't take our eyes off Marikawa's breasts. Too bad there's no food, is there, sensei? Rei said as she leaned on his shoulder. So what will we do now? Asami can Seiya interrupts her. Oh no, we are delicate womens. Very well, then I'll go to the sea, and Siko says, but is interrupted by Seiya. What are you saying? We are very, very delicate women, Seiya said as she pushed Siko away and leaned against her back. Alice can do nothing, but she was interrupted by Marikawa, who grabbed her and slammed her against her. We're really in trouble, Rei, Marikawa, and Seiya said simultaneously. All the men and Asami just stared at them. What can you do? I sighed. Guys, I called, getting their attention. I'll go fishing. Kamuro and Hirano will go to the forest to look for food, and Hisashi will prepare the raccoon. Understood. Understood, what's going on here? Shino suddenly asked. I turned around and saw that she was wearing a black swimsuit and a shirt over it. Shino, I blush. You look very beautiful. Thank you, she blushes. I couldn't find anything less revealing, I might be making a fool of myself. She lowers her head in embarrassment. I took her chin in my hand so she would look at me. You look beautiful, don't worry. Okay, she placed her hands on my chest. If you say so, I'll feel much calmer. She gave me a small kiss. You're doing very well too. Well, I said, pointing at Hisashi and Kamuro. Better than those two for sure, I added mockingly. Hey, they shouted at the same time and Shino and I couldn't help but laugh. You go have fun with the girls, we'll take care of finding food. Okay, be careful, Shino said as he walked away with the girls. Alright guys, let's go. Yes. While the girls were having fun in the sea, we all divided up the task of looking for food. I was in an area away from the others where I could see a lot of fish. Okay, let's see if this works, I said as I picked up a stick and tied a knife to the end with a string. It'll hold, here I go. I yelled as I dove headfirst into the water. XXX. Several hours later, it was already getting dark, so I decided to head back to the house with a net full of fish. When I arrived, I saw Hirano and Kamuro kneeling in front of the girls who were scolding them, while Hisashi stood a few meters behind, watching the scene with a smile. What did I miss? I asked. Let's say Kamuro and Hirano went to the forest like you said, but they didn't bring anything back. Zeke found some leaves to make a campfire. I figured as much, to be honest, I said as I approached the girls. Girls, leave them alone, I brought plenty of fish. I showed them the net with about 20 fish or more. I'll cook them with the raccoon, I said with a smile. See that, what do you prefer, two normal, useless boys, a boy who brought a raccoon or a handsome boy with a muscular body who brought lots of food and knows how to cook? Seiya asks the girls. The muscular guy, they all shout. A few minutes later, it was already dark and we were all gathered around a campfire where we would be cooking the fish I had managed to catch. They looked delicious, can we start eating? Marikawa asked. It's dangerous to eat them raw, they need to be well roasted. Wait a bit, I said. And what do you want to do in the meantime? Siko asks, Well, when I searched the house, I found this, I said, showing him a guitar. If you'd like, I can sing something while the fish cooks. Yes, sing, Oniichan. Asami would like to hear you sing. Okay, I said with a smile as I tuned the guitar. Let's see how it goes. By the time he finished playing, the fish was ready and we all began to eat peacefully. Minutes passed and we had finished, but we were still sitting around the campfire chatting about trivial things. Oniichan rubbing his eyes. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Sure, you can sleep in whichever room you like, go get some rest. She nodded and started walking towards the house with Zeke. What will we do tomorrow? Kamuro asks. What are you talking about? Seiya asked. Do they want us to stay off this island? No, not at all, Marikawa says. Well, we still have to meet our families, Ray said. I'm planning for us to go a little further tomorrow to the town behind that mountain. I'd like to see what condition it's in, and if it's safe, we'll stay here and then look for your families. We'll look for Ray's parents and Kamuro's mother. What about yours, Hisashi? My father and mother are in the United States on a trip for their wedding anniversary. I see we'll figure out as we go along about Hirano's parents, Siko's father, and I was going to say something but I kept quiet and looked at Shino since I knew that her relationship with her mother wasn't very good. Yes, mine too. I'd love to go find it, she said with a smile, gazing nostalgically at the campfire. All right, but those three will be last after we've found your families. Looking at Kamuro and Ray, he added, then we'll go find your friend Shizuke-sensei. Yes, I'm sure you'll like him. Okay, I get up. I'll go get a bottle of water. While I headed to the house, the others stayed around the campfire where after a few minutes they would notice that they were very tired for no reason. Why do I feel so tired? Marikawa asked, rubbing her eyes. I'm feeling dizzy, Siko says. There's a strange smell, Shino said, covering his nose just like everyone else. This smell, Marikawa stood up. It's hydrangea. Hortensia, Hirano asks excitedly, don't inhale the smoke. It affects your mind and causes hallucinations, but it was already too late for the nurse as it had already begun to affect her. What did you say? Kamuro asked as he stood up. Love and peace, we should attack them right away. Hirano says under the influence of the smoke, Asami and Koda will attack everyone, forging peace and love. As a police officer, it's my duty. Asami said under the effects of the smoke just like Hirano. Did they build the beach house just to avoid the hydrangea plants? Seiya said looking at the house. Quick, let's get out of here, guys, Kamuro ordered, but it was too late. Much of the smoke had already reached the beach where almost everyone was under its influence. Ray and Hisashi, who were also under the effects of the smoke, were in a secluded area away from the bonfire, where they began to remove their swimsuits, eager for their moment. Asami and Hirano, after hallucinating, began to remove their swimsuits and started kissing passionately, thus having their own moment. Meanwhile, Seiya and Marikawa, under the influence, began to approach Kamuro. Kamuro-kun. What, come here, they both said at the same time, then pounced on him, falling to the ground. What are you two doing, Kamuro? Kamuro-kun, my temperature is rising. Do something about this, Kamuro. Exactly what, Kamuro? Siko said, pulling on his arm this way. As Siko-san. Getting away from here is the priority. The symptoms should disappear from us as we move away. Okay. Walking away with Siko. The moment Kamuro and Siko walked away, Marikawa would begin to hallucinate that Seiya was her friend Rika, and Seiya hallucinated the nurse as her mother. While everyone else was hallucinating, I was searching for water all over the house. Then when I opened one of the doors, I saw Alice asleep in bed next to Zeke. Without thinking twice, I carefully closed the door so as not to wake her and continued searching. At that moment, Shino, who was under the influence of the smoke, was gazing at the sea. She turned around to look at the house where she saw me looking for something through a window. She smiled, splashed water on her face, and headed back inside. I kept looking for water until I finally found it inside a box. When I picked it up, I saw it was covering a drawer. Out of curiosity, I decided to open it and was confused by what I saw. I took out two things, a box of condoms and a bottle of lubricant. Why is this here? I asked, still confused as I read the instructions. What do you have there? Shino suddenly asked, startling me. The moment I got scared, I quickly put the lubricant back in the drawer, forgetting the box of condoms, and then got up with the box in my hand. Nothing, just normal stuff, I said nervously. Condones, line up. You had them stored away all this time and I didn't find out. What? No, well, I mean I just found them now, but no, I wasn't planning on using them now. So you're confident? No, yo no hurry. Is there something wrong with me? She asks, interrupting me. No, I wasn't planning on having Hex. I took a deep breath. Now I'm lost, no. I would do it with you, really. Why do you ask questions? I can't help but wonder. You're my boyfriend, and it's not like there are many options these days, are there? She says as she approaches me, then takes my face in her hands and kisses me. And you're not the only one who feels lonely, he says after kissing me, then taking a condom and holding my hand. Come here. I was speechless at that moment and let Shino guide me. She led me to one of the upstairs bedrooms. After we entered, Shino immediately took off her shirt and bra, then looked at me from the bed with an embarrassed expression. Are you coming? I said nothing and approached her, gently touching her cheek with my hand. Slowly, I moved closer to her face, where we shared a deep kiss that quickly became passionate. After a few seconds, we broke apart, breathless, leaving a thin strand of saliva connecting our lips. We gazed into each other's eyes, then continued kissing, until the pleasant atmosphere turned into a passionate one. As we kissed, I positioned myself on top of her, intertwining our fingers, and I began kissing her neck, eliciting a soft moan. Ah. With Keomuro and Aseikyo. Meanwhile, Kimuro and Siko had already moved far enough away from the beach where they were both resting and watching to make sure the smoke didn't reach them. We'll be fine here. We'll go check on them once the fire is out, Kimuro said. Takashi, Siko said as she approached Kimuro and leaned against him. I can't hold on much longer my body's desire. Siko-san, I want you so much, I want everything from you. He gently took her cheek in his hand, then brought his face closer to hers and kissed her. As Siko-san, Kimuro says after the kiss, I don't want you to think I'm easy. It's just that I've always wanted to do this with you. I've wanted to be yours, Siko, Kimuro said as he brought his face closer to Siko's so that they could kiss again. After kissing, they gazed at each other and unable to resist any longer, they headed back to the house. They wanted a more comfortable place to have their moment, XXX. The next day, I slowly woke up and noticed how my body felt heavier. I looked down and could clearly see Shino sleeping on my chest where we were both naked. I kissed her forehead and gently moved her so she wouldn't wake up. Then I got up, put my swimsuit back on and left the room. I walked down the hallway and saw a door ajar just enough to see through, so I peeked in and saw Kimuro and Siko together, completely naked. Instinctively, I smiled and carefully closed the door. This boy. I went downstairs and approached one of the boxes on the floor. When I opened it, I saw bottles of water and beer. I thought about taking a bottle of water but decided to save it for emergencies, so I grabbed a bottle of beer and headed outside where I noticed it was still dawn. What a night, I said, sitting on the sand and watching the sunrise while sipping some beer. Suddenly, I heard someone approaching and I saw it was Kimuro. Kimuro, good morning, I smiled. Good morning, he said with a smile as he sat down next to me. What are you drinking? Beer. I want to reserve the remaining bottles of water. Do you want some? Yes, although I've never drunk it, but there's always a first time, right? Taking a sip and making a face of disgust. It tastes disgusting. The first sip is like this, but you'll get used to it. How was your night? I asked with a mischievous look as he handed me the bottle. Well, it was crazy but good, the blushing man said, scratching his cheek. Are you two together now? We've talked about it before and yes. Siko and I are dating, so the Ray matter. Forgotten right now, I'm only thinking about Siko, I see. I'm happy for you. After all, in a world like this, you need someone special by your side. You take care of her, okay? I will. He said with a smile which made me smile too. You take care of Shinasan, okay? You don't need to tell me, I said with a smile as I handed him the bottle which he took a sip from. You're right, you get used to the taste. Taking another sip, we looked at each other and started laughing. Sate, I get up from the ground. We'd better wake the others up, we still have a long way to go. Of course, he said, glancing at me out of the corner of his eye, and then we both stared at the sunrise. Chapter 23. That same day, hours later, Hirano, Kimuro, and I would be heading to the city that had the island, since we wanted to find out what condition it was in and if it was safe. Are you sure it's this way? Kimuro asked wearily. All I see are trees. It's this way, trust me, I said, without taking my eyes off the road ahead where we began to climb a hill. If we climb this hill, we can see the whole island in motion. The two of them didn't say anything and kept following me until we reached the top of a mountain where we could see the entire island. We could also see the small town I was talking about. Gentlemen, welcome to Izu Ashima Island. I, Incredible Kimuro and Hirano say at the same time with their mouths open. Were you coming here? Hirano asked. Yes. I used to come here with my parents every year. It's an amazing place and that's an understatement. I noticed some houses on the beach. I'm not planning on going to the hotel today. Let's go to those houses and search them. Understood. The three of us carefully descended the mountain and approached the houses that were built over the water. We decided to split up to search them more quickly. After several hours of searching the first houses, the three of us met in one of them to show what we had found. So we found 6 bottles of water, 3 bottles of alcohol, gauze, a small knife, and an axe, I said, looking at the table. It's not enough, Hirano says, and we haven't found any food. I'd like to eat something other than fish. If there's no food, there might be survivors. We'd better keep an eye out just in case. But I couldn't finish speaking because the sound of something hitting echoed throughout the place, where the three of us, after grabbing our things, watched a group of them trying to enter a house. Will they be survivors? Kimuro asks. It's possible, I said. I see 4, no, 5 of them, Hirano said, looking through his rifle scope. Should we help them? Yes, but let's do it right so they don't surround us. Hirano, you stay here and cover us with the rifle. Kamuro, you go to the right and I'll go to the left. Okay, remember that they are guided by noise, so no weapons. We will only use them in case of emergency. Once the orders were given, Kamuro slowly moved to the right side of the infected, and I to the left while Hirano stayed in the rear. Very stealthily, I approached the first infected, who was about to break the window, and quickly grabbed him by the neck. I forcefully broke his neck and carefully placed his body on the ground so as not to alert the others. At that moment, I saw Kamuro kill one of them with the butt of his shotgun. Okay, only 3 left, I whispered. I hid in the corner of the house and saw the 3 infected people standing in front of the door. Very stealthily, I approached the first one I saw and with the small knife we found, plunged it into his skull. Then I quickly grabbed the next one by the neck and snapped it, and Kamuro killed the last one with the axe he found. As soon as we finished them off, Hirano approached us and the 3 of us high-fived, and then I knocked 3 times on the door of the house. Several seconds later, a tall, muscular man came out of the house. The moment he opened the door, I could see that there were more survivors inside, about 14. Thank you for helping us. My name is Akemi and I am the head of the lifeguards. It's a pleasure. My name is Tatsumi and these are Kamuro and Hirano. The 2 nodded and Akemi nodded as well. How many of you are in your groups? Before there were at least 30 of us, but now, Akemi said as she opened the door and let us in, showing us the group. Now there are 15 of us, well 14. What happened? Hirano asked. One of our men, Aki, was the head of security. He decided to go to the hotel to reactivate the generator. He managed to get it working, but he never returned. How long ago was that? Today marks 3 days. How long have you been here? Kamuro asked. Ever since it all started. We used to take refuge near the hotel, but the closer you get to that place, the more of those biters appear. The thing is, I have to get everyone to the main first aid station. There's an ambulance there, more equipment, water, and plenty of food enough to feed all these people. I hate to ask, but we can't do it without you. Will you help us? I stood there thinking for a while until I looked at the faces of everyone in the room. I could see all kinds of faces: fear, despair, anxiety. Okay, we'll help, I said with a smile, and I saw Kamuro and Hirano nod in agreement. Okay, thank you. First, we need an access card to go through the security door. Mine is in my hotel apartment, room 500. Do you have any cars that work? I asked. Yes, we have a truck that Goro fixed up. Goro, that's me, says a man slightly shorter than Akemi with a slender build. It's a pleasure. My name is Goro. I'm the mechanic. It's a pleasure. Tell me, Gorosan, is the truck in perfect condition? Well, you need new spark plugs or soon you won't be able to go anywhere. How many trips do you think it can withstand? Well, 5, 6 at most. Why, Akemi-san, I'd like to ask you for the van. I have my shelter behind that mountain and I have more people waiting for us. If you want me to go to the hotel, I'll need more people. He looked at Goro. You said I'd make it through 6 trips, right? Goro nodded. Deal. He extended his hand. Okay, returning the handshake with a smile. Kamuro, Hirano, we're leaving. The 2 nodded and we followed Goro, who led us to the truck he had fixed. The 3 of us got in and headed to the house where the others were waiting for us. During the drive, the 3 of us started talking. Do you trust them? Kamuro asks. At first glance, it looks like a simple group of survivors. I haven't seen any firearms or bladed weapons, only oars and brooms. I don't think they have an arsenal, Hirano said. But they said they have enough food to feed those people, so we'll ask them to give us half. Half? Kamuro asked, a little surprised. Yes, after all, we're going into the hotel, which is surely overrun by them. We're risking our lives, they have to understand that. Yes, you're right, I know what you're thinking and you think they're much worse off than us and that might be true. But I think asking for half is too much. Seeing your condition, I think a quarter of the meal would be fine. After all, we can get fish, right? He said with a smile and I remained silent. After about 20 minutes, we had already arrived at the beach house where many of our friends became alerted upon hearing the sound of the truck. Relax, it's us. I said as I got out of the truck. Everyone calmed down when they heard my voice. I'm glad you're safe, Shino said as she approached me with a smile and then hugged me. Everything all right? It went well, but we need to talk. The moment I said that, everyone looked at me with serious faces before we headed to the house. We were in the living room where I told them about the survivors and the deal I made with Akemi. I'm going to be honest with you, Tatsumi. I think it's a bad idea, Seiya said, arms crossed. I'm with Takagi. The same thing is happening here as with the group at the mall. What if it's a trap? What if there are too many of them? What if you get trapped and can't get back? Siko, who was sitting next to Kamuro, said, I know it's very risky and I know we don't know these people at all, but we need food. We can't keep eating fish forever because there will come a point when there won't be any more and we'll have to leave. And how much food are we talking about? Ray asks. Well, Akemi-san said she had plenty of food, enough to feed 14 people, so I thought we could have a room. I said, looking at Kamuro, who nodded with a smile, which I returned. I don't know if this is all right with you. Well, a room is better than nothing, Hisashi said. I'm in. And me, Seiya says. I'm in too, Siko said with a smile as she took Kamuro's hand. Me too, Shino says with a sweet smile. I'm glad you all agree. I smiled. But only a group of 4 will go to the hotel. We don't know how many of them are inside, so it's best to go in a small group. That's a good idea, and who did you have in mind? Seiya asked. Well, I'll go with Siko, Kamuro, and Shino. Understood, they all say at the same time. The rest of you, I want one of you to stand guard and make sure no one approaches. If it's a trap, they might come here while we're out. Be alert, Seiya, I'm leaving you in charge. Understood, Tatsumi, she said with a smile as she put on her glasses. Hirano, I want to ask you something. Yes. Do you know how to make a homemade silencer? I asked with a challenging smile. He would stare at me for a few seconds until suddenly something would occur to him and he would show a slightly defiant smile. Of course I know. XXX. Hours later, the four of us would meet in front of the hotel, Royal Palms Resort, where for the moment we could see that it was free of them. It looks clear, but stay alert, I said as I got out of the truck. Hey, Tatsumi, are you sure about this? Shino asked, showing me the silencer Hirano created. Yes, don't worry, I trust Hirano, but remember it won't last long, and if you put it on the barrel wrong it could break, so be careful when you attach the second silencer. I see, although I'll use the gun in case of emergency. Tatsumi, I forgot to ask you at home, but what if that man lied to you and doesn't have any food? Siko asked. Well, luckily for you, I hope you have that food. I reloaded a bullet into the chamber. Ready? The three nodded. Then let's go. We carefully crossed the hotel's front courtyard without encountering any of them and approached the main door where Kamuro tried to open it while we covered him. But some suitcases lying on the other side prevented him from opening it. Shit, Tatsumi helped me. Yes, standing beside him. 1, 2, and 3 we pushed a little. Again, 1, 2, and 3 we pushed harder, but the door wouldn't budge. It's impossible, we'll have to find another way in. And which way? Shino asks. This hotel is divided into 2 buildings, and if I'm not mistaken, the first building has offices. They might have a back entrance. Well, let's go, they are already coming, Siko says as she sees a group of 3 infected people approaching. This way. We quickly circled the entire building and could see 2 of them standing in front of a door. The 4 of us assumed that was the back door that would lead us to the offices. It must be that door, Siko, too. At incredible speed, Siko lunged at the 2 infected, where she made a clean cut that decapitated both of them at the same time. Well done, Kamuro said with a smile, thank you. The 4 of us opened the door and went inside, where we saw that we were in the office area and that it was taken over by them. SHH pointing to a group of them, where the 3 nodded upon seeing them. I slowly approached the first one and forcefully grabbed his neck, snapping it instantly. Then I moved to the next one and plunged the knife into his head. Siko realized what I was trying to do and slowly approached the one to her left where she would plunge her sword into his head. Good, I thought as I nodded, and Siko nodded as well. Kamuro stealthily approached one in front of him and with the knife attached to his shotgun stabbed him in the head, but unfortunately the knife broke as soon as he dropped the dead body. Shit, Kamuro whispered. Here. I handed him my knife. Use this. I whispered and he nodded, then killed another one of them with the knife. I nodded and the 4 of us continued moving through the offices, taking out some of them, until we reached a sort of cafeteria where I could see 2 of them in the background. Dues. Whisper. Siko and I went ahead and slowly approached the 2 infected who were devouring a person. I quickly grabbed one of them by the neck and snapped it, and then Siko killed the other by decapitating him. Echo, I said as I stood up and looked at the body they were eating. I bent down to search it and found only 3 bullets. It seems this was the head of security. I suppose he tried to escape, Kamuro said as he approached. He didn't succeed. At that moment, as we were focused on the devoured body, one of them appeared out of nowhere and tried to lunge at me from behind. But just before he could touch me, Shino quickly drew his pistol and shot him in the head, leaving all 3 of us stunned. Looks like the silencer is working. Be careful next time, honey, she said with a smile and a wink. Yai's Rio nervously. She smiled and took the lead and the 3 of us followed. We reached the elevators and fire escapes where Kamuro and I blocked the door we'd entered through so they wouldn't chase us. That'll be enough, I said, seeing the barricade. Now we'll go up the stairs. Which floor is it? Kamuro asks. Aikmison said her room is 500, so we have to go up to the 50th floor. Floor 50, he sees a sign that says floor 1 where he starts to laugh nervously. Come on, let's go, starting to climb the stairs where Kamuro lagged behind. Hurry up, Kamuro, or we'll leave you behind. Yes, the discouraged man says. XXX. Minutes later, we were already on the 50th floor, where I slowly opened the door that connected to the hallway leading to the bedrooms. We saw that it was clear of them. Clear, with great care and remaining alert, we proceeded down the hotel corridor until we reached apartment number 500, where I would try to open the door. But just then, Shino saw that the door to the next apartment was open. She would slowly approach the room and stare at a dead couple on the floor holding hands. When the 3 of us saw that she was missing, we went to her and stared at the same scene. At least they died alongside the person they loved, Shino says. We all remained silent, then I took the blanket from the bed and placed it over them. After that, I stood next to Shino, and without taking her eyes off me, she took my hand, intertwining our fingers. Kamuro and Siko did the same. We'd better leave. The 3 of them said nothing, and we approached apartment number 500, where Kamuro and I began to ram it in order to force it open. SSH, Siko stops us. What? I don't hear anything, I said. until suddenly we started hearing growls coming from the end of the hallway, good, at a brisk pace. "Oh shit," I said as Kimuro and I rammed into the door. "Here they come," Shino says. Kimuro and I quickly began ramming the door until we saw a large group of them approaching, at which point we began ramming even faster. Quick, quick. Without wasting any time, the four of us started pushing the door hard until it finally opened. We all quickly went inside the apartment, and then Kimuro and I pushed a piece of furniture into the doorway to keep them out. "Okay, we're safe." I look around the room, cozy. "Oh, you have something in your shoe," Shino said. I looked down and saw it was a severed arm which I shook off with my leg. Disgusting. "What do we do now?" Siko asks. I didn't say anything and started looking all over the room for the card until I found it on the small table next to the bed. I found the card. "I propose we stay here tonight and leave tomorrow morning." "Are you sure?" Kimuro asked. "We don't have many options, after all, that's the only way out." He pointed to the door where the infected were banging. "We'd better get some rest, I'll take the first watch," I said as I headed out onto the room's terrace. "Thank goodness we can rest," Kimuro said, stretching. "Climbing 50 floors was really exhausting." He lay down on the bed. "But halfway there, Tatsumi had to carry you because you were exhausted," Siko said mockingly. "I don't know what you're talking about," Kimuro said sarcastically as he closed his eyes and put his arms behind his head. Siko and Shino burst out laughing when they heard that. Minutes later, Siko and Kimuro had already fallen peacefully asleep in bed. Meanwhile, I was still on the terrace observing the place until suddenly slender arms wrapped around me from behind. "Don't you sleep?" I asked. "I'm not sleepy, don't you want to sleep?" "I'm not sleepy either," I said as I sat down on the floor. "What's wrong?" She asked as she sat down next to me where we stared at the starry sky. "Nothing, I was just thinking about all the moments I spent with my parents in this place. You should have seen this place before all this, it was amazing," I said with a nostalgic tone. "You're probably right," she said, resting her head on my shoulder. "I wish I could have come," she gave a small yawn. "To this place with you, I'm sure," but she couldn't finish speaking because her eyes were slowly closing and she was falling asleep. ZZZ. Imagine she's wearing different clothes, the same ones she wears at the mall. "Good night, Shino," I said with a smile, then looked up at the starry sky. Chapter 24. That same night, a few hours later, I was still sitting on the terrace next to Shino, who was sleeping peacefully on my shoulder. Everything was very quiet. The infected people who had been at the door had already left, so all that could be heard was the sound of the ocean waves. At that moment, I slowly began to close my eyes and drift off to sleep, until suddenly I started to hear a strange sound coming from outside the room. Very carefully, I picked Shino up and carried her to the sofa so she could sleep more comfortably. Then I went to the door and opened it a crack to check that none of them were there. Seeing that the hallway was clear, I slowly made my way to where the noise was coming from. When I arrived, I noticed it was a door which was opening and closing because of the wind, so I closed it tightly so that it wouldn't move anymore and went back to the room. Just as I was heading towards the room, there was complete silence, and I felt a very strange sensation, a chill running down my spine. So I slowly turned my head around, and out of nowhere, a horde of them were chasing me. Shit. I quickly went to the room and closed the door behind me, where I began to hold it shut so that they wouldn't enter. Because of the commotion, Shino, Siko, and Kimuro would already be waking up. "Tatsumi, what's wrong?" Shino asked, rubbing his eyes. "Trouble," I said, holding the door shut. "We have to get out of here now, the door won't hold much longer." "But where is?" Siko asks. While the others were thinking of a way out, I was holding the door shut as it slowly began to break, until suddenly an idea occurred to me. "Through the terrace, we can go to the next room." Are you sure?" Kimuro asked. "Kimuro, good, good." The three of them went out onto the terrace and noticed a rather thin wall to their right that separated the terrace from the two rooms. So taking great care not to fall, they passed through the wall, reaching the other side without any problem. "Tatsumi, hurry." Shino shouts from the other side. I stopped holding the door shut and quickly headed for the terrace, pursued by the entire horde. But just as I broke through the wall, many of them fell over the railing and others tried to breach the wall. "Okay, let's take advantage of the fact that they're in that room." The three of them nodded, and without making any noise we passed in front of the room where the horde was, then continued down the hallway and started to descend the stairs. "Looks like we made it. I didn't expect there to be so many," I said as I went ahead and descended the stairs. "Yes, but it's best not to let our guard down. We're not safe yet," Siko says. We started descending the stairs quickly until we reached the 5th floor, where one of them appeared out of nowhere and lunged at me. We both began to struggle until I tripped, falling through the hole in the middle of the stairs. "Tatsumi," Shino shouted as he watched him fall. I quickly stretched out my arm and grabbed the railing, where the infected creature also grabbed, but on my leg. It started to climb up my leg to bite me, but just then Siko appeared and plunged her sword into it, causing the infected creature's body to fall to the ground. Thank you," I said as I went upstairs thanks to Siko and sat down on the stairs to catch my breath. "You're welcome," she says with a smile. "Tatsumi," Shino exclaimed, lunging at me. "I thought you were going to die." "Relax," stroking her head, "I'm fine." But right at that moment, the four of us heard several growling sounds, so we approached the railing and watched as a horde of them began to climb up from below. "They're going up," Kimuro says, "and going down." I said as I looked up where I saw the horde from before coming down the stairs. "Shall we fight?" Siko asks. "No, there are too many. I see we're on the third floor, this way." We quickly entered the hallway on the third floor and headed to the room at the back, where as soon as we entered, Kimuro and I moved a couple of pieces of furniture to hold the door in place. "And now?" Kimuro asks. I said nothing and headed to the terrace, where I approached the railing to look down, where I could see that we would be right above a swimming pool. "Tatsumi?" Shino asked, a little desperate, seeing how the whole horde was already on the other side of the door and was about to hit her. "Let's jump," I said. "What?" the three incredulous ones asked. "Don't worry, there's a pool right below us that's 3 m deep, so if we jump from here we won't die." Are you sure?" Shino asked. "Yes, it's about 13 meters from the terrace to the ground, so you don't have to worry about anything. Who wants to go first?" I asked, and the three of them looked at each other, then back at me. I figured. I approached the terrace railing and climbed onto it, then stood looking at the pool. Once I was sure I was doing it, I looked at Shino, Siko, and Kimuro, where I would show a smile. "See you on the other side." Without another word, I jumped into the pool, where before touching the water I placed a stick like a toothpick to break my fall. As soon as I was submerged, I surfaced and looked up. "Let's jump in. The water's perfect." The three looked at each other and began to jump one by one, first Kimuro, then Siko, and finally Shino. Before jumping, she had to hurry because the horde had already passed through the door. So without a second thought, she jumped into the pool, where some of them fell over the railing, hitting the bottom and crushing their heads. But I ignored it and went over to Shino, who surfaced and hugged me. "I did it, I jumped." "Yes, you did very well." I give her a little kiss. "Shall we go?" And the four of us got out of the pool and headed to the truck, where several of them were chasing us. So I quickly started the truck and made a 180-degree turn, then drove away without incident. Several minutes later, it was already dawn, and we arrived at the house where Akemi was. "Did you manage it?" he asked, a little desperate, as I handed him the card. "Okay, thanks to you, maybe we'll get out of this. Do you need anything else? I'd like you to find the first aid station and check that it's safe. Would you do me that favor?" "All right, go along the beach. It's the shortest way. We'll go as soon as we know it's safe. There must be a radio inside, otherwise it's broken. Let us know when it's clear and we'll follow you." "Understood." The four of us didn't say anything else and left the house, where we would now be walking along the beach. The walk was very quiet since we hadn't run into any of them, so we struck up a conversation. "What do you think of them?" I asked Shino and Siko. "To be honest, they don't look very good. How long do you think they'll last?" Siko asked. "I agree, they're very lucky they've lasted this long." He looks at me. "Tatsumi, do you remember the conversation we had at the mall? Well, this is the same thing." "Yes, I know. I notice a building jutting out from the mountain. That must be the first aid station." "At first glance, it seems safe," Kimuro says. "Let's go upstairs and find the radio. Be alert, some of them might be inside." "Siko, you go first." "Understood." We started walking on a path made of wooden planks, then went up some stairs that would take us to the side of the building, where we could see two of them. But Siko, in a swift movement, decapitated them both at once. Kimuro, seeing that the courtyard was clear, approached a metal door, which we both opened. "It looks clear," Kimuro says. "Okay, we still have to check the upstairs and downstairs floors. So let's split up. Kimuro and Siko go upstairs. Shino and I will take care of downstairs." "Understood." Kimuro and Siko went upstairs to check the upper floor, while Shino and I took care of the lower one. We both slowly made our way down a dark hallway until we reached a sort of reception area where we could see two of them devouring someone. She and I looked at each other and nodded at the same time, slowly approaching the infected from behind. Shino would use her pistol with the homemade silencer to shoot one of them in the head, while I would grab the other by the neck and snap it. We continued through the room until we saw a closed room, where I told Shino to stay put while I went in. She obeyed without question, and after a few seconds she heard something fall. She looked toward the door and saw that it was me. He was one of them. He was trapped." "Are you safe?" "No, they were boxes. I tripped." Yufufufu. Having cleared the floor below, we decided to go upstairs, where we could see several of them dead on the floor, and then we found Kimuro and Siko inside the security booth. "It seems you were engrossed in something," I said as I approached the radio. "How was it downstairs?" Kimuro asked. "There were only two, although Tatsumi lost against some boxes," Shino said, looking at me with a mocking tone. "He tripped over them." The three of them started laughing. "Very funny." I turn on the radio. "Akemi-san, can you hear me?" "Hello, I knew they'd make it." "Hang in there, okay? We'll be right there. Grab your things, we're on our way, be careful on the road, we'll be there soon." After saying that, Akemi turned off the radio, and after several minutes he and the group of survivors had arrived at the aid station, where they began to settle in. As soon as they arrived, Akemi went straight to the guard booth where we were. "You did well, colleagues, we're safe thanks to you. Tell me, what do you want in return for helping us?" "Well, if possible, I'd like you to give us a quarter of your food. We're starting to run out, of course. I'll ask Goro to put him in the truck too. Of course, I think you'll use it more than we will. Goro is waiting for you downstairs already." Great, then extending his hand, thank you. No. Thanks to you and your group returning the handshake, you saved our lives. I just smiled and then the four of us went downstairs where before talking to Goro who was next to the truck, two boys and two girls approached us. Are you Tatsumi, the one who helped us get here? Asks a somewhat muscular boy. Yes, it's me, although I didn't do it alone, but did you want something? I'm Daigo Ryu, this is Arata Akiyama, and these are Izumi Akira and Izumi Emi. We wanted to ask if we could go with us. Why? We've been with this group since the beginning and we always think that one day we'll die, that's why we want to go with someone who really knows how to survive. And does Aikmasen approve? Kamuro asks. At first he refused, but after we told him our reasons he agreed, Arata said. Well, if Aikmasen is okay with it, then you are too. I have no problem with that, I said, looking at my group who all three nodded with a smile. Welcome. We are very grateful, Ryu said as he bowed, where the four others did the same. After welcoming the new members of the group, we approached the van where Goro would be putting the finishing touches on it. Goro-san, is the truck ready? I asked. Give me a moment and done, closing the hood. It's ready, but like I told you, the spark plug isn't in good condition, but I was able to fix it a bit and it should last 3 trips. 3 is enough, okay, get in. I gave the order to the others, then approached Goro and extended my hand. Thanks for the truck. You take care of this precious thing, okay? He said as he returned my handshake. I smiled and got in on the driver's side where I started the truck. I looked at Shino who was to my right in the passenger seat and we both held hands before starting to move towards the house. XXX. An hour later, night had fallen and we had arrived at the house, where everyone greeted us and introduced us to the new members of the group. It was then that I realized we were growing in numbers and that, little by little, instead of just being friends, we were becoming a family. Later, we were gathered around a campfire, this time using regular leaves, where we were all eating and talking. So that's what you guys went through? Ryu asked. Yes, Seiya said while eating some fish. It must have been horrible, Akira says. It was, everything we knew went to shit, Rei says. How did you end up on this island? Siko asked. Well, before all this we were on a school trip and just when one of them appeared we were lucky enough to bump into Aikmasen, although others weren't so lucky. Do you plan to go somewhere else? Kamuro asks. No, we don't plan on leaving here, but we do want to go to the city to find our families, I said. Well, wherever it is we'll go with you. Where are you going? Akira asked Emi, who had gotten up. I need to pee, goodness, one tries to be discreet. She headed towards the house and we all started laughing. After a few seconds, Emi came out of the house and stood by the door. Are we out of toilet paper? She asked until she suddenly noticed one of them. It's them. Suddenly a group of them appeared from behind the house and they slowly began to approach us. We quickly grabbed our weapons and formed a circle where we began firing at them. Shizuke-sensei and Alice, stay behind us. Ryusen, Aratasan, duck. I said as I shot one of them who was behind the two of them. What do we do, Tatsumi? Shino said as he fired his gun. Quick, go home. We slowly made our way to the house where we would finish them all off. Only one remained and I shot him, clearing the area. That's it, it's over, I said as I sat down on the floor. We all just stared at the mess that had been made. Chapter 25. It was already dawn and we would all be dragging the bodies of all them, taking them away from the house so that we could burn them. Let me help you, Ryu said as he crouched down next to Siko to move a body. Thank you, she says, then notices blood on her shirt. Are you bleeding? It's from the corpses. I've gotten it on me. It's fresh blood. Were you bitten? No, the nervous man said. I scratched myself on something during the attack. You were bitten? I'm fine. Show it to me. Siko says a little too loudly so we can all hear her. Don't tell anyone, please, Ryu whispers. He's been bitten. Ryusen's been bitten. We all quickly stopped what we were doing and approached Ryu, who grabbed a shovel to defend himself. But Hisashi appeared behind him and put him in a hold that immobilized him. Arata then approached and lifted Ryu's shirt, revealing a bite mark. I'm fine, he repeated over and over while we just stared at him. After a few minutes of moving all the bodies, we left Ryu sitting on the porch of the house while we gathered to think about what to do with him. We have to pierce his head. Let's finish this, Arata says. Did you want that for yourself? Seiya asked. Yes. And I would thank you. Don't worry, we'll think of something, I said. I don't know if we told you, but shortly before that mysterious light damaged the electronic devices, we heard a message on the radio about a laboratory on the other side of the island. It was called CL Live Corporation. The message said they were offering food, shelter, and lodging and that they were looking for a cure, Akira said. It looks like a good place, Hirano says. You must be joking, zero tolerance for them. And for those who will be. Arata says, but it might work. If we go to that place we can find that cure for Ryusen. It would be his only chance, I said, and everyone nodded in agreement except for one person, Arata. Go get some aspirin, do whatever you want. But someone has to have the guts to face this problem. Arata said as he headed towards Ryu to hit him on the head with the shovel, but before he could get close, I aimed it at his head. We don't kill the living here, I said with a serious face without lowering the gun. It's funny when a guy says it while pointing a gun at my head. Put the shovel down. I pressed the gun closer to his head where Arata dropped the shovel and backed away from Ryu annoyed. I lowered my gun and looked at the others. Gather your things, we're going to that lab. XXX. A few minutes later, we had already gathered all our things and we were now inside the van, although we were cramped. The journey was very quiet, although we occasionally heard Ryu's cries of pain. At that moment, I saw several parked cars ahead of us, so I asked Marikawa, who was our driver, to stop the van. Shizuke-sensei, stop the van, one of those cars might be working. Understood, Tatsumi-kun. She stopped the van and we all got out, except for Ryu and Marikawa, the latter of whom would stay with him to take care of him. I see something up ahead, Seiya said, looking through binoculars. Maybe it's a gas station. Kamuro and Siko, go to that place and see if you can find anything. The rest of us, I was about to say something, but I was interrupted by Marikawa, who got out of the van looking a little flustered. Listen, Ryusen is very ill, I don't think he'll last much longer. Returning inside the van, you've heard, let's go. While Kamuro and Siko headed to that building and the others were protecting the truck, I was checking the cars we found. After checking 3 cars, I went to the last one where I started making a jumper with the wires. Come on, I repeated as I connected the cables until the engine started to roar. Great. I got out of the car to look at the others. Guys, we have another car. Apparently the EMP didn't harm him at all, Shino said. Yes, we were lucky. Now we won't be so cramped and Ryusen will be more comfortable. Tatsumi-kun, Marikawa said as she approached me. Ryusen is, she remained silent, looking away, and I knew what she meant. I'll do it. I didn't say anything else and headed to the truck where everyone else was already staring at Ryu's dead body. I walked between them and slowly plunged the knife into his head. Then we picked up the body and carried it to the woods, where we left it leaning against a tree. Let's get out of here, I said as I headed to the car and got in the driver's seat. Shino, Seiya, Kamuro, and Siko were with me. The others got into the truck and before we set off, we stared at Ryu for a few seconds before heading to the lab. Minutes later, we arrived in front of the lab where we left the vehicles and slowly approached the building. Don't stop, keep going quietly, I whispered as we moved forward, slowly approaching the door. Come on, don't stop altogether. Keep going, Kamuro whispers. There, I said as I approached the door and tried to open it. Nothing, it won't open. There's nobody here, Hisashi said, and why are the shutters closed? I asked sarcastically, looking at the door. It's them. Arata said as he approached the infected and killed it with the shovel. You've brought us to the cemetery, to our deaths. He had a feeling, Hirano says. Well, he was wrong. Shut up, do you hear me? Shut up. Kamuro said, pushing Arata, then turning to me. Tatsumi, there's no way out. Did you hear me? We have to go. Let's go back to the house. There isn't much food and there's no fuel either, Siko says. What we need is a solution now. Ray says. I'll think of something, I said, glancing at them before looking back at the door where I saw a camera moving. The camera, it moved. You imagined it, it's moved. I approached the door and started banging on it. I know you're in there, please let us in. We've come from far away, we're out of gas, and there's a little girl with us. Let us in. Tatsumi, Shino said, cupping my face in his hands. There's no one here, we have to go. Yeah, having lost all hope that anyone was inside, we decided to leave quickly. Then suddenly the door opened, emitting a bright flash of white light towards us. We all immediately entered the building, but not before checking if there were any of them. Seeing that it was clear, we continued advancing until we heard a voice and the sound of a gun being reloaded. Hello. Kamuro and I pointed towards where we had heard the sound, where we could see a man pointing an M16 at us. Are there any infected people? There was one, but we left it behind, I said as I lowered my weapon. What are you doing here? What do you want? An opportunity, that's a lot to ask these days, I know. The man looked at us all for a moment until he noticed Alice's frightened face as she hid behind Nurse Marikawa. They will take a blood sample, that's the price of admission, that's fair. If you want to bring something, do it. Once we close, I won't open again, the man said as he approached a numeric keypad. Don't worry, we've already put everything in. Okay, swiping the card, Haru closed the door and turned off the power. As I gave the order, the door closed and the lights began to turn off one by one while I approached the man and extended my hand. Sasaki Tatsumi, Dr. Fudo Kiyoshi. Returning the handshake, he then headed towards an elevator where we all got in. Ready. Good, he pressed a button and we began to descend. Are all the doctors armed like you? Arata asks. There were a lot of weapons lying around, I'm familiar with it. You all seem harmless except for you, Kiyoshi said, looking at Alice, who was smiling. I'll have to keep an eye on you. After that, the whole way was completely silent until Kiyoshi led us to a huge office where Kiyoshi went to the center and said loudly, Haru, turn on the big light. The lights came on. Welcome to Zone 5. Where is everyone, the staff and the other doctors? I asked. There's nothing more, I'm alone here. And the person you were talking to, Haru? Seiya asked. Haru, greet the guests, welcome them. Hello guests, welcome, a voice says over the loudspeakers. I'm the only one, I'm sorry. Without saying anything else, Kiyoshi started walking and we all followed him until we reached what was a conference room where the doctor would be taking some blood from us. What's the point? If we were infected, we'd have a fever, Akira said. I broke the rules by letting them in, at least let me be thorough. Drawing a little blood, that's it. Okay, she says as she gets up, but then she leans very weakly on my shoulder. Are you all right? We just finished our food rations and right now we're all very hungry. The moment Kiyoshi heard that, he immediately took us to the lab's dining room where he gave us food and some wine. We were all laughing, eating, drinking, everything was peaceful. At that moment, Kamuro saw Hisashi holding a bottle of wine. Really, Hisashi? What? He smiles. Keep drinking, mate. I want to see your face turn red, he says in a mocking, slightly drunk tone, and we all start laughing. We haven't thanked our host, I said as I stood up. He's much more than just a host, Hirano and Asami said simultaneously, raising their glasses. Yes, cheers, Doc. Kamuro shouts cheers, they all shout. Thank you, I said softly as I raised my glass, which Kiyoshi understood and nodded. When are you going to tell us what the hell happened here, Doc? Doctors like you should be investigating, Arata said suddenly. We're celebrating now, we'll talk about it tomorrow, I said as I sat down. No, wait, that's why we're here, isn't it? Coming here was supposedly your doing to find all the answers, but apparently not, we only found him. Why? When things got bad, many people left. They left with their families. And when it got worse, when the military cordon was breached, the rest fled. Everyone except you. No, many didn't dare to leave through the door, so they escaped in other ways. There were a number of suicides. It was a bad time. You didn't leave, why? Akira asked. I kept working, hoping to do something useful. Dude, I assure you, you're a party pooper, you know that. Hisashi said while looking at Arata. After that, the dinner was completely silent. Until after the banquet, Dr. Kiyoshi would be taking us to the area of the rooms where we would now be walking down a long corridor. There's no electricity in many areas. The EMP attack the other day damaged a large part of the generator, so you'll have to stay here. The sofas are comfortable, but there are fold-down beds if you want them. There's a games room you'll like, but don't turn on the console or anything electrical. If you shower, use only a little hot water. He said nothing more and left. Hot water. Hirano asked with a smile. That's what the doctor said, I said. We all smiled and started choosing a room. I went to take a shower, where I stayed quiet with my eyes closed, feeling the water cascade over my body. Then I heard Shino come in, so I turned around and we both started showering together. Meanwhile, the others also began to bathe. Many bathed together, such as Kamuro and Siko, Hirano and Asami, Marikawa and Alice, where Zeke would also be, and finally Rei and Hisashi, while the others would be bathing separately. A while after we showered, many were already in their rooms where they were probably asleep. Meanwhile, I went to the office where Dr. Kiyoshi was examining our blood. How's the blood? I asked as I approached him, no surprises. I want to thank you, I said with a smile, a little drunk. He already did it. Suddenly I fell to the floor where I leaned against a piece of furniture to sit down. Are you okay? She doesn't know what that's like. I chuckled a little. She doesn't know what it's like out there. Maybe she imagines it, but no, there are too many and I don't know what to do anymore. Don't worry, everything will be all right now. Everything will be fine. Can I ask something? Kiyoshi nodded. Why did you keep searching for a cure by yourself? I promised it to someone, he says with a nostalgic tone and his head down. I'm sorry. It's okay. I got up from the floor and put my hand on his shoulder. You're not alone now. Good night, Doc. Yes, good night. Watch me walk away. Now you're not alone. I've never been alone. Pressing a button, several cameras appeared on the screen showing a bunch of them, and I'm going to prove it. Chapter 26. Hours later, dawn had broken, or so we thought. Since being underground, we couldn't tell for sure if it was day or night. But that didn't matter, and I was heading to the dining hall where everyone was having breakfast. Good morning, I said as I sat down next to Shino. Do you have a hangover? Alice asked. One-echan said you would. One-echan was right, I said with a smile. One-echan is always right, Shino said, also with a smile. Eggs powdered, but they turned out great. The protein cures hangovers. Akira said as she gave some to Hisashi, who was complaining of a bit of a hangover. Don't let me drink again, never, Hisashi says. Here, Marikawa said, handing him some pills. They'll help with the hangover. You take them too, Tatsumi-kun. Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Kiyoshi said as he headed off to make some coffee. Good morning, Doc, we all said at the same time. Is Aratasan still sleeping? I asked, not seeing him anywhere. I went to look for him, but after knocking on the door I didn't get an answer, so he must still be sleeping, Emmy said. I'll go look for him, I said as I stood up. Do you want me to come with you? Shino asked. No, don't worry, just keep eating. Giving her a kiss on the forehead, I'll be right back. I got up from my seat and went to the bedroom area where as soon as I arrived at Arata's room I started knocking on the door. Aratasan, it's Tatsumi, are you awake? Aratasan, wake up already. Isn't he waking up? Kiyoshi asked as he approached me. Doc, it doesn't seem so, I'll have to go in. Opening the door, hey Aratasan, we have to, but I stopped when I didn't see him in the room. Aratasan. Are you in the bathroom? I asked, receiving no answer. Where are you? But I couldn't continue speaking because I received a hard blow to the back of my head, which caused me to fall to the ground unconscious. There I could see Kiyoshi behind me with a metal bar in his hand and a smile on his face. Let's see how you handle my experiment, Tatsumi-kun. Kiyoshi said as he grabbed my feet and started dragging me with the others. Meanwhile, everyone else was still eating their breakfast until they noticed it was taking too long, at which point they began to worry. "Isn't Tatsumi taking too long?" Shino asked. "Now that you mention it, it's true, it's been 20 minutes since he left," Seiya said, and Dr. Kiyoshi went after him. "There's something I don't like," Siko says. "Asami thinks it's better to go and look for them." "You're right, let's split into two groups. One goes to the rooms and the other goes to Zone 5, Kimuro ordered. Understood. Following Kimuro's orders, they split into two groups. The first group, consisting of Rei, Hisashi, Marikawa, Alice, Akira, and Emi, headed to the dormitory area. Meanwhile, the other group, made up of Shino, Seiya, Kimuro, Siko, Asami, and Hirano, was heading to Area 5. Upon arriving at Zone 5, they observed that it was completely empty with no sign that anyone had been in that place. "There's nobody here," Kimuro says. "Haru, where is Dr. Kiyoshi?" Shino asked aloud. Dr. Fudo Kiyoshi is currently in Area 10 of the laboratory where he is conducting his experiments. "Experiments? What experiments?" Hirano asks. "There's no sign of Tatsumi-san or Arata-san in the dormitory area," Rei said as she and her group approached Zone 5. "Where are they?" "We'll find out soon." Haru, "turn on the cameras in Zone 10, Siko said. Installing cameras in Zone 10. At that moment, several cameras appeared on the enormous screen in front of them at different angles where you could see me and Arata tied to a stretcher. "Tatsumi-san, Arata-san," they all shout. "I see we have viewers." "Wonderful," Kiyoshi said from the other side where the screen changed, showing him with a smile. Why are you doing this, Doctor?" Kimuro asks. "Why, well, to improve this shitty world. Imagine. With this virus, you could cure cancer, Ebola, and many more deadly diseases. If we improve this virus, humans can live forever. It's evolution." "You're insane," Hisashi says. "Insane? Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Galileo Galilei, Kim Il-sung, and many other brilliant people. Do you think those people were insane?" "Well, no. They were geniuses, and that's my point." "But weren't you doing a cure?" Akira asked. "A cure? Don't make me laugh. I only said that in the message to get guinea pigs." "That means," Seiya began but was interrupted by Kiyoshi. "That's right, it was all a setup. Right now you're going to be the proof of my experiments, proof that this virus is human evolution. But first, how about we take a look at your dear friend Arata?" With that, Kiyoshi pressed a button, changing the camera angle to focus on Arata. Arata's face was etched with terror as he tried to free himself from the rope binding him to the stretcher. I was standing next to him, trying to calm him down, but the cloth over my mouth made it hard to speak, so he couldn't hear me. Suddenly, Dr. Kiyoshi approached Arata wearing a protective suit. "Relax this," he tapped a needle lightly from which a blue liquid was oozing. "This will make you feel much better." He injected it into his arm. The moment the blue liquid entered Arata's body, he began to convulse, at which point Kiyoshi completely untied him and then left the room again without saying anything else to me. But I ignored it and focused on Arata, who began to move around on the stretcher until he fell to the floor where I couldn't see anything else. I could hear his cries of pain and agony until there was only complete silence. I stared at the place where Arata fell and waited impatiently to see what would happen, until suddenly he lunged at me, transformed into one of them. I quickly used my feet to push him hard, sending him crashing onto the stretcher. While he was recovering from the blow, I started pulling hard with my hands to untie myself until I saw Arata lunge at me again. Meanwhile, while he was struggling with Arata, Kiyoshi was in another adjoining room watching everything. Their appearance is normal and their strength is the same, but their speed and eyesight have increased. They're no longer blind. "Good progress," he said, taking notes in a notebook. "With the others." Meanwhile, the others were still in Zone 5 where they did not take their eyes off the screen on which they were watching how he was fighting against Arata transformed into them. "We have to do something. Haru, how do we get to Zone 10? Shino says. "To reach Zone 10, you can go down using the elevator, but you will need a card that only qualified personnel have." "Damn it," Kimuro yelled, kicking a chair and then noticing a clock that read 1H and was counting down. "Haru, what will happen when that clock reaches 0? "When the clock reaches 0, a total decontamination of the building will be carried out, where an Edai's attack will be used to prevent any living organism from leaving here." "Edai's?" Hirano asks. "Haru, which meant was." "These are high-impulse thermal explosives that involve the ignition of aerosols in 2 stages, producing an explosion significantly more powerful and longer-lasting than any other except atomic bombs. This ignites oxygen at temperatures between 3,000 and 3,500 degrees Celsius and is used when the greatest possible loss of life and structural damage is desired. Turn air into fire, Seiya says. Damn. We have to get out of here. Grab your things. We'll leave through the back door. Quick, Kimuro ordered, and everyone went to get their belongings without a word. And Tatsumi? Shino asked without taking his eyes off the screen. The moment Shino asked the question, everyone fell silent and bowed their heads, knowing they could do nothing to help me. Shino understood perfectly, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Kon tatsumai. At that moment, as everyone went to get their things, Kiyoshi could see everything that was happening in Zone 5 from a camera. "So you figured out what's going to happen in an hour? Good, then let's delay them a little," he said, pressing a button. One of the cameras showed a hatch opening from which a horde of them began to emerge. "Have fun." He smiled sadistically. Meanwhile, I was still tied to the stretcher, trying to untie myself, and every time Arata came near me, I pushed him away. Then a rather crazy idea occurred to me. Just then, Arata came at me to bite me, so I gave him a hard kick in the leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall with his mouth on the rope. When he saw my hand there without realizing it, he started biting the rope. After seeing him tear it a little, I kneed him hard in the chest and gave him another shove. I quickly and with a single pull freed my right hand, then untied my left and removed the cloth from my mouth. Once free, I approached Arata and grabbed him by the head, then began to drag him. He tried to grab me, but I held his hands and head tightly and slowly moved closer to a tinted window. I guessed Kiyoshi was on the other side, so I started ramming Arata's head against the glass. "This glass won't protect you forever," I said as I slammed Arata's head against the glass. After several blows, the glass began to develop small cracks until much larger cracks began to appear. But because of the blows, Arata's head was shattered. "You bastard," I said while staring angrily at the glass. I pushed Arata's body aside and slowly approached the glass, where I punched it so hard it shattered into 1,000 pieces. I entered the room and everything was completely dark until I was shot in the right shoulder again. I quickly grabbed my shoulder and looked to see who it was, where I saw Kiyoshi leaning against the wall with a face full of fear. When he saw me, he tried to shoot, but because of the safety, he didn't fire any shots. "You don't even know how to use a gun," I said, approaching him and punching him hard before grabbing his shirt. "You son of a bitch." At that moment, a screen would be hitting me in the face, where when I looked at it, I could see how my friends were in front of a door while they were shooting at a horde of them. How do I open that door? How? "You think," he spits blood, "you think I'll just tell you like that?" "That's right, I figured you wouldn't tell me. Tell me the password is 9969, right?" "Calm," I interrupted him, punching him in the face again. "You idiot, you use the same password for everything." Taking a card from his pocket, "I'll take this." "Wait," he approached me and whispered something in my ear, then slumped to the ground. "Now you know," he said, leaning against the wall. "I knew it from the very beginning." He took the safety off the gun and shot him in the head, where he fell dead. I quickly approached the computer and swiped the card where I would start typing the password to then open the door. At that moment, I looked at the camera screen and could see how everyone started to leave. Good. 10 minutes for decontamination, Haru announced over the loudspeakers as the sound of an alarm echoed throughout the building. Shit. I quickly stopped what I was doing and headed to the elevator in Zone 10, then pressed the button for the upper floor. Come on, come on, come on, I'm not going to die with the others. Thanks to me opening the door, they all started leaving towards a port the lab had. On their way there, they had to shoot some of them to clear a path. Let's go quickly. Kamuro shouts. They quickly took 2 boats and began rowing until they reached a safe distance where they stood looking at the laboratory. Tatsumi, Shino said, his eyes fixed on the door they had exited through. Until suddenly everyone saw a figure emerge from the building where they saw me running towards the port. Tatsumi, jump into the water, quick, Seiya shouts. Quickly everyone else ducked to avoid the impact of the explosion while I was heading towards the port, where at that very moment the allotted time reached 0, thus causing a huge explosion. But just before the explosion hit me, I managed to dive headfirst into the water where I wasn't harmed. The moment the explosion and the collapse subsided, I surfaced and the first thing I saw was Shino's hand. Are you coming up? She asks with a sweet smile. Of course. I climbed into the boat with Shino's help, and as soon as I got in, she rushed towards me. It's okay, I'm fine. I stroked her head. I'm sorry we couldn't reach you, and she says, clinging to my chest. What she says is true. I'm so sorry I can't come and get you, Kamuro said, looking away. Hey guys, I'm fine, it's okay. You did the right thing, believe me, now let's get out of here. I said with a smile as I grabbed an oar and started rowing alongside Kamuro, who smiled back. Tatsumi, where are we going? Seiya asks. Home, I said without taking my eyes off the road ahead as I rowed. Chapter 27. That same day, just minutes later, we were already on the shore near the city of Takanasu. We were now climbing a small slope heading towards my house. How much longer? Marikawa asked in a tired tone. A little, I said. I'm so tired I hate walking. We're almost there. We climbed a few more meters and in the distance I could already see the house. Look, there it is. Is this your house? Kamuro asked incredulously, just like the others. That's right, it still has electricity since the house is EMP-proof, and it also has its own water tank, which means there's hot water. Starting to walk towards the house. Let's go in, opening the door. It has several rooms, so leave your things in whichever one you like best. Tatsumi, see, can I leave my things in your room? Shino asked, blushing slightly. Of course, where else would you leave them? I smiled as I stroked her head, then looked at the others. Once you've left your things, I'll show you around the house. They all nodded with a smile and without wasting any more time started climbing the stairs to the second floor where they began choosing their rooms. Shino and I, who watched them rush off, couldn't help but smile nervously. Shall we go? I asked with a smile as I took her hand. Yes, she replies with a sweet smile. We both started climbing the stairs calmly and could see that everyone had already chosen their rooms, and we could even see them putting their things away. But we just walked past them and stopped in front of a door. It's here, opening the door you first. Thank you, she said as she came in, then stood looking at my room. It's beautiful. I know it's not a big deal, but it does the job right. She didn't say anything and just kept looking around the room. Come on, let's go, the others will be waiting for us. She nodded with a smile and left her things in the room, then they both went downstairs towards the first floor where everyone was already there. Well, I see you've all settled in, but I'm going to show you the rest. I said, pointing ahead. There's the kitchen, and behind it is a cupboard full of food and water. Take what you want, we have plenty, but don't use it all at once. I pointed behind me. There's the living room and the terrace where the pool is too, follow me. I led the way to an elevator. Now I'll show you the garage. Everyone said nothing and started following me, where we got into the elevator. After a few seconds of going down, we all got out of the elevator and their faces changed to one of astonishment. Here's the garage. Where did you get all these cars? Emmy asks. My father collected them, used them occasionally, but they were almost always here, all sorts of things, sports cars, classics, even SUVs. He pointed to a gate in the distance. See that gate in the distance? It's another exit, so remember it in case of emergency. Understood, okay, follow me. I headed back to the elevator and continued down. And here's the gym. Impressive, they all say. Siko, she looked at me. Behind that door there's a tatami mat and dummies for sword practice. I said with a smile, which she returned. I like it, she says. How many hand-to-hand combat styles do you know, Tatsumi? Hirano asked. Karate, judo, kung fu, boxing, jiu-jitsu, kendo, taekwondo, fencing. That's enough, Hirano says, stopping me. Remind me not to make you angry, he says nervously, making everyone laugh. After that we got back on the elevator and went to the top floor, where as soon as we arrived I started to guide them to a door in which as soon as we opened it we could see an office with a large number of books on the shelves. This is both the office and the library, you can take all the books you want. This place is great, Shino said, looking at all the books. With all these books I'll never get bored. I'm glad you like it, I said, stroking her head, then looking at Hirano and Asami. Hirano and Asami, I'd like you to open that door. This one? He asked, pointing to the only door there was, where I nodded. A little confused, he agreed, and together they grasped the doorknob, opening it simultaneously. The moment they looked inside, Hirano couldn't help but stare. Tatsumi, what is this? He shouted as he entered the room full of weapons. As I told you, my father is the Captain General of the Armed Forces. It's normal that he has an arsenal, isn't it? I smiled. This is great. A Beretta 92F and a CZ SB-01, there's also a Chiappa Rhino. Asami says, Asami, look. A KRISS Vector submachine gun and an FN-57 pistol too. FN-57, that rings a bell, Shino says. It sounds familiar because of GGO. Many of the weapons in the game are taken from the real world. That's why I have a special one for you. He takes a pistol from the shelf. Here, it's Hirano interrupts me. It's a Glock 18C. It's a series of semi-automatic pistols, but in this case it's automatic, plus it's modified with an extended magazine. That's right, I said, a bead of sweat forming on my brow as I handed it to her. It's the one you used in GGO, right? I smiled. Yes, you're right, she said with a smile as she picked up the gun and looked at it. Meanwhile, I grabbed a special belt and approached her. This is the same belt you used in GGO. Putting it on, the holster is on your back. That's great, I'll feel more comfortable, thank you, she said with a smile as she put the gun back in its holster. You're welcome. I look at the others. The rest of you can take whatever weapons you want, but some of you would better learn how to shoot first. Hirano, Asami, yes sir, they both said at the same time while giving a greeting. I'm leaving you in charge of this room. I'd like to know how many bullets we have for each weapon and which ones are working properly. Understood, yes sir. Good, I nodded with a smile. I don't have to teach you anything anymore, this house is our home now. Yes, we all shouted with excitement, XXX. Hours later, we were all on the terrace where we would be celebrating with a big banquet because we were in a completely safe place. A toast, I said as I stood up, everyone staring at me. In a world like this, your life is always full of dangers, we know that. But the most important thing in life is the people who are with you here and now. I raised the bottle. Cheers to my family. Cheers, they all said as they raised their drinks, and without further ado we all began to eat. Everyone was laughing and smiling with happiness, but then I noticed a hint of sadness in Rei and Kamuro's eyes. I immediately realized what was wrong, so I stood up again, drawing everyone's attention. Listen to me. Everyone looked at me. I know we can relax now and not worry about anything, but there's a mission we haven't finished yet. The one about finding our families, Kamuro continued, and I nodded. That's right. That's why I plan to go to Takanasu tomorrow to look for Rei's parents and Kamuro's mother. The moment they heard that, Kimuro broke into a huge smile, while Rei started crying tears of joy over Hisashi before rushing towards me and clinging to my chest. Thank you, he repeated over and over. You're welcome. I smiled as I stroked his head, then looked at the others. What do you say, who's in? I'll go, Siko says. Me too, Seiya says. And me, Shino says. I'm going too, Marikawa says with a smile. Me too. Alice said as she raised her hand where Zeke had barked. I don't think it's a good idea, it could be dangerous, I said as I approached her and crouched down to her level. But I want to help, you need people, I sighed. He'll have all of you to take care of him, I think he's in good hands, Hisashi said. Okay, that's fine. But don't take your eyes off us, understand? I said as I stroked her head. Yes, Oniichan, I'll stay here to take care of this place, Hisashi said with a smile as he hugged Rei. Thank you, I nodded with a smile. We'll both stay too, Akira said, referring to herself and Emi. I don't think one person can protect the whole place, she added with a smile, and Hisashi nodded in agreement. Asami is staying too, are you sure? Hirano asks. Asami thinks it's best if I stay and look after this place until you return. Besides, it's a police officer's duty to protect a place, she said with a smile as she gave a bow. Okay, Hirano sighed. I'd like to stay, but I want to go with you too. Okay, then it'll be Rei, Kimuro, Siko, Marikawa, Hirano, Shino, Alice, and me. Zeke barked. And Zeke too, 8 people plus Rei's parents and Kimuro's mother, that makes 11. It would be good to go in a big car, Marikawa said. Yes, I think it would be better to go in the Humvee that's in the garage. Okay, it's decided we'll leave tomorrow morning, so I'm going to get some rest. Yes, XXX. A few hours later, I was heading to the garage to check on the Humvee we planned to use the next day. I checked its condition and whether it had enough gas for the trip. After checking it and seeing that it was perfectly fine, I went to my room, which would have the lights on because Shino was reading a book he took from my father's office. I already checked the Humvee and it's perfectly fine, I said in a tired tone as I took off my clothes, remaining in my boxers, and lay down next to her. You look tired, she said as she closed the book and looked at me with a smile. I look at her. Are you sure you want to go tomorrow? You could stay. I know, but I want to stay by your side at all times. I can't bear the thought of anything bad happening to you, she said, putting the book down and sitting on my lap. I'll be by your side no matter what, through thick and thin, she added, placing her hands on my chest. Okay, stroking her cheek. But I want you to be careful, don't do anything crazy. Relax, my tough boyfriend is a specialist in that, she said in a mocking tone as she lay down on my chest. I feel calmer, I said sarcastically, then gently cupped his cheek so he would look at me. I love you, Shino. And I love you, Baka. We gazed at each other before coming together in a deep kiss that slowly intensified into a passionate one. After a few minutes, we broke apart, breathless, a strand of saliva connecting our tongues. At that moment, the pleasant atmosphere we had slowly turned into a heated one. Very gently, I laid Shino down on the bed and positioned myself on top of her, where I began kissing her neck, eliciting a soft moan. I continued kissing her neck while unbuttoning her shirt, and after taking it off, I would be mesmerized by her beautiful body. Don't stare, it's embarrassing, she says, blushing and looking away. I can't help it, I said, taking her chin in my hand so she would look at me, our breaths mingling. You're too beautiful. Baka, she says, frowning and still blushing, shut up and kiss me. I couldn't help but smile at her little tsundere side and kissed Shino again, where we both let our desires take over, thus having a night full of passion. Chapter 28. The next morning I would slowly wake up and the first thing I saw was dark brown hair, which was Shino, who was sleeping on my chest completely naked and just like me. I carefully got out of bed so as not to wake her and then put on some clothes. I went to the kitchen and started making 2 coffees. Good morning, Kimuro said as he came down the stairs. Good morning, I said without taking my eyes off my coffee. Today's the... Yes, I'm eager to find my mother and tell her everything we've been through. Sounds good, I said, taking the 2 mugs and looking at him with a smile. Go wake the others up, I'd like to get going as soon as possible. Understood, I went upstairs with the coffee cups in my hand and headed to my room where Shino was still asleep. I put the cups on the table and opened the curtain, letting in rays of light that would illuminate the room. Shino, we need to wake up, I said as I approached her and sat on the edge of the bed where I stared at her. Shino, she moved a strand of her hair and tucked it behind her ear. You need to wake up. Just 5 more minutes, she said sleepily, as she completely covered herself with the blanket. You can't, we have to go. Okay, she said as she stood up, remaining on her knees, then rubbed her eyes. What time is it? I looked at my watch. 9 a.m. I got out of bed and grabbed a cup of coffee. Here. Thank you, taking the cup and sipping, she asks. Are the others awake? Still kneeling on the bed, completely naked. Kimuro is waking them up. We'll leave when everyone's ready, I said, taking a sip of coffee. You still have time to reconsider staying here. We already talked about this yesterday. She got out of bed, placing her coffee cup on the table, then came closer and put her arms around my neck. And you know perfectly well that I'm not going to change my mind. Okay, I won't insist anymore. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Well, then you'll have to keep an eye on me the whole time so nothing happens to me, right? She said in a seductive tone as she brought her face closer to mine where we shared a passionate kiss. Okay, I said after the kiss. I won't take my eyes off you. I smiled. She simply gave me a sweet smile before turning away from me and getting dressed. After several minutes, we were all at the front of the house saying our goodbyes. Be very careful, okay, and bring your parents back safe and sound. Hisashi said as he hugged Rei, then they kissed. I love you, Hisashi, Rei said after the kiss, smiling. And I love you too, he says, returning my smile then looking at me. Be careful. Don't worry, we'll be watching at all times, I said, extending my fist. And you can rest assured we'll take care of protecting the house at all times. He bumped fists with me. We'll be on alert until you return. I'm counting on you. Come on, guys, we have to go. Marikawa says from the driver's seat of the Humvee. We all nodded and got into the Humvee where Marikawa immediately accelerated, and we all stared at Hisashi, Akira, Emi, and Asami who were waving goodbye to us. XXX. Hours later, we arrived in the city of Takanasu, heading towards Rei's house. The journey was uneventful. We occasionally encountered an infected person, but we either evaded them with the Humvee or ran them over. At that moment, I was lying on the roof of the Humvee, my hands behind my head and my eyes closed. All I could hear was the engine and the sound of the wind until suddenly I started hearing gunshots. I looked where the sound was coming from, and if I'm not mistaken, that was the police station where Rei's father worked. Tatsumi. Rei said as she stepped out of the Humvee's compartment. Yes, I know, she's coming from the police station. I'll tell Shizuke-sensei to hurry. Okay, getting back into the Humvee. Marikawa accelerate. Understood. Minutes later, we were already in front of the police station from where the shots had come. We could see that it was completely empty. There were no humans or any of them. What's happening? We heard gunshots earlier. Rei shouts desperately. I was prepared for the worst, but I didn't expect it to be this bad, Kamuro said. What do you mean you were prepared for the worst? What and why aren't you saying anything? Rei asked, agitated while looking at the others. Miyamoto, calm down, Seiya said. How do you expect me to calm down at a time like this? This is where my father is supposed to be. Do you think we don't know how serious this is? While they were arguing, I stood looking around until I saw several vehicle marks on the ground that led down a street. He must be nearby. We heard the gunshots not long ago. We have to find him, but we don't know where they went. Seiya shouted angrily as they stood face to face. As soon as I guessed which way they went, I approached both girls and stood between them to separate them. They went that way, pointing at a street. There are tire marks in the parking lot and on the surrounding road. So you're saying that in a rush, a lot of cars sped off. Siko said, they probably left before the EMP attack, Shino said. But it's possible that there were old cars here that didn't have electronic systems, Hirano said. In any case, the cars weren't here before we left the mall, Seiya says. So everyone's gone. Alice asks, we don't know. We have to go in and find them, I said as I headed inside the police station accompanied by everyone where we saw that he was free. It looks clear, I said. It seems all the other entrances are closed, Seiya said looking at a door. So why was it open? Kamuro asked. There's a blood stain on the floor right here. Maybe someone came in after everyone left, Rei said, crouching on the ground. So what's our next move? Siko asks. Let's try to find ammunition and weapons first. After all, if Hirano and Asami's calculations are correct, many of the weapons in my house were damaged and we have little ammunition. So we look for the arsenal first and then what? Shino asks. We'll look for clues about Rei's father later. That's all I have. Is there anything else I should keep in mind? Are you asking me to think for you? Seiya asked mockingly. A leader usually has people who help them with strategy, I said with a smile and a teasing tone which made her blush. Okay, he reached for a map. Miyamoto, do you know where they've put the weapons? They probably have a warehouse or something. Hey Hirano, you're involved in this stuff, right? Do you know where they might have left the weapons? It would have to be somewhere easily accessible when they're being dispatched. I bet it's on the first floor. It's probably labeled as armory. Then let's go find him. With everything ready and knowing what we were looking for, we began to venture deeper into the police station. We advanced slowly and calmly until two of them appeared whom Siko easily dispatched. They looked like a couple who tried to save themselves after being bitten. At least they were together until the end. A couple? Shino asked, surprised, as I pointed to the phone that displayed a picture of the two of them. Hey Tatsumi, Rei said that. I imagine the armory is probably locked. I bet only authorized personnel could get in. We'll find a way. We'll break down the door if we have to. I said nothing more and got up from the ground where we all began to move forward very carefully, making sure not to bump into any of them unexpectedly. After several meters, we found the door that said Army. It's here, I said as I approached and tried to open it, but it was locked. It's locked. It seems to require an access code. Without hesitation, I drew my pistol and emptied the magazine, creating a hole in the lock. Then I kicked it open and Kamuro approached to peer inside. But what the? There's nothing left, Hirano says. Of course. The police were sent to the city so they'd take all their weapons. Why didn't I think of that before? Saya said, annoyed with herself. At that moment, as we were all looking at the completely empty armory, Zeke heard a noise coming from the stairs where he saw some of them approaching and he let out a bark. We have to hurry, Siko said as she decapitated one of them. We don't want to sit around waiting for them to come and bite us. I have an idea, Hirano. What about the room where they keep the evidence? There might be illegal weapons there, I said, looking at him. That's right. He's not part of the police force, so if they have any, there's a chance they're still there. That's on the 3rd floor. I remember seeing it when I was in elementary school. I saw guns back then. Ray says, then Shino and I will take the lead. Siko and Kamuro, you keep watch behind us. Ordered. We started climbing the stairs towards the 3rd floor where we had to kill a few infected people until we reached the top floor where we could see the testing room at the end of the hall. That must be the testing room, I said as I calmly walked down the corridor. But the moment I passed a door, one of them came out wearing riot gear. In a swift motion, I grabbed my knife and stabbed him under the chin since the infected man was wearing a helmet. PFF wiping the sweat from my brow. I didn't expect that. Are you okay? Shino asked. Yes, I'm fine. I was just surprised. Hirano, could you? Wow, awesome. Hirano interrupted me as he lunged at the infected and grabbed the weapons I was carrying. Oh, is that a rapid-fire MP5 SFK? It even has a silencer. And 3 reload rounds, and an M92 Vertec with 2 extra magazines. Hirano, give me the gun. He smiled and handed it to me and I checked the magazine and how it worked. It's perfect. Here, Siko, you should use it, I said as I gave it to him. I don't know how to use it, she says nervously. I'll show you later, don't worry. In the meantime, you can carry it on your leg. I looked at the others. It was good to find these 2 weapons, but it would be better to find more. Everyone nodded and I went to the testing room and performed the same procedure as with the door downstairs. Open. Clear, Kamuro says from inside. Let's see what we find, I said as I entered the room and opened a briefcase revealing a shotgun, an M1014. This is a shotgun used by the United States Marines and the British Navy. Hirano shouts, you should use this one, Kamuro, I said. Okay, she picks it up. But what? It's heavier than the Ithaca. Perhaps, but it's more appropriate for combat it works with. While Hirano was explaining the functions of the M1014 to Kamuro, I was wandering through the halls of the testing room until I stopped in front of a box. Upon opening it, I found a 9 Beretta 92 pistol. A Beretta 92, checking the magazine. It's full. I look at the box again, and I have 3 more magazines. Not bad at all. Tatsumi, Shino said as he approached me, I have something for you. I found it in a box. I think you'll like it. He handed me a holster to put on my belt. A holster, thank you. I said with a smile as I put it on my belt, then added the Beretta 92. It's perfect. I'm glad you like it, she says with a tender smile. Now that I think about it, we need to find you a weapon. You can't be carrying a gun around all the time, I said, looking around until I spotted a box on top of a shelf. What could be in that box? I asked, picking it up and holding it in front of us. We both opened it and saw a sniper rifle inside. Shino, do you know what weapon this is? No, which one? She asked, looking at me with an interested expression. It's the, I looked at her with a challenging smile. Ultimate ratio Hecate II. Hecate II, Shino repeats as he passes his hand over the rifle. What do you think about setting it up? Yes. She says excitedly, and after a few seconds we already had it set up on the table. Okay, remember that this rifle has a 7-round magazine and you only have 7 cartridges. Relax. She took the rifle and slung it over her shoulder. I won't waste them. She said with a smile, then raised her arm and pointed her finger at me. I'll show you what I'm capable of. I see the panic has disappeared. I smiled. Yes, but the other time when I thought you had, she trailed off, staring at her hand. At that moment the panic returned, knowing you weren't by my side. She looked at me with a smile as she made a fist. But now that you're with me, I'm not afraid at all. I'm glad to hear that. I really am, I said in a soft voice as I stroked her cheek where she placed her hand on mine and smiled. After finding all the weapons in the room, we placed them all on a table where we would be taking inventory of what we had. We've managed to get quite a few, but what do we do with our old weapons? Kamuro asks. Our current equipment is better than all this, but we can use the ammunition, don't worry, I said. We'll keep the ammunition and pistols in a backpack. Won't it be too much to carry so many weapons? I want us to be able to control our own destinies. Kamuro understood perfectly what I said and remained silent. Hirano, put everything in a backpack, including the shotgun. Yes, sir, he said while giving the salute. Could we leave later? Siko suddenly asked, causing us all to look at her and unable to avoid making a surprised face. You look very pretty, Kamuro said, blushing, while Marikawa says, it looks great. Alice said as she grabbed Zeke, who was barking. It suits you, Siko. When I get the chance, I'll teach you how to use it, I said with a smile, pointing at the gun. Or even Hirano can teach you. I have no problem at all, he says, blushing and with a drop of blood running down his nose. Thank you, Siko said with a smile. Okay, everyone's ready, everyone nodded. So Seiya, where do we go next? Miyamoto, do you know where the communications office is? In the attic, then let's go. Chapter 29. Once we were all well armed and ready, we headed to the police station's attic where we had to kill a few infected people until we finally reached the communications room. Free, Hirano said as he checked inside. There's no one left behind us. I think we've cleared the station, but stay alert. Seiya says, then let's go in, I said as I entered the communications room where we saw that none of the computers were working. It seems nothing's working here either. I don't think the police were prepared for an EMP, Hirano said. That computer is on, Alice said, pointing at it. Me, order. Understood, she said, looking at the computer and searching for something useful. The J alert system is still working. Alert J, what's that? Kimuro asked. Alert J. The Japanese National Emergency Security System. Hirano exclaimed enthusiastically. It's an automated satellite system designed to warn citizens in case of emergencies like earthquakes or missile strikes. It's EMP-proof. Where does he get the electricity? Is there a power plant nearby that's still working? Shino asked. Unbelievable, it'll probably use up whatever power is left in the battery. It's on alert, so it should last quite a while, Seiya said, still staring at the computer. Oh, like the ones at the hospital, Marikawa says. Do you know what you're doing? Ray asks. It was designed so that even a child could use it. Seiya says desperately until she suddenly looks at me. What's wrong? I asked. There are so many things we haven't considered. I can't find the search function. Seiya said, a little flustered, until Alice approached the computer keyboard and pressed a key. What do you think you're doing, you stupid dwarf? I can't help it, she says with teary eyes. Yes, when you see a button you feel the need to press it, Kimuro said, nodding. God, Seiya said, then looked at the screen where a message was displayed. This. Well done, Shorty, Seiya said without taking her eyes off the screen while stroking Alice's head. Me, the SDF is implementing an evacuation of Takanasu. Evacuation, Kimuro asks, isn't it backup? You've seen how things are, the only option is to get the survivors out. So what's your plan, Takagi? Hirano asks. The operation will only last a few hours the day after tomorrow afternoon. Things are so tense, that's all they can do. Where do they do it? In Shintoko's third elementary school, Seiya said with a serious expression which made Kimuro look surprised. That's where Kimuro's mother is supposed to be, isn't it? I said with a smile, speaking of luck. What about my parents? Ray cries desperately. Relax, Ray, we never said we weren't going to look for your parents, so your father first, do you know where he might be? I asked. Yes. Without another word, Ray ran out of the communications room and quickly descended the stairs, which were now on the second floor. She headed towards the offices where Ray's father worked, but as soon as she opened the door, she noticed it was empty. There's nobody here, Ray says. Siko, can you keep watch? She didn't say anything and nodded. Let's see if we find anything. Shino, Seiya, Hirano, and Kimuro help out too. Understood, the four of them said before starting to look around the room. The computers aren't working. Seiya says, have you found anything, Hirano? I asked, seeing him with a notebook in his hand. It looks like a guide for survivors, but it was written very quickly. Damn it, I yelled, slamming my fist on the table. Where the hell are they? Oh hey, is this something? Marikawa asked as she turned the whiteboard over, revealing a message. That handwriting, it's my father's. Ray shouted happily, then threw herself at Kimuro and hugged him. Thank God, I'm so happy my father, he's alive. We all couldn't help but smile. Seiya, I said in a mocking tone. Relax, I won't try to ruin the mood this time. She says, arms crossed. You've changed, Seiya. She blushed slightly at my comment, then pointed the gun her mother had given her at me. I haven't fired a single shot because I don't want to make a sound, but even if I did, I don't think it would do much good. Lately, I've been feeling useless and I don't like it. You're wrong. You've helped me much more than you think, and not just me, everyone. Although it's not like I can shoot much more myself. You fight your way. I've been watching you. I always have ever since the day I met you. I want to fight like you too, Tatsumi. I always try to get your attention, but still, she takes a deep breath. I understand that you're in love with Shinasan, I understand. But still, I want to be with you. I'll do anything to be with you. Even if you're in love with another girl, I couldn't survive without you, she says, tears welling in her eyes. I couldn't help myself, and the moment she finished speaking, I gently brought my hand to her eyes and wiped away her tears. Then, with great affection, I brought her head to my chest and hugged her. It's warm, Seiya whispered as she clung tighter to my chest. I promise I'll never leave you, Seiya, I said softly, then pulled away from her and looked into her eyes. I swear no matter what happens, I'll always be by your side, Seiya. She didn't say anything and gave me a beautiful smile as she wiped away her tears. Then she walked over to Shino and they stood face to face. I won't lose, Shino, Seiya said, hands on her hips and a defiant smile on her face. I see, even though Tatsumi and I are together now, I don't intend to lose either, Seiya. Shino said, arms crossed and with a defiant smile. Can I say something? I asked, a little nervous. No, they both say at the same time. Okay, I said with a poker face. I didn't want to get between them and went to the backpack where Hirano put all the weapons, from which I would take out the MP5 that we had previously taken from the infected. Seiya, then you should use this. The MP5 has very little recoil after the first shot, so it should be perfect for short-range shooting. It's semi-automatic, so you shouldn't have any trouble hitting your target. Am I wrong about anything, Hirano? No, sir. Then it's perfect for you, I said with a smile as I handed her the gun. Tatsumi. I almost forgot, don't rely too much on the silencer. The bullets aren't subsonic, so they still make noise and you'll attract them. And I think that's everything, I said, my hand on my chin, until suddenly Seiya threw me the pistol her mother had given her, the Luger P08. What? You can hold that for me, but I'll kill you if you lose it, she said with a sweet smile while winking at me, making me blush. Of course I smiled, and we both looked at each other with smiles. Then Seiya looked at Shino and gave him a victorious smile, to which Shino responded with a smile but with a twitch in his eye. Are you finished? Kamuro asked, a little nervous about the situation. Ray's father is probably at the 3rd Elemental Academy in Shintoko, and Kamuro's mother too. The SDF evacuation operation is in 2 days. In short, we have 2 things left to do. First, go to Ray's house to find her mother. Then we'll go to the 3rd Elemental Academy in Shintoko, so if you're all right, let's get out of here. Everyone nodded and we started to leave until Zeke came up to my foot and started peeing. Whoa, I yelled while shaking my leg. You bad dog, Zeke, Oniichin's leg isn't a pole, Alice said, but Zeke barked with joy, causing everyone to start laughing. Maybe I'm not cut out for this after all, I said, discouraged. No, you're made for this, Tatsumi. I don't think we could have asked for anyone better, Shino said with a smile as she kissed me on the cheek. Then she looked at Seiya with a victorious smile, who smiled back, her eye twitching slightly. Okay, I'll believe you, then let's go. We all left the police station and could see the sky turning gray, a sign that it was going to rain. But we didn't care and went over to the Humvee where Marikawa started to start it. Turning the key, why won't it start? Did he run out of gas? Ray asked. It's impossible. Fill the tank completely before leaving, I said, trying to turn the key, then press a button to open the hood. Take a look under the hood. When we saw that the Humvee wasn't moving, we all got out of the car to keep watch, while I would be taking a look at the engine. I don't understand, I see it's in perfect condition. Closing the hood, we'll have to keep walking. Everyone, grab your things. Oniichin, can I take the bicycle? Sure, I'll get it right away. I went to the back of the Humvee and grabbed Alice's bicycle, where she happily approached Marikawa. The moment I closed the door, I saw a black liquid on the ground. I was curious about what it was, so I crouched down and saw that it was gasoline and that it was coming from the Humvee. So I crouched down a little more to look under the vehicle, and I could see a rubber hose cut in 2. I don't like this, I said as I stood up and looked around. Tatsumi, is something wrong? Kamuro asked. No, nothing. Is there a store nearby? We'll need some ponchos if it starts to rain, I said as I began walking down the streets where everyone followed me. I think there's a shop around there, Ray said. Okay then, Ray, you go ahead and lead the way. I'll follow behind and keep watch. Understood, Ray said, taking the lead. We all started following Ray, crossing several streets in the direction of the nearest store. At that moment, Shino was behind us all when she suddenly felt someone watching us. But when I turned my head to look back, I noticed there was no one and nothing suspicious. Then I stopped too and went over to Shino, and we both stood looking at the street. I had a feeling someone was following us, she says. Yes, I've felt it too since we left the station. Stay alert at all times. If you see anything suspicious, let us know, too. I'll go and warn the others, I said as I headed towards the group that was going ahead. Meanwhile, Shino continued walking, staring at the street with a strange feeling. As Shino walked in our direction, a boy could be seen on one of the street corners. When he realized we hadn't noticed him, he smiled. Chapter 30. Minutes after leaving the police station and the Humvee, we found ourselves inside a store that hadn't been looted yet. Inside, I found clothes, food, water, and some medical supplies. The only thing missing was electricity. It started to rain. Alice said as she looked outside through the window. There should be enough clothes to protect us from the rain. I hope we can avoid getting wet, Seiya said, looking at a poncho. What a diverse collection, Ray says. Oh, Shizuka-san, can I have one of those condoms? Hirano asked, seeing her with a box in her hand. What, you need one right now? She asks, blushing. Hirano, do I have to hit you? Seiya asked irritably, and before she could lunge at Hirano, I put a hand on his shoulder. Tatsumi. Relax, Hirano wants the condom to protect the inside of the weapons, so mud and dirt don't get in. Right, Hirano? Yes, sir. Wow, they both say at the same time. I never thought they could be used like this, Marikawa says. Protect them from mud and dirt. Does it really matter that much? Seiya asks. It affects it too much. Imagine the inside is full of mud and it won't let you fire even if you pull the trigger. That's why you have to clean the inside of guns every so often. I see Seiya pick one up. Do you want me to help you? And no, I can do it alone, she says, blushing. Okay, I blush a little. Hey, Oniichin, what are condoms actually for? Alice asked excitedly. Well, it's useful for YYWL there for adults, so I'll tell you when you're older. I see, and have you used it yet? The moment she asked that question, Shino and I couldn't help but blush. Why, yes, I already used it, I said while covering my mouth and looking away, blushing. So, and with whom? Seiya asked, a little annoyed as she brought her face closer to mine, making me nervous. WL, I laughed nervously, then looked at Marikawa, who seemed distracted. Is something wrong, Shizuke-sensei? I asked as I approached her. She escaped, Seiya said, pouting. I feel quite useless, Marikawa says. What are you saying? If anyone gets hurt or anything, you're there to help them. For normal wounds, yes, but if you're bitten by them, I can't do anything. Well, you're right about that. We'll think of something, okay. Thank you, Tatsumi-kun, she said with a smile. I smiled in response, then noticed that everyone else had already put on some clothes to protect themselves from the rain. Shino and I were the only ones who weren't wearing clothes, so I grabbed a white jacket with a hood and Shino grabbed a green poncho with a hood. Once we were all ready, we headed out of the tent. Okay then, I leave the store and look at the others. Let's keep going. Yes, they all say. We continued down the street towards Rei's house to look for her mother. Along the way, Rei and Kamuro had to kill some of them. Siko and I just stood there watching them for a few seconds. I think we too should take the lid, I said. But we're close to home. You don't know this area as well as we do, Kamuro said. That's exactly why. The victims we find, they might be your former neighbors, Siko said, drawing her sword. Are you asking us if we can kill our families? I think if it comes to that, will, Kamuro said, sounding a little shaken, but I interrupted him. Friends and family are two very different things. Since he was right, they both fell silent. Siko and I will go ahead, you two can follow behind us. Shino and Hirano, you watch our backs. Hi, they both say at the same time. Okay, now that's cleared up, but I was interrupted by Siko. Tatsumi, just to confirm, who are we looking for? To Rei's mother. If Rei's father and Kamuro's mother are in Shintoko, they must be safe, so the priority is to find her mother, understood? Tatsumi, we haven't asked you, but if the evacuation is true, what do we do with those we left behind at the house? Seiya asked. If I see that the evacuation is real and safe, we'll call a car and go pick them up. Although I don't know why I have a bad feeling, that's all. Everyone remained silent. There are a few of them at the intersection behind us. Hirano suddenly shouts, there are 3-4, they're increasing. Shino says, let's not waste any more time, we have to go. Rei says, this is a nuisance. Siko said as she lunged at them to kill them. Suddenly, Kamuro headed toward one of the houses. Takashi, where are you going? Don't you remember this is where old Tanaka lived? There she is. Opening the gate, thus revealing an opening in the fence. Oh, and this, I asked. I remember breaking the fence while playing when I was in elementary school. But she said it was already broken, so she wasn't mad at me, he says with a smile. When she died, there was a dispute over who would inherit the house, so it was abandoned for a long time. We can't just walk in so carelessly. There must be more of them behind the cover, Siko says. We're easy prey if we stay here. We should climb a wall or the roof for a better view, Seiya suggests. I'll go check it out. Alice suddenly said. We were all going to stop her, but she sped off on her bicycle, arriving at the next enclosure where there were several of them. There are 2 in the yard, there are some in the house too, she said as she braked. But as it touched the ground and braked, the rain caused it to skid until it crashed. This made a loud noise that caught everyone's attention, and Seiya immediately ran towards Alice. Shorty. She quickly removed her poncho as it interfered with her shooting and then disengaged the safety on her MP5. Just as she was ready to fire, she aimed for the infected man's head. Perfect, she's in my sights, Shorty, close your eyes. Seiya says calmly before firing. Stupid hexist bullet. Seiya says when she sees that it hit the infected man's breasts, then she lies down on the ground and starts shooting. The first bullet grazed her head, the second hit her hip, and the third hit her shoulder, making Seiya more and more desperate. The infected man, unconcerned about the wounds, continued walking towards the 2 of them. Don't bother helping me, I'll get it with my next shot, she said desperately. I stood beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Relax. I know you can do it, you're a genius, Seiya. You're right, I am the smartest genius. Firing one last time and hitting the infected in the head. That's it, I said enthusiastically. You don't need to shoot anymore, Siko said as she lunged at the only remaining infected person, easily decapitating him. You did very well, Seiya, I said as I helped her up. Maybe, but now because of the rain I'm completely soaked. If I get sick, I'll be very sad. Seiya, Alice says with a smile, but is interrupted by Seiya, who hits her on the head. I appreciate your desire to help, but that's no excuse for being careless. You always have to watch your step. But I just wanted to be like you. Sniff, sniff, I just wanted to help everyone. Hugging Seiya, I'm sorry. You must be more cautious from now on, Alice. I'll do it, she says with a smile. Perhaps we should be a little stricter with her, Seiya says. You think so? I asked sarcastically as I took off my hooded jacket and put it on Seiya, who looked surprised. You'd better wear it than me, I said with a smile. Thank you, she said as she put on her jacket and tried to hide her blush with the hood. We have to go, let's leave this place, I said, looking at the group of them inside the house. Shino, how's the street? I went to check and didn't see any of them. It's clear, then let's get going. They all nodded at my command and we began to leave the compound one by one. We observed that none of them were inside, as Shino had previously mentioned. Carefully continued down the street until we reached the intersection where I asked them to stop. Just then one of them walked past me and thanks to the noise of the rain he couldn't see us. We continued through the streets in complete silence until suddenly we heard a scream nearby. "You bastards. What is that, my mother?" Ray asks. We were all surprised and set out to find the person who was shouting, where after turning an intersection we could see a woman in front of a barricade. No. He slammed his spear into the ground. "You make me go outside to get the things you need, and now you won't let me come back inside. You'll regret the day you crossed paths with Miyamoto Kuriko." "It has to be said that the woman has character," I said with a smile and a drop of sweat. "Damned cowards, Mom," Ray shouted as she ran towards the woman to hug her, who turned around at the sound of the shout. "Mom," Kuriko says, then looks at the group. "Oh, Takashi too," she says as she slowly moves away from Ray. "You know that shouting or yelling will attract them, right? I felt terrible for not being able to help, so I went to get food and some other things for our neighbors and now they won't let me in. At first we were getting along really well, but everything went to hell when we lost power. They let some stranger fill their heads with cockroaches and now it seems like everyone's against me. Neighbors." "Bullshit, strange," I repeated. "Shino," I whispered. "Yes," she whispers with a serious face. "Keep an eye out." She nodded, then I approached Kuriko. "If you come, we can leave here together," I suggested. "And who are you?" "I'm Sasaki Tatsumi. I'm in the same class as your daughter." Bowing, "He's the leader of our group," Ray says. "I see." She looks at me with a tender smile. "It almost sounds like you're asking me to come with you," but her expression turns serious. "Where are you going? If you don't have a clear idea of where you're taking us, it's not worth it. We have other things to worry about besides surviving. Do you have any idea?" "Of course I have an idea." "Seiya, yes, the afternoon after tomorrow, the self-defense forces will begin some kind of evacuation in the Shintoko Center. We saw that at the East Police Headquarters there's a JALARM that's currently active. I believe this will be our first and only chance to evacuate." "Very well." He nodded and looked at the barricade. "In 2 days the self-defense forces will evacuate the people at the Shintoko. We're going to take that route. Anyone who wants to is free to come with us." "You're lying, I don't believe you," says a voice from behind the barricade. "Excuse me, I am the son of the Sasaki family and that's true, there isn't much time, so we're leaving now. If you want to come, this is your last chance." I said loudly, but I received no response. A waste of time. "There are a few of them behind us. Estimated distance 60 meters. Hirano said, pointing to the end of the street. "If we don't hurry, we'll be right back where we were before," Siko said. "Don't worry," I said, looking through binoculars where I saw a group of 4 of them. "Shino." "Hi," she said as she took off her poncho and lay down on the ground where she began preparing her Hecate Ai. "I'm ready." "What do you plan to do?" Kamuro asked. "Clear the way." I looked through the binoculars. "Shino, the first of them is 60 meters away." "Understood," she said, looking through the scope and aiming at his head. She took a deep breath and without thinking twice, she fired, hitting him in the head. The first one down. "Good," looking through binoculars. "The second one is 80 meters away. The third one is 100 meters away. And the fourth one is 125 meters away." "Understood." Takes a deep breath, hitting the second one on the head. Takes a deep breath, hitting the third one. Takes a deep breath, hitting the fourth one. "Done, although the noise will attract more." "I know, don't worry," I said as I helped her up, then took off my jacket and put it over her, leaving me in just my t-shirt. "I don't want you to catch a cold." "Thank you," she says with a smile and a blush. Now I glanced at Kuriko. "We've already realized they're there. We don't owe them anything anymore. You don't mind, do you?" "No, I can no longer consider this place my home. Have you heard anything about Dad?" "I think he's in Shintoko too," Ray said. "I know my Tadashi better than to think he would have got himself killed. But if he already is, I would have done it to save someone else. That's what Dad would have wanted," Ray says with a smile. "I was worried you'd all go crazy or something when I saw you with those weapons. But I guess you need them now. It's not entirely. Don't worry about that. They've helped keep you alive, haven't they? That's enough for me." He showed his spear. "By the way, I took your father's spear without asking him." "Okay," Ray says with a smile. "She doesn't look like a novice with that spear," Shino said. "No, I'd say no," I said, a bead of sweat forming on my brow before turning to Hirano. "Hirano, could you give him a gun?" Yes, taking it from the backpack and handing it to Kuriko. "You know how to use an automatic pistol, right?" "Yes, something like that. We found this in the evidence box in the East District. We have extra ammo and the magazine is full." "Oh, your name is Hirano, isn't it? Thank you. It seems everyone is ready," Shino said with a smile. But I was interrupted by Hirano, a larger group of them. Hirano says, where we look back and can see a group of about 10 more or less of them. "They must have come because of the sound of Shino's gun. I expected it, though not so soon. Oh well, I positioned myself in front of everyone and readied my pistol. Visibility is poor if we run, so don't run." And don't fire until I say so, understood? Understood, then let's go. Chapter 31. At this very moment at Shintoko School, a man and a woman were on one of the upper floors of the school. They were both holding rifles, pointing them at three of them who were on the other side of the fence. Look at that enormous rock she's showing. It must be worth a lot of money, the woman says. Don't worry, you can shoot that one soon, really, but won't one gunshot attract a crowd of them? Yes, but that's exactly what we need, especially now. Get out of my way, moth, the woman shouted as the insect was blocking her view, but she didn't care much and they both fired. How many bullets can I fire? The woman asks, whatever you have on the cartridge. Oh, so I only have 2 shots left. These are M1500s supplied by the police. Their cartridges contain 5 bullets. While the 2 snipers were dealing with them, in the schoolyard was the camp where several guards and civilians watched as the infected fell. Look at that. When it comes to last-minute jobs, they do their job with style, the guard says. Won't they come now in a swarm? There aren't actually that many in this area. Besides, all the surviving civilians are hiding inside the school. Once the rest of us are hiding too, we'll just let them pass by from a distance. So why are they shooting? To let the survivors know that we have the means to protect ourselves. The Self-Defense Force helicopters announced over their loudspeakers that they would rescue us, so we can't afford to panic now. I suppose that makes sense, but he stares at the school. At that moment inside the 3rd grade Class 1, a small meeting had formed where they were discussing an injury that one of the survivors had. No, that's not true, don't lie to us. That wound is obviously from a bite. You're going to turn into one of those monsters too. That means you're one of them now. And no, I just got a scratch on my arm while trying to escape. The boy said, showing his bandaged arm. The police checked me out and said I'd be fine. The police know nothing. They don't even know how to cure murder syndrome. They're lying to us. They've been doing it all this time. You got infected through that wound, we know it. There's no evidence to prove that, says a man who used to be one of the school's teachers. The killer syndrome was named that by the government. Out of some legal necessity, it's an arbitrary designation. They called it an infectious disease even though it's an epidemic now. By classifying it as a pathogenic organism, more drastic measures can be taken. They only labeled it this kind of disease so they could enforce it. He notices that no one understood what he was saying. It's not that it helped much. What the hell, that doesn't change the fact that it's a disease, not really. Until the true cause is determined, the government and official institutions legally can't do anything. In other words, it's not that they're exactly deceiving us, but they had to name it in order to take action. Besides, whether this is an illness or not is something we'll be able to verify someday. So they're lying to us. They're deceiving their own people, messing with us. Still, killer syndrome has to be a disease you catch through open wounds. It's always a government conspiracy. A man said, pointing at the professor. So what kind of infection, an oral infection or an airborne infection? There are many ways to spread disease, you see, and can a virus or bacteria really turn people into walking corpses? Although the bites and aggression do seem to resemble rhabdoviruses. Aha, so it's a virus, you just said it, I didn't mean it that way. Children, there are children here, I'm scared, I'm so scared, I don't know what to do. A woman said as she hugged her son who was about to start crying because of the argument. Before the power went out, Professor Takeda from Nagoya University said it. He said you can get infected no matter what you do, but I don't even know if it's truly contagious or not. It's an infection, it has to be. Anyone who says it's not a disease is obviously a government stooge. I'm telling you, pointing at the boy, he's going to become one of those monsters too. But you have no basis for saying, the professor said a little nervously until he was interrupted. Kill him. That wasn't very good, kid, said the man, accompanied by the woman who was keeping watch. The world may have gone to hell, but we still have hope. A rescue has been planned, and what are you doing here? You think the world has gone from bad to worse and you come along with your damn attempts to make others suffer with you. You know why? It's because you don't even recognize your own stupidity. You can't hold on to reality, you're that dumb. With Rika. Currently, Rika was on Akagi, the escort vessel of the self-defense forces near Takanasu Bay after having rescued the survivors from the airport. And are all the people at the airport dead? A soldier asks his comrade. No, there are some survivors. They're alive thanks to some crazy SAT bore. Crazy bore. That's no way to talk about a heroine. The thing is, she said she was going to the city. While Rika was smoking inside the ship Akagi, specifically in the operations headquarters, a meeting had been formed with the high command to carry out a plan to get all the survivors out of Takanasu. How many survivors have been confirmed in the Takanasu area? Approximately 3,000. They have isolated themselves in different locations. Several of them were rescued during the mission to confirm the status of the power supply to the spent fuel pool at the nuclear plant. The largest group is the 300 students at the primary school who are being protected by the police. Most of them are children. We only have one chance, and with so little time to carry out the rescue, we can't save them all. The bomb explosion is imminent. The sea will undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blast. And the strong winds will make it difficult for helicopters to fly. We could call in helicopters from the ground self-defense forces, although that might complicate matters for the aircraft we use for landing. Not to mention the other issues we already have on our hands. Are our sources sure about this? Yes, sir. The surviving U.S. Navy systems have also detected it. The Chinese submarines are heading this way. If we're going to evade the explosion and the submarines and return in time, we need to be in more places at the same time, and we simply aren't enough. Sir, after the disappearance or death of Captain General Sasaki Hidaki, you are the only one who should make this decision. Excuse me, sir, Rika said from the doorway as she waved. Who's there? Nobody gives a military salute on this ship. Go see Rika. Chen, oh, you were at the airport. I am a state police officer here. I intend to carry out my responsibilities to the end, Rika says. Superior Minami, correct? Yes, sir, and if they're planning for civilians not to be part of the rescue, I'd like to be left behind on land. Don't be silly, we're not going to help you commit suicide. Hokkaido and Kyushu are also in danger after being invaded by them. We need someone like you to help us protect the people there as well. Please, I beg you, Takanasu is my city. They looked at each other with uncertain expressions until finally they agreed to grant her permission to stay on land. Upon hearing their decision, Rika headed to her dressing room to prepare until a soldier stopped her. So they granted you permission. That's how it is. I'm being dropped off at a different location today, so I won't be able to help you, so at least let me give you a gift. Oh dear, I would gladly accept any gift from a gentleman like you. This area houses the Special Boarding Unit of the Naval Defense Special Forces. Since they're out of service, several of them are missing. He opened a door, revealing an armory. So we have a surplus of weapons. Your Model 89 has seen so much action, it's all about one shot and you have to be prepared when you're with the armed forces. So take as many weapons as you can carry. I'll cover for you if anyone asks. Can I really take, licking his lip, as many as I can carry? Do you think 2 more hands will be enough? Another soldier asked as he approached the two, and Rika, turning to look at him, recognized him instantly. But it's Shinkawa Kyoji, I didn't know you'd been sent to this unit. They did it recently. I see you're preparing, he says with a smile. That's right, I plan to stay on land. And tell me, would you let me accompany you, because let's just say I have some important business to attend to in Takanasu. He flashes a slightly sadistic smile. XXX. After Rika accepted Kyoji's request and the two of them took all the weapons from the armory, the soldier headed to the control room where the captain was to inform him of what had happened. That was quite a show. They drank every last one, the soldier said with a smile, because that's all they can do. What about your boys? Everyone's ready for action, but many of them have lost their families. You too, right? Those are the orders, but I've been to Yokosuka. It's a disaster everywhere you look. The survivors have reached a new level of fear and are committing suicide. Even the bravest won't last long. Obviously, they can't take care of themselves the same way they used to, but if they have to face a heavy dose of this reality, it makes people lose respect for others, not just for life itself. Anything to survive, they'll do anything. Chapter 32. With Tatsumi and the others. Shortly after finding Rei's mother, we found ourselves surrounded by a large group of them who kept blocking our path. We opened fire on them, but as soon as we cleared a street, more appeared, trapping us. I'm counting no more than 20, no way out, I said, crouching down as they watched the infected approach. We will abide by our leader's decision, Kimuro said. That's clear, Shino says with a smile. So we're going for that, are you sure? Kuriko asks while I smile without taking my eyes off the infected. You don't need to worry, Mom. Yes, Tatsumi is amazing, Seiya says with a smile. Hirano, what does it look like from behind? I asked. I have a bad feeling. It sounds strange to say it, but he sensed a large number of them almost upon them. They're on top of us. If you say so, then I believe it, I said as I reloaded my Beretta. I'll take the first shot, after that fire at will. I fired at the first infected person who approached, hitting them in the head. Siko, Rei, and Kirikasan, go ahead. Shino, Kimuro, and Hirano, you cover our backs. Seiya, you take care of protecting Shizuke-sensei and Alice. Understood, they all say. The moment I gave the orders, Siko, Rei, and Kuriko rushed at the infected in front of them. Siko decapitated 2 of them at once, while Rei and Kuriko drove their spears into the heads of the remaining infected. At that moment, several of them approached Seiya, who shot them without hesitation, hitting 2, but she ran out of bullets, so I quickly appeared beside her and drew my Luger P08. I finally got to shoot, I said with a smile as I hit the infected man in the head. Tatsumi, they're piling up back here, Shino said, lying on the ground as she fired her weapon. Then fire forward, we'll clear a path between them. But there are too many. Kimuro shouted as he fired. We're doing well, don't stop and don't let anyone get left behind. I fire again. We advanced steadily without incident, eliminating all the infected that appeared in front of us. We reached an intersection where we formed a circle to observe the infected approaching from all 4 directions. We're surrounded. Rei says, Tatsumi, what do we do? Shino asks, of the 4 paths, which one has the fewest of them? I asked, and everyone started counting. This one, there are only 5 of them on this path, Seiya says, the opposite side from the school. Okay, we'll go that way and look for a house to take shelter in. We'll go to school tomorrow morning. Everyone agreed to my proposal and we all headed to the street with the fewest infected people. There, Siko, Rei, and Kuriko could easily kill them, clearing the way. I know a place, Rei said as we ran. Where? I asked. After traversing several streets and killing a few infected, we were walking peacefully down a street a few minutes later. Then Rei pointed to a house at the end of the street there. Whose house is this? Seiya asks from Hisashi. At least we're sheltered from the rain. Let's go inside, I said as I started walking. Without further ado, we all went into the house, where the moment we saw that it was empty, we started closing windows and curtains so that no one would know we were inside. Once everything was ready and safe, the whole group began to settle into the living room of the house, where they showed a tired face. Finally, some peace, Seiya said as she lay down on one of the sofas. It's my imagination, Marikawa said as she lay down on the other sofa. Or can't we ever have a moment of peace? That's true, but Hirano says as he lies down on the floor, at least we have a moment right now. He looks at me leaning against the wall. We have peace now, right? Yes, as long as we don't make too much noise, they won't come, and if we don't turn on any flashlights, no survivor will know we're here. I look at everyone. You can sleep peacefully. Aw, they all sighed at the same time, and I showed a small smile because of that. Rei, how many rooms does this house have? He has 3, Hisashi's, his parents, and a guest room. Okay, if you want you can divide up the rooms, I suggested. I'm fine in this armchair, I'm not crazy enough to get up again, Seiya says with her eyes closed. I agree, Marikawa said with her eyes closed, until she felt Alice lie down on top of her and rest her head on her chest. Besides, the little ones settled in too. Hirano, do you want to? But I couldn't finish speaking because I noticed he was asleep. That was fast. I looked at Siko, Kamuro, Rei, Kuriko, and Shino. Then it'll be for the 3 of us. My mom and I will sleep in your parents' room. She took Kuriko's hand and led her away. Come on, Mom, we have a lot to talk about. Yes, Kuriko said wearily as she followed Rei. Good night, the 4 of us smiled. Then let's go, I said as I took Shino's hand, which she nodded with a smile. The 4 of us started climbing the stairs and Shino and I chose one of the remaining rooms. Upon entering, we realized it was the guest room, as it contained only a bed and a few pieces of furniture. I'm tired, Shino said as she sat on the edge of the bed. I went to the window and looked out at the street. Aren't you going to sleep? Someone needs to keep watch. I look at her. You get some sleep, tomorrow will be a long day. Then I'll sleep if you lie down with me, she says with a smile. Come here, he says, extending his hand. I smiled and gently took her hand, which she pulled me towards forcefully, leaving me on top of her. We gazed into each other's eyes, then began kissing, slowly removing our clothes. XXX. Meanwhile, at Shintoko's 3rd elementary school, a sniper on the roof noticed 3 people running toward the school. He immediately grabbed his radio and alerted his partner. Survivors, we have 3 civilians coming through the front door. Check them to see if they're clean. Anything strange, I'll cover for them. Understood, a guard says over the radio. Upon seeing the 3 civilians, the guards let them in and began searching them to see if they were free of bites or scratches. Seeing that they were fine, one of them approached one of the guards. I'm looking for Inspector Miyamoto. Do you know where he is? Unfortunately, we don't know. We just lost contact with him. The last time we saw him was yesterday. Okay, then, he smiled. Are you ready? XXX. The next morning, we would all be up and ready to leave. We would be walking down the same street as yesterday, but noticing that this time none of them were there. This is strange. Yesterday there were many of them, and today there are none, Kamuro says. They must be somewhere else. Stay alert, I said as we walked, then looked up at the still raining sky. This rain won't help us. Then let's hurry, Seiya said. We continued moving forward very carefully so that none of them would hear us. Until we started to cross a street where we could see a huge group of infected people in the distance. It would be better to go another way. Give the order. Everyone listened to me and we turned around to look for another way, but as we turned around we saw another large group approaching us. This has to be a joke. What do we do? Siko asks. I looked all around and couldn't see any way out. The idea of shooting occurred to me, but we didn't have enough bullets to withstand the entire horde. Then I stared at the walls of the houses for a moment and an idea came to me. This is a terrible idea, I said as I holstered my pistol and climbed onto the wall. We'll go up the wall quietly. Come on, let me help you. I held out my hand. Are you sure? Hirano asked. Do you have a better idea? I asked. Okay, he took my hand and climbed onto the wall. This is too small. Don't look at your feet, always look ahead, I said as I helped Kamuro climb up. I carefully started helping everyone up until it was Alice's turn. I gave her a piggyback ride and put Zeke inside my jacket. Then we all began to slowly make our way up the wall with the whole horde out in the street. This is crazy, Marikawa whispers, a little frightened. Shizuke-sensei, calm down, hold on to me, Seiya whispered as Marikawa placed her hands on her shoulder. Okay, slowly. How much longer? Hirano asked, a little frightened. Not much, I whispered. Are you okay? I asked, glancing at Alice, who nodded. Mom, is everything all right? Of course, this is fun, she whispers with a smile, and we all start laughing nervously. We all started moving forward slowly without any problems until suddenly Marikawa missed a step. This caused her to slip because of the rain, and she quickly grabbed Seiya tightly. Sensei, if you grab me like this, I'm going to. But unfortunately, one of them reached out and caught Seiya's shoelace with his finger, causing her to fall to the ground with a loud sound that alerted all of them. Damn it, Seiya said from the ground, then watched as the horde approached her. Oh no. Seiya, I said as I placed Alice on the wall and removed Zeke from my jacket. Shino, take care of Alice. Without saying anything else, I climbed down from the wall and landed in front of Seiya, where without wasting any time I drew my Beretta and Luger and began shooting at all them who were around me and Seiya. Are you okay? I asked as I reloaded my Beretta, then fired again. Yes, thank you, she says, getting up, then standing next to me and starting to shoot. I'm not going to leave you alone. I said nothing and smiled as I looked at the entire group. Then everyone else who was on the wall climbed down and stood beside me, forming a circle. What do we do, leader? Kamuro asked with a smile. Of course we have to get rid of them all, we have to move forward. Yes, they all say at once, where we would start shooting. Meanwhile, because of the shots we were firing to take out all of them at the school where the evacuation was taking place, the police officer would be hearing the shots and would quickly be heading outside the school building. Shotguns? The officer asked, looking toward the source of the sound. Are those the self-defense forces? Nope, the woman said as she approached him. Their weapons don't make that sound. Chapter 33, we were slowly clearing the area where we would be killing all them who were around us. We had already cleared part of the street, but because of this, many of us ran out of bullets and were very tired. Who has ammunition? I asked as I fired the last bullet from my cartridge and changed it. I don't have one, Hirano says. Me neither, Kamuro says. I'm in the same boat, Seiya said as she put the rifle in her backpack. I have 2 rifle magazines left, Shino said. So it's just you and me with ammunition, okay. Those who are out of ammunition and unable to fight should stay behind Siko, Rei, and Kirikasen. The 3 of them will protect you with their spears and swords. What do you plan to do? Kamuro asked. Of course, kill them all, I said with a smile as I glanced at him. Ready, Shino? I asked as I looked to my right where she stood beside me with her rifle. Of course, she said with a smile as she reloaded her rifle. I've got your back. She moved slightly away from me and lay down on the ground. The moment the rain stopped, she fired her first shot, hitting 3 people at once. I took advantage of the opening Shino created and plunged into the middle of the horde, where the 2 of us started killing all them who came near us, achieving perfect synergy. The others couldn't help but look surprised. Those 2, they're incredible, Marikawa said in amazement. It's true they have perfect chemistry, but I get a strange feeling when I see them, Kamuro says. I know what you mean, Siko said, standing beside her. It's like a feeling of fear that if you stand in front of them you'll end up dead. Yeah. Meanwhile at the school, the police officer and the woman were listening to the gunshots Shino and I were firing. They were both looking toward the direction the sound was coming from until a soldier approached them. Sir, I have 3 men ready to go to the location where the shots are coming from. Very well, I'll come with you. He looks at the woman. Go up on the roof and get your rifle ready, we might need backup. Understood, the woman said as she ran towards the roof. Everyone else with me. Let's go. Without another word, the officer and the 4 soldiers left the school grounds, heading toward the source of the gunfire. While they were on their way, our situation was favorable as Shino and I would gradually eliminate the remaining gunmen. Shino clicked his tongue as he had run out of bullets in his rifle. At that moment, Shino saw 2 of them approaching her, so she quickly got up from the ground and drew the pistol she had tucked into her back. Without hesitation, she shot the 2 infected, then approached me, and together we began killing all of them until she ran out of bullets. Tatsumi, I'm out of bullets. Don't worry, go with the others, I'll take care of it, but I'll be fine, I promise. I smiled as I nodded. She nodded with a smile as she approached the others, where I sighed in relief and focused on the horde in front of me where I started counting them. 14, I look at my Beretta. And I only have 1 magazine left, this is complicated. Tatsumi-kun, Kuriko shouted, and I looked at her as she threw her spear at me. Use it. Heh, I smiled as I caught the spear in midair. It will be an honor to use it, I glanced at the horde. Here I come. Because of the scream I let out, the entire horde focused on me and they slowly began to approach. I ran towards them and started killing everyone who got in my way until I ran out of bullets. It was good while it lasted, I said as I put away the pistol and picked up the spear with both hands, but just as I was about to attack the few that remained, Siko appeared out of nowhere and killed 3 of them. I'm sorry, Tatsumi. You just seem to be having fun, she says with a smile. I smiled, then watched as Kamuro and Rei killed the 2 remaining ones who also smiled. But just as the four of us thought we were finished with them, Alice's scream alerted us. Oni-chan. The four of us looked at the others and could see four of them approaching them where they would be unarmed. The four of us became alert and quickly moved toward them. Rei and Kimuro, you two on the right. Siko, you in the middle, I'll take the one on the left. Understood. The three of them quickly killed the infected that were approaching while I was still running toward the remaining one. I could see how the infected was slowly getting closer to Alice, so without hesitation I grabbed the spear with one hand and threw it. The spear would hit the infected man in the head, separating him from his body, and would be sent flying away from the group, where the spear would crash into the wall at the back of the street with the infected man's head stuck in it. Just then the officer and the four soldiers arrived at the scene. They saw the spear plunge forcefully into the wall and then their gaze turned to us. We were sitting on the ground, which was covered in corpses, blood, and filth, exhausted. Did those children kill that whole group of them? A soldier asks. They're not children, they're more than that, the officer said as he approached the spear and pulled it away from the wall. This spear is, he looked at us. Kiriko, Rei. The moment we heard a man calling for Kiriko and Rei, we all looked up and saw a group of 5 men. Suddenly, Kiriko and Rei, who had been sitting, stood up and quickly went over to the man who had called them. Dad, darling, Kiriko exclaimed as she and Rei hugged the man. Thank God, the man said as he hugged his wife and daughter. We all got up from the ground and approached the officer and the 4 soldiers, where we stood watching as the man hugged his daughter and his wife, having a touching moment. Thank you for bringing my daughter and my wife back safely, the man said, looking at me. I didn't do anything, it was just the 2 of them, we were just there with them. He extended his hand. I'm Sasaki Tatsumi, the leader of this group. It's a pleasure. He stepped back from Rei and Kiriko and returned their handshake. I'm Officer Miyamoto Tadashi, it looks like you made a long journey. Yes, I looked at the others with a smile and they smiled back. Then Shino came over to me and I put my arm around her. A very long trip. You're safe now, don't worry, I'd like to hear your story but not here, let's go to our camp. There you can resupply with food, water, and ammunition until the rescue team arrives, he said with a smile. It will be a pleasure. I smiled. Tadashi looked at the 4 soldiers and nodded with a smile, then started walking toward the camp. After walking a couple of blocks, we were standing in front of the school grounds where we saw many soldiers and civilians. Welcome to Shintoko's 3rd elementary school, Tadashi said with a smile. Chapter 34. While we were standing in front of the school gate, the woman was at the top of the building. There with a sniper rifle, she was aiming at us one by one to see what we looked like. They seem like a normal group. Besides, there's a little girl with them. They can't be bad people, he points at Kimuro. It can't be. The woman would instantly get up from the floor and quickly begin to descend the stairs at great speed, where during the course of the journey she would encounter Professor Shido. Excuse me, why the rush? He asks with a smile. That's my son, he's back. She would say this with a huge smile, then continue down the stairs, leaving Shido a little confused. Out of curiosity, he would approach one of the windows overlooking the front courtyard and watch as we entered the building. Tatsumi and his group, if they see me, they'll definitely try to kick me out. He paused for a moment, then looked at the civilians. I have an idea, he said with a disgusting smile. Meanwhile, we waited for the soldiers guarding the gate to open it for us. As soon as it opened after Tadashi's order, we all entered the school grounds, observing all the shops filled with civilians. We looked around and could see how everyone inside was staring at us with uncertain faces, since many of us were covered in blood and dirt, even on our faces. Takashi! A woman shouted as she ran in our direction, and Kimuro, upon seeing her, made a face of surprise. They stood gazing at each other until suddenly Kimuro began to shed tears and walked quickly toward the woman. The woman also walked toward her son, her arms outstretched and tears of joy streaming down her face. The moment they were face to face, they hugged each other tightly while we watched with a smile at this touching moment. I thought I'd never see you again, Mom. I thought this school had suffered the same fate as mine. Don't worry, my son. They separate slightly and look at each other. You're here now, and you have many things to tell me, she says with a smile. Of course, he looked at us. Let me introduce you to some of my friends. They are Hirano, Siko, Shino, Shizuke-sensei, Alice, the dog Zeke, and our leader Tatsumi. We all bowed one by one as our names were called. It's a pleasure. I'm Kimuro Akiko. She bowed slightly, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Thank you for taking care of my son all this time, thank you. You don't have to thank us for anything, really, I said, moving both hands quickly. Please lift your head. Even so, thank you, she says with a smile as she wipes away her tears. After Kimuro and his mother were reunited, Rei's father led us to one of the available tents. There we all left our belongings and rested for a while. Tatsumi, would you like to take a walk around the place? Shino asked while drying his face. Yes, I said, lifting my face and grabbing a towel. Guys, I'm going out with Shino, you guys rest. Everyone in the shop nodded, except for Kimuro, who was with his mother, and Rei, who was with her mother and father. Neither of us said anything, and we both left the shop, where we walked hand in hand around the courtyard. As we walked along, we saw several families smiling since the evacuation was imminent and others with sad expressions, grieving the loss of a loved one. We didn't pay it any mind and continued walking until we noticed something. We could see how all the families would stare at us the moment we walked by. But it wasn't a friendly look, rather a serious one, or some even frowned. "Hey Tatsumi, why are you all staring at us? I don't know, but I have a strange feeling. It's best to go with the others." 2. While Shino and I were heading to our shop, a gathering had formed inside the school building. Several families, including Shido and his group, had come together to talk about us. "We have to do something. I don't trust the group that just arrived. Did you see those weapons? With those weapons, they're certainly capable of guarding this place. So what do we do? Do we take them off while they're sleeping?" "It's not a good idea," Shido said, drawing everyone's attention. "What are you talking about? I know that group. I was with them at the beginning of all this until they abandoned us to our fate. What happened next? My group of about 7 and I were forced to travel back and forth on a bus. We thought we were safe when we found a camp. But the same group was inside, guarding the place, forcing us and threatening us to leave again. No way, the whole place. Yes, because of that, only the 3 of us survived. Every day that passes, I remember the faces of the students I lost along the way because of that group," Shido said sadly, gaining everyone's trust. We have to kick them out. They can't stay." "That's right. Did you see how they arrived covered in blood? They're definitely infected. We have to get rid of them before they turn into monsters and kill us. Throw them out. Throw them out. Throw them out." At that moment, when everyone started shouting the same word over and over again, Shido began to show a sadistic smile as he saw that his plan worked perfectly. XXX. Several hours later, some of us were resting inside the tent. Everything was quite quiet and peaceful. I was reading a book with Shino, Marikawa, and Seiya were playing with Alice. Siko was cleaning her sword and Hirano was cleaning our weapons. At that moment, while Hirano was cleaning the weapons, he began to hear a noise coming from outside. Out of curiosity, he took a look and then made a face of surprise. "Tatsumi, you have to see this." "What's happening? See for yourself." I sighed deeply and went outside. As soon as I opened the curtain, I saw several families and soldiers pointing weapons at us. I stared at the group until I spotted a man I recognized. "Shido," I said. "It's been a while, Tatsumi-kun," he said with a smile as he stood in front of everyone. "I see you're still alive." I could say the same. "So, what have you told these people to make them turn against us?" I asked without taking my eyes off him. At that moment, those who were in the store began to leave one by one. "Me, I only told the truth, although half of them already saw your state when they came in." He smiles. "What's going on here?" Tadashi asked as he approached me along with Rei, Kuriko, Kamuro, and Akiko, then looked at Shido. "Shido, when did you get here?" "I've been here for several hours. Thanks to these kind people, my small group and I are safe. I'm truly grateful." He clapped his hands. "Good, survivors of Shintoko, for the sake of us all, what are we to do about these monsters?" he said with a smile as he looked at us and held out his arms. "Throw them out, throw them out, throw them out, throw them out, throw them out. You've heard these innocent people. We all want the monsters out of here. We want to live." They look at Tadashi and Akiko. Of course, Officer Miyamoto and Ms. Kamuro will go with them. "After all, we're not entirely sure if they can catch it by contact or through the air," he says with a disgusting smile. "We have to throw them out." They all shout. At that moment, all the families and soldiers behind Shido began shouting, supporting his words and demanding that we leave. Hearing the shouts, my group turned their attention to me and I stood there, head bowed, wondering what to do. "Fine, if that's what you want, we'll leave." "But Tatsumi, what about the evacuation?" Shino asked. "It's true we can be safe, but our plan was to find Rei and Kamuro's family." I glanced at them with a smile. "Don't worry, we have people waiting for us at my house. We can live together there, what do you say?" Everyone smiled and nodded, then we started gathering our things and headed for the school exit. Right now, all of us, including Tadashi and Akiko, were a little ways from the school grounds looking towards the high school. "Are you sure about this?" I asked Tadashi and Akiko. "I don't have anything or anyone there, don't worry," Akiko said with a smile, and I nodded. Then she left with Kamuro. "Honestly, I thought we were rescuing people, but I was wrong. Right now, I don't care about the evacuation. I care more about being with my wife and daughter," he says with a smile, then walks away from me. "I see," I smiled, then glanced around the area one last time where I spotted 2 people on top of a bus. But what the? But I couldn't finish speaking, because suddenly the sound of a gunshot echoed throughout the neighborhood. We all remained completely silent, looking at each other to see if anyone among us had fired. Then at that moment, everyone heard the sound of someone falling, and instinctively they looked at me lying on the ground. Beneath me, a huge pool of blood was slowly forming. The 2 men on top of the bus were Shido and Tsunoda. When they saw me fall to the ground and not move, they both gave me sadistic smiles before going back inside the building. "Tatsumi, Tatsumi," greeted Shino. She quickly approached me and knelt down, then slowly moved my body and saw a bullet wound in the left side of my stomach. Marikawa instinctively approached me and stared at the wound. "Tatsumi, can you hear me? Hey, don't fall asleep," Shino said, stroking my cheek and turning my head to look at her. Please don't close your eyes, stay with me, please. Tatsumi. Chapter 35, Pavshino. Once I was by Tatsumi's side and gently shaking him while repeating his name over and over to wake him up, Marikawa would quickly approach me and prepare her first aid kit. Shinasan, I need you to apply pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding, Marikawa said as she opened the first aid kit and took out the stethoscope where she would listen to Tatsumi's heartbeat. How is Sensei? Seiya asks worriedly. He's still alive, but his heart is beating very weakly, she says, still wearing the stethoscope. But she'll be able to help him, right? Alice asked. I don't know, his heart is beating very slowly. He lifted my shirt so I could see the wound. It can't. What's wrong? The bullet didn't go through him and he broke into pieces. If I manage to extract the fragments, I'll count to 6. So what do we do? Kimuro asks. We need to get him to a hospital as quickly as possible. Only there can we perform surgery. We also need to suture the wound on his right kidney and ligate the renal artery, which is severed. The nearest hospital is a 3-hour walk from here, Tadashi said. Can you hold out for 3 hours? Kimuro asks Marikawa. I don't know, maybe yes, maybe no, it depends on him. She looks at me, who hasn't taken her eyes off Tatsumi at any point. He'll hold out, but we have to leave as soon as possible. All right, Tadashi-san, can you carry Tatsumi? Kimuro asked. Tadashi nodded and approached Tatsumi, who, after Marikawa bandaged him, was picked up. Siko and Rei, you go first. Kirikasan and I will go behind. Understood. Rei's father carefully carried Tatsumi, and we all started heading to the nearest hospital. Many of us weren't even sure he was still alive, but I checked on him every now and then to see how he was. The journey was very quiet. We occasionally encountered some of them, but Siko or Rei easily dispatched them. After about 3 hours, we finally arrived at the hospital. We slowly made our way inside the building so as not to attract the attention of the infected people inside the hospital. We were currently in the reception area where Marikawa was pushing a gurney. It's a mess. Very carefully, Rei's father would place Tatsumi on the stretcher, and then we would all shine our flashlights everywhere as we ran through the corridors pushing the stretcher. We quickly headed to the operations area and began searching all the rooms, finding one that was in good condition. Then Kimuro kicked open a door, revealing a completely new room. Here, Kimuro shouts. We quickly went into the room pushing the stretcher and very carefully laid Tatsumi down on the bed. Okay, Marikawa said nervously. Mr. Tadashi, the engine room is on the ground floor of the hospital. There should be a generator there with a reserve tank. Start it up quickly. Will it work? Seiya asks. Definitely. Hospitals have an emergency generator to keep their patients alive as long as possible until the power is restored. However, if we use all of this hospital's backup power on a single patient, Tatsumi-kun will have a better chance of survival. Okay, honey, come with me, Tadashi said. Of course, she said with a smile as she grabbed her spear. They both left the room quickly and headed to the engine room. Good, the rest of you, I need you to leave here and wait in the waiting room, Marikawa said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded and one by one they began to leave the room until only I was left to leave, where I approached Tatsumi and stared at him. Tatsumi, I said, stroking his cheek then kissing his forehead. You'll wake up soon. Tav normal. Shino said nothing more and left the room with the others, where Marikawa went to the sink and began washing her hands. At that moment, Seiya re-entered the room and quickly began washing her hands alongside the nurse. You'll need help, Seiya said, still washing her hands. Do you know anything about surgery? Not much, but I was only in medical school for a short time. You tell me what to do and I'll do it, she said as she finished washing and picked up a surgeon's gown. Okay, put on a gown, a face mask, and a surgical cap. It's like a blue bag that goes on your head, Marikawa said as she picked up a gown. Yes, I know what you're talking about. She put on her lab coat and cap. At that moment, the lights came back on throughout the building. Finally. They both quickly approached Tatsumi and turned on the surgical lights, which illuminated Tatsumi from above, then turned on the vital signs monitor and connected it to him to check his pulse. They're very weak, Seiya said while looking at the monitor. I know. He approaches the anesthesia machine and connects it to Tatsumi so he can fall asleep. Let's begin. XXX. Several hours have passed since Seiya and Marikawa began operating on Tatsumi, while the others were in the hospital waiting room where many were sleeping. Except for one, which was Shino, who would be sitting near the window where she would stare as the rain fell on the city with a melancholic face. Tatsumi. While she kept her eyes glued to the window, Seiya and Marikawa continued operating on Tatsumi. Finally, Marikawa finished stitching his abdomen, and as soon as she was done, she left him. Finally, we're finished. His vital signs remain just as weak, she said worriedly while looking at the monitor. Don't worry, they'll gradually stabilize. The best thing we can do is leave it alone. But she couldn't finish speaking as the sound from the monitor interrupted her, showing that Tatsumi had no pulse. No, Marikawa said as she approached Tatsumi, then looked at the defibrillator only to see it was broken. We have to do CPR. Takagi-san, take care of the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Placing her hands on Tatsumi's chest, she began the rescue breaths. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, and 30, Takajisen. Yes, lifting Tatsumi's chin and pinching his nose. H, here we go, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Okay, 1, 2, 3. They both continued performing the same movements until Tatsumi revived. After several minutes, the pulse monitor began to beep, showing a very faint pulse. Thank goodness, Marikawa said wearily, then glanced at Tatsumi. It seems he's all right now. Well, Seiya said as she sat down in a chair and took Tatsumi's hand, her face turning sad. I was thinking the worst. You like Tatsumi, don't you? Marikawa asked as she washed her hands and sat down in a chair. Is it that obvious? She stares at Tatsumi. At first I didn't feel anything for him, but little by little that feeling began to change when she sighed deeply. I was a freshman, it was around autumn, I was at my locker but I didn't feel safe. I had to deal with a group of 4 juniors, they were harassing me. I could feel their leering eyes on me when I was there, I was scared, really scared, I wanted to scream but I couldn't. They were usually far enough away, yet close enough to make me uncomfortable. While Seiya was telling her story, Marikawa carefully cleaned Tatsumi's body, then sat back down in the chair and paid closer attention to every word she said. But one day I couldn't take it anymore and I told Tatsumi, and in a split second they ignored me. That's when I saw him. It was Tatsumi standing up to 4 older students. There was a huge commotion in the hallways. I saw how, with courage, he decided to fight back with his fists as he took a brutal beating. At that moment I felt safe, much calmer. After that they never bothered me again and it was all thanks to him. She smiled as she stroked my cheek. Days after it happened, I always got nervous when I talked to him and my heart raced. That's when I knew I fell in love with Tatsumi. But I know he's with Shino, that's why you shouldn't think I've given up on him. I won't fall behind. Right now Shino has a rival to beat, Seiya said with her typical determined smile. Well, you gave him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you can consider it a kiss. No, she blushes. I don't consider it real. Someday he'll get a kiss from me. I see he smiles. I wish you the best of luck. After their brief chat, they both headed to the waiting room where they saw everyone asleep, except for Shino, who upon seeing them quickly approached the two. How is he? Is he alive? Will he survive? Is he awake? Relax, Marikawa said, placing both hands on Shino's shoulders. He's alive and he'll survive, don't worry. He's resting now, you can be with him. The moment she finished speaking, Shino, overjoyed, hugged them both. Thank you, thank you. Seiya and Marikawa said nothing and smiled, then Shino separated from them and headed to the room where Tatsumi was. As soon as he opened the door, he slowly approached the bed to look at him. Tatsumi, he sat down beside him and took his hand. I'm so glad you're okay. XXX. Pav Tatsumi. The next day, I slowly began to open my eyes, and the first thing I saw was the ceiling of a hospital. When I lifted my head, I realized I was on a stretcher. But the moment I moved even slightly, I felt a sharp pain in my side. I slowly lifted my shirt and saw that I was completely bandaged, then I heard someone sleeping. I moved my head slightly and saw Shino asleep, leaning against my bed. Thank you for being with me all night, I smiled as I stroked her head, which made her start to wake up. She looks at me. Good morning, Tatsumi, she says while rubbing her eyes. Good morning, I smiled. I stared at her with a smile while she was still drowsy until after putting on her glasses she realized she had woken up. Tatsumi, you're awake, she said with a smile as she pounced on me. You're awake. Yes, oh, I'll be careful with the dots. I'm sorry pulling away from me, but I didn't say to stop. I smiled and she smiled back. At that moment when she was smiling, she would remain silent for a few moments and then tears would well up in her eyes. She quickly tried to wipe them away, but it was useless. More and more tears kept flowing. I'm sorry, I don't want to cry, but... I smiled and gently stroked her cheek where I had cleaned her eye, then slowly moved her over me and hugged her affectionately. I thought I was going to lose you, she says, clinging to me while I stroke her head. Don't worry, you'll never lose me, I said, taking her head in my hands so she would look at me, because I'll always be with you. She would show a tender smile as she placed one of her hands on one of mine, and then we would both come together in a deep kiss. Let's go home, I said after the kiss. Yes, pressing his forehead against mine. Chapter 36. Hours later, Hisashi was on one of the terraces of my house where he was standing guard. At that moment, he spotted 11 figures approaching the house in the distance. Instinctively, he aimed his crossbow and through the sight saw that it was us. It's them. She entered the house and headed to the living room where the girls were. Girls, it's them. Who? Akira asks. Tatsumi and the others, they're back. The three of them stared at Hisashi for a moment until suddenly they began moving quickly toward the entrance of the house. As soon as the door opened, the 4 of them stared at us as we approached. The moment Rei spotted Hisashi in the distance, she took off running in his direction. Hirano followed suit, heading off with Asami. We slowly followed behind, smiling. I'm glad you're both okay, Hisashi said, still hugged by Rei before extending one of his hands. Did everything go well? You could say so, returning the handshake. We'll tell you at dinner, is everything all right here? It was quiet, none of them came near, Emmy says. Okay, let's go inside then, I'll tell you everything that happened. The four of them nodded and we went inside my house. After putting our things away, I started preparing dinner. While I was cooking, I told Hisashi and the girls everything that had happened. So Shido shot you, Hisashi said. Well, he actually gave the order to shoot me, I said, moving the frying pan as I prepared dinner. He might think I'm dead now. That's a good thing, although the evacuation. Don't overthink it. After all, we're very safe here, we can live in peace. So what are we going to do now? Emmy asks. Of course I'll find Shizuke-sensei's friend. Really? Marikawa asked in surprise as she stood up from her seat and approached me. Are you serious? Of course, after all, I looked Marikawa in the eyes. Marikawa, I owe you my life, it's the least I can do. I smiled. Hey, let me help too, Seiya shouted, pouting. Of course, I owe you my life too, Seiya, I said with a smile causing her to blush. Tatsumi-kun, Marikawa said. I looked at her and saw her cover her mouth and let out tears of happiness, then she rushed towards me and hugged me tightly, burying my face in her chest. Thank you, thank you. Well, you're welcome, but you're suffocating me. But she ignored me and continued hugging me tightly, repeating thank you, over and over. The others were probably smiling, both for the wonderful moment and for Marikawa being reunited with her friend. XXX. The next day we were all scattered around the house. Some were in their rooms, others were training a bit in the gym, and the rest of us were in the living room. During that moment of relaxation, Shino, Seiya, Kamuro, Alice and I were playing various video games to pass the time until suddenly we heard Marikawa scream. How could I have been so stupid? She shouts from her room and those of us who heard her scream quickly run towards her. What's going on? I asked, a little agitated. I remembered something. My friend Rika has a spare cell phone. She uses it in case she loses the other one. She might still have it. I can call her. Someone give me a phone. One of these days you're going to give me a heart attack, I said as I headed to my room and grabbed my phone. Here. I handed it to Marikawa. Let's see, here's 1, here's 2, here's 3. Do you want me to do it for you? Hirano asks. Don't interrupt me or I'll make a mistake. I just had deja vu, I said, a bead of sweat forming on my brow, and several of us nodded in agreement. We then saw Marikawa dial the number and the phone start ringing until finally her friend answered it. Hello, Rika, it's so good to hear your voice again. Hey, where are you? My phone broke down last time. We're at the Sasaki house, have you ever heard of them? Of course, I know the Captain General of the Armed Forces, Sasaki Hidaki. Yes, we're at that house. Where are you? We're almost at the Onbetsu Bridge, but it's full of cars in them. We'll head there right now. Who else are you with? I doubt you know him, but the son is Sasaki Tatsumi. Do you know him? Are you with Tatsumi-kun? Do you know him? Of course. I remember when the captain's son came to visit and asked us to train him. Put him on, sure. Here, Tatsumi-kun, handing me the phone. Hello, Tatsumi-kun. Do you remember me? We met the day you visited the SAT. I'm Minami Rika. Of course I remember you. I remember the pretty girl in the group. I said with a smile until I felt a chill behind me and I saw Shino and Seiya looking at me with sinister smiles. Are you coming this way? I asked nervously. Of course. My group and I will head there as soon as possible. But Rika couldn't continue speaking as she was interrupted by several gunshots, and then she heard someone screaming in the background. They're surrounding us. Rika, what's wrong? I shouted. What happened? Marikawa asked, worried. It seems Rika has separated from the group, I said as I hung up the phone, then looked at Shino. Go ahead, she says with a smile, but be careful, you just had surgery. I know, I give her a warm hug. I'll be careful and I'll come back safe and sound, I promise. I kiss her. I'll be waiting for you. Returning the kiss. Do you want me to come with you? Kamuro asks. No, I want you to stay to welcome Rika's group. Be alert. Understood. Be careful. I'll have it. I smiled. XXX. Hours later, I arrived at the site of the ambush and saw many of their bodies lying on the ground. I looked around and spotted several footprints leading into the woods, along with a couple more. I followed them very carefully so as not to lose them until for some strange reason I lost the trail. But where I lost it, I found an unloaded pistol, so I kept searching. After walking several meters, I finally came across a shack. I readied my pistol and kicked the door open. I checked room by room, but there was nothing there until I found an empty backpack in a huge closet and a freshly opened can of daily rations in a nearby trash can. I checked the closet again and saw a sleeping mat. Finding no one else, I left the house. Rika. I shouted loudly, hoping for some response, but I received none. Meanwhile, the others. Meanwhile, Rei and Seiya were trying to calm the nurse down, until suddenly they heard someone shouting from the front door, where Kamuro and Tadashi came out and saw a group of 4 people. One was a boy around 15 years old, another was a girl dressed in cowgirl attire around 18 years old. Another was a middle-aged man with an assault rifle, and the last was a young soldier with a submachine gun. The soldier asked them about Marikawa since after the call was cut off, Rika had told them to inquire about her. Marikawa came out and they were greeted. Then Marikawa went back to her room while the old man thanked them and introduced them. I am Ryunur Yukita, the young man over there is Jimmy and she is Annie. Why yo soy el soldado Shinkawa Kyoyuji. It's a pleasure to meet you all, I'm Officer Tadashi Miyamoto. Did Rika happen to come back? Kyoyuji asked. No. Tatsumi went to look for her, Shino said as he approached the place. I'll go after them both. Hey wait, if Tatsumi said he'd find her, he will, Kamuro said. But Kamuro would be interrupted by the sound of the door closing, where everyone would watch as I approached completely alone. And Rika? Hirano asks. I couldn't find her, I lost track of her. Did you really think a kid would find her? Kyoyuji asked in an annoyed tone as he looked at Kamuro. I ignored that and went over to Shino to greet her, not without bumping shoulders with the friendly soldier first. After giving her a kiss, I asked about the nurse, and she told me she was in her room, so I went there and knocked on the door. Come in, Marikawa says from the other side. Upon entering, I saw how the entire room was very clean and divided as if to be shared between two people. At that moment, Marikawa noticed my surprised face. I was tidying up the room for her. I thought it was the wrong place. Didn't you find anything? I lost her trail in an old cabin, but I know she's still alive. I see, she said, looking down. I went over to her and gave her a warm hug. Tatsumi-kun, she asked, blushing slightly. Don't worry, I promise I'll find Rika even if it costs me my life. Thank you, she says, pulling away from me with a smile. I need to take a look at your wound and change your bandages. Sure, I took off my shirt and Marikawa removed the bandage and began examining my wound. How is it? It's improving, but you still can't make sudden movements. Okay, thanks for all this. You're welcome, Tatsumi-kun. Yes, I've never thanked you, thank you. Yes, I'll always be grateful that you came looking for me the day all this happened. Without you, I would have died, she said, relieved as she finished changing the bandage. And now you're working so hard to find Rika. I don't know how to thank you enough, really. She went to a suitcase and started looking for something. I stared at her for a moment because of what she had said earlier. She didn't say it in her usual tone of voice. She sounded more mature, like she was really herself. Oh, here it is, she said, pulling out a box of pills. She handed me one while pouring me a glass of water. Take it, it'll help with the pain. You know, I don't understand, I said after taking the pill. What? He asked, reverting to his usual demeanor. Why is she hiding it like that? She's always so cheerful, but we both know that's not how she feels, right? We shouldn't talk about that, she said, her gaze darkening as she packed her things. I can't. Now, judging by her reaction, everything is confirmed. I can't leave her alone, please let me help her, I said as I stood up. Do you want to help me more? You're already looking for my best friend and that's enough for me. No, it's not enough, and I know it. What do you want, for me to tell my problems to a student? She asks, changing her tone of voice and gaze again. You more than anyone know that student-teacher relationship is in the past. That doesn't matter now, we're just two ordinary people talking. Marikawa no Shizuka. You're very important to the group, you're very important to me, and if you have problems, they're my problems too. That's the bond that defines us as a group. I promised I'd find Rika and bring her here, and I'll keep my promise, but if there's anything else I can do to help you, please tell me. She looked at me a little surprised, then smiled for a moment. Calling me by my name is very bold of you. I smiled as she sat down next to me and hugged me. But thank you so much for caring so much, she murmured sweetly, and I blushed involuntarily. Don't worry. I smiled as I returned the smile, then stood up and headed for the door. I promise I'll find Rika. I glanced at the room. She's going to love this, I said as I left the room, leaving Marikawa alone, still smiling. Chapter 37. The next day. At this very moment, Kamuro was sleeping in his room next to Siko. Everything was very quiet until Alice entered and woke them both up, quite desperate. Kamuro-nichan Oni-chan is in trouble. Kamuro and Siko exchanged glances, then followed Alice to the backyard where they could see her fighting Kyoyuji next to a parked motorcycle. At that moment, they saw Kyoyuji deliver a powerful blow to Alice's stomach, causing her to spit out saliva. Are you going to keep getting up? Kyoyuji asked, annoyed. I can keep this up all day, I said as I recovered from the blow. He clicked his tongue and lunged at me again, this time aiming for my face. With some effort, I dodged all his blows, then in a swift movement, I ducked and delivered a butterfly kick. What did you think of that? Soldier, I said with a smile and sarcasm, making him even angrier. Damn it, he said as he stood up, then assumed a fighting stance. I see you're serious. I got into a boxing stance and tried to throw a left hook, but Kyoyuji ducked, then shifted into a karate stance and lunged at me. For every punch Kyoyuji threw, I blocked or dodged it until I finally kicked him in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. I'm going to kill you. He shouts angrily after spitting saliva and then lunging at me. In a swift movement, I dodged his blows, then shifted slightly and tripped him. He fell to the ground and tried to grab me from behind, but I evaded his attack, and as he passed by, I punched him hard in the cheek, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Tatsumi, Yabasta Grita Shino. I looked at her for a moment and wanted to ignore her, but she came closer to me and grabbed my clothes so that I would look at her. Go on, get in the shower, you're very dirty. He clenched his fist, clicking his tongue, then sighed. Okay, I'm sorry. She gave me a sweet smile, and we both left the place where I was currently in the shower. Meanwhile, Shino took my dirty clothes and then left clean ones on a piece of furniture. I left you some clean clothes here. Thank you. She didn't say anything else and left the place, while the water fell on my body and I began to remember what led me to the fight with Kyoyuji. Flashback. As soon as I woke up, I carefully moved Shino so as not to wake her and went to the kitchen where I started making myself a coffee. But just then I began to hear the sound of a motorcycle. I quickly glanced out one of the windows and saw Kyoyuji on a motorcycle, trying to start it. Without wasting any more time, I headed towards him where he glared at me with disdain. Hey, what are you doing? Leave that motorcycle alone. What if I say no? They're not yours. I found all this. Are you stupid? This house is mine, which means everything in it is mine. So give it all back or I swear you won't get away with this. Be careful what you say in case you haven't noticed. I'm a soldier and I can beat you in a couple of seconds. Seriously, I want to see him, you cheap soldier. He became enraged by my comment and tried to hit me, but I easily dodged his first punch until I took the second one squarely. Then I tried to punch him in the face, but Kyoyuji blocked the blow and knocked me to the ground. Is that all? He asks arrogantly. I got up from the ground and threw a punch at his face, which this time Kyoyuji took, falling to the ground. After that, the same thing happened as before. End of flashback. After remembering all that, I got out of the shower and got dressed. After getting dressed, I saw Shino waiting for me outside, and as soon as she saw me, she gave me a hug. You're always getting into trouble. I can't help it, I'm sorry, hey, I'll go out again. Looking for Rika, yes, I have to find her, and I want you to come with me, you're sure? Of course, I'll need the ice sniper to watch my back, I said with a mocking tone and a smile. Idiot, I've told you many times not to call me that. She says, frowning and blushing noticeably. I didn't say anything and started laughing as I headed towards the others, where I would be accompanied by Shino, who was giving me light taps on the shoulder to stop me from laughing. The moment Shino and I were no longer in the hallway, Kyoyuji would come out from one of the corners with a completely serious face where he would stare at us. Keep smiling, Tatsumi, because soon that smile will disappear and a sadasen will be mine showing a smile. Minutes later, I was gathered in the living room to agree on where we would look for Rika and thus have everything planned. Okay, placing a map on the table. Each of us will have our own search coordinates. If I manage to reach the cabin I found, it means I was able to get further east than we did. What? I'd like to help, I know the area very well, Jimmy said as he approached us. Does Ryunur agree? I asked. Yes, he said to ask you, then yes, thank you. Nothing you found indicates it was Rika. Anyone could have been in that cabin, Kyoyuji said. Doesn't anyone include her? Siko says. Whoever slept in that closet must have been tall. Something's better than nothing. We'll find the trail, Ray says. There's no doubt about it. Shino and I will walk. I pointed to a part of the map. Up to this ridge along the stream, the terrain is fairly high, so we'll have a good view. If she's there, we'll see her. Good idea. Are you two going alone? Yes, because if more of us go, we'll make more noise. I want Tadashi and Akiko to stand guard on the rooftop. And Kimuro and Siko, I want you to go to the road where he got lost. He might have returned to the same place. Understood, they all say at the same time, XXX. A while later, Shino and I reached the forest, a little further from the cabin I'd found yesterday. We were now beside a stream and started following it, hoping to find Rika or a clue that would lead us to her. Tatsumi, Shino calls out from a little ways away. As I approach, I see her pick up a piece of clothing from the floor. Could it be Rika's? Is it possible, Rika? I shouted at the top of my lungs, hoping she would answer me, but there was no response. After a while of silence, waiting for some sign or noise, Shino and I climbed back up to the top of the mountain, where I would be right now, helping Shino reach the summit. Give me your hand, I said, extending it to help her climb up easily. We'll continue searching after we rest. Yes, she said, wiping herself off a bit before looking at me. Tatsumi, watch out. The moment Shino screamed, I turned around and saw one of them lunge at me, trying to bite my neck. The force of the attack sent us both tumbling back into the stream, where Shino tried to grab my hand but to no avail. Tatsumi. Shino would look down and could see me lying on the ground next to the infected person who would be dead, while I, on the other hand, would be complaining of pain as the wound on my side reopened. I'm coming down now. While Shino was looking for a way down, I struggled to my feet, grabbing onto my side. At that moment, I saw two things. One, I saw the dead infected man with a broken neck, and two, I saw blood in the water, a lot of blood. Damn it. I only took a few steps and fell again from the pain, so I decided to crawl to the shore, where at that moment Shino was already approaching me. Tatsumi, are you okay? The wound in my side has reopened, help me get to the shore, Essie. She grabbed my arms and started pulling hard, and I let out several groans of pain. The moment we reached the shore, Shino lifted my shirt and I could see the open wound. She quickly tore a piece of fabric from her own shirt and used it as a tourniquet. This will do the trick, we have to go back. Yes, I said with effort as I tried to get up, but it was useless, I fell again. Damn it. Let me help you, she said, wrapping her arms around my right arm and placing it behind her head. Here we go, I said, pulling myself up with a burst of strength. Oh, of course. I didn't pressure her any further, and together we gathered our things and headed down the slope Shino had come up as it was the safest route. When we reached the top, we both looked around to see if we could spot anyone, but there was no one there and none of them, so we continued on our way home. XXX. Hours later, Shino and I were already approaching the house, where during those hours Shino was carrying me without rest, something that worried me. You need to rest, Shino. No, I'll rest when we're home. You're very stubborn, did you know that? Well, we have something in common, she says with a smile but with a tired face where I couldn't let out a little laugh. After walking a few more meters, we could both see our house in the distance. At that moment, we saw Kamuro, Seiya, and Kyoyuji heading towards us, and all three of them pointed their weapons at us. Should we give up? I said sarcastically, and Kamuro and Seiya smiled. Shino, you can rest now. Yes, I need it. What happened to you? Kamuro asked as he switched places with Shino to carry me. Let's just say I had complications. The wound on my side reopened. I need Shizuka. Okay, I'll take you. The four of us went inside the house, except for one, Kyoyuji, who stared at me with a serious expression while tightly gripping his pistol. A few minutes later, I was in my room where Marikawa was stitching up the wound on my side again. That's right, I said as Marikawa sewed me up, picking up the garment Shino and I had found. I found it lying by a stream. We think it belongs to Rika. Where? Seiya asked as she handed me the map. This way, pointing on the map. It must have fallen off while he was passing by there. We'll have to search that area tomorrow, Kamuro suggests. Yes, I glanced at Marikawa who was staring at my wound. Shizuka, she looked at me. She's fine, don't worry, so cheer up a little. I smiled. Yes, thank you, Tatsumi. How will it be? Asami asks. Honestly, I didn't think the painkillers would run out so quickly. Tatsumi, I'm sorry I didn't anesthetize you, but if I had, you wouldn't have been able to breathe on your own. Okay, don't worry, sorry guys, but I'll stay on the bench this time, I smiled. When Shizuke-sensei is finished, take a bath and rest, Shino said, taking my hand. Of course, but you should rest too, you've been carrying me the whole way without a break. You're not suggesting I shower with you, are you? She asks with a serious look. No way, I said nervously. Well, yes, I smiled as I scratched my cheek. Pervert. I let out a long sigh and everyone in my room started laughing. The laughter spread to me and Shino, and we all began to laugh together. While we were all enjoying ourselves, outside the room Kyoyuji was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He had heard and seen our entire conversation. So Tatsumi's weak on the side, 1 point in my favor. He smiles sadistically. Chapter 38. The next day I was feeling perfectly fine from the wound in my side, so we started organizing the shooting practice where we were currently in the middle of the forest next to my house. Almost everyone would be shooting except for Tadashi, Kyoyuji, Hirano, and me. We would be taking turns walking behind them while they fired. At that moment, I was standing behind Alice since I decided it would be a good time to teach her how to shoot. Okay, Alice, I crouched down to be at the same level. You have to be relaxed when you shoot, and when you have the target in your sights, shoot without thinking. What? She nodded with a smile, then pointed the gun I gave her, which was a Glock 26. It's a smaller than normal gun since I thought one of her height would be better. Alice sighed and aimed at the can I'd placed at the bottom about 10 meters away. She relaxed her body and focused her aim on the can, firing without hesitation, the shot grazing it. Failed, she says, discouraged. Hey, I stroked his head to get him to look at me. The bullet passed right by the can, so don't get discouraged and keep trying. Yes, Oniachan, she didn't back down and aimed at the can again, where after relaxing her body she fired again, this time hitting the can. I got him this time, she says happily. That was a good shot. I smiled as I petted her before she ran off to Shino. Onachan. I've given it to the can. Really? That's great, Alice, Shino said, patting her head then looking at me. I see everything went well. Yes, he's learning a lot. I looked through the binoculars at a signal about 1,500 meters away from us. I see your shot was good, thank you, it's been easy, although I'd like to increase the distance. I know you will. Shino nodded with a smile, then finally finished shooting practice and headed back home. While he and Kamuro were cleaning up, we both started hearing growls getting closer, which put us both on alert. It's them, I said as I looked at a part of the forest. The gunshots must have attracted them, and I thought the trees would block most of the sound. We'd better go back and talk to the others. Yeah. Kamuro and I quickly gathered everything and headed to the house, where upon entering we saw everyone talking about shooting practice and their progress. We have a problem, I said loudly, and everyone suddenly fell silent to look at me. Minutes later, we were on one of the house's terraces where we could see a huge group of them trying to get through the fence. After everyone had looked at the horde, we formed a circle in the room to decide what to do. What will we do, Kamuro? Kyoyuji asked. Well, I thought I was about to say my plan, but I would be interrupted by Kyoyuji. Is your name Kamuro? He asked contemptuously, interrupting me. I stared at him with a serious face and my arms crossed. I don't know, this is the only refuge we have and we can't lose it, Kimuro said. But these are our lives, I suggest we leave. I heard there's a refuge on the outskirts of the city, it calls itself the Sanctuary. Kyuji proposes. We can't leave, Rei says. Why not? Why hasn't my friend Rika shown up yet? Marikawa said, sounding a little discouraged. Look, listen, he approached Shizuka, but I interrupted him by stepping in front of him. What do you want? Listen here, soldier, we're not abandoning Rika. If you want to go to that shrine and be welcomed like a hero, you know where the exit is. We'll stay and clean up the street, understood? We need some kind of distraction to draw them away, Asami says. One of us could go out, scare them off, and continue looking for Rika, Kuriko suggests. I'll go, I said. But Tatsumi, they stitched up your side wound again yesterday, are you sure? Shino asked worriedly. I'm fine, don't worry. Besides, I glance at Kimuro. Kimuro, will you come with me? Sure, I have no problem with that, he said with a smile, and I nodded. See, are you calmer now? I smiled. Yes, be careful. I said, taking her chin in my hand so she would look at me. Everything will be all right. I said, hugging her. I promise. Imagine it's Tatsumi. Okay, let's both get here safely. And find Rika. Yeah. At that moment, as Shino and I were hugging, Kyuji was watching us with a serious expression, though no one seemed to notice. I also took the opportunity to whisper something in Shino's ear, and when she heard it, she was both surprised and worried. Same as before. Yes, I asked after the hug, where she nodded with a serious face. Good, let's go, Kimuro. Yeah, we both left the room and headed to the garage, but not before grabbing ammunition and supplies. Once in the garage, I went to a specific vehicle. Why this car? Kimuro asks. Because it's the fastest. I smiled. He smiled nervously, then we both got into the vehicle. While he started the car, Seiya and Shino opened the gate so we could finally leave the house and head towards the horde of them. The moment we arrived, I grabbed a record and played it, then turned the volume up to the maximum where the horde would already be following us. While I was driving at a slow pace so the horde would follow us, Kimuro and I would be having a conversation. How far will we go? He asked, looking at the horde. I'm planning on at least 10 kilometers, maybe a little more. Okay, so where will we go next? Well, there's a small town near the forest where I found Rika's jacket, maybe she went that way. Understood. Hours later, it was already getting dark and we had covered 12 kilometers, so we decided to leave the crowd and head for the town at full speed. After a few minutes, we arrived and I parked the car near a bar. Well, he is fast, Kimuro said as he got out of the car with his shotgun. I told you so, I said, getting out of the car and looking around. The town is small, so let's start with those houses over there and then finish here. Understood. As I said, the town was small, so we checked the houses and shops one by one. When we had finished searching the place, having had no luck finding Rika or any clues, we decided to go into the bar since it was the only establishment we hadn't checked. This is the only place we're missing, I said, putting my hand on the doorknob. I've got your back, Kimuro said, and I nodded. Then they both went inside and pointed their guns in all directions. Nothing. Damn it, he slammed his fist on a table. I was sure she'd be here. We can't give up, it has to be somewhere, setting the shotgun down on a table. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. While Kimuro was doing his business, I went to the shelf where the liquors were located, and I stood looking around until I felt someone pointing a gun at me. Raise your hands where I can see them, a woman's voice said. I obeyed and raised them, then turned away. It can't be. Rika, I asked, surprised. Chapter 39. Rika, I asked, surprised. Tatsumi-kun, she asked as she lowered the weapon. At that moment, as I was lowering the gun and we were staring in surprise, Kimuro came out of the bathroom and seeing Rika armed, quickly grabbed his shotgun. I stood in front of him to prevent him from firing. Kimuro, relax, it's her, Rika. Rika, he asked, surprised as he lowered his shotgun. We've found you. It took some doing to find you, but here you are. Shizuka will be so happy to see you. I smiled. I'll be happy to see her too, but first, she sits down at the bar and takes out a bottle of liquor. Would you like a drink? She asks with a smile. Kimuro and I exchange a glance, then we sit down next to her. Okay, one for you and one for you. Thank you, I said, taking a drink. Tell me, why aren't you at Shintoko's school? Let's just say we had quite a few disagreements with the civilians and the soldiers, Kimuro said. Disagreements? Yes, a man named Shido put things in their heads and they kicked us out. Tell me, did the rescue team arrive? I asked. Yes, but when we arrived, the whole school was infested with them. The school was invaded. How is that possible? Kimuro asked incredulously. We don't know, but when I arrived with the rescue team, there were no survivors in the area. Someone may have survived, but we don't know. So it's been invaded. We were lucky, Rika. We're staying at my house right now. We have a fence protecting us, food, water, vehicles, and weapons. I think you'll like it. You can take whichever one you want. Sure, thank you, she smiles. The three of us finished our drinks and turned our glasses upside down to signal that we were done, but as we were about to leave, we turned around and saw two men enter the bar. I could see that one of them was carrying only a pistol and his companion a hunting rifle. Damn, they're alive, the man with the gun says. My name is Hiroki, and this rotten sack of shit is Jun. Hey, try to eat me. Maybe I'll do it someday. We met on the road coming off the Onbetsu Bridge. It was a huge scandal. I'm Tatsumi, this is Kamuro, and this is Rika, I said as I handed out a glass to each of them. And you don't drink? Hiroki asked, looking at Rika. I just drank. It's a shame. I'll drink to the new friends and to the dead. May they be in a better place. We all started drinking, though I didn't take my eyes off the two of them. So let's talk about you. Where are you staying? Is that car out there yours? Jun asks. Yes, why? We live in our own place, but yours is very empty and clean. Where are your things? We're in a large group exploring, and we thought a drink would do us good, Rika says. A drink? I thought you weren't talking anymore. Anyway, we're thinking of staying here. Do you think it's safe? Well, there are many of them in this area, and we've already killed many. Is that what they're called? It sounds better than brain eaters. And do they live in the suburbs or something in that car? I nodded. Are they living in a mansion? Jun asks as he leans against a wall to start urinating. Is it big? Hiroki asked this time, and the three of us remained silent. Is the mansion nice? I assume they have food, water, and electricity, right? Do you have any pretty girls? It's been ages since I've seen a butt. Excuse my friend, he's from the city. I don't tolerate disrespect. Listen, Kamuro. We've said too much, I said, interrupting Hiroki. No, wait, that idea sounds great. Doesn't it, Jun? Yes, quite a lot, he said as he fastened his seatbelt. Do you think you could make room for two more? We could put our camp together and… I'm sorry, but there's no more room, interrupting him again. The house is full, we can't take in any more people, Kamuro said. These and I thought we were friends, we have people to take care of too, he says in a low, almost whispered tone. We don't know anything about you, I said. That's right, they know nothing about us, they have no idea what we've been through, the terrible things we've had to do. I suppose you've already done that kind of thing. Because nobody has clean hands anymore in this world. We're all the same, so why don't we all go to the mansion and get to know each other better? That's not an option, Tatsumi. That's bullshit. Jun suddenly shouts, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, don't you dare tell me to calm down, I could kill you all right now and take over your bucking mansion. He shouted as he grabbed his rifle. I stood up from my seat and faced him. While he separates us, nobody's going to kill anyone, right, Tatsumi? We're just friends sharing a drink, that's all. He starts pouring drinks. You have to understand that we can't stay out there. There's not much space, so we can't. I recommend you look somewhere else, Kamuro said calmly. At that moment, I looked at Rika and nodded, and she did the same. And where do you suggest we look? The sanctuary would be a good place for you, Kamuro suggests. Haha, the sanctuary, how funny. At that moment, there was a moment of silence. Then Hiroki tried to grab his gun and shoot Kamuro, but he was stopped by Rika, who shot him in the head. You son of a bitch. Jun, seeing how he killed his friend, quickly grabbed his rifle and pointed it at Rika, but before he could pull the trigger, he was shot in the head by me. Are you all right? He asked as he picked up the rifle. He looked at both of them and they nodded. Good, here. He handed the rifle to Rika, who accepted it. Kamuro, take your pistol. He nodded and picked it up from the ground, then put it in his pocket. Let's go. Yes, Rika says, but just as we were about to leave, the three of us heard the sound of a car parking and we quickly hid so they wouldn't see us. I peeked out the window and saw 4 boys, and the 3 of us stayed hidden to listen to their conversation. Hiroki, Jun, shut up, idiot. Do you want to attract them? We'll find them, stay close. At that moment, I could see a shadow appear at the window and one of them tried to enter, but Kamuro quickly stood in front of it, preventing it from being opened. There's someone inside. Hey, we don't want any trouble, we're just looking for our friends. Are they alive? Their friends attacked us, we had no choice, Rika said as she reloaded her rifle. They're dead, what will we do? They killed them, we have to kill them. No, Shido sent us to find more people, we didn't come here to waste bullets. Shido, is that goat still alive? I whispered, what are you talking about? We have to kill them. We already told you that your friends attacked us. Kamuro says. Suddenly a gunshot rings out and the front door is pierced. At that moment, Rika and I started shooting until it was time to reload. Then all 3 of us heard a noise coming from the back. I looked at Kamuro and signaled him to go where he was. He nodded. Kamuro stealthily made his way to the back of the bar, reaching the storeroom, where just as he opened the door, someone fired from the back door. Kamuro took cover and then shot him back. The moment Rika and I heard the first gunshot, we became alert and quickly went to the back where we saw Kamuro hiding behind a bookshelf. Kamuro, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. Okay, get up then. We have to get out of here fast. Kamuro nods and gets up from the floor, and then the 3 of us head to the back of the bar, reaching an alley. Kamuro doesn't see anyone, so he decides to go first, but before he can take another step, I grab him by the back of his jacket. The moment I pulled Kamuro, out of nowhere a shot went towards where he was, and then the 3 of them saw a sniper on the roof of the building in front. Can you give it to her? I asked, looking at Rika, who shook her head. Damn it. The brain eaters are coming. The sniper shouts, then begins firing. Let's take advantage of this moment, I whispered, and they both nodded. They all started shooting at the group of them who were approaching, and we took advantage of that moment to slip away and get to the car. But just before we could drive off, we saw a car approaching the building where the sniper was located. Quick, get out, we have to go. There are too many brain eaters, said the driver, who was with two other men. Understood. The sniper began to climb down from the roof very carefully until suddenly he misplaced his foot, falling onto a container and a fence, piercing his knee. Help me please, I am sorry, the driver said, then drove off, leaving the boy behind. Damn it, I said as I closed the car door. Rika and Kamuro stared at me in surprise as I ran in one direction until Rika saw the same boy she had approached. What do you plan to do? Rika asked. I stared at her leg. We have to do something, we can't leave it here. You know he was one of the ones who shot at us, Rika said with a smile. I know, but I can't help but let a person die when I can save them. Heh, interesting. Help me, I said, grabbing his leg. He grabbed the boy's shoulders to keep him from moving. We're lucky he's unconscious, this is going to hurt. 1, 2, 3. He pulled his leg up away from the fence. Rika and I quickly grabbed the boy and took him to the car, where Kamuro opened the door for us to put him in. Then I got in the driver's seat while Rika sat in the passenger seat. I started the car and we sped away. A few minutes later, we were far from the town, so I slowed down for a more peaceful drive. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror for a second, I saw a vehicle following us without its lights on. They're following us. How many cars? Rika asked, looking in the rearview mirror. 1, Kamuro said, looking back. It must be the car from before. What do we do? Rika asked. Tatsumi-kun, what do we do? Of course, I looked at her with a smile. Then kill them. Upon hearing this response, she smiled. I'll never get bored with you, okay? You get used to it, Kamuro said, causing the three of us to start laughing. Okay, let's do it. I shifted gears and started to accelerate, and we could see the car behind us turn on its lights and also speed up. We covered several kilometers at high speed until we saw the horde we had previously run away ahead of us. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Kamuro asked when he saw that I hadn't slowed down and was getting closer to the horde. Hold on tight. I sped towards the horde, and just before hitting them, I made a maneuver where the car started to skid, turning the corner and moving away from the horde. Once we were a little way off, I stopped the car and we could see the other car trying to do the same thing. Rika, yeah, she quickly reloaded her rifle and aimed at the other car from the window as it skidded. The moment Rika had the other car's wheel in her sights, she fired without hesitation, hitting it. Nice shot, I said excitedly. We could see how, because of the flat tire while skidding, the car overturned and began to spin around, remaining in the middle of the horde. We could hear the screams of the men being eaten. Let's get out of here, I said as I started the car again and we drove away. Tell me, Tatsumi-kun, where did you learn to do that maneuver? Rika asked. In Mario Kart, I said with a smile, causing Kamuro and her to start laughing. Chapter 40. A few hours later, dawn had broken and we were arriving at my house where everyone was waiting for us, having heard the sound of the engine approaching. I stopped the car in front of the door and I saw Alice and Shino coming towards me. Oni-chan running towards me and hugging me. Have you been good? I asked as I hugged her. She nodded with a smile. Then I pulled away and hugged Shino. Did everything go well? Yes, and you? Yes, it went more than well, Shizuka. I looked at her with a smile, then looked at the car where Rika was getting out. Rika, Shizuka shouted as she ran towards her and hugged her. I can't believe it. I'm glad to see you too, Rika said, returning the hug, then pulling away to look at her. You have a lot to tell me. Yes, Shizuka said with a smile, then pulled away from Rika and hugged me. Thank you, Tatsumi, you kept your promise, thank you. You're welcome, I smiled as I returned the hug and stroked his head. Who the hell is that? Kaoyuji asked, pointing at the car. Everyone looked at the boy we had brought. It's Ringo, Kamuro said after hugging Siko. Everyone looked at me. Let's talk inside. Shizuka, the boy needs surgery. Okay. While we left Ringo with Shizuka so she could operate on his leg, we all gathered in the living room to discuss the matter. We couldn't leave him there. He would have bled to death or been eaten, I said. Things got complicated, Kamuro added. So what do we do with him? Ray asks. At that moment, Shizuka approaches. I've repaired his calf muscle as best I could, but he probably has some nerve damage. He won't be able to get up for another week. Then when he can walk, we'll give him food and water and leave him on the road, I suggested. Isn't that the same as leaving it to them? Akira asks. You will have a chance. Are we going to let him go? He'll know where we are, Kaoyuji said. He was unconscious the whole time. He's not a threat. What do you mean no? How many of them were there? You killed 3 of their men and kidnapped one, and you think they won't come looking for him? They're dead. Nobody's looking for us, not even Shido. Shido, Siko asks. Apparently Shido is the leader of this group. I don't know anything else. We should post a lookout, Hirano suggests. She's unconscious now and she'll be like this for hours, Shizuka said. You know what? I'm going to buy chocolates and flowers. TCH, it's pretty clear we're going back to Fantasyland. Kaoyuji said as he left the room. Hey little soldier, let me make one thing clear, I said as I walked up to him, standing face to face. This is my house. I wanted to kick you out, but Rika recently talked me out of it. But that doesn't mean I like seeing you here, so do us all a favor and keep your mouth shut. Or does the little soldier want me to throw him to the ground again? I asked the last part with a mocking tone. She left the room annoyed. I sighed. Rika, when the boy wakes up, will you come with me? Of course, she says with a smile. The rest of you don't worry about anything and let's calm down. Everyone nodded. Okay, I didn't say anything else and left the room. XXX. Hours later, Rika and I were in my shed where we had the boy tied to a chair. We were trying to get information out of him, but he refused to say anything, so we decided to resort to violence. Are you going to say something? I asked, receiving no answer, so I punched him. Well, he started laughing, so I punched him again harder. Okay, I'll talk. Thank goodness, I said, grabbing his jacket to straighten him up again. Speak. I barely knew those guys. I met them on the road. How many are in your group? I asked. But he tried to stay silent, so I looked at Rika, who took out a knife and put it to the scab on his leg. No, come on guys. How many? Answer me or my friend will pick at the scab, and to be honest, it hurts. It hurts a lot. 30. Where? It's the place they call the sanctuary. Is your leader a man named Shido? Yes, he arrived 2 days ago. Our former leader died, so he took over weapons. Tell me about them. They have guns, good ones, automatic, but I haven't done anything. You shot me, my friend, and my other friend. You wanted this house, didn't you? You insist you're innocent. I asked angrily as Rika began to slowly peel off the scab. Yes, those people took me in. It's not just men, they're a mixed group. At that moment, I looked at Rika, signaling her to put the knife down. Men, women, and children just like you. I thought I'd be better off joining them, but we went out to look for supplies. Just the men. One night, we found a camp. A man and his 2 daughters, teenagers, very young and very pretty, just like your friend. I looked at Rika for a moment, and little by little, I started to get angry. Their father had to watch as those 2 men, they didn't even kill him afterward. They just made him watch while his daughters and left them there, but I didn't touch those girls. No, I swear I didn't touch them. I couldn't take it anymore and punched her again. Please, you have to believe me, I'm not like this. I'm not like this, please. As Ringo repeated those words, I glanced at Rika for a moment and she nodded. Then I began to relentlessly pummel the boy. While the 2 of us were dealing with him, Shino was in our room cleaning his rifle when he was interrupted by Kyoyuji, who entered the room. Kyoyuji-san, what's wrong? Shino asked. Do you think this is okay about the hostage? Why wouldn't I be okay with it? I trust Tatsumi. If he thinks it's a good idea to bring the boy, then I don't have to worry about anything, Shino said simply. What if that boy comes with a whole army? Sure, the men will die, but the women. What are you trying to say, Kyoyuji-san? Well, if I were the leader, I would kill that boy, that way we would be safe. And then what? Would we go to that sanctuary? Yes. We'd definitely be safe there, this house. He approaches Shino and takes her hands. If the others don't come, I don't care, come with me, I need you by my side. I'll protect you much better than Tatsumi, I assure you. We can live in peace in TH. He couldn't finish speaking because Shino abruptly broke free from his grip and headed for the door. He opened it, signaling Kyoyuji to leave. Kyoyuji understood and followed. Listen to me, Kyoyuji-san, Shino said as he stepped forward. You don't know anything about what Tatsumi had to go through. All this time he was looking after us, protecting us, and he even lost important people. So don't say we'd be better off with you, because that's not true. He simply clicked his tongue and left the room, where Shino closed the door behind him. When Shino was alone, she revealed that she was holding a pistol in her right hand, staring at it. Tatsumi, you're right. A few minutes after Shino and Kyoyuji's conversation, Rika and I had already finished interrogating the boy, and we were heading to the others to tell them what we had been able to get out of him. They're a gang of about 30 men, maybe more. They have heavy artillery and they're not looking for friends. If they come through here, the men will die and the women, Rika says. Their leader is Shido, so you can imagine what they'll do to the women, I said. So what will we do? Asami asked. For now, no one should go near that boy. Tomorrow the soldier and I will release him far from here. Emi and Akira, could you pack a backpack with water and food? They both nodded. Good, the rest of you don't need to worry. I'll be near the shed tonight to keep an eye on him. You can sleep soundly. Everyone agreed and dispersed to their respective rooms, where I was currently with Shino in our room. I was changing and getting ready to watch over our hostage. We need to talk about Kyoyuji-san, Shino said as he sat down next to me and put on a serious face. What has he done now? When you and Rika were questioning the boy, he asked me to go with him to the sanctuary. He says he'll protect me much better than you do. He doesn't care about anyone else. I'll talk to him tomorrow. He'll accept it, don't worry. I said, holding her close with one hand. You just be careful, he's delusional and dangerous. And Anna and he believes we have to be together. No matter what. We broke the hug and both remained silent for a few seconds. Your companions abandoned that boy and I killed several people thinking of you. Upon hearing that, she stared at me, then hugged me tightly to her chest and began stroking my hair. I had to live, not them, no matter what. Did you kill them to protect what was yours? Exact. Kyoyuji-san thinks I belong to him, and he says you won't protect us, that you'll get us killed. He's dangerous, Tatsumi, and he won't stop. Don't worry, I said with a smile as I pulled away from the hug and got out of bed, leaving Shino sitting. I'll take care of him. I might have to lay him down a couple more times, I said teasingly, smiling, and Shino couldn't help but smile back. So just relax, okay? Yes, she says with a smile. I approached her and gave her a kiss. I'm going to keep an eye on the prisoner, I said after the kiss, then headed for the door and looked at Shino one last time today. I love you. I love you too, she says with a smile, and be careful. I would smile and give a thumbs up, then close the door behind me. As I headed towards the shed, I passed by Kyoji's room and saw that his door was open. I took a look around and it was pretty dark, but I could still see that he was sleeping in his bed, so I stared at him for a moment while I placed my hand on my gun. Kyoji-san thinks I belong to him, and he says you won't protect us, that you'll get us killed. It's dangerous, Tatsumi, and he won't stop, remembering Shino's words. I stared at him for a few seconds until I took a deep breath, then I lowered my hand from the gun and closed the door. The moment I closed the door, a smile appeared on Kyoji's face, then he opened his eyes and threw back the blanket, revealing a gun pointed toward the door. That was close, he smiles sadistically. Chapter 41. The next day, Kyoji and I were in a vehicle, taking our hostage to an area far from the house. The plan was to drive him about 30 kilometers, but before continuing, I stopped in the middle of an intersection. I got out of the vehicle without saying a word, and Kyoji did the same. We were both silent as we headed to the center of the road, a part away from the car. Weren't we going further? Kyoji asked. And we're going 30 kilometers, and why did we stop? I wanted to talk. I was waiting until we did this. I just want to talk. It's not necessary. If necessary, no, don't worry, we'll do it. I understand. He was out of it when you took him to the house, since he might know where he is. That's not what I wanted to talk about, I interrupted. I know you asked Shino to go with you to the sanctuary. You care about Shino a lot, don't you? Yes, it matters a lot to me. That's why I asked her to come with me. If she had said yes, she and I would have run away in a car and gone there. Don't you think I would have taken her? I'm sure it isn't. Do you think I can't keep Shino and the others safe? I didn't say that. Tatsumi, you can't keep being good and expect to live. That's over. Well, I'm not the good guy anymore. To save those people I consider my family, I would have done anything. I stood face to face with him. Anything. Shino says you're dangerous, but you're not going to be a danger, not to us, not to me, not ever again. How about you look at me, little soldier? He looked me in the eyes. Listen, Shino told me everything that happened yesterday, and I assure you I instantly wanted to punch you in the face, but I didn't, and not out of weakness, I assure you. She's my girlfriend, and I'm going to survive so that she survives. Understand, you don't love Shino, you think you do, but you don't. And the only way you and I can move forward is if you accept everything I just told you. Well, he said nothing and remained with his head down, at which point I separated from him and went to check if the hostages' ropes were secure. After verifying that everything was in order, Kyoji and I got back into the vehicle and continued the 30-kilometer journey. Hours later, we had already gone over 30 kilometers, but instead of stopping, I continued forward to find a place for the boy. We're going further. Yes, I'm looking for a place. A place for what? I want him to have a chance. Then, in the distance, he could see a construction department. There. I headed towards the compound and began to accelerate, causing the gate that was blocking our entry to fall from the impact. Because of the noise I made, two of them appeared, and Kyoji and I easily killed them. After checking the premises and seeing that it was safe, Kyoji and I took the hostage out, and as soon as we put him on the ground, we removed his headphones and the tape from his mouth. What the hell is this? The boy said. We didn't say anything and started to leave. Don't be stupid, I owe you my life, I'll help you protect what you have. Why did you save me just to kill me and leave me here? I'm alone. Nobody can survive alone, that's why I was with them, to survive. I stopped for a moment and threw a knife to the ground. Don't be idiots, I'm not like them, I'm just a kid. I liked watching soccer and playing online. I lived with my mom, I lost everything just like you. I went to school with Anderson. At that moment, Kyoji and I stopped where we were, staring at him. I went to church and I played baseball in high school. Did you go to school with Annie? Did you study with Annie? Answer me. Did you go to school with Annie? She doesn't know me. She didn't know I existed, but I knew her and I knew who her father was. I would never hurt her. Shut up. He ordered. He knows where the house is, Tatsumi, and he knows everyone there. If he can find his way back to his family, Kyoji whispers to me. I remained silent, watching the boy to decide what to do, but Kyoji couldn't stand it any longer and drew his pistol, aiming it at Ringo. But before Kyoji could pull the trigger, I quickly pushed him and the bullet passed right by him. Kyoji-san, no, nothing of that, not now. And when, Tatsumi? When? He asks, annoyed. When I have time to think about it, don't let him kill me, please. No. I told you to shut up. I took a deep breath. Let's go back, it's a guy's life, I need time to think about it. You want to take that bastard, that piece of trash who Tatsumi shot you. He was with the ones who tried to kill you. Are you going to take him to where Asada-san sleeps? He'll be locked in the shed. I need a night to think about it. Okay, go ahead and take it. Reflect on it if you want. But it's simple, doing the right thing is what keeps us alive, it's always the same. Stop acting like you have all the answers, there are no rules here, we're lost. No, not at all, I know very well where I am, you don't know anything. You can't do it, you can't keep them safe. They'll all die and it'll be your fault. The moment he said those words, I stared at him for a moment, then in a swift motion I punched him in the nose, breaking it instantly. He recovered from the blow and watched the blood trickle from his nose. You son of a bitch, you're dead. He tried to punch me, but I quickly stopped his blow with my arm and then headbutted him. Next, I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and started hitting him again and again. He quickly punched me in the stomach and then kicked me, causing me to stumble backward in pain. He took advantage of the situation and punched me hard in the face, knocking me to my knees. Kyoji tried to grab my gun, but I elbowed him in the face and then headbutted him. I got up from the ground and quickly charged at him, ramming him into the ground where he hit his head hard. You're not going to do it, I said as I stood up covered in dirt and blood. You don't get to decide these kinds of things anymore. I'm not going to let you. Kyoji slowly got to his feet after recovering from the blow and saw a pipe wrench hanging on a truck. In a fit of rage, he grabbed it and without hesitation threw it at me. I quickly dodged the pipe wrench and it hit a window. At that moment, we both stared at each other in complete silence until the sound of something growling alerted us. I turned around and saw a group of them emerging from the glass, so I quickly grabbed my knife and killed the first one, then placed the body on top of me. Because of this, the infected didn't see me and headed towards Kyoji, who ran away, pursued by them. Idiot, I said as I pushed the body away and stood up. At that moment, I could see Rindo trying to escape in the distance. Hey, you. Damn. Rindo would try to escape, but because of his leg injury, he couldn't go very far, giving me time to get to him where I would point the gun at him. Stay still. Where do you think you were going? What did you expect me to do? Please let me go, that's why you brought me here. I won't tell anyone, shut your mouth. I looked down and saw Kyoji's gun where I'd picked it up and noticed it still had ammunition. Then I looked up and saw a group of them trying to get onto a bus. I guessed Kyoji was locked inside. Are you going to stay here? Help the guy who wanted to crack your skull. There are 10 zombies, do you think you can handle them all? I've killed many more, but let's go, he provoked it. Screw him, thank you. I didn't say anything else and started leading Ringo to the car, leaving Kyoji alone with that group of infected. As soon as we got to the car, before getting in, I stared at where Kyoji was and started thinking that it would be wrong to let him die there. Damn it. I said as I closed the car door. You, drive, let's go help him. What, are you sure? Did I tell you to ask questions? You're driving. Pointing the gun at him, yes. He didn't say anything else and started the car without any problems, while I got in the passenger seat. As soon as we were ready, we would head to where Kyoji was trapped. Soldier, I yelled as I leaned out the window and fired at the group of them. Get out the back door, come on. He would obey and quickly went to the back where, as soon as he opened the door, Rindo would put the car in front so that Kyoji could enter through the window. Start it. Let's go. He would reverse, running over some of them, then break through the fence and speed away. The three of us, at the moment we were safe, would let out a long sigh of relief. Wow, have you seen what we've done? Ringo shouts excitedly, don't get distracted. I shouted as I pointed at him where Rindo's smile disappeared. XXX. Hours later, I forced Rindo to stop the vehicle. As soon as he did, Kyoji and I tied him up again and put him back in the trunk. Then Kyoji and I stepped away from the car to talk. If you want to kill me, you'll have to use something better than a pipe wrench. We'll probably have to kill him, but I want to think about it for a night. Killing someone can't be that easy, whoever it is. You must know that, soldier. We were both silent for a few seconds. She's my girlfriend. If you want to stay with us, you have no choice but to trust me. He handed her his pistol. Let's go home. Yeah. Chapter 42. The next day, we were all gathered again in the living room of the house, where we were now deciding whether we should kill the boy or take him away from us again. Does it have to be unanimous? Ray asks. Isn't a majority enough? Seiya asks. Okay, let's see what everyone thinks and we'll discuss the options, I said. Okay, in my opinion, there's only one way to act, Kyoji says. Killing him, Emi says. Right, why bother even voting? It's obvious what you're going to say. Well, if the others think we should forgive him, I want to know. Well, there are very few of us like that, or practically none, right? Can't we keep him prisoner? Annie asks. That's another mouth to feed, Kamuro says. Winter can be tough, Rionur says. We can ration food, Siko suggests. What if it's useful? We have to give it a chance to prove itself, put him to work. We're not going to let him go, I said. We would put it under surveillance. Who wants to volunteer to do it? Kyoji asked sarcastically. Me, Emi says. I don't think any of us should be hanging around with that kid. That's why who votes to kill him? I looked around and only Kyoji raised his hand. Okay, who votes to take him far away? I watched as everyone raised their hands, including Emi and me. Then it's decided we'll let the kid go. The moment I said that, many of us breathed a sigh of relief, knowing I wasn't going to execute the boy. I looked at Emi and she nodded with a smile, which I returned. Once everything was cleared up, everyone started to disperse throughout the house except for a few of us who began planning what to do next. We'll set up a lookout post near the fence and another one on the roof right there. That way we'll have a view of the grounds on both sides of the house. Hirano and Asami keep an eye on the perimeter around the house and watch who comes in and who goes out. And who will stand guard? Hirano asked Kamuro and Siko, would you mind doing it? I have no problem, Siko said as she picked up her sword. Me neither, Kamuro says with a smile before he and Siko bump fists. Okay, then I'll leave the rest to you, I said, looking at Asami and Hirano. Yes, sir, they both said at the same time as he gave a salute. And who's going to patrol? Seiya asks. First, we need to check that the fence will hold. Then the soldier will assign shifts while Rika and I take Ringo to free him. I said the last part while looking at Kyoyuji. Are we going to do that in the end? Kyoyuji asked, annoyed. It was the right thing to do from the beginning, but we didn't do it right. Besides, we just voted for it by a majority. Yeah, that's saying very little. You don't agree, but that's what's going to happen. Accept it and forget about it. You know that what that girl and the prisoner are saying are different things, right? If you want Rika as your right-hand woman or someone else, it's up to you. Thank you yourself, leaving the place in annoyance. Rika. She looked at me and came closer, and I opened a map. I plan to take it to Shizuoka about an hour each way. We'll be halfway home by nightfall. And that nuisance will be a distant memory. Sitting down in a chair and lighting a cigarette. Akira and Emi are preparing supplies for him, enough for a few days. So are you okay with this? I don't think you and I should exchange punches. Nobody would win that fight. After all, I know what you're capable of. Cool, I said, raising my fist where Rika and I bumped into each other. I'm going to talk to Shizuka for a moment. Okay, I'll get the vehicle ready. With everyone occupied, I headed to the garage to get the vehicle Ringo and I had used yesterday ready. While I was checking that everything was in order and that it had enough gas for the trip, Shino started approaching. So are you leaving already? She asked as she approached me, and as soon as we were just centimeters apart, she put her arms around my neck and I put mine around her waist. Yes. Rika went to talk to Shizuka. She'll be here soon. Is everything all right? Yes, everything's fine. I just wanted to tell you that you made the right decision in releasing the prisoner. Don't worry, I had it planned from the beginning, but I wanted to know what the others thought. Ready? Rika asked as she approached us. Yes, I said with a smile. Shino, could you bring the boy? Sure, I'll be right back, she said with a smile as she gave me a quick kiss before leaving. Thank you. While Rika and I were putting our things in the car, Shino went to the shed where we had tied up Ringo. Without saying a word, she unlocked the padlock, only to be surprised to find that the boy wasn't there. This has to be a joke, running towards the house to warn us. Meanwhile, Ringo found himself in the middle of the forest, blindfolded and with his mouth covered, being guided by another person. This person was none other than Kyoyuji, who had asked Ringo to take him to his group. Go over there, come on. He pushed him slightly, causing him to fall to the ground. SHH, he removed the blindfold. SHH, come on, I understand, I'm the last person you want to see, right? Listen, I'm going to get you out of here, okay? I'm going to take this off your mouth so you can breathe, but keep quiet. Listen carefully, do you hear me? He nodded. Okay, don't do anything stupid. He removed the tape from his mouth. Silence your group, do you know where they are? No, I don't know really, getting slapped. Get your ass over here. I'm your only chance of getting out of these woods alive, you hear me? So start talking, kid. Where are they? Well, we camped by the roadside about 8 kilometers from here. Who knows if they're still there? They might already be at the sanctuary. Okay, very well. And you're going to take me with them because you see I'm fed up with this group. It's doomed and I don't want to be. That's why. So you're not going to kill me. Come on, man. If I were going to do it, you'd be dead by now. Lifting him off the ground and pushing him forward. Come on, you don't have to be so rough. We're on the same side now. You'll like being with us. It's crazy sometimes, but they're tough guys. You'll fit right in. Less talking and more walking. Hey, when I'm nervous, I tend to talk too much. I can't help it. It hasn't been easy for me, you know. None of them have had it. I didn't say it was like that. I'm just trying. But at that moment, Kyoyuji looked around to check that we weren't following him, then approached Ringo from behind and broke his neck, killing him instantly. After completing the first phase of his plan, Kyoyuji stared at a tree, then sped towards it. The impact broke his nose and caused a lot of blood to flow. Now ready, he wasted no time and headed for the house. While Kyoyuji headed towards the house with a bloody nose, we were all gathered around the shed trying to figure out how Ringo had escaped. How did she disappear? How long has she been gone? Seiya asked. It's hard to say, but the handcuffs are still locked. He must have managed to get his hands free, I said as I left the shed. The door was locked from the outside, Tadashi said. Tatsumi, Seiya said as she approached. That means someone let him go. It's possible it was. She was about to whisper in my ear, but just then a scream interrupted her. Tatsumi, Tatsumi, Kyoyuji shouted as he approached us from the forest with a bloody nose. What happened? Shino asked. He's armed. He has my gun. Are you okay? Hirano asks. I'm fine, but that bastard came out of nowhere and punched me in the nose. Okay, all right, Tadashi and Siko, take everyone to the house. Hirano, you stand guard with Asami. Rika and Kamuro, come with us. I need that gun, Kyoyuji said as he snatched it from Emi. Everyone inside, lock all the doors and don't go out. Everyone nodded and ran towards the house. I saw him run toward those trees over there before I fainted, Kyoji said, pointing to a spot in the woods. I don't know how long ago that was. He can't be far away, he's tied up, he's exhausted. And armed, Kamuro says, us too. Rika, do you see anything? No, I don't see anything strange. Hey, trying to track him is useless, okay, he went that way. We have to split into 2 groups, and if we each go one way, we'll catch him. Alright, Rika and Kamuro go right, the soldier and I will go left. And remember, Ringo isn't the only dangerous one around here, look out for each other. Kyoji and I parted ways with Rika and Kamuro and headed left, following the path Ringo had supposedly taken. Hours later, night had fallen and the path was very quiet. We found no sign of Ringo or any of them. It looks like you broke your nose. I'm fine, man, don't worry about me. Does this area sound familiar like anyone else? I'll take the gun away from you, okay? Yes, and she was my favorite. When I find her, she's going to wish she'd killed me. Let's move on. I flashed a sarcastic smile and continued onward without saying another word until we were slowly approaching a precipice. So he hit you with a rock, that's what I said, inside the shed, because Shino says it was locked. Yes, I saw it. It would come out through the roof beams. Yes, I said as I stopped in front of the precipice. We both fell silent. Is this where you were planning to do it? This is a good place like any other. At least have the guts to call him by his name. I turn around and see that he's pointing his gun at me. Murder. Do you really think that if you come back to my house alone, without me and without Ringo? I'm warning you, shut up. Do you really think they're going to swallow that bullshit story you made up? That's what it's about, it's not a story. I saw that prisoner shoot you and throw you off the cliff. I ran after him and broke his neck. It won't be easy, but a Sadasen will get over your death, I assure you. I just have to shoot. Why now? I thought everything was sorted out. We tried to kill each other, man. What did you think? We were going to forget everything and ride off together into the sunset? Are you going to kill me in cold blood? Do you want my girlfriend to love you? That life won't be worth shit. You won't know how to live knowing what you've done. What do you know about how I live? You have no idea what I endure, what I'm enduring. You want to talk about what I can do, Tatsumi. And what can you do? Here I am, putting away his gun. Come on, draw your weapon. No, you're not worth killing. What's wrong, Tatsumi? I thought you weren't the good guy anymore, isn't that what you said? Not even here and now will you fight for her. I'm a better man than you, Tatsumi. I'm better than you for a Sadasen. He drew his pistol and pointed it at me. Pull out your weapon. You will have to kill an unarmed man. Heth, very well. Without a second thought, Kyoji shot me in the head, but before I could be hit, I moved slightly to the right, causing the bullet to only graze my left eye. Unfortunately, I lost my balance and fell off the cliff where Kyoji, seeing that I was dead, smiled, good. He holstered his gun again and turned around, standing still for a few seconds before heading back towards the house. Meanwhile, I was clinging to the cliff face with one hand, bleeding profusely from the scar over my left eye. You bastard, you son of a, he grabbed me with his other hand. I'm going to kill you, I said angrily as I started to climb up. Chapter 43. Shortly after Kyoji killed me, he was heading towards the house as if nothing was amiss, trying to come up with an excuse for my death. But just as he was passing through the woods, he could see a large group of them heading towards the house in the distance. He guessed that the gunshot he fired had alerted them. Damn it, Kyoji said as he increased his pace heading towards the house. While Kyoji was running while being chased by the horde of them, Rika and Kamuro had already arrived at the house where they headed to the living room where everyone was on alert. Tatsumi-kun why Kyoji-san no han vuelto, pregunta Rika. No. Dice Shizuka, we heard a gunshot, Kamuro commented. They would find the boy, Ray said. We found it, Rika says. Did you put him in the shed? He was already one of them. The strange thing is he didn't have bites or scratches, his neck was broken. He would defend himself. There were many footprints around Ringo's body as if someone had been with him. I think Kyoji-san was with Ringo, Rika said. Rika, could you go back outside and look for Tatsumi and find out what's going on? Shino said in a worried tone as he approached her. Yes, of course. Graki was about to say something but would be interrupted by Kyoji, who was entering the house. It's them, so many of them, they're getting closer. Kyoji said as he walked in and closed the door behind him. And Tatsumi, where is Tatsumi? Shino asks, how many are there? Hirano asked, looking out the window. Too many, I don't think the house can handle it. Maybe they'll just drive by, Kamuro said. I don't think so, a group like that would destroy the house, Tadashi commented as he looked at the horde through the window. Honey, what do we do? Kuriko asked Tadashi, who stared at her for a moment before looking at the horde. We can't stay here any longer. Everyone, gather your belongings, food, water, and weapons and put them in the vehicles. We have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yes, they all say at once, accepting Tadashi's orders. Wait, Shino shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The moment everyone turned to look at her, she walked over to Kyoji and grabbed him by the collar of his jacket. Where's Tatsumi? Answer me. I don't know. She pulled her hands away from Shino. He was ahead of me, but then I lost sight of him. I don't know where he is now, I'm sorry. Shino didn't say another word and remained with her head down, then slowly let go of Kyoji and went to her room. Everyone was completely silent until they took the initiative and began packing everything. When you have everything ready, put it in the truck or the Humvee. Those will be the vehicles we'll be using. Following Tadashi's orders, everyone began gathering their belongings, then also collecting food, water, gasoline, and various weapons which they loaded into the Humvee and the truck, which was a Ford F-150 Raptor. While everyone else was already loading their belongings into their vehicles, Shino was still packing up her things in the room. I was also packing my things since I still had a feeling he was alive and would return, but those thoughts were interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on the door. Asada-san, may I come in? Kyoyuji-san, si pasa. Kyoyuji entered the room and Shino was still picking up her things. Just when she wasn't looking at him, Kyoyuji took advantage and locked the door so that no one could enter. Shino wouldn't be paying much attention to Kyoyuji until she noticed that he hadn't moved from the door, where upon looking at him she saw him downcast and with labored breathing. Kyoyuji-san, this Asada-san, yes. With the current situation and with Tatsumi dead, he whispered the last part where Shino couldn't hear him. Would you reconsider coming with me to the sanctuary? He said with a smile as he approached Shino. Kyoyuji-san, what's wrong? Shino asked, a little surprised by his change in attitude. He looked at his own hands. I'll be with you forever, you won't have to depend on him, I'll protect you forever, okay? He slowly approached Shino, who began to back away until she sat on the bed while looking at Kyoyuji, who displayed a disgusting smile. From Tatsumi? Shino asked, surprised and frightened by that smile. Asada-san, he hugged her tightly and Shino tried to pull away. Asada-san, I like you, I love you my dear Asada-san, my dear Asada-san. Stop, get away, pushing her with all his might where Kyoyuji would trip over a backpack falling to the ground. No, Asada-san, don't betray me too. Getting up from the ground. Kyoyuji-san, Shino slowly backed away as she watched Kyoyuji approach until she saw him draw a pistol. Shino wanted to grab her own, so she quickly spotted it on the table and tried to reach for it, but Kyoyuji stepped in front of her, pushing her toward the bed and then pressing the gun to her side. Kyoyuji-san. Don't move, a shot to that area would kill you instantly or the blood would kill you, so don't make me. Tell me, Asada-san, you don't really know who I am, do you? She shook her head quickly. Fine, then I'll tell you my name is Shinkawa Kyoyuji. So remembering the man Shino killed. So the man I killed when I was a child was your father. Not bad at all, you remember my father's name, right? You're right, I am his son. Shino couldn't help but look surprised at that. You see, I couldn't let another man lay a hand on you, not even knowing that you killed my father. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. He slowly slipped his hand under her shirt, but Shino stopped him. There's still time, you can start again. Tatsumi told you that, didn't he? Tatsumi, he doesn't matter anymore, after all I killed him myself. At that moment Shino was surprised. What, you killed Tatsumi? No, it can't be. Yes, you should have seen his face when he fell off the cliff, he smiled sadistically. It was satisfying. Come on, Asada-san, come with me. He brought his face closer to hers. Go away. We can be reborn and live together as husband and wife. We'll have adventures and children too. It'll be so much fun. Let's become one, Asada-san, he stroked her cheek. Asada-san, you're so cute my Asada-san, I've always liked you. Ever since I found out you were the one who killed my father, I couldn't resist. I'm sure you're the only girl in Japan who's ever killed a criminal with a real gun. You're incredible. I told you that you possess true strength. That's why when I learned that Rika was coming to Takanasu, it was my chance to find you, but I was devastated when I saw you with that pathetic boy. That's why I killed him. For you, I love you more than anyone. No, just at that moment, Shino would stare at Kyoyuji, who was laughing non-stop, and could see reflected the same image as the man he killed. At that moment, Shino began to slowly close her eyes, wanting to see nothing more and let Kyoyuji do as he pleased. But the moment she closed her eyes, an image of me appeared in her mind. Tatsumi. The moment she saw me in her head, Shino's eyes snapped open, and she watched as Kyoyuji slowly slipped his hand under her shirt. In a swift motion, she elbowed him hard in the face and with her other hand pulled his hand away from her side. The moment he was free, he quickly got out of bed and headed for the door, which he couldn't open at first because of the latch. He removed the latch and tried to open the door, but Kyoyuji recovered from the blow and grabbed his leg. Asada-san. Shino tried to escape, but Kyoyuji was stronger and pinned her down. Asada-san, Asada-san, Asada-san. He started shouting Shino's name over and over, and she couldn't stand it anymore and was about to scream, but just then someone opened the door and gave Kyoyuji a hard knee to the face, then grabbed him by the neck and started to strangle him. Are you okay, Shino? Tatsumi? Who else could it be? I asked with a smile as I looked at her from behind on my right side. I could see a smile spreading across Shino's face. Your left eye. Don't worry, it only grazed me. He looked seriously at Kyoyuji, who was still strangling him. I almost forgot about you. He let go. Cough, you bastard, cough. Are you still alive? What can I say? I'm hard to kill. Fine. He cracked his knuckles. Now you'll pay for touching my girlfriend. Shino, the others are already outside. Grab your rifle and get out of here. And you, I'll take care of this one, he won't leave here alive. Quick, she nodded and gathered her things, then quickly left the room, heading towards the front of the house, but she had to stop when she saw the Horde already in front of the house. Shino stepped back and returned to the room. The Horde is already here. What? Damn it, I thought there was still time. Soldier, will have to get out of here if you want to be able to. Stop talking nonsense. A Horde won't stop me from killing you. I'll kill you here and now. Without saying a word, he started running towards me, intending to ram me. Before he could catch me, I pushed Shino out of my way, taking the blow myself. Kyoji then started pushing hard until we reached the second floor railing, where we began exchanging punches. Until one of my punches caused him to crash forcefully against the railing, where we both fell to the first floor, landing on the glass table. Damn, I said, wincing as I touched my back. Just then, I could see several of them coming in. Shit. I quickly got up from the floor and wanted to go to Shino, but Kyoji grabbed me from behind and pushed me against the kitchen counter. He then grabbed a knife and tried to stab me, but I moved to the right, grabbed Kyoji's head and pushed it against the counter, hitting it hard. Kyoji recovered from the blow to his head and stared at me, and I could see that he was starting to bleed from his head. Just as we were both staring at each other, preparing to fight again, one of them caught fire in the fireplace. Tatsumi, Shino shouted from the elevator. Without saying or doing anything to Kyoji, I quickly stepped inside where he just stared. Goodbye, bastard. The moment the doors closed and the elevator began to descend, Shino and I stared at each other and then both nodded. We'll take a car and go with the others. Ready? Yes. The moment the doors opened, Shino and I quickly got out and stood looking at the garage, where I decided to take the yellow Camaro. Shino didn't object and started walking with me following behind. But we were interrupted by Kyoji, who appeared from the stairs and quickly approached me. We both broke through the stair railing and fell onto one of the cars. Tatsumi, Shino shouts from the stairs. Again, I asked sarcastically as I tried to get up from the fall. I said I was trying since I hadn't yet recovered from Kyoji's gunshot and the fall off the cliff, so my strength wasn't what it used to be. Also, the first fall I had on the table reopened some stitches in my side wound. As I tried to endure the pain and get up, Kyoji climbed on top of me and grabbed my neck, where he began to strangle me forcefully. I did everything I could to get him off me, but I was losing breath and my strength was slowly fading. Die, damn it. Until suddenly a gunshot echoed throughout the place, where Kyoji gradually lost his grip and then spat blood. No, it can't be, Kyoji said as he looked back and then fell to the ground. I stared at him and then saw Shino pointing his gun at me. Are you okay? She asked worriedly as she put away her gun and approached me. Let me help you. Thank you, saved me, I smiled as I let Shino put my right arm behind his head. Shino wouldn't say anything and would show a smile, then start walking towards the car, but just as we passed by Kyoji, he would grab Shino's leg. Asada-san, why? I love you. No, you don't love me, you love the Asada Shino from 6 years ago. She abruptly pulled away from his grip. Goodbye, Shinkawa Kyoji. Upon hearing those words, Kyoji was completely devastated, remaining silent as he watched us get into the car. Knowing that the person he loved didn't love him back, he decided life wasn't worth living, and from his pocket he pulled 2 C4s. So if I can't be with my Asada-san activating both C4 devices, no one will be able to. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion erupted, leaving Shino and me stunned by what Kyoji had done. As the explosion subsided, cracks began to appear in the walls and then the entire structure started to crumble. The roof is about to fall on us. Shino shouts from inside the Camaro. I know, I said as I started the car. Hold on. I accelerated at full speed, and just then a huge rock fell on top of where we had been standing, but I didn't think much of it and drove toward the winding hill. As I was climbing the hill, we could see the tunnel ceiling behind us collapsing just millimeters away from crushing us. Hurry, hurry. Shino shouts desperately until she sees the garage door in front of us, but it's locked. Tatsumi, the door isn't open, the door. Agorate, I accelerated and without hesitation headed for the door, where thanks to the speed I was going, we were ejected without a scratch. We landed on the ground without any problems as I had jumped due to the speed and I started the car again. After pushing through the crowd, we left my house where everyone was waiting for us in their vehicles. Upon seeing us, they started their engines and began to follow us, speeding away from my house. XXX. Hours later, dawn had broken and we were on the outskirts of Takanasu, where we had spent the entire night driving. Because of driving all night, we had run out of gas and Tadashi's car was the first to run out. He honked the horn to warn us. The moment Shizuka and I heard the horn, the three of us stopped the vehicles and we started to get out of the cars where Tadashi approached me. Out of gas? I asked. We're almost out. I've been on reserve for about an hour. We can't stay, Annie says. And we can't all fit in 2 cars, Kamuro remarks. We'll go get gas tomorrow. We'll stay tonight in those ruins. Should we stay here tonight? Akira asked. I'm cold, Alice said next to Shizuka, who was stroking her to warm her up. We'll make a fire, don't worry, I said as I took off my jacket and put it on him. And we healed those wounds, right? Shizuka asked with a smile. Yes, that would be good. I stroked Alice's head, then looked at the others. Let's go gather firewood, but don't wander off. How are we doing with ammunition? Somewhat scarce, Hirano says. Okay, we'll establish a perimeter. And tomorrow we'll look for gasoline and supplies, and then we'll continue. For now, rest, don't worry, we'll find shelter. There has to be a place. Tatsumi, is something wrong? Kamuro asked. You know, Rika and I found Ringo. He glanced at Rika and she continued speaking. He transformed without being bitten. How is that possible, Tatsumi? What happened? Seiya asked. Kyoujisen killed Ringo. He was obsessed with it. Then Rika was about to say something, but I interrupted her. Then he tried to kill me, but I was lucky. Then Shino and I killed him, and I paused for a moment. We're all infected. The moment I said that last part, they couldn't help but look astonished. What? Kiyoshi told me about it at CL. Whatever it is, we all have it. And you've never told us anything, Emi asks. It would have been useful. I wasn't sure, but what happened with Ringo? And he glanced at Alice for a moment. I thought it was better if no one knew. I'm so sorry I didn't tell anyone, but that's what I thought. Everyone remained silent. I didn't say anything else and separated from the group. I thought it would be best to leave them alone. Minutes after I left, Shino approached me and without warning hugged me from behind. Are you okay? I asked, still with my back to him. Yes, you know that's not what I mean. I know, and I'm fine, really, she said with a smile as she tightened the hug. I placed a hand on top of hers. About us all being infected, I figured. Because, dust off Mizuki-san. I see Shino. I turned around and saw that she was shedding tears. I smiled and gently began to wipe them away. Kyojuji's death, we'll face it together, okay? And? She hugged me again and clung to my chest, beginning to sob. She tried to do it silently, but it was impossible for her. I lovingly hugged her tightly and then stroked her head so she could release her emotions. After all, thanks to this fight, Shino was able to overcome what happened 6 years ago with that criminal. Together, Shino and I said at the same time as we hugged, then we both came together in a passionate kiss. Chapter 44. Several days after what happened with Kyoji and after leaving my house, we were still on the road, where during that time we spent looking for a new home that would be safe for everyone. But because we'd searched everywhere, we'd practically run out of gas, so we spent the last few days looking for abandoned cars and houses. We were currently stopped in the middle of a road. We're out of gas and we haven't seen any abandoned cars in a while. I want us to split up and look for cars anywhere. If you see any houses nearby, let us know. It would be nice to sleep outside the cars for even just a few nights. If you find any food, bring it and share it. Keep your weapons ready. If you see any of them, don't let them surround you. Remember, we're smarter and faster. Don't lose your heads. Everyone nodded and went their separate ways. Rika, Seiya, and Shino, I said, placing a map on the hood. The three of them approached me. We have nowhere else to go. When the groups gather, they'll block our path. We won't be able to go south, Seiya says. What would you say, 150 heads? I asked Rika, referring to them. Last week, it could be double now. Perhaps the river has slowed them down. If we move quickly, perhaps we can get through here, Shino suggested, pointing at the map. But if this group joins forces with the other one, some of them might come this way. We're blocked, Seiya said wearily. Our only option is to turn around at 23rd and drive to Gotemba, but we've already been there. We've been going in circles. Yes, I know in Gotemba we'll turn west. We haven't been that way yet. That's right, Seiya said, putting her hand to her chin. I hadn't thought of that. Well thought out, leader, she said mockingly, punching me in the shoulder. Shut up, I said with a smile which made all three of them smile. Okay, we'll tell the others later. Let's look for something. Shino and Seiya go that way. They both nodded. Rika with me, I said as I put the map away and started walking through the woods with Rika. Ooha. I think this is going to be another day without food or anything to make us laugh. Well, I have a feeling we'll find something good. Believe me, I said as I walked up a slope. You think so? You said the same thing the other day, and look at us. Without us, she was about to say something but fell silent when she saw what was in front of us. This has to be a joke. What did I tell you? I knew we'd find something good, I said with a smile as I looked at the prison. We have to tell the others. Oh yes? Rika and I, with big smiles, began to descend the mountain to meet the others by the cars, where they showed a sad and tired face as they could not find anything. Guys, we found something, I said with a smile. What is it? Shino asked. It's a surprise. I'm sure you'll like it. Everyone started to show signs of joy and began to follow me and Rika, where as soon as we climbed the slope, the look of astonishment was very noticeable on everyone's face. It's infected, we can't go in there, Hirano said. It might not be safe now, but look at the fence, we can make it safe. This place is secure, it has beds, clothes, maybe even food and weapons. There has to be everything. Look at the ground in the yard, behind the fence it's safe. We can start a life here. We can clear this place, there can't be many of them in here. This one's too good to pass up, we can do it. Seiya said, arms crossed but with a smile as she looked at me. I nodded and looked at everyone. It's perfect. We're home, I said with a smile. A few minutes later, with the little gas we had left in the cars, we approached the prison and stopped in front of the gate. Kimuro and I would be there to assess its condition. I don't know, this place needs a good cleaning, I said. Oh, I don't have the energy for that, Kimuro said listlessly. Don't tell me that, Kimuro. Looks like I'm going to need you for a couple of minutes. In fact, if we don't think of something soon, I can already see us back in the cars. I glance at the open gate in the fence. If we close that gate, preventing them from getting in any further, we can take out these few. This place will be ours tonight. And how do we close the door? Tadashi asked. I'll go, Hisashi said. No, it's suicide, Rei says. I'm the most elusive. No, you, Rei and Seiya, lure anyone you can to the other side. Shino and Rika, you two go to that tower. Tadashisan, you and Hirano climb this tower. Understood, Hirano said. I'll close the gate. Siko, come with me. It will be a pleasure, she said with a smile as she prepared her katana. We all got ready, and the moment Hisashi and the others started making noise to attract most of them, Shizuka approached the gate in the fence and prepared to open it. Be careful, Shizuka said, of course. She quickly opened the door, and without wasting any time, Siko and I started moving toward the other door. Shizuka closed it the moment we passed. As we advanced, several of them saw us and started chasing us, but thanks to those in the towers and Siko, none of them got close to me. I had already reached the open door, and after kicking one of them, I locked it with a chain. Then Siko and I climbed the tower next to it. The moment we reached the top, they all looked at me and I gave the signal to finish them off. Give it to him hard. I yelled. Upon hearing my signal, everyone began firing, including Seiya's group, and I couldn't help but smile as I fired. Several minutes later, we had finished off all of them and we couldn't help but smile. Fantastic, Rei says. Good aim, I said, looking at Siko. Well, I had a good teacher, she says, also with a smile. We haven't had this much space since we left Tatsumi's house. H-A-H-A-O-O-H-H-H. Kimuro shouts with excitement and we all start laughing. XXX. Hours later, we were in the middle of the yard, gathered around a campfire. After moving all the bodies, everyone was resting while I kept an eye on the fence to make sure it was secure. Like my mother's cooking, Hisashi says after eating a piece of rabbit. Tomorrow we'll burn the bodies that were in this area. It would be best to do it somewhere far away, Kimuro said. This soil is good. We can plant and grow tomatoes, soybeans, cucumbers, Ryunur said, touching the grass, then looking at me. This is the third time I've checked it. If there were a dangerous area, I would have found it by now. That's just how he is. He's cautious, even more so now, Shino says. Well, he wants this place to be safe so we can live in peace. I don't blame him for being like this, Seiya said. By then, I had already checked the fence and was going to approach everyone. Did you find anything? No, you can sleep soundly. The fence is secure, I said as I sat down next to Shino, who gave me some food. We won't need to stand guard. Everyone sighed at the same time and I smiled. Oniichin, why don't you sing something? You haven't sung or played anything since the island, Alice said. This is a good time to use this, Kimuro said, handing me a guitar. I took it from your house, I hope you don't mind. It doesn't matter, don't worry. I smiled as I picked up the guitar and started adjusting the strings. I hope you like it. Beautiful, Ryunur said. I nodded with a smile as I set the guitar aside. I could see the others smiling too. I know it might sound selfish, but you should go to bed. Tomorrow will be a tough day. What do you mean? Asami asked. I know we're tired and it was a great victory, but we have to push ourselves a little harder. They were dressed as prisoners and guards. It seems this place fell quickly. That means the supplies might be intact. There would be an infirmary, I said, looking at Shizuka. A mess hall. An arsenal, Rika continued, and Hirano became excited. There might be a shopping center not too far away. The boss's office should have information about its location. Weapons, food, medicine, this could be a goldmine. We're almost out of ammo. We'll run out before we get anything, Tadashi says. That's why we have to go in there without firearms. This is the most important thing. After everything we've been through, we'll make it, I'm sure of it. Everyone nodded in agreement. Good, you can sleep in the courtyard or in a tower. I didn't say anything else and everyone started to spread out. Some were sleeping in the courtyard and others in a tower inside their sleeping bags. Right now I was getting my sleeping bag ready with Shino and we decided to sleep in the courtyard. Everyone is grateful for everything you do, but it's been a long road and some are exhausted. Can't we enjoy this for a few days? She asks as she lies down next to me. I nod a couple of times. I know you're tired, but we need what's in there. After that, we can rest for the rest of the time. Just a little longer, I said wearily, placing my hand on my head. You look tired too. You haven't stopped all this time, and you haven't slept much either. That's why I'm going to sleep better than ever tonight, I said with a smile, which Shino also smiled at. I'm glad. I hope I can sleep. Are you still thinking about what happened with Kyoyuji? Yes, I can't get it out of my head. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face at the moment I shot him, just like that man. I gently took her chin in my hand so she would look at me. Remember what I told you, we'll face this together no matter what, so don't worry about anything, okay? Yes, he smiles, then brings his face close to mine and we share a passionate kiss. I love you. And I love you too. I kissed her again, but this time a shorter kiss. Come on, get some sleep. I'll stay awake in case Kyoji or his father comes for you. I'll protect you, I said with a teasing tone while smiling. Baka, she said, blushing and frowning before a smile spread across her face as she slowly drifted off to sleep. Zzz. You're strong, Shino, I said, tugging at a strand of his hair. Just then, Shino placed a hand on mine and his breathing became slightly ragged. A nightmare, I said with a smile, placing my hand on his. Don't worry, Shino, I'm by your side and I'll protect you even in your dreams. The moment Shino heard my voice and felt my hand on hers, she gradually began to calm down, then smiled and placed her head on my chest where I began to stroke it. Sweet dreams. Chapter 45. The next morning we were all gathered in front of the gate, having already decided which group would be responsible for clearing the area. The group consisted of Kuriko, Rei, Hisashi, Siko, Kamuro, and myself. I chose Kuriko and Rei for their spear skills, Hisashi for his crossbow, and Siko for her sword. Are you ready? Tadashi asked, to which I nodded and removed the chain from the door. The moment I opened the door with Tadashi's help, Kamuro quickly used an iron beam to pierce the head of one of them, and then Hisashi finished off the next one with his crossbow. Come on, all together, I said as I killed one of them with my machete. Slowly, don't break formation. We slowly advanced, taking them all down with our melee weapons. Occasionally Shino or Rika would provide cover from the tower. After covering several meters and eliminating most of them, we reached the door from which the infected emerged. Kamuro, help me, I yelled as I kicked one of them, and then Kamuro and I closed the door. Do you have it? He asked while holding the door. That's it, I said after putting the chain on so the door wouldn't open. After Kamuro and I took care of closing the door, Kuriko, Rei, and Hisashi would be dealing with 3 infected people who were wearing riot gear, which arrows had no effect on. So Kuriko quickly struck one of them in the leg with her spear, causing him to fall to the ground. Before the infected man could get up, she plunged the spear into his neck. Since that part wasn't covered by his helmet, Hisashi and Rei looked shocked at this. Did you see? That area is its weak point, Kuriko said. Hisashi wasted no more time and delivered a powerful blow to one of them in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Rei seized this opportunity and plunged the spear into his neck. At that moment, I could see one of them approaching Kuriko from behind. So I quickly charged at him, but before I could grab him, Siko appeared in front of me and decapitated the infected one. Very slow, Tatsumi, Siko said with a smile, and I smiled back. Well, it seems safe, Hisashi said. No, through that courtyard, I said, pointing to the horde we'd cornered. When we find the armory, we'll deal with all of them. For now, let's clear this pavilion. I looked at the others who were left outside and signaled them to wait, then the 6 of us headed to the nearest pavilion. We entered, alert, only to be surprised to find no one there. When we arrived at what looked like a small dining area, I ordered them to check several places while I went to the security zone. There I found the body of a police officer. I touched him with my machete to see if he was still alive, and when I saw that he wasn't moving, I took the keys from his belt. Having obtained the keys to all the blocks, we headed to the nearest one, which was Block C. I opened the doors with the keys, and Hisashi and Rei were the first to enter, followed by the 3 of us. The 5 of us started checking cell by cell so we wouldn't get any surprises, but some of the cells were locked, and inside them was an infected person. Minutes later, we had searched both floors of the building where we had killed everyone in the cells. Once it was safe, we alerted the others, and while we were removing the bodies, they began packing up their belongings. What do you think? I asked as I went downstairs. Home sweet home, Tadashi said as you put his things in one of the cells. At least for now, is this safe? Seiya asks. This block does. What about the rest of the prison? Ryunur asked. After you leave your things and rest a bit, we'll look for the armory, infirmary, and cafeteria. Are we going to sleep in the cells? Emi asks. I found a guard with keys. Handing a set of keys to Seiya, Rika, and Tadashi. You should have a set too, understood, they all say at the same time. Okay, you can take whichever cell you want. Everyone nodded with a smile, then started moving. Shall we? I asked, looking at Shino and helping her with her things. Yes, she says with a smile. As Shino and I headed to one of the cells below, I could see that everyone had already chosen their cells. Although we were scattered, many were more at ease knowing they could rest safely. I'm so tired, I don't care, Shino said as she entered a cell, put her things on the floor, and sat on the edge of the bed. Let me see you, I said as I sat down next to her and began to examine her body. What are you doing? Let's see if you have any scratches. I know you stayed outside this time, but just in case, I looked all over her back. You don't, I said as I kissed her shoulder. She moved closer to me and hugged me tightly. We can rest now, you can rest now. And XXX. Hours later, Tadashi, Rika, Hirano, Kamuro, Siko, and I were in the dining area where we would be checking our weapons and ammunition since we decided to go look for the armory or the cafeteria. We have enough ammunition, but it's best not to waste it. That's why we'll mainly use melee weapons. We'll only fire in emergencies. Understood. Understood, the 5 of them said. Okay. I see Kamuro grab a helmet from the riot gear and start releasing a viscous liquid. I'm not wearing that. We could boil it, Tadashi said as he picked up a glove and poured a large amount of the viscous liquid over it. Disgusting, Rika says. The six of us started laughing at that comment and began getting ready with Tadashi and Kamuro deciding to just put on their bulletproof vests. While they were getting dressed, I approached Hirano and handed him my set of keys. I want you to stay here. Really? He asked as he picked up the keys. We don't know what's going on. I know you'd be a big help, but if something happens, I need you to take charge here. Okay, be careful, don't worry, if we find the armory, you'll be the first to know. Deal, I'll take care of everything here, sir. Hirano shouted excitedly while giving a military salute. Okay, let's go. The three of them nodded and started walking, with me following behind, but not before glancing at Shino one last time. She looked at me with a smile and I winked in response, before following the others and Hirano closing the door behind me. We slowly began to move down the dark corridor where, thanks to our flashlights, we could see several empty cells and corpses on the floor. As we moved slowly, all our senses alert, we began to have a conversation. It would be good to kill the group of them that we left locked up outside, Kamuro said. That's true, but we don't have enough ammunition to take them all out, and we can't pile them up against the fence because it would give way, Siko said. I agree with her. The best thing would be to find the armory and restock on ammunition, Rika suggests. I plan to do that, but first I need to find some food. What do you think is behind this door? I asked, seeing handcuffs preventing her from opening it. If experience is any consolation, there'll be a room full of them on the other side. We know the way out. I say we open it and fire as fast as we can. We can take out a few before we make a run for it, Rika said as she took up position in the doorway. Sounds like a good plan. Tadashi, Kamuro, and Siko, you guys stay back there and take aim. Rika and I will open the door. I said as I stood next to Rika. Understood, they say at the same time and then all three point to the door. I'm ready if you are. Then let's go. We flung the door wide open and all four of us took aim. But the moment we opened it, we saw there were no infected people, just a group of four men. Hey guys, do you want something to eat? One of them asks, Chapter 46. Yes, we'd love to eat something, Kamuro said excitedly as we approached the four men. Be alert, I whispered to Rika and Siko, to which they both nodded. Come to the back, I'll show you where the plates and the shit are. That way you can do it yourselves, we have plenty, believe me, says a black man. How much do you have? A lot. Tadashi asks. Imagine enough to feed everyone who fits in this room with every chair full of butts, and I'm only talking about the steaks. This place is overflowing. We have enough food to feed the entire prison for weeks, and in case you can't count, there are only four of us here. All these chairs, you say? Not that many people are coming with us, I said with a smile, and after a few minutes the others started entering the cafeteria. Come in, everyone, the food's back there, I know you're hungry. This is spectacular, Seiya says. What, did you change your mind about this place? Do you think we can live here? Shino asked with a mischievous look, making Seiya blush. I am not sure, but I am impressed, that's all. Don't worry, Seiya, we'll make this place safe, but we'd better eat something before we run out of food, I said with a nervous smile as I watched Kamuro pick up a tray full of food. I don't mean to interrupt, but you don't look like a rescue team to me. You're acting like you haven't eaten in weeks. Are you with me? Another bearded man asks. Rescue team? No, we don't even know what we are anymore. We're just people, and you're much better off in here than we are out here. We're not here to rescue you, I said. Is everything that bad outside? Asks another man with glasses. What do you mean? We were watching the news on TV. Suddenly, all hell broke loose in here. Since then, we've been hiding here, completely cut off from the outside world. We don't know what's going on. Maybe you'd like to sit down and I'll tell you something's really bad going on, at least as far as we can tell. It seems the government has collapsed. There's no communication, no organization, no resistance. We haven't seen any military presence anywhere. Those things are everywhere. There are loads of them. We call them. Nowhere is safe except, I hope, here. We've been on the road for weeks looking for a safe place. None of the places we've been have been. Before we got here, we ran out of food. Life's tough out there, guys. It's hard to explain. I looked up at the four men and they couldn't help but look astonished. Wait a minute, you guys are guards, aren't you? Oh, that, do we look like prison guards to you? No, I suppose not. Are you inmates, prisoners, and what have you done? What crimes have you committed? Rika asks, a little alarmed. Armed robbery, says the bearded man. Tax fraud, but it wasn't me, says the man with glasses. Drugs, anti-possession, selling, theft, I did everything, but now I'm clean, totally clean, really, says the other black man, but with subtractions. Murder, the black man says. Murder, yes, and I know what you're thinking, but you have nothing to fear unless you're my wife or her boyfriend, and I don't think you are because they're dead, so calm down. Besides, if anyone you should be worried about, it's Andrew. Why is that? I asked. He's the one who started all this crap. Tell him, Andrew. Oh yeah, you see, I was a washed-up junkie, washed up. I'm a repeat offender, you know. This is the second time I've been here. My life was a mess all because of the addiction. Nothing worked. They put me back here. I didn't know what else I could do. So I offered myself to God, if you can believe it. I asked him, I begged him to let me out of that shit. I wanted to be clean once and for all. I knew I couldn't do it without help. So I asked him, and the next day the bad news started. And look at me now. I'm completely clean. I couldn't do anything again even if I wanted to. Okay, and how did you end up here? I asked, changing the subject. Things got bad, the black man said. The guards abandoned the prison they left with their families. They left in droves. That means the armory might be empty, Rika said, looking at me, and I nodded. It's possible, we don't know. Anyway, some of those things got in here somehow because I was locked up. The prison was infested, we were watching the news, so we found out something. I don't know if it was because they needed help to fight or because they didn't want to let us starve to death in our cells after they left, but they released us. Many of us ended up as food for them, only to later become those things. I guess that's how it works, at least that's what the news said. In a way, that's true. If you get bitten or scratched, you become one of them. But we're all infected, I said. What do you mean? If I shoot you in the chest right now and you die, you'll become one of those things. The only way to avoid killing them is to destroy their brains, Rika explains. So we're all infected. What a mess, we've been in here for months, so we didn't know that. If you want, we can show you this. I'm dying to take a look to see how it turned out. Okay, let's go. Rika and Tadashi, keep an eye on the fort while I'm gone. Saya, when you're done eating, check things out. Hirano, can you come with me? I don't want to be left alone if company shows up. Of course, Tatsumi, I'm finished. If I eat anything else, I'll explode. Okay. The rest of you can rest and eat whatever you want, but don't overdo it. I glance at the black man. Let's go. This way, man, leading us around the prison. By the way, my name's Exter. The fattest bearded biker is Axel. I hope that's a nickname. My ex-junkie buddy's Andrew, and the short guy's name is Thomas. Let's start in the kitchen since we're here. This is the storeroom. You can see we've got enough food to feed a train, and I think these cans are decades away from expiring, so we're good on the food front. It looks like Christmas, I said with a smile as I saw the warehouse completely full of food. What's in there? Hirano asked, noticing a closed door. Don't open that door, you don't want to go in there. Why, what's wrong? I asked. It's a dump, man. We were peeing and pooping in a bucket for a couple of days after we got locked in here, but it didn't work. There's not much ventilation in here, as you can see. Since the power went out, we figured the freezer was useless since it was airtight. We used it as a toilet. We wish there was a window. It's truly disgusting. If you even think about opening this door, everyone in your group will do the exact opposite of eat. Let's just say we ran out of buckets pretty quickly. If you say so, I'll believe it. It's best not to go in. Come on, I have a lot of things to show you and it'll be night soon. The gym is this way, Exter said as we walked down a dark hallway. Lead us, but keep your eyes open. Don't move too fast, there may still be some of them around here. It would be easier if I had a gun, wouldn't you lend me one? The way I see it, I don't want to risk finding out if you're a good guy. And you, I don't know shit about you, we haven't shot you yet, so you'll have to trust us. It doesn't matter, I don't have any other choice either. Here it is, but someone has blocked the doors, Exter said, noticing handcuffs preventing him from opening them. Whoever put them there left the keys in the lock so we can open it, I said as I walked over to the door and unlocked it. But the moment we opened the doors, we saw that the gym was overrun by them. Well, we'll deal with it later, what else? I asked after slamming the door shut and putting the handcuffs back on. Good idea. The laundry room, let's go this way. After walking down a couple of hallways, we would reach the room. The laundry room, okay. They're not the nicest clothes in the world. But I know everyone's fed up with having nothing to change into, although I'll probably just go to the supermarket nearby. The showers are through the next door, I don't know if they're still there. Just a second, I said as I killed one of them with my machete. As I was saying, I don't know if the showers still have hot water. After touring the inside of the prison, we headed outside towards a pavilion, the garage. I've never been here before. All this material will be useful, I'm sure, I said. These buses are very big. If we have to flee from here, one of them will be a good replacement for the Humvee or the pickup truck. Now I'll tell you about the blocks. He led us back inside the prison, specifically to the block where our things were. This is Block C from what you're saying. Blocks A and B are still locked up, full of them. Hey, you're getting used to saying it. Anyway, I can't show you all this crap today. Block A is where the offices are, and if you're staying here, you'll definitely want to see them. The sofas in the offices are probably more comfortable than anything else in here, but there are more than enough cells for all of you. The best part is that the electric locks are working, so you can close the doors without fear of being locked in. Nothing can open these doors without you hearing it. I understand. Thank you for everything, Exter, I said with a smile as I extended my hand, which he readily returned. It's a pleasure. If you need anything, we'll help. Thank you, XXX. The next day, I slowly began to open my eyes and immediately started to get up, but I noticed an extra weight on top of me. I tilted my head down and saw Shino sleeping on my chest. Very carefully, I moved her so she wouldn't wake up, and after getting dressed, I kissed her forehead. I'm going out. She said nothing and continued sleeping while I went outside the prison where I could see someone moving their bodies toward a bonfire. As I approached, I saw that it was Kamuro, so without thinking, I went to help him. Good morning. Is there a problem at the fort? I asked as I helped Kamuro pick up a body. Oh my god, I live in a fort. It's been my biggest dream since I was 6 years old, he says in a mocking tone. Ha ha. Phew, everything's fine. I checked the fence and it's secure. I've checked all the exterior doors leading to the different areas we haven't cleaned yet, no problems. We still need to figure out how to deal with the gym, but we can do that later. We just have to drag these bodies out, but it's almost finished. You haven't been able to sleep, have you? No, to be honest, I still don't feel safe here. When we have everything properly set up, I'll be able to call it our home. I understand. Has everyone settled in? Ray isn't happy with our new roommates. You'll probably hear about it. Shortly before you woke up, Axel helped me drag some bodies, and Thomas, the friendly dwarf, helped the girls carry their things to their cells and move beds. Andrew and Exter have prepared their own cells. They don't seem like bad people to me. That's good to know. Oh, and I thought I saw Alice smiling this morning. It seems this place has a calming effect. I'm glad to hear that ever since we left the house, Alice has been very down, but I suppose I shouldn't worry anymore. Tatsumi, we need to talk, Ray said as she approached me looking slightly annoyed, accompanied by Hisashi, who was looking at me with a nervous smile. What's wrong, Ray? This isn't going to work. We're living with hardened criminals. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder. But we can't kick them out. They were here before, and they don't seem like such bad people. No, Tatsumi, they look like what they are, criminals. What is it about our situation that makes you see the best in people? We have weapons, they don't. We outnumber them, we'll be fine. I wouldn't leave any of us alone with them, but we have no reason to treat them like criminals. Okay, it'll try to live with them. I'm glad to hear that. Suddenly, Kimuro couldn't help but let out a little laugh. Hey, don't laugh at me, Ray said as she tried to hit Kimuro. Ow, I wasn't trying to be rude. Kimuro seemed worried. Seemed, I said with a laugh, then looked outside. Let's go inside and close the door. We have a lot to do. Chapter 47. That same day, shortly after lunch, most of us had gathered in front of the gym door where we would plan what to do to clear it of infected people. My plan is to take out the ones closest to us first and then move forward. There are probably some near the door, that's why we'll also be carrying firearms. That sounds like a good plan, Siko said, and the others nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do this. Siko, Hisashi, Kuriko, Ray, Kimuro, and I will go in first. The five nodded. Tadashi, Akiko, Hirano, Asami, Rika, Shino, and Seiya will follow behind us, covering us. Understood, the seven of them said at the same time, so I said, opening the door abruptly, here we go. I said, killing the first infected person with my pistol. While we were dealing with the infected in the gym, elsewhere in the prison, Rionur could be seen searching the corridors, trying to find Jimmy and Annie since they had disappeared about an hour ago. Guys, hello, Emmy told me you went to this part of the prison. Jimmy. Annie, say something if you can hear me. Don't worry about the gunfire, they're just taking out the ones in the gym. Damn it, this isn't fun. Where are you? Opening a door. Okay, I hope you have a good reason. But what Rionur saw next devastated him to the point that tears began to stream from his eyes before he fell to his knees and screamed loudly. What he was seeing was Jimmy and Annie dead, completely decapitated. At that moment, as we were cleaning the gym with only a few of us left, we could clearly hear Rionur's scream, which alerted us all. Go, we'll take care of it. Shino said as he fired, then looked at me. Choke, Siko, Seiya with me. Yes, they both say at the same time. We quickly left the gym and headed towards Rionur, guided by the scream. After going through several hallways, we reached the place where we could see Rionur sitting on the floor with a sad expression. Rionur, what happened? I asked as I knelt beside him without looking into the room. Are you okay? Tatsumi, Seiya said with a surprised expression, without taking her eyes off the room. What's wrong? Looking at the decapitated corpses of Jimmy and Annie, where we see how their heads were still moving since they had transformed. Oh no. I had no words to describe what I was seeing. All I could do was approach Jimmy and Annie and shoot them both. After that, the four of us remained silent, not saying a word until the others arrived. At that point, everyone's face showed a mixture of shock and sadness. XXX. After collecting Jimmy and Annie's bodies for burial, I went to Exter's cell. Inside, I found him and Andrew reading a book. The moment I entered the cell, I approached Exter. Hey, you sick bastard, did you kill them? Did you do it, murderer? You'd better get out of my sight before. Don't move a bucking finger, Rika said, pointing at Exter. Get up. Kimuro said as he pointed at Andrew and took him to his cell. What have we done? I haven't done anything. Walk. Where have you been today? You're the only ones I know capable of something like this. Until we know more, you will not leave this cell. Are you going to tell me what you think I've done, you bucking lunatic? Exter asked as Tadashi was putting a chain on the cell door. As if you didn't know. After locking them up, we found ourselves outside the prison, standing in front of Jimmy and Annie's graves. A few minutes later, everyone began to disperse except for Rionur, who remained kneeling before the graves. Rionur, I'm so sorry. Will you do me a favor? Which, please find the one who did this, and killed him. Rionur said, looking at me with great anger and tears in his eyes. You don't need to tell me. I turn away. I'll kill him with my own hands. Thank you. I said nothing more and headed back inside the prison, where I returned to Exter's cell as he was a little calmer. He was lying on his bed until he saw me through the door and clicked his tongue. Did you do it? Buck, no, I didn't do anything. You locked me up because I did it with my wife and her lover. The thing is, I haven't killed anyone else. I already killed who I had to kill, you understand? If you're looking for suspects, look at the bunch of idiots you have attached to your ass. My group was locked up in that bar for months and we didn't kill each other. I think one of your guys has lost his mind. Luckily, I'm safe while I'm locked up. If I find out it was you, I'll kill you with my own hands. You can't talk to me like that, he said, getting up and walking toward the door. Come to this side of the cell if you've got the balls, kid, I dare you. I didn't say anything and removed the chain from the door, then opened it and we stood face to face. You're all bucking crazy, every single one of you. Close the bucking door when you leave. Without another word, I closed the cell door and walked away. Just as I turned a corner, Andrew approached Xter's cell. Psst, X, hey dude, are you okay? I'm locked up, I'm not doing very well, don't you think? I feel like a bucking prisoner again. If you think of anything you need, man, anything at all, just tell me and I'll get it for you. I don't care what it is, just ask me, man, just ask. If you're serious, kid, listen. Those bastards aren't our friends, they're not even bucking normal, they're crazy. They assumed we were living the high life in the bar while they were busting each other's asses out there. That's what pissed them off. Now they're killing each other and blaming us. There's only one way to end this. You've probably noticed that the riot gear and weapons are in the block where the guard post is. There's enough ammo to wipe out the whole army. Bring it here and we'll be free once and for all. Do it without anyone seeing you. I've never trusted those people, they don't know anything about weapons, got it? I'll do it, man, and we'll get you out of here with all the honors, kicking their asses. That's what will happen if you don't. I'm going to rot in here until they decide to take me out and you're next. Can you imagine being stuck in here? Brother, I'm going to get what's ours. Meanwhile, Saya was in the laundry area where she was taking out her clothes and those of several of us until suddenly Thomas approached. Good afternoon, Saya-san, what are you doing? Oh hi, I'm collecting some clothes that are still in the dryers. If I hurry, I can give this to Shino so she can do the laundry. We should all change tomorrow morning. Will you help me? No, the truth is I don't want to. Okay, if you didn't come here to help me, what did you come here for? I've only come to cut off your head, he said as he grabbed her and pulled out a knife. Get away from me. She yelled, slapping him, I'm going to blow your brains out. She shouted, drawing her pistol, but at that moment Thomas lunged at her. Please don't resist, screw you, psychopath. What language for such a pretty girl? He grabbed the gun and threw it away from her. We won't need this. Now he slowly approached Saya. I said back off. He kicked her in the face, then got up and quickly headed outside where we all were. Help, someone help me. Come back here, you boar. It's time you took your medicine, you bucking forried bitch. The moment we all heard Saya and Thomas scream, I wasted no time and charged at him. Just before he could stab Saya, I quickly placed my palm in front of the knife and plunged it into myself. I didn't care about the pain and glared at Thomas with rage. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who killed them. I yelled, snatching the knife from his hand, then I lunged at him and started hitting him. Am I wrong, you sick bastard? You killed them, and now you wanted to kill Saya over my dead body. Nobody touches her. In a fit of rage, I began to hit Thomas again and again to the point that his face was unrecognizable and it was no longer possible to tell whose blood was on my hands, whether it was his or mine. Tatsumi, détente, grita Shino. No, don't stop him. Saya said, placing a hand in front of Shino. I'm going to kill you. Did you hear me? You're dead. Oniachan, stop, please. The moment I heard Alice scream, I stopped just inches from Thomas's face, then looked down and saw her with Shizuka, both of them crying. I realized what I was doing and got up from the ground, where I stared at my hand, which was mangled from the punches. I'm sorry, I looked at Alice with a smile. I'm sorry, Alice, I lost my mind for a moment. Oniachan, she lunged at me with tears in her eyes and I hugged her with my left hand. It's best to treat that hand, Shizuka said with a smile as she approached me with her first aid kit. I sat down next to her and let her treat my hand while Alice continued to hug me. Is he dead? Asami asks. No, he's still alive and I'm not going to kill him. I looked at Ryunur. I'm sorry, Ryunur, I can't do it. If we kill him, we won't be any better than him. We'll just leave him alive and loose out there. It's a much worse punishment. I looked at everyone and they nodded. Then it's decided we'll release him tomorrow.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.